Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Returned Stronger. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. With a book in my teeth and hand, I sprinted down the hallway to my class, trying to stuff everything into my backpack. For the first time in a while, I felt exhausted and late. But it was worth it. Everything was ready for Uraraka's birthday: the picnic, the balloons, the food, and her gift. My stomach churned with nerves for the day ahead. Uraraka deserved the best birthday, and I would do anything to make it special, especially when I thought about her warm eyes and the kindness in her smile. I spotted Kirishima, Tsu, and Tokoyami standing outside the door and looked at them in confusion. Hey guys, what's row? I was cut off as Kirishima placed a hand over my mouth, gesturing for me to listen. Midoriya? Sure, he has the drive, but he'll never be a hero. He's a stuttering mess, Momo laughed. No wonder you chose Bakugou, Uraraka. Yeah, the only reason I haven't told Izuku I'm with Bakugou is that I feel sorry for him. Have you guys even seen him? He's so scrawny. So unattractive, Uraraka added. That nerd shouldn't even be in this school. He's pathetic and weak. Even his quirk is too strong for him, Bakugou yelled, prompting some laughter from the class. He will always be a quirkless nobody, Kaminari chimed in, his voice dripping with disdain. Honestly, he's more of a liability. At least he gets us all Might's attention more. Murmurs of agreement spread throughout the class. I'm so sorry, Midoriya, Tsu said, placing a hand on my shoulder. Yeah, bro, don't listen to them. You're a great hero, Kirishima exclaimed. I shut my eyes and looked away, a dark feeling slithering through me. I couldn't believe Uraraka, the girl I had given my whole heart to, had chosen my childhood bully. Dark Shadow and Tokoyami tried to comfort me, but I was in shock. The whole class viewed me as nothing. What had I done wrong? Bullying wasn't new, but I thought Class 1A was different. They didn't physically assault me, but this felt just as bad, maybe worse. They pitied me, as if I were an injured pet they needed to save to feel better about themselves. Such good heroes they would make. A sharp sting from my wrist pulled me out of my thoughts. I quickly unclenched my hands, realizing I had been gripping them too tightly. What are you four doing out here? Get inside, Aizawa said. I walked into the classroom, not bothering to greet anyone, and sat down. For the first time in a long time, I felt anger. This wasn't ordinary anger, it burned through my entire being. It was hate. Is everything okay? Uraraka asked, concern and pity in her eyes. How had I been so blind? Everything's fine, I growled, turning away from her. Soon class ended, and Uraraka approached me. What is your problem, Deku? You haven't talked to me once today. Aren't you forgetting something? I glanced over at her as Kirishima, Tokoyami, and Tsu joined me. We're over. I know everything. Uraraka's eyes widened, and she feigned confusion. What do you mean? Kirishima sighed. We heard everything this morning. Not cool. I can't believe you and the class would say things like that, Tsu said, disappointment clear in her voice. I'm disappointed in all of you. This is outrageous, Uraraka yelled, her voice filled with anger. Who do you think you are, talking down to me? I'm a hero just as much as you guys are. No, you're not. Tokoyami shouted. I looked at him in shock. It wasn't like him to lose control. If you were, you would treat everyone around you with respect, regardless of appearance or quirks. I had forgotten that his quirk could be seen as villainous. I had always seen him as a steady, reliable friend. Thanks, guys, for sticking up for me. But don't bother, I whispered. They gave me sad looks as I walked away. I was tired. Maybe the class was right. I was weak. My body couldn't handle it, and what had I accomplished so far at UA? But what had they accomplished? I reached home and quickly went inside, wiping my tears. My mom didn't need to know about this. How was school? My mother asked, giving me a hug. I actually have something I need to tell you, and I don't want you to feel pressured or what's wrong. A fool's thought it would seem. Mom always had a sense for these things. I burst into tears again and explained everything that had happened at school. I just don't understand what I did wrong. Maybe I'm not cut out to be a hero. No, Izuku. No one defines who you are and what you can do. You will be a great hero, my mom exclaimed, kissing my forehead. And maybe this came at the right time. Your father wants us to move to America. You can attend a hero school over there. You don't have to give me your answer now, but do think about it. Maybe a change of scenery will do you good. I nodded and trudged to my room. Uraraka's necklace glittered under the window's light. I glared at it and threw it out the window in frustration. So much for that. I looked at the scars that littered my hands. Mom was right. No one decides my worth. Not after how hard I worked to get here. I had spent countless hours for this, and I wouldn't let anyone take it away from me. It was mine. I brushed my scars, thinking of All Might, who had apologized for his past behavior. Ever since, he had been a pillar of support for my family. I wasn't alone. Kirishima, Sue, and Tokoyami were there too. And my mom. But after hearing my classmates and Uraraka not even attempt to apologize, I couldn't stay with them. Mom, let's go to America, I said as I sat down for dinner. I'll inform you, my mom said with excitement. I nodded and texted Sue, Tokoyami, and Kirishima about my plans. They were shocked to say the least. I requested them not to tell the class and immediately began to pack. I would make them regret it. The next day, I arrived at school early and made my way to Principal Niza's office. Inside, I saw Kirishima, Sue, Tokoyami, Aizawa, and All Might seated around the table. Young Midoriya, I am sad to see you go, All Might said, pulling me into a warm hug. But I've spoken with your mom, and the place where you are going has the #1 hero school in America. Yes, I've spoken to them and pulled in a couple of favors to enroll you at that school. I'm sad to lose such a valuable student from UA, Nizu added, sipping his tea. My eyes widened in shock. Thank you. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. I'm sorry that my class said all those things to you, Aizawa interjected. I knew something was off the moment you were spacing out in class. I shook my head. It's not your fault. Really, thank you all so much. But please don't tell the class I'm leaving. They all nodded, and after completing some paperwork, I walked out with my 3 remaining friends. I don't know how I'm going to be able to work with them, Kirishima complained. Tokoyami simply nodded in agreement. All I can tell you guys is to not give up. Don't let them take away your drive to become a hero, I declared. They all nodded in agreement and said their farewells. I took a deep breath and left UA. I would show this class that I was meant to be a hero. After we landed, my father picked us up from the airport. His smile was warm, but there was a nervous energy beneath it as if he wasn't sure how to act after all these years. He drove us to the family home, casually chatting along the way. Somewhere between pointing out landmarks and traffic complaints, he told me I would be starting at East Star Academy, the #1 hero school in America, in about a week. Oddly, there didn't seem to be any tension between him and Mom even after their separation. They talked like old friends rather than exes. That alone was comforting in its own way. What was jarring, though, was seeing parts of myself in him. He had the same bedhead-style hair as me, though his was a deep brown and his smile crinkled in the same places as mine did in the mirror. He rambled a lot about the school, local shops, and his job bouncing from topic to topic like a pinball. It reminded me of myself. The best part was, he didn't ask why I was here. No prying questions. No pity. Just quiet support. And I was grateful for it. Remember, he said, clapping a hand on my shoulder as he helped my mom carry bags inside, if you ever need anything, I'm here, Izuku. I gave him a small nod and wandered into the house, picking a random bedroom. The suitcase on my bed stared back at me like a memory I wasn't ready to face. I opened it slowly, and the sight of my crumpled UA uniform hit me hard. The green and black fabric felt like a reminder of betrayal. I needed a fresh start. With a sudden burst of resolve, I grabbed the car keys and told Mom I was going to the mall. Her startled, "Be careful," echoed in my ears as I slid into the driver's seat. I couldn't help but laugh, remembering her panicked yells when I got too close to a car during our first driving lesson. The mall was massive, stylish and modern, with glass skylights and a layout that twisted like a maze. People bustled in and out of stores, their lives unfolding in fast-forward all around me. I wandered into shop after shop, trying on different versions of myself. Oversized sweatshirts, dark jeans, joggers, graphic tees, jackets, had so many styles I'd never even considered. In Japan, I mostly wore my school uniform or hero gear. But here, I could choose who I wanted to be. It felt good. The next week, my mother gasped when I came downstairs. "Oh my God, Izuku. You look so different. A good different." I grinned, tugging at the hem of my red oversized sweatshirt. "Glad you like it, Mom." Instead of the green UA uniform, I was wearing black jeans and sneakers. I looked like a normal teenager. No more reminders of the life I left behind. "Come on, Izuku. You're going to be late," my dad called from outside. I kissed my mom on the cheek and jogged to the car. The drive was short, surprisingly so. I realized I could probably run to school as part of my training. The school itself loomed ahead like something out of a movie, sleek, tall buildings and wide training fields. I could see students using their quirks outside, everything from flying to transforming to summoning energy. This was it. My new beginning. Inside, I found the front office and introduced myself. A tall man with graying hair and kind eyes greeted me. "Welcome to East Star Academy," he said, shaking my hand. "Name's Mr. Smith. Come on, I'll show you around." As he gave me a quick tour, I noticed how clean and open the school felt. He pointed out the cafeteria, training rooms, dorm buildings, and a few side facilities I hadn't even heard of before. The scale of it all was a bit overwhelming, but in a good way. When we reached my classroom, I took a deep breath and ran a hand through my hair. Confidence. I just needed confidence. As I walked in, the class quieted. Dozens of eyes turned to me. A tall woman with short brown hair lifted her head from the desk and gestured me forward. "You must be Izuku Midoriya," she said with a small smile, extending her hand. "I'm Ms. Ellis." I hesitated slightly. Her eyes weren't focused, she was blind. But her presence was sharp and aware. "It's nice to meet you," I said, shaking her hand. "Introduce yourself to the class. Then you can take the open seat next to Catherine." I nodded and turned to face the room. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. I transferred here from Japan. My quirk is called Strengthen. It increases my power, speed, and agility. Right now, I can manage around 25 to 30% of its output before my body starts breaking down." There was a quiet ripple of interest through the room. I scanned the class until I found the seat beside a girl with long dark brown hair and hazel eyes. She wore a black dad hat backward and had her earphones in, bobbing slightly to the music. She looked at me, pulling out one earbud. "My name's Catherine," she said casually. "But call me Cat. My quirk is Shield. I can form indestructible shields of any shape, depending on how much energy I have." Ellis clapped her hands. "Alright class, listen up. We've got physical training after lunch today. Unfortunately, Ms. Brooke got the longer slot before me. That's unfortunate. So we're stuck with regular classes until then." The class groaned. I blinked in surprise at how casually she expressed her frustration, but Kat just snorted. "You'll get used to it," she whispered. To us. Different. But not in a bad way. The lesson began, focusing on different hero environments. I tried to stay focused, but two girls in front of me kept giggling and whispering. I clenched my jaw, trying to ignore them, then decided no. No more staying quiet. "Can you guys quiet down? I'm trying to listen," I said, firm but not angry. They turned, surprised, then nodded and lowered their voices. No mockery. No laughter. Respect? That wasn't so bad. "I like you already," Kat whispered with a smirk. "Sit with us at lunch if you want." Lunch rolled around quickly. The cafeteria was packed, students crisscrossing in chaotic patterns. I clutched my homemade lunch, thankful I didn't have to deal with the long lines. "Yo, Izuku." "Here." Kat called from outside. "Izuku. Not Deku. Not Midoriya. My name." It almost felt foreign. I followed her to a sloping hill behind the school where two boys were already sitting. One had messy brown hair and talked with endless enthusiasm. The other was taller, quieter, with stark white hair. "Guys, this is the new kid," Kat said, plopping down. "This loudmouth is Oliver. And the tall one's North." "I'm not that loud," Oliver complained, before turning to me with a bright grin. "So you're the transfer from UA. You must be strong." I chuckled awkwardly. "That's me. Izuku Midoriya. What are your quirks, if you don't mind me asking?" "Plant control," Oliver said proudly. "I can grow and manipulate any kind of plant from the ground." "Density control," North added coolly. "I can alter the density of anything I touch." "Those are awesome quirks," I said honestly. "Mine's Strengthen. It powers up my physical abilities, but I'm still working on it. I'm only stable at 25 to 30%. North looked me up and down. "With that body, I'm not surprised. You've got muscle, but you're not there yet." "North." Kat hissed, elbowing him. "No, he's right," I said with a shrug. "I still have a lot of work to do." Oliver grinned. "You'll get there." "So what was Japan like?" I smiled and shared some stories about the heroes I admired, carefully skipping anything about UA. If they noticed, they didn't ask. Then another voice spoke up. "Who's this?" A girl with short red hair and intense blue eyes walked over. She gave me a look that felt piercing. "I'm Izuku. Quirks Strengthen," I said, matching her gaze. "This is Scarlet," Oliver explained. "Her quirk's dimensional storage. She can store anything in a pocket space except living things, obviously. They'd suffocate." Scarlet gave me a darkly amused smile. "Exactly. Anyway, Mr. Pierce says he got the same training slot as Ms. Ellis." "Sweet, we're all training together." Oliver cheered. Kat grinned. "Fair warning, Izuku, we're the top students here." I smirked. "Don't worry. You're the ones who might have to keep up." Scarlet's eyes sparkled with challenge. "Then let's see what you've got." We split into pairs and began sparring. Nothing serious, just light rounds to gauge each other's strength. I held back at 25%, but even then I could see the surprise in their eyes. Kat's shield cracked. North stumbled. Scarlet blinked in disbelief. "And that's only 25%? North asked wide-eyed. I crossed my arms, grinning. "Only getting stronger from here." Kat exhaled sharply, dragging a hand down her face. "Wow, Izuku." She pulled me into the group and threw her arm around my shoulder. "You're gonna fit right in." Izuku POV. Push. Faint. I swiftly sidestepped Kat's punch before grabbing her forearm and pulling her forward, making her lose her balance. I pulled my free hand back, about to deliver the final blow when it collided with a glimmering yellow shield. The counter caused me to stumble back, and Kat broke free. I flexed my throbbing hand. No quirks. Kat stuck out her tongue, but it was Mrs. Ellis who called out, "Kat, go run 10 laps," which immediately shut Kat up. She groaned, and it was my turn to laugh. Mrs. Ellis knew everything going on in her classroom, even if she wasn't looking. I rolled back my arms as I sat down, waiting for Kat to finish. It had been a few weeks since I joined East Star, and now I could control 50% of my quirk. As laid back as the school was, they were precise. Mrs. Ellis took the time to personalize my learning path, which I was grateful for. She was the one who reeled in my former recklessness with her teachings. It also helped that All Might made frequent visits with Gran Torino, who helped me stabilize and better utilize One for All. Due to throwing myself into intense training, I was now taller and more muscular. I quickly found my place with the group. They looked to me as their leader for my sharper mind. I clenched my fists as I looked at my classmates' training. I still had so much to do. I mentally scoffed as Class 1A popped up in my mind. Why was I thinking about them? "You all right?" Mrs. Ellis asked, taking a seat next to me. "Nothing I can't handle." Mrs. Ellis simply tilted her head. Even with her blindness, her eyes pierced through me with a look that unnerved me. Throwing yourself into constant training won't help you run from whatever it is you're running from. Trust me, I know. So she knew about my after-school training as well. I'm not running. She didn't say anything and simply clapped her hands, gathering the attention of the class. Switch partners and use your quirks. I rolled my neck as another student came up to me to spar. I wasn't running. I heard the door to my room open sometime after I reached home. "Izuku, honey? Need something?" I asked while placing my arm weight down. She sat down next to me and placed a hand over mine. "I know you've gotten very close to Oliver, North, Catherine, and Scarlet. And I wanted to ask you if you told them about what happened to you in Japan." My body froze and I frowned. "No, I haven't." "You should tell them. You guys are a team. If they take it well, maybe you can tell them about One for All. It can lessen the burden of keeping a secret from friends. I'm worried about you. You're still hurt from what happened." I sighed. "And if they mock me?" "Then you beat them up and make them regret making an enemy out of you." I laughed and hugged my mom. "You're right. I'll talk to them. But where is this coming from?" She frowned, and her eyes filled with guilt. "I didn't know what was going on with you. The childhood bullying, Bakugou, everything. I was a bad mother." "What? She raised a hand. "I worried for you, but left you mostly alone. That changes now. I'm here for you, Izuku. I love you and I don't blame you. You did everything for me and I'll never forget it." Tears welled in her eyes as she smiled. "I love you too." I hurried over to Starbucks and made my way to the corner booth, immediately spotting Scarlet's bright red hair. "What's up, guys?" Scarlet took a sip of her drink. "Hey there." I flipped her off and sat down next to North. Their coarse language and behavior had started to rub off on me as we hung out more. "Anyways, I know you've been wondering why I came to America." Scarlet leaned back. "I mean, it's not every day someone leaves a top school like UA." Kat smacked the back of her head. "Way to open old wounds." Scarlet rolled her eyes and shot her a glare. "Do that again." She leaned toward Kat. "But, dare you, princess?" Kat gritted her teeth. "Don't call me that." I smirked internally at their banter. "Ladies, you can finish that another time." "Izuku." Oliver intervened while snuggling into North. "Thanks, Ollie. I actually decided to tell you guys why I left." Their eyes immediately focused on me. "You see, it all started when my mom took me to a quirk doctor." I explained the bullying I had endured because of Bakugou and how Class 1A and Uraraka had broken my trust. My mental state was about to collapse and I couldn't take it. I couldn't stay there, so here I am. I noticed tears in Oliver's and Catherine's eyes, and Scarlet's expression softened. I glanced at North to see his eyes filled with anger. The one thing I hate the most is people looking down on others. That Bakugou shouldn't have done that. Kat frowned. "I'm sorry you had to go through that. No one should ever feel useless. At least some of your classmates were on your side." Scarlet smirked. "Thank goodness you left them." Oliver nodded. "Scarlet's right. They don't deserve you. Especially that Uraraka." I didn't bother to correct him. She wasn't worth the effort. I smiled. "Thanks, guys. And since you accepted me, I have another thing to tell you." I shared my secret about All Might and One for All, knowing I could trust them. They all hugged me afterward, and I was glad to share their reactions with my mom. They were true friends. Oliver's POV. I couldn't believe what had happened to Izuku. Those so-called friends of his were going to pay. I knew North felt the same. When Izuku left, Scarlet told us to stay for a little while. So Scarlet, why can't I go home now? Cat asked. Well, we know Izuku's going to go back to Japan at some point. Back to UA. So why not go with him? Scarlet said while pulling out her notebook from her pocket. What? Go to Japan? Cat exclaimed. Yeah. We need to show those people what happens when they mess with our friend. I intervened. It's not a bad idea. And we get to go to UA. We're top students. I'm sure we can work something out with administration. We're a team, and Izuku is an important member, North added. I'm with Ollie and Scar. Cat sighed. My parents. They won't agree. Scarlet interrupted. I'll deal with them. You forget who I am, princess. Cat rolled her eyes. I told you not to call me that, and what do you mean you'll deal with it? You can't just. I glanced at North, who was smirking at the two of them arguing. When will they realize? North pecked my cheek. Give them a couple of months, 6 give or take. I sighed and closed my eyes in contentment. Class 1 didn't know what was coming for them. I was used to the darkness and the cold that came with it, but I felt a heavy dread as a door screeched open somewhere outside my locked cell. I curled up against the corner as I heard a door slide open outside my cell, trying to make myself as small as possible. But I knew it would be in vain. I was never getting out of these chains. Oh sweetie. Glad to see you're awake. Now let's try this again, shall we? A smooth voice purred. She yanked my chains and pulled me to the other room, throwing me inside. I was too weak to struggle as gloved hands strapped me into a chair. Cyanide hummed as she delicately placed her tools one by one on the table beside us. She would start again soon. I didn't have the energy to feel fear or anger. It was pointless anyway. The other scientists in the room prepared their equipment, making sure everything was in order. I glanced around and saw a lovely woman with white hair cuffed to a chair. Cuts littered her arms, but there were no signs of complete mutilation. That meant she didn't have a mutation quirk. Usually, there would be a horn or wing on display to remind both of us who was in charge. I shuddered at the thought of my own wings being taken away. It was torture itself not knowing when Cyanide would take them. The woman whimpered as the scientist cut into her arm. Cyanide did the same with me, a cruel smile on her face as the blood flowed out, before placing it in the same spot on the woman's arm. The scientists eagerly took notes as it slowly started to knit together with the woman's arm before stopping halfway. The woman retched, and a similar bile burned in my throat at my quirk in action. Adaptive wings was what the quirk doctor named it, a combination of my mother and father's quirks. My father's quirk allowed him to adapt to any environment and foreign substances. Combined with my healing wings from my mom, my quirk matured into a more potent version, as I learned through Cyanide's experiments. I was able to withstand extreme temperatures and regenerate quicker than my father, and it wasn't dependent on my wings. My blood was more adaptable, which increased my personal immunities and healing, ultimately negating Cyanide's own acid quirk. Though that was her chance to experiment with more interesting chemicals. Cyanide grinned. She took it a bit more than the others. Time for the blood. The woman bucked in her restraints as tears streamed down her face. Please. Let me go home. But the scientists didn't falter or react. They weren't human. Cyanide seemed indifferent to the woman beside her as she traced a warm knife down my face, pressing just enough to create a sensation without drawing blood, before resting it right under my eye. My eye twitched in response, but I remained silent. I had endured this before, and my body had always healed after weeks, thanks to its adaptability. However, the pain lingered. It was the one thing my quirk could not alleviate. Cyanide simply stared into my eyes, allowing just enough space for a scientist to insert a needle into my arm to begin the blood transfusion. I wondered how much they would take this time. What should we do today? Cyanide asked excitedly. I missed you these past couple of days. Meetings, and more meetings. Her gaze traveled down my body. They did a good job keeping you healthy for me. Usually, I was too injured or in pain to move or eat, needing only 2 sets of chains to keep me in place for my wrists and wings. But they had kept me restrained more than usual these past few days, leaving me alone. Cyanide continued, her hand beginning to bubble. I've been working on a new formula. You like it? I steeled myself as much as I could. The waves of dizziness from the blood being drawn didn't help. Cyanide stepped back, pouring a bubbling, steaming liquid into a needle. The needle began to dissolve after a moment, and my heart raced. What was that? I thrashed against my restraints as Cyanide giggled, pulling out a reinforced needle, the size of her head. Oops, that was the wrong one. I took deep, frantic breaths as she approached, and I desperately moved my head back to escape the needle. My wings transformed into a defensive form, feathers turning to steel, but the restraints widened to accommodate the change, clamping shut once more and jolting me with pain. She's ready for quirk insertion, a scientist called. Cyanide nodded, ripping out the blood transfusion needle from my arm and swiftly inserting the new needle into my neck. Tears pricked my eyes at the harsh sting, and Cyanide smiled before placing the now empty needle on the table and turning to the other woman. It started with a light burn, like stepping into the harsh heat of the sun, uncomfortable, but not painful. But then it intensified. A scream tore from my lungs as my body arched. I felt as if I were boiling, with a fiery sensation rushing through my veins. My skin felt like it was bubbling, but I couldn't focus on that with the stars dancing in my vision. I sensed my quirk working in some areas, cooling them, but it flared up again, a new form of torment. I lost track of time as my screams mingled with the woman next to me, but eventually, her cries ceased, and mine followed suit. I couldn't stop the twitching of my body as my quirk struggled against the overwhelming sensation. A glass shattered at my feet, causing my body to jerk involuntarily as Cyanide screamed in frustration, "Why isn't it working?" She pointed at me. "She isn't dead yet, and we inserted a quirk inside her long ago." The scientists exchanged worried glances, searching for an explanation. "Her genetic signature is unique, madam. It takes too long for her quirk to alter the subject's DNA for proper assimilation. Not to mention, her new quirk hasn't manifested," another scientist added. Cyanide growled, "We don't have any more time. Take her wings." My heart sank. Madam? We'll put her on the market as a quirk breeder and recoup our investment. She doesn't need those wings anymore. Remove them completely. I don't want them growing back." She fixed me with a glare. "We don't want her new master to have issues with disobedience." I couldn't breathe as I sobbed, "Please, I promise I won't run away." But my pleas fell on deaf ears. "Her children may be useful to us in the future. Our studies don't end here. Keep her chained up, and I want maximum security. Provide her with 3 meals a day and focus on her appearance. Ensure she eats and stays healthy. Force the food down her throat if necessary. We need to make her presentable." Cyanide's eyes held both pity and disdain. "Your mother only gave you one good thing, and that was your looks." She wiped the tears from my cheek and kissed my forehead. "What a shame. You were my masterpiece." She walked away and I turned to the scientists. "Please, please." But they simply moved my weakened body to the operating table, laying me down on my stomach before strapping my head, arms, and feet down. I couldn't stop shaking as I heard the lock of my wing restraints click and a thud. My wings flared out, and I desperately activated my quirk, but the scientists were quick to inject me with enough sedatives to subdue several horses. I shivered as hands brushed against the sensitive nerves of my wings. A mix of hate, defeat, and fear tightened around my heart and stomach. When would this nightmare end? The tip of a searing knife grazed my skin just above my wings, moving closer and closer. The acrid smell of burning flesh made my eyes water as I took in a shaky breath. Cyanide wanted me to remember this. She would etch it into my memory. It was her way of bypassing my quirk, treating it like a game, deciding which moments of torment would be seared into my mind and which would not. I silently thanked whichever force had allowed the drag to kick in as my eyes fluttered closed. At least I wouldn't have to feel the pain. Chapter end. Izuku's POV. It had been a year and a half now. With a renewed determination to improve, my friends and I trained hard to reach the level of 4th years. I could now control 65 to 70% of One for All and had recently awakened another quirk, Black Whip. All Might was surprised and suggested that I might be awakening a past user's quirk. "Hey Dad, everything alright?" I asked. My dad sighed in frustration and set down his weights. "It's a case we've been working on for years. We have some leads, but they're not enough. Maybe I can help. You see, heroes named Halo and Chameleon were murdered. Their daughter was kidnapped, and the police found some leads, but they all led to dead ends." My dad rubbed his face, grief evident in his eyes. "Halo and Chameleon were both my friends and your mother's. I'm sorry, Dad. To sit here and do nothing while her daughter is in danger. It's been years." He shook his head. "Come on, I'll show you the documents we've collected." I followed my dad as we reviewed the files. The murder bears the trademark of one of the most notorious villains in America, Cyanide. She's been evading capture for a long time. "She's clever," my dad explained. "About the potential hideouts you marked, they're all to the south?" I questioned. "And? If she's as smart as you say, isn't it a bit too convenient that they're all in the same direction? She would know the police would follow that trail. Am I wrong?" My father gave me a thoughtful look. "So you think it's misdirection? If all the hideouts led to dead ends, it has to be. It, Izuku. You're too smart for your own good." My father smiled. "I'll inform them right away. I can't believe nobody noticed that." "Thank you." Afterward, I headed to the mall to meet up with everyone. The group had shown me their tattoos some time ago, and I was interested. North had a back tattoo of a lion, while Ali had a small tattoo of mountains on his foot to signify his love for adventure. Scarlet had a rose tattoo running down her spine, and Kat had a small tattoo of birds along the side of her wrist. I decided to get a tattoo that mimicked my one for all state and the energy and lightning it emitted. Hopefully my dad could find her. When I returned from the mall, I went up to my room and was surprised to find my mother there. Izuku, we're going to have to return to Japan soon. Not right now, of course. I want you to finish your second year here, my mom said, fidgeting with her hands. But I wanted to let you know that you don't have to go back. Can continue your studies here at East Star if you wish. I'll be happy with whatever you decide. I ran a hand through my hair. I knew we had to go back, but not this soon. I couldn't imagine living without my mom. You can't get rid of me that easily, Mom. Of course, I'm coming back with you. Are you sure? Those challenges don't scare me anymore. I'm just worried about my friends here. My mom hugged me tightly. You've grown, Izuku. I'm proud of you. But do think about it a bit more. We have a couple of months anyway. It was about time I showed my previous friends who Izuku Midoriya really is. Don't worry, Mom. I'm definitely going back. Chapter End. Izuku's POV. It had been a week since Mom told me we were returning. The weight of that conversation still lingered in my mind, but today, something felt off. Our homeroom classroom was unusually quiet, not the usual buzzing chatter I had grown accustomed to. The absence of our teacher, Miss Ellis, was particularly noticeable. I turned to Kat, raising an eyebrow. Where's Miss Ellis? What's Mr. Smith doing here? Kat shrugged, leaning back in her chair. Apparently, a lot of teachers are absent today. Something's going on, but no one is saying what. Just then, Mr. Smith clapped his hands together, gathering everyone's attention. I know you're all wondering about your teacher's absence, he said with a dry smile. But I've been asked to inform you that today is a free study day. You're allowed to do as you please, just don't destroy the school, please. With that, he turned and left, as casually as if he were announcing the lunch menu. I laughed, standing and grabbing my bag. I can't believe they'd allow this kind of freedom. Kat chuckled beside me. You'd be surprised. It's not new, but it's still rare to actually be put in place. We made our way to Ollie's classroom, chatting lightly, until a sneering voice cut through the hallway. Is that Kat's new toy? What a joke. Kat froze mid-step. My blood ran cold, and I turned sharply, glaring at the boy who dared to speak like that. Who are you? I growled, my fists clenching. Kat tugged at my sleeve, her voice low and urgent. Izuku, leave it. Please. But the boy just smirked, as if he owned the hallway. Just a previous classmate, right, babe? I glanced at Kat, her face had drained of color. Don't talk to my friend like that, I warned, stepping forward. He scoffed, eyes narrowing with malice. Is that how you got into the group? Pathetic. And you kept stringing him along? Typical behavior. That was it. My anger erupted. I punched him square in the jaw, the sound echoing through the hall. Before he could recover, I activated my quirk just 5% and delivered a kick to his stomach, sending him crashing into the lockers. His quirk kicked in too late. I was faster. Stronger. I didn't stop until a shimmering barrier appeared in front of me, halting my fist. Her quirk, the familiar energy of her shield, pulsed against my skin. She stepped between us, her voice soft but firm. Enough, Izuku. You proved your point. I stood there, chest heaving, fists trembling, staring at the boy on the floor. Devin. He glared at me weakly, unable to move. I flipped him off before turning and walking away with Kat. We settled into our usual table in the lounge area. Who was that? I asked, still fuming. Kat sighed and looked down at her hands. His name's Devin. He was in our class at the beginning of first year, way before you came. We sat next to each other, and he knew about how Ollie, North, Scarlet and I were being scouted by pro heroes. I thought he was just friendly. He flirted a bit, but I didn't take it seriously. Then he got more aggressive. When I rejected him and told him I liked girls, he snapped. Started spreading rumors. Made my life miserable. I slammed my fists on the table, the wood creaking beneath them. I only used 5% of my power. Should have gone with 20. I looked over at her, softer this time. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I know a thing or two about fake friendships. Kat gave a small giggle. Thank you. Really? A voice chimed in behind us. So you got into a fight? Scarlet sat down across from us, Oliver and North sliding in beside her. With Devin, Kat said with a small, satisfied smile. The group broke into low cheers and claps, patting my back and congratulating me for standing up to Devin. I shushed them quickly, leaning in. On another note, why are most of the teachers missing today? Scarlet glanced around, lowering her voice. My parents told me there's a covert rescue operation happening right now. Strictly off the record. I blinked, the puzzle pieces snapping together in my mind. Cyanide's base. Scarlet stared at me, mouth slightly open. Wait, how did you know? My dad told me about it about a week ago. I just connected the dots. North's expression darkened. Cyanide? Are you serious? Oliver placed a calming hand on his arm. If they're moving now, it means they're confident. Let's hope they succeed. Kat nodded slowly, brow furrowed. That explains why they need Ms. Ellis. Her echolocation is perfect for scouting hidden areas and locating people. I looked up at the clock, the ticking suddenly louder in the quiet room. I hope they all came back safely. And I hope they brought cyanide down for good. Lyra's POV. Is this her? A scratchy voice rasped, the sound making my skin crawl. Yes, Cyanide replied, her voice sickeningly sweet. The others didn't make it, unfortunately. As I said, she's complacent and broken. You'll find no rebellion from her. Isn't that right, sweetie? I kept my head lowered, gaze locked on the cold concrete floor. My lips barely moved as I gave a small nod. How long had it been since my wings were taken? Months? Maybe longer. It felt like yesterday and my back definitely agreed. The phantom pain still screamed when I tried to sleep, as if the memory of their violent removal was carved into my bones. Two large, pale fingers ice-cold gripped my chin and tilted my face up. I flinched instinctively, my breath catching in my throat. The man who loomed over me had light blue hair, but what struck me most were the dried, cracked blue hands clamped tightly to the sides of his arms. They looked like they were trying to hold him back or hold him together. His dark, sunken eyes scanned me, glimmering with something greedy and foul. I froze. The scar that split his mouth widened into a crooked smirk as he leaned in closer, his fingers twirling a strand of my dull blonde hair. I wanted to scream, to jark away, but I didn't move. I couldn't. I was too afraid. Cyanide appeared between us in a blur of black fabric and chemical scent, grabbing his wrist. No touching or experimenting until I get my payment, she snapped. He merely chuckled and waved her off, like she was a bothersome fly. Turning away, he strolled over to a figure cloaked in purple mist, the man whose face never showed, whose body rippled like smoke. Just inspecting my purchase, the blue-haired man said with a grin. She's the one. You'll have your money right away. He looked back over his shoulder, that awful grin stretching wider. See you soon. A swirling portal of violet mist appeared, expanding like a mouth waiting to swallow them whole. They stepped through it, vanishing into the fog. A loud blaring sound echoed through the room, reverberating through my whole body. Cyanide's eyes widened as she frantically undid my restraints from the wall. That's not possible. She immediately started to pull me with her. What was going on? Cyanide growled, damn it. You stupid girl, move. I stumbled as she yanked my chains when I heard a shout. Let her go now, a voice demanded. I looked back to see Salamander, my mom's friend. Yes, I remembered him. For the first time in ages, hope blossomed in my chest. A hero was here. I felt thin fingers wrap around my neck and waist and heard a faint sizzling. It wasn't hurting me at all, just a very faint sting. Don't come any closer, Cyanide snarled. Or she dies. Salamander looked me over and gave me a reassuring smile. You're safe now. You shouldn't lie like that, hero. Not a good quality, Cyanide purred while walking backward, dragging me along with her. Don't make this worse for yourself, villain. Let her go. You're not in the position to dish out threats, Cyanide. You've lost. Her grip on me tightened, and her eyes became wild. I had never seen that crazy expression on her face. She was usually collected, but now. A strangled scream left me as my waist started to burn. Now Wraith! Salamander shouted. Cyanide looked behind her a moment too late and was knocked out by an invisible hand. Wraith appeared a moment after and called for the healer while putting quick-canceling cuffs on Cyanide. Salamander rushed over to me, his eyes filling with relief as he hugged me. I'm sorry it took so long, Lyra. He looked me over and his eyes widened in horror. Your wings. She took them, ripped them right out, I whispered, my voice hoarse. A woman came up behind me and healed my burn. I'm sorry, Salamander, but some got away, a policeman informed. It's fine. We completed the mission, Salamander said while guiding me out. He looked down at me. You can rest now. You're safe. Salamander's POV. Did you find her? Quake asked me. I sensed her down there for sure. Yes, we did. She's going to the hospital now, I replied. This isn't over, Cyanide snarled. I rolled my eyes and told the police to take her away. So Izuku was right after all, Quake mused. He's improved a lot since he joined my class. I laughed. That's my son. I saw Lyra sleeping as she was boarded into the ambulance. I clenched my fists. They took her wings away from her. Her quirk. Quake frowned. It's unforgivable. Wraith walked up to us. After questioning some of them, I discovered that Faven was involved in a troubling situation. There are villains coming after her. Then let her stay with me, Quake said. I'll take care of her and be with her at all times. She'll attend East Star. Even so, she's still in danger here, I stated. My son is leaving for Japan in a couple of weeks. Maybe she can attend UA there. All Might is said to teach there, and he's the #1 hero in the world. Are you saying we're incapable? Redstone yelled, stomping over to us. I gritted my teeth. No, what I'm saying is that Lyra should never have to experience that again. She is safest with All Might, whether you care to admit it or not. We can protect her just fine, Redstone replied, crossing his ruby arms. We don't need them. We know we can, Redstone. But Salamander has a point. If villains are coming after her, they might think twice if they know she's under All Might's protection. Ultimately, it's Lyra's choice, Quake said calmly. That girl has been through too much. Let's give her some time. She'll stay with me for now. I nodded in agreement. The mission was a success. Lyra's POV. How are you doing, sweetie? A voice purred. I gasped. No, it couldn't be a dream. I was saved. Tears sprang to my eyes, and something inside me broke. Not again. If it was a dream, I didn't know what I would do with myself. What shall we do with you today? She reached a hand out towards me, and I screamed. My eyes flew open, and I desperately gasped for breath when a different woman rushed inside. I clung to her and whispered, "This isn't a dream, is it?" She knelt next to me and gazed into my eyes. "You're out, Lyra. You're safe. Cyanide's locked up. She won't hurt you again." I took in a shuddering breath. "I'm okay. I'm safe. Can you stay with me?" She nodded. "Of course." She stroked my hair, and I gradually fell back to sleep. I woke up late the next morning and saw her talking to a nurse. Something about my scar tissue or lack thereof. They wouldn't find any scars. The scientists made sure of that. I glanced down at my unburdened wrists. It felt strange for them to be so light. "Oh, you're awake," Salamander said. It was then a nurse came in with a small tray of needles. Needles? I scrambled backward as the world seemed to tilt. What did they have inside? Fire? My hands came up instinctively as I shut my eyes. There was shouting, but I could only hear the ringing in my head. Warm hands gently rubbed the back of my upper arms. "Breathe. You're okay. You're okay." Ivy in a deep breath as the woman gave me a soft smile. "Just like that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," I whispered as Salamander returned to my side. I broke away from the woman's hold and curled up against the headrest. "No worries, kiddo. Rest easy," he said gently. He reached for me but retracted his hand as I flinched away. His eyes filled with sorrow, but he simply gestured toward the woman. "This is Ms. Ellis. She helped us find you. You'll be living with me from now on if that's all right with you," Ms. Ellis said. I nodded, not really listening as they continued explaining. It was Salamander who quickly helped me give my statement before I was free to go. Ms. Ellis was much quieter than Salamander as I walked home with her. She opened the door to her house and ushered me inside. Different trinkets of figurines and vases filled shelves and stands, while vibrant furniture adorned the living room. It was chaotic, a complete contrast to Ms. Ellis herself. "I also wanted to tell you that when you're ready, you'll be able to attend East Star Academy. We can protect you there. But I don't have my wings anymore, just my adaptability. I don't know how useful that'll be in combat situations. It's a more passive quirk." She handed me a cup of water before guiding me to the couch. "To be a hero, you need a strong heart, which you have, Lyra. I'll see. Don't be afraid to ask for anything, okay? I'm here for you." East Star Academy? I shook my head at the thought and made my way to my room. That school was a dream long gone after everything. Beginning to strip, I made my way to the bathroom. It had been too long since I had showered myself. The scientists would always hose me down like some sort of animal. If anyone were to see me, they'd think nothing happened to me. I was healthy and my body had the curves to prove it. It was pristine, no scars or damage in sight, save for the 2 jagged lines on my back and the inked symbol on my stomach. I had forgotten she branded me with her signature, a diagonally stretched out S with pointed ends, resembling half arrows, and 2 curves slashing through it. She tried to carve it into me with a normal knife long before she found out it wouldn't scar. She did it again and again until she opted to tattoo it on instead. I brushed the symbol and unconsciously traced the path the scientists took as they meticulously peeled my skin off, bit by bit. My skin.it was all new. I couldn't stop the bile from rising in my throat and retched in the toilet. I shakily stood up and leaned against the counter, simply staring into my defeated golden eyes. I don't think I'll ever be able to escape cyanide. Izuku's POV. I was eating dinner with Mom when Dad stumbled in. He had dark circles under his eyes and groaned as he plopped down on the couch. I looked at Mom, and she shrugged. He hadn't been home for days. "It's probably about the operation," she whispered. "I heard it was a success." "I'll talk to him," I whispered back. I quickly finished my dinner and sat next to my father. He opened his eyes and glanced at my eager expression before sighing and shutting them again. "How was it, Dad?" I asked. It was a success. He described the operation and what happened. But Halo's daughter, Lyra. I can't even begin to describe what she had to go through. I won't tell you since it's her story to tell, but it's horrific what happened to her. I've been staying with her at the hospital with Ms. Ellis, and now Lyra is staying with her. What did that girl have to go through? I murmured. You'll be able to meet her soon, Izuku. She'll be attending East Star. Hopefully soon. East Star. Yes, some villains are still after her. She'll be safe there. I see. I wonder when I'll get to meet her. Izuku's POV. It's been 2 weeks since the rescue. I have been training for the final exam non-stop and now I can effectively control around 80% of my power. I had a feeling that would be my limit for a while, due to All Might having the remnants. I've also awakened more quirks inside me like Float and Danger Sense. I was talking to Kat in class when Ms. Ellis walked in with a bright but stern smile. She never walks in with a smile. Class, listen up. We have a new student joining us. And we know it's almost the end of the year, but deal with it. Her tone switched from one of joyfulness to seriousness. Do not crowd her at all. She will speak to you if she wants. Treat her with respect, and if I sense anyone harming her, you'll be expelled. You hear me? The class erupted in whispers, and Ms. Ellis clapped her hands. Quiet. She walked out, and when Ms. Ellis came back inside, a beautiful girl walked in after her. She was absolutely breathtaking. Long blonde hair fell in waves over her shoulder as curious golden eyes surveyed the room. I snapped out of my daze when I felt a hand hit my head. Ow, what the heck? Kat pointed at the new girl. Listen. But my name is Lyra, Halo's daughter, she said in a quiet voice. The class erupted in murmurs, and Ms. Ellis silenced them with a glare. Ms. Ellis pointed at the row across from us. You can sit there. Lyra nodded and hurriedly took a seat, placing herself as close to the wall as possible. She exhaled quietly as if relieved she wasn't seated near anyone, though her body was tense, slightly curling into herself as if trying to make herself as small as possible. Now class, today we're... She blinked, realizing something before putting her head in her hands. Her eyes peered at the boys in front of her through her fingers, darting to their notebooks and pens, before she sighed softly, deciding against talking to them. What am I doing here? Kat nudged me. Give her a notebook. I know you have like 10 extra in there. Already on it, I murmured. Black whip curled around my pencil box and an empty notebook before gently placing it in front of her. Her eyes snapped to mine, and I had to remind myself to breathe. They were a beautiful golden, like sun rays. I gave her a small smile, tilting my head towards the supplies. Her cheeks flushed pink and she quickly looked away, but not before whispering, thank you. I glanced at Kat, who was already wiggling her eyebrows. Susadash. I shoved her lightly. Shut up. Why is it that whenever there's a disturbance, it always includes you, Catherine? Ms. Ellis snapped, though her voice was more gentle than usual. Lyra shifted slightly at the tone but slowly continued writing whatever was on the board as if she was trying to remember how to write in the first place. Kat gasped. Whatever do you mean, Ms. Ellis? I've been quiet as a mouse. The class laughed quietly, already knowing what was about to happen. First, Oliver. And now he... Ms. Ellis's gaze narrowed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. How did I get so lucky? Kat grinned. Well, Ms. Ellis, you see, there's something called fate. Fate being a computer which randomly selected. I didn't bother to listen more to their verbal sparring match, instead focusing on the new girl who seemed utterly defeated as she scanned her written notes. As if sensing my stare, her eyes found mine. She blinked once, glanced at my pencil box, before slowly pushing it towards me, making me laugh softly as I shook my head. Instead, I ripped a small piece of paper from my notebook before scribbling down, need help? Using Black Whip once more, I placed it on her notebook. Her hand immediately raised to touch the tendrils of black, her eyes shining with wonder. She glanced at the note as I pulled Black Whip back, before scribbling a message of her own. I don't want to bother you. Her handwriting was endearingly messy. I don't mind. I would like that. Can I sit next to you? Her eyes slightly widened as if surprised I was asking for her permission, and she nodded. I quietly grabbed my notebook before sliding in next to her, her body tensing immediately. I kept my voice quiet, keeping my distance. All right, what parts do you not understand? She bit her lips as she avoided my gaze. Everything. Her cheeks flushed in embarrassment as she fiddled with my All Might pen. I'm very, very behind, I guess. That's all right. I can catch you up little by little. First, let's switch notebooks. Mine has extra notes. Hopefully, it can help you follow a bit better. And I can bring her older lectures tomorrow if you'd like. Wait, you don't need to do that. I want to. If you need to go back further than that, I still have some old notebooks you can flip through. I passed her my blue notebook and took her green one. Her eyes finally found mine, shining with emotion. Thank you. Before I could reply, Ms. Ellis activated her quirk, just barely shaking the room. Lyra gasped softly, her hands pressing into the wood as if to feel the quake better. This must be her first time experiencing Ms. Ellis's quirk. Catherine. Ms. Ellis rubbed the back of her neck before rolling it. One more word, and I will make physical training hell for you. Cat opened her mouth but shut it once she met my glare. She slumped against the backrest before her gaze snapped to me again, clearly wondering why I switched rows, before she made eye contact with Lyra, who was peeking at her from behind me. They both blinked at each other before Lyra, surprisingly, gave a small wave. Cat smiled, responding with a salute. Ms. Ellis sighed. What a lovely way to end the class. Get out, all of you. The class clamored to themselves, some waving to Lyra, who shyly waved back. Heeding Ms. Ellis's warning, they didn't approach her and wouldn't unless she approached them. Cat went on ahead with the crowd, trying to hide from Ms. Ellis. It was useless. Ms. Ellis knew everything, but her attention was now on Lyra and me. Mostly me. Lyra placed the pen back in my pencil box and hugged my notebook to her chest. Are you sure? I nodded as I slid out of the row, packing up. I'm sure. She hummed in response and glanced behind me. Your friends are waiting for you. I looked behind me to see my team peering inside. Oliver gave me a thumbs up and mouthed, You're doing great. I rolled my eyes as Lyra took a small step back. Do you want to come with us, Lyra? I asked, pointing to my friends. She said quietly, shaking her head and glancing at Ms. Ellis. Not today, Izuku. I hope you can understand. We have something we need to do, Ms. Ellis replied, gently taking my notebook from Lyra's hands and placing it into her satchel. I nodded. Of course. I gave Lyra a small smile. I'll see you tomorrow. She waved. See you. She seemed like she wanted to say something else but instead gave me an apologetic grin before turning to Ms. Ellis. Cat frowned when I joined them. She's not coming? I shook my head. Maybe next time. Ollie nudged me with his elbow. Hey, at least you have a chance to see her again. You'll need to get your notebook back. Hey, you know I didn't do it because of that. She needed help. So there's a reason? North asked. Cat snickered. Couldn't take his eyes off her. Scarlet raised an eyebrow. Really? She looked back as Ms. Ellis and Lyra walked out. She is pretty. I sighed. All right. Where are we going to eat? Ollie perked up. I know just the place. Lyra's POV. I hooked my arms with Ms. Ellis. I know she didn't need it, but I did. As we walked through the hallways I could feel the stares, but Ms. Ellis was as unimpressed as ever, merely glaring at anyone who got too close to us. How did you feel? She asked quietly. Izuku was nice. He tried to help me when you were, talking with Catherine. Talking, yes. Her head turned to me. Your heart was beating way too fast the whole session. Are you sure you're ready? I frowned. I wanted to try. And I do want to try again tomorrow. Get better. She lightly squeezed my arm. Good. We stepped outside, and I could breathe a little easier as I gazed at the skies, at the lovely clouds and bright blue that was my home. It was a beautiful reminder that I had made it out from that horrid place where I could only stare at the cracked white ceilings. My back flexed unconsciously, trying to stretch wings that weren't there anymore. Ms. Ellis squeezed my arm. Are you sure about this? I nodded. I needed to see. She led me through streets that sparked faint flickers of recognition, shadows of memories I couldn't quite grasp. The corners, the lampposts, even the cracks in the pavement felt like echoes from a distant dream. But then, we turned the final corner and my neighborhood came into view. It hit me like a blow to the chest. Nothing had changed. The same crooked mailbox stood in front of the Wilsons' house. The paint on the fences was still chipped in all the same places. Even the smell in the air, freshly cut grass mixed with something faintly metallic, was exactly as I remembered. It all rushed back to me at once, memories, emotions, just everything. Lyra, I need you to breathe, Miss Ellis said softly. I nodded, sking in a breath. I'm okay. I pulled away from her, my legs knowing the way before my mind could fully follow. The tree. Across and some ways from my home. I scaled it without thinking, placing my hands and feet right where my dad taught me. It was all still the same, the grooves, the rough bark. And yet, so different. I smiled, remembering what he said, sometimes you gotta do things with just your arms and legs. Makes everything a little bit more worthwhile. I sat on the sturdiest branch, which Dad and I claimed as our lookout, and stared at my house. My home. It was still there. The brown roof sagged a little more than I remembered, but the windows still caught the sunlight the same way, and the front steps still leaned slightly to the left. But the paint was pristine. Fresh, I realized. And then a little boy darted out the door, laughing as he ran after his dog. His father followed him out, coffee in hand, making sure they were safe. A new family. They lived there now. My home wasn't mine anymore. The walls that once echoed with Dad's voice, Mom's songs, my footsteps, and quiet moments now held new memories that didn't belong to me. And yet, it was okay. They were just adding something new to what had already been. The house was still loved. Still full of life. That's all I wanted to check. I didn't realize I was crying until I tasted salt on my tongue. Why was I crying? I took a shaky breath, wiping them away and steeling myself. Stay strong, Lyra. I smiled as the father picked up the little boy who fell and wished them happiness. And that was when I made eye contact with a familiar pair of green eyes. Izuku's POV. She's crying, Ollie stated from behind me. No kidding, Sherlock. How'd you know? Scarlet snapped. I totally forgot Halo and Chameleon used to live here, Kat said, her gaze following Lyra's to the family a block away. She was crying, North amended. North was right. She seemed okay as she smiled softly, whispering something to herself. And then her eyes met mine, widening ever so slightly. Izuku. Skipping class. Ms. Ellis prodded from the bench nearby. Her hands were tracing the bumps on her book, but I could tell her focus was more on the girl above us. Ollie cursed before turning. Hi, Ms. Ellis. Lovely day, isn't it? Just lovely, Ms. Ellis replied dryly. The rustle of leaves and the skid of boots stopped Ollie from responding as Lyra climbed down quickly, jumping once she was close to the ground. Her voice was quiet but rough. Hi, Izuku. Hi, Catherine. Call me Kat, Kat chirped. Catherine sounds too formal. Oh, okay. Her gaze moved to the rear of us, her eyes squinting when she saw North. I'm North. This is Ollie and Scarlet, North offered. She waved. I'm Lyra. Ollie grinned. We know. Izuku would not stop talking about you. I glared at him. Ollie. She blinked, glancing at me once more before lowering her gaze. I frowned slightly. She never held eye contact for more than 10 seconds. It reminded me of my older self, always looking away, afraid to be seen too clearly, to offend. Don't mind him. I ran a hand through my hair. Well, this is perfect timing. My house is a couple of blocks away. Do you want to grab something to eat? We're all headed there. Ms. Ellis snapped her book shut. But I need to talk to your father anyway. We all looked at her in shock as she started walking towards the house. What did my dad do? I whispered to Lyra as we followed Ms. Ellis. I don't know, she whispered back. Ms. Ellis versus Mr. Midoriya? And with free food. Kat drawled. Count me in. Lyra giggled quietly. My money's on Ms. Ellis. I hummed, careful to keep my distance. Mine too. I could have sworn I saw a smile on Ms. Ellis's face as she rang the doorbell. You should sit with us tomorrow, Ollie said. We'll become an even 6. North nodded. 6 is a good number. Lyra glanced at me and I smiled. I'd like you there too. If you're comfortable. Lyra nodded, letting out a soft, okay, just as the front door's lock clicked open. I grinned. I didn't know why her agreeing affected me so much or why I was drawn to her. Maybe it was because she still cared so much about others, still tried to smile, even after everything she had been through. Whatever it was, she was pulling me in and I didn't bother to fight it. Cyanide's POV. I crossed my arms. Did you get the girl? The hooded figure replied in a concealed voice. No, but we know where she is. The guards will be here any minute. Take me to him, I yelled in frustration, my cuffs clanging together. I hissed as pain shot through my stomach. One of the other inmates, an angry woman covered in tattoos, had attacked me with a makeshift weapon the day I arrived. I didn't know why. I had never done anything to her. The nurse barely treated it, letting it bleed. Beaches. The whole lot of them. As you wish. He held out his hand. I took it and I was no longer in that blasted cell. The man removed my cuffs and exited the room. Took you long enough, I snarled. A dark voice chuckled behind me. My apologies. But if I'm not mistaken, it was you who lost her, am I right? Where's my money? You'll get the rest when I get her back. Be careful with her. She was the only one who survived Project A. Yes, she's very valuable indeed. His dark eyes flashed. It's your job to find her, not mine. I've already infiltrated her school and obtained the files. Very well. I picked at my nails. I'll see to it. Lyra's POV. So if I move X here, then. I muttered, tapping my pencil softly against the paper as I worked through the last part of the equation. A grin tugged at the corner of my lips as I scribbled down the final answer. With a satisfied hum, I slid my notebook to my tutor, Izuku, who had been helping me for the past couple of weeks. It felt so normal being with him, talking with Ollie, North, Kat, and Scarlet, training with them, laughing with them. Izuku and I had tucked ourselves away to study in a secluded spot with a clear view of the practice field, where Ollie and North were training, and just enough breeze to keep the spring air from getting too warm. Izuku had suggested it, claiming it was quieter than the library. But I suspected he also knew I felt more at ease outdoors, where the walls didn't feel like they were closing in. He looked up from his own notes, meeting my eyes for a second before scanning my work. He didn't take long, just a few quick glances, and then, "That's correct," he said with a smile. The pride that bloomed in my chest caught me by surprise. I couldn't stop the grin that spread across my face, warm and a little giddy. I was finally doing it. Not just pretending to understand, but really, truly getting it. "You're getting this quicker than I thought," Izuku murmured, his voice thoughtful, his eyes still on the page. "I mean, I knew you could do it. I just thought we'd have to start a little closer to the beginning, that's all. Not that I thought you were slow or anything. I'll stop talking now." I laughed softly. "I get you," I said, waving a hand as if brushing away his nervousness. "I couldn't really study when, but she did school me for the first couple of years." Izuku hesitated, then asked gently, "Do you mind me asking why?" I looked up, meeting his green eyes. There was comfort in his gaze, like I could tell him anything. Maybe it was the way he didn't laugh when I asked for help. Or maybe it was his voice, his expression, the way he listened that made me feel safe. He always did when anyone talked to him, as if he himself was used to people not really hearing him or cutting him off. Whatever it was, I trusted him. My mind wandered back to the woman who had hurt me. "She tried to be my mom," I said slowly. "Cyanide. It wasn't a cell in the beginning. It was a room. Small but clean. Bed, bathrooms. There was even a window. It was barred, but I could see the sky." I still remember lying on the bed, staring at the clouds, the stars, and pretending they carried messages from Mom and Dad. That maybe if I wished hard enough, they'd get one too. "But then she realized after a long time," I continued, my voice tightening, "that she'd never be able to replace my mother. No matter how many stories she told. No matter how many lies she whispered. No matter how much she hurt me when I didn't call her mom. I would never betray my mother like that, no matter how harsh the punishments were." And that's when Cyanide gave up. When the toys vanished, when the window was covered, when the kindness, fake as it was replaced with cold metal and cruelty. I hadn't realized my hand had started to shake until his finger tapped mine. Izuku offered his hand, giving me the choice. I didn't hesitate, surprising myself as I interlocked my hand with his for a moment. The contact was light, but I could feel the strength in it. When I finally looked up, his expression was unreadable at first, focused, maybe even a little intense. But then I saw it. That quiet, familiar kindness that made everything inside me ease. The one that never made me feel small. I could tell he was still worrying, his thumb gently tracing slow circles over the back of my hand even though he probably didn't realize he was doing it. So I narrowed my eyes and gave him a playful glare before tapping his notebook with my free hand. "I may be behind, but you are abnormally ahead," I said. "What are you even studying?" My eyes flicked down to the chaos of letters, symbols, and numbers filling his page. The language of gods, it would seem. Izuku blinked, clearly caught off guard. Then he laughed, bright and real, the kind that lit up his whole face. I felt a tiny spark of pride. "I done that. It's just applied hero theory and advanced combat strategy formulas," he explained, scratching the back of his head. "They help predict probability rates in different battle outcomes. Analyzing quirk combinations, environmental factors, stuff like that." I stared at him blankly. "So, basically, magic." He chuckled again, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Something like that? You'll get there." It was my turn to blink, the words catching me off guard. "You think so?" "Of course," he said without hesitation, as if the idea of me not getting there was impossible. I looked down at our joined hands again, warmth curling in my chest. He gently tilted my chin up with his other hand, making me look at him. "Keep your head up, all right?" "Okay." My heart gave the smallest flutter. "But now you have to tell me more." "About this quirk stuff?" he asked with a small smile, shaking his head. But behind the smile, I could see a trace of sadness. "You don't want to hear me talk, trust me. I can get lost in my thoughts sometimes. Ramble. Then get lost in them." The words slipped out before I could think to stop them, as I brushed down my skirt, the grass pricking at my legs. "Plus, I like listening to your voice and hearing the way you think. Even when it's fast. I like listening to you." We both flushed, a soft pink blooming over his cheeks and heat creeping up my neck. What was that? Thump, thump, thump. I wanted to crawl under a blanket. Or fly away. And more than that, I didn't want to. He didn't pull away. In fact, he pulled me closer, gently, his smile growing until it reached his eyes. "All right," he said, his voice light, "but stop me any time." I would never. But I nodded anyway. Then he spoke. And the world narrowed to the sound of his voice, the way his eyes lit up when he explained things. He leaned over, reaching into his bag and pulling out one of his countless notebooks, a little worn, filled with margin notes and color-coded tabs. This one's all about support class quirks that ended up becoming frontline heroes, he said, flipping to a page where names like Hitoshi Shinso were circled in red ink. It's not about what you start with. It's how you grow into it. His fingers brushed the edge of the page like it was something precious. You'd like Shinso, he added. He was told his quirk was only good for villains. But now he's working toward being one of the best heroes in our year. Then he switched gears, launching into a comparison between American and Japanese hero training systems, his hand gesturing midair as he spoke about the differences in quirk compatibility assessments, combat curriculum, and recovery support. And when I asked him questions, I had never seen happiness that pure. He even pulled out a second notebook, this one newer, pages still crisp. And this one, he said almost sheepishly, I started recently. It's kind of a what-if journal. Ideas for improving hero outreach programs. Ways to help people before they ever need to be saved. He scratched the back of his neck, eyes darting to me like he wasn't sure if he'd said too much. But I only smiled, a quiet awe blooming in my chest. Because hearing him talk like this, passionate, brilliant, a little unsure but still glowing with purpose, it made something inside me settle, but spark too. I wanted to dream, too. To be a hero worthy of him. I didn't know he did all that, I said softly, gazing at the pair under the bleachers, so lost in their own world that they didn't even notice North and me come close. North put his hand around my shoulder. I don't think we ever really asked. His eyes were set on Lyra. Or listened. I frowned. He didn't mention this at all. Does he not trust us? North shook his head. He trusts us. Think. It's just hard for him to believe anyone wants to listen. We've all been pushing ourselves so hard lately, training like the world's ending tomorrow. We got caught up in it. All of us. Especially him. I watched Izuku laugh at something Lyra said, his smile open and soft in a way I rarely saw. Like someone had peeled back a layer he didn't let many touch. She was drawing something in her notebook and showing him. I feel bad, I said, raising my hand to clasp North's hand on my shoulder. Like we missed it. I think he needed to carry it, North said thoughtfully. Just like we all needed to get stronger. But maybe now, we're allowed to slow down. To actually see each other. I hummed in agreement, then looked over at Lyra, who had leaned a little closer to Izuku. She looked lighter, less guarded than she'd been in weeks. The tension that usually rode her posture like armor was still there, but dulled, softened in his presence. The both of them were blushing messes. Lyra's focused on healing, I said. Maybe she'll help him heal too. North didn't answer, but I could feel the faint nod in his chest. I smirked a little, elbowing him gently. Let's give them a little push. They don't need a push, he said flatly, but I caught the amused twitch at the corner of his mouth. They just need space. Time. Sure. Their hands were still joined, fingers brushing. Clearly hesitant but asking the same silent question they hoped the others would answer. North raised a brow. I'll be more willing to believe you if you actually gave a little push to Scarlet and Cat. Scarlet would kill me. Izuku and Lyra will not. North laughed. I don't know. If Lyra feels even the tiniest bit uncomfortable, Izuku might just have your head. Wow. I can really feel your concern for me and my demise. He kissed my cheek. Well, looks like your push worked. Lyra's forehead was on his shoulder, eyes closed. But then we saw Izuku's face, eyes wide with panic. Lyra? Izuku's voice cut through us, sharp with concern. What's wrong? She mumbled something to him, and Izuku scooped her into his arms, his eyes finding ours. And we moved. Seconds passed. Minutes maybe. I didn't know how long. I blinked, my vision flickering back to life in pieces. The sky behind Izuku shimmered, fragmented like shattered glass. The clouds seemed to churn and follow us. Izuku. My voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. He was running. The world moved around me in a blur of green and wind and the pounding rhythm of his footsteps. His arms held me steady against his chest, one hand braced protectively around my waist, the other curled under my knees. My body arched as my quirk flared once more, static surging through my veins as my father's quirk fought something within me. I bit back a cry, the world blurring before coming back into focus. Izuku's grip tightened, holding me securely against him. I see in a breath, the energy leaving my limbs as roaring filled my ears. I could feel it now, clear as day. My body was panicking, shutting down everything that wasn't vital, redirecting all its energy to my quirk. I'm here, he said low and steady. His voice was the one thread I could follow through the fog. His steps slowed suddenly. Something's coming, he said, and his voice had changed, no longer just protective. It was sharp, focused, ready. The ground shook. A deep, thunderous rumble rolled through the earth, almost like something massive had just landed. Dust kicked up from the grassy field, and the air turned thick and charged. Ali swore under his breath, and I thought I heard the rustle of his quirk roaring to life. A voice echoed across the field, smooth and loud, cutting through the air like a knife. Hand her over and we'll make this quick. Izuku didn't flinch. I'm going to give you to North, okay? Izuku said softly. He squeezed me for a brief moment before passing me into North's arms. I'll be right back. My whisper was lost in the thunder of footsteps, more than one set now. They were closing in fast. Then Izuku turned. And he unleashed. The ground cracked beneath his feet as shadows burst from his back like wings, alive and thrashing, whipping through the air. The tendrils stretched wide, a barrier and weapon all at once. Lightning surged down his arms and legs in glowing streaks of emerald, crackling with raw power. The villain barely got a word out before Izuku moved. He was gone and then back, in a blur, standing several meters ahead now. One of the villains was already down, his body embedded into the dirt with a smoking crater around him. The others hadn't even had time to react. More tendrils shot out like spears, coiling around limbs, pinning bodies, snapping weapons from hands with precise efficiency. His control was terrifying. Beautiful. Every movement calculated but merciless. Electricity arced up his arms, pulsing into the tendrils, charging them like live wires. His feet didn't touch the ground for more than a second. He leapt, twisted, dodged, struck. It was breathtaking. I'd seen him train. I'd seen him laugh and stumble. But this was what he was when he stopped holding back. Wow, Ali muttered, only able to stare at Izuku. His roots shot out, catching a stray weapon and throwing it right back at the attacker, before they wrapped around us in a protective cocoon. Izuku glanced back, his glowing eyes locking with mine, before he nodded at Ali. And the cocoon of green closed around us, sunlight filtering through the cracks where Ali allowed it. Izuku didn't look away from me, not until the last second. The moment the cocoon sealed, I turned. They were here for her, for my friend. And that made them mine to deal with. A deep breath filled my lungs, grounding me. Black Whip now. They writhed like beasts, slamming into the ground and hurling two attackers backward before they could get within 10 feet. Sparks danced along my skin, one for all building in my bones, lightning crawling down my arms in erratic flickers of green and white. Move, I said, voice low and dangerous. One didn't listen. They darted in with a speed quirk, a blade flashing in the sunlight. Bad call. Black Whip lashed out, grabbing their ankle midair and slamming them into the pavement with enough force to crack concrete. Before they could recover, I was already moving. The air snapped around me, my body launching forward with a burst of pure force. 20% was all I needed. A clean strike to the gut sent another villain flying through the air, their weapon clattering uselessly to the ground. More were coming. I could hear the vibrations. 5, maybe 6 closing in. Coordinated. A cry came from behind, and I spun, only to see one of them breaking from the edge of the battle, aiming straight for the cocoon. I didn't think. I moved. 45% of one for all. In a blink, I was there, between them and the vines, Black Whip roaring to life and coiling around their limbs like chains. I slammed them down, pinning them with a knee to the chest as lightning sparked from my boots to the ground. Oliver, get him inside that thing now, a sharp voice shouted from across the courtyard. A wall of water surged through the field, crashing into the last of the villains and sweeping them into a controlled current. Ms. Brooke, her stance firm, eyes blazing, had arrived, the battlefield shifting under her command. Still, I didn't retreat. My body remained tense, heart hammering with the need to keep fighting. I can help, I shouted, turning back toward the chaos, but I didn't get far. Vines shot out from behind, strong and firm, wrapping around my wrists and torso like a net. They yanked me backward with practiced precision, dragging me off my feet and into the cocoon of green. What the heck, Ollie? I hit the grass hard, breath knocked from my lungs, but it didn't matter. I scrambled up, instinct still rushing through my veins. I turned on Ollie, fury pounding in my chest like a second heartbeat. Why? But he stood firm. Just that steady look of his, hands lowered, palms open. Ready if I tried to rush past. North beside him was a shadow, tense and poised like a drawn bowstring, his gaze flicking between us with quiet calculation, moving to protect his boyfriend. I said in a breath, hard. And again. My fists unclenched, the crackling around them dimming as I forced one for all to settle. Reason started filtering in. I'm sorry, I said. Oliver didn't hesitate, giving me a smile. No harm done. He tilted his head toward the other side of the cocoon, where sunlight slipped through the vines in soft golden beams. She's all right, cooling down. Beyond him, Lyra was slumped against the side of the cocoon, eyes fluttered closed. Her chest rose and fell steadily, no longer trembling. Whatever was happening to her, North said, glancing at me, looks like her quirk pulled through. Burned through whatever was destabilizing her system. For now. For now. I echoed, kneeling beside her. North gave a small nod. She's not in danger. But it's like something was waking up. Yeah, she told me her quirk was fighting something. I stared at her, my hand drifting toward hers but stopping just short. There was a tiny tremor still in her fingers. Her eyes cracked open, clear but tired, finding mine almost immediately, before glancing at my hand, still outstretched. Her brow furrowing as if the motion itself took a bit of energy. And then, as if she'd made up her mind, she pressed her palm against mine, her eyes sparking. You okay? I asked. Yes. I'm okay, she whispered. Are you hurt? She curled up slightly, her balance unsteady. But she didn't let go. Her grip on my hand tightened as I helped her to her feet. The sunlight hit her face as the vines parted, catching in the strands of her hair and painting her skin with warmth. She winced at the brightness, blinking a few times to adjust, but stood straighter when Ms. Brooke came into view. Status? Brooke asked, her sharp gaze scanning for injuries. Her hero suit was soaked from the water blast she'd used earlier, but she didn't seem to notice. Did any of them get close? No, I said firmly, still holding Lyra's hand. We stopped them before they could. She gave a short nod. Good. Medics are on the way. We'll have to debrief, but for now, no one wanders off alone. Are you okay to walk? Lyra nodded, though her voice was quiet. Yeah. Just tired. Her quirk overloaded, I added. It was pushing something down. She held on. Brooke raised a brow but didn't press. Not here. Not yet. All right, she said. We'll get her checked. Let's move. As we joined the others, Lyra leaned slightly into me. Whatever was coming, whatever her quirk was holding back, it didn't scare me. Because I'd be right here when it surfaced. Japan. Lyra echoed, sitting up slightly from her seat on the table. But why now? The student nurse excused herself from Ms. Ellis's classroom as Ms. Ellis gave her a soft smile, gently asking for privacy. It was just the three of us. They're getting bolder. We need to put space between you and whatever this is. All Might offer to take you, and will enroll you in UA. They have the resources and experience to help you. Recovery Girl is second to none. But, Lyra looked to me, searching, confused. You'd still be a student. Just until we understand the threat, Ms. Ellis said. It's protection, Lyra, not punishment. There was a silence that followed, thick and uncertain. I squeezed her hand gently. I'm going too, I said. My mom and I. We were planning to go back soon. She looked at me then, shock filling her eyes before some of the stars in her eyes flickered out as she pulled her hand away. You were going to leave? Her walls went up in an instant. Not immediately, I said, my voice careful. Maybe my final year in E-Star. I don't know. But now I have another reason to go back. Another. Her brows pulled together before she exhaled. It doesn't matter, I guess. She didn't sound angry. Tired. The kind of tired that came from too many people leaving. Ms. Ellis cleared her throat gently, stepping back from us. I'll leave you two to talk, she said, casting Lyra a long, careful look. But Lyra, I need your answer before the day's out. The transport is being arranged. Lyra didn't answer immediately. Then, with a small exhale, she lifted her chin. I'll go. My heart jumped, but I didn't say anything just yet. Ms. Ellis's expression softened, and without hesitation, she stepped forward and pulled Lyra into a hug. Lyra stiffened at first, but then she slowly curled into the embrace. Ms. Ellis stepped back, her face tight with emotion. She turned toward me next, her eyes narrowing with a look that practically said, you better take care of her, or so help me. I nodded before she even had to speak. With a small sigh, she gave us both one last glance, then turned and walked out of the room, her heels clicking quietly against the floor. Lyra fiddled with her fingers. I'm sorry. You don't owe me an explanation. I was just surprised. I ducked my head, trying to find her eyes, but she looked to the window instead. Towards the sky. You don't need to apologize. I hopped onto the table beside her. If you're willing to listen, I'm ready to talk. I want to. She pulled her gaze from the skies and to me. Okay, but only whatever you're comfortable with. Then, I'll start from the beginning. Before I even had a quirk. Her eyes widened. You were quirkless? I nodded and told her about me desperately observing and analyzing to keep up with the rest of my peers, fueled by my desire to be a hero. I told her about the slime monster and All Might, who gave me a hand. A chance. And then I told her about you, Mr. Aizawa, and One for All. She didn't look away from me once. Not even when I told her about the pain, the failures, the weight of a power that was never mine to begin with but had become mine all the same. And then I told her about Bakugou, a friendship turned rivalry, about his bullying. And then, Uraraka, who had supported me, cared for me, made me happy once upon a time. My classmates who I laughed with. And then their betrayal. That's why I'm going back. I want to prove to them that they were wrong. That I'm good enough, I admitted. It's not the healthiest reason, and I know I have people who see me for who I am. But that voice still lingers. The doubt. But I need you to know, if any one of you asked me to come back here, I would. There was a long pause, her golden eyes flaring. And then her arms were around me, squeezing me fiercely. I froze for half a second before melting into her completely. My arms slid around her waist, my forehead pressing into the crook of her neck. I know that voice, she whispered, her breath brushing against my ear. The one that tells you you're not enough. That you have to keep proving something to everyone. Even to yourself. My arms tightened around her in response. She pulled back just enough to look at me, her hands resting on either side of my face. Let's show them. Let's show them all. A slow breath left my lungs as I stared into her eyes, the fire in them steady and sure. They won't know what hit them. Her answering grin was sharp and radiant, like the sun breaking through clouds. But let them try to stop you. Izuku's POV. So you're going back to Japan? After finals? Kat asked. I crossed my arms. You guys don't look as surprised as I would have thought. We knew you were going to go back. We just didn't know when, North said. I saw Oliver, who was quieter than usual, frequently glancing at Scarlet, who was sipping her drink. I narrowed my eyes. Alright, spit it out. What are you guys up to? Ollie? Nothing. Nothing's going on, Oliver stammered, averting his gaze. He couldn't be more obvious. Scarlet face-bombed while I raised my eyebrows. Really? Oliver groaned. You guys know I can't keep secrets from friends. Why can't we just tell him? Fine. I talked with the principal, and because he owes my parents a favor, he pulled some strings with UA. And since we're top students, if we pass the finals next week, we'll be able to come with you, Izuku. All of us, Scarlet explained. It would have been a surprise, but I guess some people just can't keep a secret, Oliver protested, while North tried to calm him down. These friends are truly amazing. You guys are really coming with me? What about your lives here? It'll be fun, Oliver exclaimed. And besides, it's UA, one of the best schools, aside from East Star of course, Kat added. And we get to show those guys not to mess with one of our friends, North said. I didn't know you guys cared about me that much, I smirked. Oh please. Don't flatter yourself, Scarlet scoffed. We would do it for anyone. Aha, I said, not entirely convinced. All I know is my former classmates are in for quite an adventure. Demon right. Kat said, her eyes lighting up as she waved excitedly toward the cafe's door, where the bell jingled softly. Over here, Lyra. Why does she have flowers? Scarlet asked. I turned to see Lyra holding a large bouquet of red roses with 2 yellow ones, a bright contrast to her brown t-shirt and black jeans. She smiled at us, but her eyes darted around the room, searching for someone. The cafe wasn't too crowded, just a biker gang in the corner, all leather and rowdy laughter, with thorny rose tattoos scattered across their bodies. They weren't bad people as long as you kept to yourselves. We usually came around this time to avoid the rush when they were there. Don't tell me. My body tensed as she walked over to them, tapping the largest member on the back. He completely dwarfed her with broad shoulders, a large beard, and arms covered in tattoos. He looked like their leader. What is she doing? Oliver asked, sinking lower in his seat, though I could tell he was ready to intervene. The chatter among the gang hushed as they set down their drinks. One of them, a woman with a rose tattoo creeping up her neck, gave Lyra an amused smirk. What can we do for you, little lady? The largest guy finally turned around, lowering his head to meet Lyra's gaze. His expression was unreadable. Lyra raised the bouquet to him. I don't know if you remember me or my family, but I remember you all. Goldilocks. His gruff voice cracked, clearly surprised to say the words. Yeah, she replied quietly. You do remember. The rest of the gang looked up sharply, their indifference shifting to recognition as their leader took 1 rose from the bouquet, snapped the stem, and placed the bud in his pocket, tapping it gently against his chest. The others followed suit, passing it around while leaving the yellow ones untouched. Then he hugged her, lifting her off the ground. I'll be dead. Our jaws dropped. Lyra has gang ties? Kat asked in disbelief. The leader, no less, North mumbled. Scarlet seemed indifferent, likely having her own connections. He gently set her down. As my mate asked, what can we do for you? She shook her head. I didn't come here for anything. My parents used to bring roses to you, so I thought I would too. Like old times. Her gaze moved toward the clock. You even come here at the same time. A flicker of something passed through the gang, but Lyra continued, I'm glad to see you're doing okay. I'm sorry about your parents, Lyra. And your wings too. His eyes flashed dangerously, but there was sorrow in them. We looked for you once we found out about your parents. I'm sorry we couldn't find you. Her eyes shone. Thank you for trying, Rook. I thought maybe all of you had forgotten. He pounded his chest. Never. You're chameleons and Halo's kid. You're one of us. One of the men passed the bouquet, now with only the 2 yellow roses, back to Rook, who handed it back to Lyra. And you know we always protect one of our own. Whatever you need, we're here. So that's why, Scarlet mused, her eyes understanding as pieces fell into place. That's why what? I asked, my eyes never leaving Lyra. There was a hit on cyanide in the prison, Scarlet murmured. By one of them. What? Kat asked, her eyes widening as she turned back to the gang. Are they in today? Lyra asked, glancing toward the kitchen. I couldn't find the vase for these. Yes, they are, Rook answered, before bellowing. Annie. Wilson. You have a customer. Get out here. Lyra flinched slightly, and Rook immediately apologized. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. You didn't. I promise, Lyra reassured him, squeezing his hand. I'm just a little jumpy. Still, we can talk quieter. From the kitchen, there was a thud, the clatter of metal, and then two voices, one gravelly and low, the other light and quick, rushed closer. The door swung open, and out stepped a woman with streaks of silver in her hair and a faded apron adorned with a multitude of pins, followed by a tall, lean man whose beard was more wild than neat. They both froze the moment they saw her. Lyra? Annie gasped. Hi Uncle W and Auntie A, she said, holding out the two roses. You always said that yellow roses made the place feel like sunlight. But I didn't see the vase that's usually. Annie rushed toward her first, cupping her cheeks. Oh my stars. Look at you. Wilson's mouth opened and closed in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost and wasn't entirely convinced she was real. I missed you, Lyra whispered. We missed you every single day, Annie said. Wilson, put these in there. It was soon finals day, and the atmosphere in Miss Ellis's classroom was tense. She warned us about cheating and the consequences. Fortunately for me, the written exam was fairly easy, and I flew through it. I glanced at Kat, who was bouncing her knee up and down, looking frantic as she heard the clock tick. Lyra, on the other hand, appeared calm and turned in her test as well. Kat finished soon after, and we walked outside to find the others. It wasn't as bad as I thought, I remarked. Lyra hummed in agreement. Kat shrugged. Honestly, whatever happens, happens. I always struggled with tests, but I'm positive I didn't fail. Let's hope the physical final exam is manageable. I'm sure you did great, Kat, Lyra said. Kat gave Lyra a fist bump while I chuckled. Unfortunately, the other three weren't at our usual spot, so we couldn't meet up with them before the physical exam. The three of us walked in and sat down on the bleachers next to another class, spotting Scarlet, Oliver, and North sitting on the opposite side. A tall man stepped up to the center. To Ms. Ellis's class, I'm Mr. Tran. This year, for the second part of your finals, you will be competing against your fellow students. The matches will be randomized between our two classes, so you might face someone from your own class or mine. If you lose, there will be no reduction to your score. You'll have 5 minutes to warm up. I heard a few sighs of relief and glanced at Kat, who immediately walked down and began to stretch. I followed her, pulling Lyra along. I noticed Lyra's hand trembling and gave her a questioning look. Hey, I whispered, gazing into her golden eyes. She snapped out of her daze. Hi. You all right? I'm just worried. I have more of a passive quirk. And that's exactly why your opponent will underestimate you. Use that to your advantage. Come on guys. You can do that stuff later. Warm up, Kat muttered while sliding down into a split. Lyra gawked at her and the casualness of it. We went through our usual stretches and Mr. Tran told us to take a seat. There will be 6 matches going on at once. Now on Mat 1, Aaron and Scarlet. Mat 2, Brandon and Timothy. Mat 3, Oliver and Catherine. Mat 4, Gary and Isaac. Mat 5, Serena and Christina. And Mat 6, Hugh and Jasmine. Once a match ends, the next pair will be announced immediately, so be ready. Kat took a deep breath. Wish me luck. Good luck to both of you, Lyra smiled. I gave Kat a fist bump as she entered the mat. I saw Ollie jump in excitement while Scarlet entered her mat with a serious look. A bell sounded through the gym, and the students immediately began to fight. Oliver went on the offense, continuously attacking Kat, who shielded herself. She formed another barrier around Oliver and contained some of his plants but not all. Scarlet jumped into her pocket dimension and reappeared in a flash behind her opponent, knocking her out instantly. She scoffed at the unconscious figure and walked out. Lyra's eyes widened. I didn't know she could go inside her dimension. I crossed my arms. She can, but not for very long. Unfortunately, Lyra and I weren't called up next, and we were stuck watching the different matches. I was focusing on one of the spars when I felt a light, feathery touch tracing my tattoo. I glanced at Lyra, who was entirely focused on my tattoo. She didn't even notice my stare. I shivered as her finger traced up my arm. What is this girl doing to me? Are the matches too boring for you? I whispered. Instead of pulling away, she continued tracing. I raised my eyebrows in surprise and she looked up. How come you chose this design? She asked. Well, when All Might offered me his quirk and gave me a chance to become number 1, it was a miracle. That moment completely transformed my life. So this tattoo is a sort of reference to the energy output of my quirk. You've seen my lightning. Her eyes glowed with understanding, and she gave me a thoughtful look. It's cute. I gave her a playful nudge. What do you mean cute? It's badass. I poked her in the stomach. Say it. She let out a beautiful laugh and pushed my hands away. Fine. You're right. It makes you look badass. I was glad she was more comfortable with me. Kat stomped over to us and sat down. He won. Minute. Izuku and Mike, Mat 3, Mr. Tran shouted. I stood up. Aren't you going to wish me luck? Lyra's POV. I looked at Izuku, who was waiting for an answer. His beautiful green eyes shone with amusement, and his lips curved into a smirk. I stood on my toes and kissed him on the cheek. Heat crept up to my cheeks as I heard Kat cheer. Izuku's eyes filled with delightful surprise, and he winked at me as he went down the stairs. Kat scooted over to me, her eyes shining with excitement. You did it. During the weekend, Kat encouraged me to be more confident around him. I hid behind my hands as my cheeks burned. I'm so proud of you, Lyra. It took you long enough, Kat rushed out. Ugh, you guys are so cute. She squealed in excitement, and I giggled at her antics. On another note, I'm sorry to hear that you lost, I murmured. Kat shrugged. It was pretty close, but I ran out of stamina, and my shield flickered. Ollie took his chance. But it was a close match. It was almost a tie, and Ms. Ellis told me I passed with flying colors. She said she was proud of me for using shields as a fence. I smiled and hugged her. I felt hands pull me away from Kat and saw Oliver make himself comfortable between us. Scarlet sat to my left. Kat rolled her eyes and gestured to the empty space beside her. Couldn't find anywhere else to sit, Ollie? Nope, he replied. Kat glanced at Scarlet, who shook her head. Don't ask me. How come you guys are here? I asked while watching Izuku fight. I knew he was only using around 5% to 10% since the lightning around him was more calm. Well, North finally got called up and Mr. Tran allowed us to come over since we're done with our matches. Mat 6. I looked over to see North standing with his hands in his pockets. The male student against him was struggling to move. Kat let out a low whistle. Must have made him so heavy the poor kid can't move. It was over quickly, and another pair got called up while North made his way over to us. Not a second after, I saw Izuku knock his opponent out and walk back to us. I congratulated both of them when I was finally called. It seemed like I was the last one. I started heading down when Izuku pulled me back. Lyra's POV. Summer was absolutely wonderful. I was surprised but happy to hear that everyone was coming with Izuku to Japan. Soon it was the morning of the flight. Izuku came to pick me up and I threw my stuff in the car. We're going to pick up Ollie and North. Kat and Scarlet will meet us at the airport, Izuku said. He had a serious look in his eyes, and his posture was tense. I hummed in response. Are you all right? Yeah, it's just I can't believe I'm going back. I texted Kirishima, Sue, and Tokoyami to keep it a secret, but he sighed. I don't know. If your classmates annoy you, I threw a jab at the air, you do this, another punch, and then that. Then they won't bother you. He laughed at my antics, making a smile grow on my face. So violent. We're all here to back you up. You're not alone in this. He parked the car in Oliver's driveway and kissed my forehead. Thank you. Izuku rang the doorbell, and I leaned against him, his arms wrapping around my waist. To my surprise, a bare-chested Oliver opened the door. He glanced at us and yawned. What are you guys doing here this early? I tilted my head up at Izuku, noticing his eyes narrow. I can't deal with this. I sighed. Oliver, today's the flight. No, it's on Wednesday, Oliver stated. Ollie, today's Wednesday. Ollie blinked, then promptly started to panic. I heard shouts followed by thuds and slams. He shook his head. Why do I even bother? I laughed. Because he's a friend. He smiled. Unfortunately. Oliver came out and slammed the front door shut, stuffing a sandwich in his mouth. He fumbled with his keys and locked his door. I'm ready. Did you get it? Izuku asked. Ollie nodded. Yeah, I've got all of them. Let's go. I gave them a questioning look, but Ollie flashed me a quick smile. Patience, sunshine. Throw your bag in the back. We gotta pick up your boyfriend, Izuku muttered. I walked with Ollie to the car. Did Izuku get his coffee? He whispered. Or is he mad I called you sunshine? I stifled a laugh, but then Oliver stumbled back. Oh you what the heck? He cried out, rubbing his head. I looked down to see a coffee cup roll away. I glanced at Izuku, who gave me a sly grin. Sorry, haven't had my coffee. Oliver cursed and sat in the back. I couldn't stop laughing as he muttered about how he would get Izuku back. North was waiting outside when we pulled up. He slid in and greeted us with a cheerful, good morning. Thank you, North, for being on time, Izuku drawled. Oliver crossed his arms and slumped in his seat. North chuckled and gave Ollie a light kiss on the forehead. Where's Mrs. Midoriya? North asked. She went with my dad to the airport, Izuku replied. It took us 30 minutes to reach the airport and another 20 to get through security. We met Kat, Scarlet, and Izuku's mother at the gate. I greeted Izuku's mother while Scarlet scolded the boys for taking so long. She gave me a gentle smile, her eyes shining with amusement as Scarlet playfully hit Ollie on the head. Why is everyone hitting me today? He whined. Because you're being silly, Kat muttered. Hey, I'm not. Yeah, you're not silly, Ollie, Scarlet said. He puffed out his chest. Thank you, Scarlet. Scarlet smirked. You're silly and childish. Oliver's jaw dropped. He stuck out his tongue and turned away. Okay, alright, let's find our seats. Our boarding number was just called, Mrs. Midoriya said. Our seats were split into a group of 4 and 3. Scarlet decided to sit with Kat, Ollie, and North while I sat with Izuku and his mom. I tugged at Izuku's shirt while he was pushing a suitcase into the overhead bin. Can I take the window seat? Go for it, my heart. Mom, you okay with it? Heat crept up my cheeks as I heard what he called me. His mom nodded. Yes, of course. I smiled in thanks. I took my seat, and Izuku slid in beside me and his mom after that. A couple of rows back, I heard Kat yelling at Oliver to take his seat, and soon the plane began to lift off. I looked out the window and saw the plane rising above the clouds. Being above the clouds was breathtaking, and the sky looked gorgeous. I smiled as I remembered my mother helping me fly through the clouds. Izuku rested his chin on my shoulder, staring out the window with me. Everything all right? You're fidgeting with your ring again. Just happy. Being above the clouds reminds me of my mother and my wings, that's all. He hummed in response, and we sat in comfortable silence. I yawned as a wave of tiredness washed over me. I rested my head against his shoulder and closed my eyes. Class 1A, now Class 3A, was shocked to find out that not 1, but 6 people would be joining their class tomorrow. They were in utter disbelief as Mr. Aizawa smirked behind his capture cape. His expression turned serious. You will treat them with respect. They are all top students from East Star Academy, the #1 school in America. You all went through a lot during your first year. I will not tolerate any disrespect again. Do you understand me? There was a chorus of yes sirs. Kirishima, Tsu, and Tokoyami exchanged secret smiles. Their class was in for quite a surprise. Class 3A murmured quietly amongst themselves as they waited for Mr. Aizawa. Uraraka groaned. This just means more competition. Didn't have enough already. How are big agencies going to notice me? I can't keep going to small ones. Hey, look on the bright side. They might be attractive, Kaminari suggested. Bakugou snarled. Those kids are probably so weak UA took pity on them. There's no way they're better than us. Kirishima scoffed but quickly looked away as Bakugou's attention turned to him. Got something to say, shitty hair? Nope, not at all, Kirishima replied sarcastically. Bakugou yelled in anger at his tone but sat back down when he saw Mr. Aizawa walk in. Quiet down. Your new classmates are here. I'll let them introduce themselves. 5 students walked in with cold expressions, their eyes scanning the class with indifference as if they found the class lacking. They wore UA uniforms, but instead of UA's signature blazers and green clothing, 4 East Star students wore sleek black and gold varsity jackets. Their jackets were sharp and intimidating, black as midnight with golden piping and threading along the seams, and shimmering stars near the collarbone. Across their backs, each had a name in bold gold lettering. On the back of the tallest student, with striking purple eyes, Arclight. On the back of the student with an easygoing smile but green eyes that promised chaos, Gray. On the back of the brown-haired student, her glare as cold as ice, Rivers. And on the back of the red-haired student, her glare promising pure intensity, Holt. The leader stood proud and tall in his crisp white shirt, rolled back to reveal strong muscles adorned with black ink and faint scars. Without a jacket, his posture was calm yet commanding, a stark contrast to his first year at UA. Izuku Midoriya. Class 3 erupted in shouts and whispers. Chairs scraped, voices overlapped, and gasps filled the air. Who is that? Wait, is that? No way. Mr. Aizawa glared, and the class immediately quieted, though his eyes scanned over his new students. Where's the last one? She's talking with Principal Nizu. She'll be here shortly, Izuku replied. He noticed Mineta's eyes glinting at the mention of a new female student. Narrowing his gaze at him, he shoved his hands into his pockets. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Pleasure to meet all of you. I'm Oliver. Kat. Scarlet. North. Some students shifted uncomfortably in their seats as the newcomers' sharp glares met their questioning looks. Their message was clear, they weren't here to make friends. The easygoing warmth many expected from transfers was absent, replaced by a palpable distance, a shield firmly in place. Aizawa nodded. Take your seats. He didn't give the class a chance to respond. Class 3B has the training grounds for now. Until then, make good use of your time. All Might will be here very soon. His eyes flashed red. And remember what I said. Bakugou squinted at me as we took our seats. What the heck, Deku? You're one of the top students? East Star must be desperate. The air turned icy. Mina winced. Kaminari's jaw dropped. Kirishima clenched his jaw but remained silent. This wasn't his fight, and with the way Izuku's eyes narrowed, he didn't need to intervene. Ida, the rule follower, tried to ignore their outfits and the lack of protocol, but even Todoroki's eyebrows furrowed, his gaze flickering between the two. Izuku didn't flinch or awkwardly laugh like he once did. There was no nervous scratching of his cheek, no shrinking back. His eyes gleamed with something hard and sharp. It's Midoriya, he replied, his voice steady. And I suggest you refrain from insulting our school, Bakugou, or you might find yourself with powerful enemies who can make your life very difficult. Bakugou's eyes flared. Not Kakin. Bakugou. Like your pathetic self can do anything to me, Deku. An obvious challenge. The faint crackle of Bakugou's quirk sparked dangerously across his palms, but Izuku merely powered up to 5%, the air snapping around him as he casually rested an elbow on the desk. You're not the only one who's gotten stronger. But keep pushing me, Bakugou, and you'll find out exactly what we're capable of. And trust me, it won't be much of a fight. Bakugou bristled and rose from his seat. You'll have plenty of time to settle scores during sparring, Mr. Aizawa warned, his eyes glowing red. Until then, sit down, Bakugou. You're already behind Midoriya. The class gasped at that, some looking at Izuku with newfound curiosity, sizing him up. Bakugou snarled but slumped back into his seat, radiating fury. He had already been reprimanded once. He couldn't afford to let it happen again. Whispers erupted as Mr. Aizawa closed his eyes again, sinking into his sleeping bag. I turned to my friends, ignoring the heated stare from Uraraka and the angry one from Bakugou. Her eyes flashed with hurt, causing me to mentally scoff. Did she really think I had forgiven her? That can't be Midoriya. Did you see the way he looked at Bakugou? Since when did he get so intimidating? Scary, you mean? Did you see his tattoo? He's missing his UA blazer. Or his East Star jacket. Why is Lyra talking to the principal? Kat asked in a hushed voice. We had separated after the flight, our first time seeing each other today, just outside the classroom door before we had to come in. Mr. Aizawa's quirk is erasure. It can temporarily stop quirks, I explained. Ali's eyes widened. Seriously? And Lyra's quirk is the only thing keeping her alive, North said softly but seriously, connecting the dots. The memory of her last flare-up, the way her body shut down as her quirk pushed something down, flashed through my mind. I clenched my jaw, shoving the feeling of helplessness back down. She's okay. I nodded once. Just to make sure Mr. Aizawa and the principal are aware. And so Mr. Aizawa doesn't accidentally erase her quirk without knowing the consequences. The class door burst open with a gust of wind, cutting through the buzz of confused whispers. I am here. All Might declared, followed by Lyra's small gasp of surprise. It must have reminded him she was there because he gestured towards her. Your final classmate is here too. Lyra stepped in after, her eyes immediately finding me. She wore the same UA uniform, but over it, she donned a familiar East Star jacket that was visibly too big for her. The sleeves were scrunched up slightly, the shoulders hanging low, and the hem practically swallowed her skirt. When she turned slightly towards Mr. Aizawa, giving him a small wave, it revealed cleanly stitched letters in shining gold across her back, Midoriya. Eyes immediately snapped to the name on her jacket, then to me, and then back to her. Even Bakugou froze mid-glare, confusion filling his eyes. Uraraka frowned, her expression darkening as she stared at Lyra. It wasn't hard for the class to connect the dots. She was off limits. Lyra blinked at the sea of wide eyes, startled by the attention, especially with the number one hero standing proudly beside her. She gave a sheepish smile. Sorry I'm late. I'm Lyra. She made her way over to us with quick, light steps straight to me. I couldn't help but smile. It looked good on her. So that's where it went, Kat smirked. Scarlet sighed. I should have remembered you didn't get one. I could have done something. Lyra shook her head, sitting down beside me. It's okay. After a year at East Star, I'll get my own. Interesting. That wasn't what you said this morning when I had it on, I teased. She burrowed into my jacket, relaxing into it and pulling it tighter around herself, giving me a playful glare. North hummed. I think that's one tradition the school won't break, Scar. You have to earn your jacket through sweat and tears. Scarlet rolled her eyes. Technicalities. All Might clapped his hands together, drawing our attention. I'll be evaluating your skills through a quick diagnostic test. I'll meet you guys outside. The class murmured in confusion. Mr. Aizawa, I've never heard about this test for third-year students, Momo stated. We're doing it to gauge your improvement from last year. And there's, Mr. Izawa said, his eyes finding us. We all straightened, ready for the challenge. Now go change. Lyra's POV. Scarlet, Cat, and I followed Sue to the changing room, an evident bounce in my step. The weight of Izuku's jacket on my shoulders was warm and grounding, like a comforting shield wrapped around me. I felt truly safe for the first time in a long while. I tugged it tighter without thinking, a small smile tugging at my lips that I couldn't suppress, no matter how hard I tried to mimic the cold, indifferent gazes of my friends. Even with the tension prickling in the air, even with Uraraka's glare piercing my back, I felt light. His name was on my back, a reminder of who stood with me, who chose me. My heart fluttered at the thought of him. He hadn't hesitated to wrap it around me, tossing my UA blazer aside. Kat nudged me, wiggling her eyebrows. So what happened to being cold and mysterious? I simply pulled his jacket up to cover my smile and blushing cheeks. Kat laughed, though her gaze hardened as my name and Izuku's fluttered through the girls' conversations as we entered the changing rooms. It didn't take a genius to figure out where most of the bitter comments were coming from. Scarlet glared at the group behind me. Can't they mind their own business? I shrugged. Let them be. It doesn't change anything. I blinked as Kat and Scarlet started to change. I realized I didn't have a costume made. I don't have a suit. Just wear athletic clothes for now, Scarlet suggested. I have a pair you can use. A bundle of clothes was thrown at my face, and I glared at Scarlet, who waved me off. I quickly put on the black tights and the red sports bra. I nodded in thanks, gently taking Izuku's jacket off and placing it on the bench beside me before peeling off my uniform. My heart stopped as a chill ran through me. There, etched across my ribs in black ink, was the horrible brand. I had forgotten the concealer in the rush of the morning. I quickly covered it with my hand as footsteps approached us. I squeezed my eyes shut for half a second, forcing down the panic rising within me as I dressed. The sports bra didn't cover it. Not enough. Scarlet's attentive eyes found mine, her gaze flicking to my hand. Then she shifted slightly in front of me, blocking my view from the approaching voice. So what are your quirks? Uraraka asked, sauntering up to us in her pink and white hero outfit, a fake smile stretched across her lips. Annoyance flashed through Scarlet, but Kat spoke up before she could respond. Uraraka, right? You'll find out during the test. No need to be impatient. Uraraka rolled her eyes but turned away from us as her group left, along with some of the other girls. But Scarlet didn't move or relax. Instead, she turned to fully face me. Show us. Kat blinked, shooting Scarlet a questioning look, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder, but Scarlet didn't back down, unrelenting in her stance as she repeated herself, show us. My throat dried as I slowly lowered my hand, exposing the ugly mark. Do you have concealer? Both their eyes darkened with concern. But Scarlet simply began dressing with rough movements. Kat opened her mouth, worry flashing across her face, but Scarlet shook her head. No, we don't. It's in our bags. I flinched at her harsh tone, the shame prickling at my skin, making me hug myself. Scarlet. Kat started, fastening her belt, trying to cool the growing tension. You're being too harsh. I stood awkwardly, feeling small as I looked at them in their hero costumes. Confident. Powerful. They looked like the heroes I wanted to fight beside. Scarlet's blue eyes burned through me. You will walk out with your head held high and arms to your sides. Do you understand? I opened my mouth, fumbling for words, but she didn't give me a moment to speak. That ink is a symbol of your survival, not your pain. It is yours now, not anyone else's. Do you understand? She took a step closer, her voice dropping to a razor-sharp whisper. If you don't bother walking out of this locker room. Scarlet, Kat interjected, her voice tight. Enough. I mean it. I'm not letting you walk out there feeling defeated when you're the strongest person in the class. I will keep you here if I have to. For a moment, the only sound in the locker room was my own shallow breathing as I brushed the letters on Izuku's jacket on the small bench. I nodded once, letting my arms drop from my stomach. She was right. Scarlet's fierce glare softened, just a fraction, and Kat gave me a proud smile. Good, Scarlet said, turning. Let's go. I wasn't paying attention when I bumped into someone and fell to the floor. Are you all right? A quiet voice asked. I looked up to see a purple-haired boy offering me a hand. He looked like another Izawa. I quickly got up. I'm sorry, that was my fault. But I'm fine. I'm Lyra. You are. Shinso. He looked at my friends. Are you from class 3A? Yeah, we are, Kat replied. Well, I'll come with you. Mr. Izawa told me to come to his class, he said. I shrugged and went outside. Shoulders back, Lyra. I looked at the class's hero outfits. Some were questionable, but others looked fine. All Might yelled in excitement. All right, we'll be doing 2-on-2 battles. I don't need the help of some extras. I can take you all on, Bakugou yelled. Young Bakugou, there will be times when you will have to team up with other heroes. You need to learn how to work together, All Might said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Bakugou shrugged it off and glared. Aizawa continued. The pairs are as follows: Mina and Pu, Mineta and Wajiro, Azui and Oliver, Hagakure and Kaminari, Todoroki and Uraraka, Jairu and Tokoyami, Izuku and Lyra, Shinso and Yaoyorozu, Kat and Sato, Aoyama and Shuji, Kuda and Siro, Ida and Scarlet, and North and Kirishima. You guys have 10 minutes. Scarlet groaned. I got stuck with that kid. Her portal opened slightly before she wordlessly handed me concealer and then went over to Ida. Izuku's eyes furrowed before landing on my ribs, his expression darkening, but he didn't pry. Ali threw an arm around Azui. Hey partner. So tell me about your quirk. Izuku greeted Shinso with a handshake. Glad to see you in the hero course, Shinso. And I see you're shadowing Mr. Aizawa. He nodded and gave a small smile. Yeah, he taught me a lot. He sighed as Momo called him over. Wish me luck. Everyone went to their respective partners, but North and Kirishima stayed near Izuku and me. I wonder who we'll face, Kirishima exclaimed. Izuku shrugged. Whoever it is, we'll beat them. I nudged Izuku. This is the first time I'm seeing your suit. You too, North. Izuku smirked. And what do you think? That I'm going to have to find the best designer ever, or else my suit's going to look disastrous next to all yours. Have you seen Scarlet? North chuckled. I'm sure your suit will be great. First, Azui and Oliver versus Kuda and Siro. Whichever team gets both their opponents to surrender wins. You can knock out other students, All Might announced. Both teams stepped onto the field. Begin! All Might shouted. Oliver immediately summoned trees that sprouted throughout the battlefield, creating a forest. The whole class murmured at his display of power. Azui camouflaged herself and entered the fray. Izuku pulled me to the side, his thumb brushing against the ink gently. You okay? What was that with Scarlet? I smiled, pecking his cheek as I slipped the concealer into his belt pocket. Just her looking out for me. I'm fine. We focused our attention back on the battle and saw the trees retreat into the ground. Oliver and Azui stood over a defeated Siro and Kuda. Oliver was yelling and swatting at something while Azui tried to calm him down. Beside me, North sighed, a small smile on his face. This guy. The rest of the battles concluded quickly. Scarlet and Ida took care of Mineta and Wajiro, while Kat and Sata defeated Shuji and Aoyama. I had to admit, Class 3A had powerful students. North's match was close, but Kirishima pulled through and knocked out Mina. However, Bakugou gave them a tough time, and eventually, the teachers stopped the match. Finally, Izuku and Lyra versus Shinso and Yaoyorozu. I glanced at Izuku, who was adjusting his gloves, lightning crackling around him. Be careful about Shinso. He's strong. And whatever you do, do not respond to him. I nodded and asked Scarlet for my katanas. I had been practicing with them during the summer against Scarlet and her hammer. Somehow, the katanas felt right in my hands. Is she allowed to use those? Yaoyorozu questioned. I'll allow it, All Might laughed. Now begin. The ground was partially destroyed after all the battles, but I remained steady as Izuku powered up beside me. You better call Recovery Girl for Izuku. He's going to hurt himself, Yaoyorozu muttered. My grip on my katanas tightened. They had no idea. Izuku nodded at me, and we both lunged toward our opponents. I swiped my sword at Yaoyorozu, who dodged and stumbled back. I gave her no time to recover. However, she created a shield and I jumped back. We traded blows, but she kept shielding my attacks. I figured she wasn't good at physical combat since she was trying to keep me at bay. I saw her create a small gray mechanical ball and throw it at me. Smoke filled the air, and I coughed, my eyes watering as I quickly backed away. Lyra, behind you. I heard Izuku's voice call out. I turned around but saw nothing there, and I fell to the ground as I was kicked from behind. I glanced back and saw Izuku freeze, his lightning fading. What was happening? Shinso looked at me with a smirk and, in Izuku's voice, said, "It's a voice modulator." I glared at Shinso. I jumped away and faced my opponents as he threw his capture weapon at me. I was about to lunge to cut them when a sudden burst of wind erupted. Izuku's lightning surged back to life, quickly grabbing Shinso's capturing weapon. "Neat trick," Izuku said. "But you're still no match for me." He pulled the capture tape toward him and punched Shinso, causing gasps and murmurs from the crowd. Yaoyorozu yelled and ran toward me. She managed to disarm me, but I landed a solid punch to her stomach. The speed of her creations was slowing down, but she threw her previous smokescreen down. I tried to figure out where she was, but I couldn't see through the haze. Suddenly, a net appeared out of nowhere, and I thrashed around in it. I tried to reach my katanas, but she kicked them away. She was breathing heavily, and I could tell she was running out of stamina. The smokescreen began to clear. She chuckled and gave me a sly smirk. I broke out of the net, but she created powered-up arm gloves and began to punch at me. I swiftly dodged her attacks, smirking as she grew slower and slower. With those heavy gloves, she was exhausting herself. I picked up my pace, and Yaoyorozu stumbled back as she lost her footing. I landed one last punch, knocking her out. It was a risky move, but I had the upper hand in close combat. I glanced at Izuku, who seemed to have Shinso under control. Izuku was moving quickly, but Shinso kept up with him. It was a whirlwind of green and white. "Lyra, try to get Shinso from behind," Izuku yelled. "Got it," I responded, but then my mind went blank and I lost control of my body. It must have been Shinso. Izuku's POV. I saw Shinso smirk as Lyra froze. "Attack Izuku," Shinso instructed. They both jumped at me, but I was able to dodge both hits. However, Lyra's katana grazed my cheek. I powered up to 30% and focused on Shinso. If I could knock him out, Lyra would be freed as well. I ran around Lyra and kicked Shinso. Even at only 30%, I was much faster than him. Shinso crumbled to the ground, but Lyra slashed me in the back while I was still in the air. I gritted my teeth and quickly knocked him out before turning to Lyra. She blinked repeatedly and dropped her katanas. She rushed over to me, inspecting my back. "I'm so sorry. I was in my body, but I couldn't do anything. It was like I was a spectator watching myself attack you. I tried so hard to break free, but I couldn't. Are you okay? The wound doesn't look too bad." I pushed my mask off and turned around, kissing her to stop her from talking. I gave her a small smile. "I'm okay. Calm down. You're pretty skilled with those things, aren't you? That was excellent timing." She blushed and mumbled a reply. I heard a few "us" and cheers, mostly coming from Oliver and the others. "Great job, you two," All Might declared. Both teams did amazing. Students with healing quirks and Recovery Girl helped everyone recover, and Mr. Aizawa directed us to the dorms after we changed out of our hero outfits. "Will I ever get my jacket back, my heart?" I whispered into her ear, my hands tracing the letters across her back. "Tomorrow," she whispered back, leaning into me. "But today it's mine." "Deal?" "Deal." "So Midoriya, your bones don't break anymore?" Todoroki asked. I made a show of examining my hand. "No, I guess they don't, as you can see." "What was all that lightning around you?" Jair asked. "I thought your quirk was strengthening or something like that." "It's just the result of energy buildup in my body. It gets released as electricity." Jairu nodded, and I noticed Bakugou scoff and look away. His fists were clenched, and I could tell he was angry at me. Who knows what the reason was this time? "Hey Midoriya, are you and Lyra dating?" Kaminari asked. Lyra, who had been talking with Tsu, Cat, and Scarlet, glanced at Kaminari. She said something to them and made her way over to me. The whole class was engaged in their own conversations, but I knew they were all listening. "What's with all these questions?" I exclaimed. "We saw you kiss her," Mineta pointed out, glaring at me. His beady eyes focused on Lyra, who stood beside me, and I shot him a hard glare as she slightly hid behind me due to his uncomfortable gaze. I glanced at Lyra and gave her a questioning look. She nodded. "Yes, we are dating," I said, crossing my arms. "Really?" Ciro looked at Lyra. "You're serious?" "Meechum. Now if you don't mind, we're hungry," Lyra said. She gave me a mischievous look and then jumped onto my back. My eyes widened at the unexpected weight. I quickly caught her and glanced at her. "Give me a warning next time." I smiled as I heard her laugh. My heart fluttered at the sound. What is this girl doing to me? "Yes, food," Ali yelled. "Mr. Aizawa, can we go?" Mr. Aizawa looked back and shrugged. "Sure, but come back to the dorms by curfew." "I know the perfect place we can go," I said. "You better hold on, Lyra." "Huh, what do you mean?" I powered up and jumped away quickly. Lyra shrieked, and her grip tightened on me. I let out a laugh and glanced back to see my friends running after me, yelling for me to slow down. Uraraka's POV. The class walked back to our dorms as the 6 of them ran off. "I can't believe they're dating," Kaminari said. "Ugh, I wanted to feel those beautiful curves, but now Midoriya's all over her," Mineta complained. Kirishima smacked him on the head and gave him a fierce glare. "Don't even think about it." Mineta smirked as Kirishima looked away, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he thought about how Lyra would feel against him. The other two were too standoffish, even if they were attractive. She was softer, more approachable, and from the looks of it, didn't have a particularly powerful quirk. It would be easy to use his own quirk to restrain her. He drooled just thinking about it. I scoffed. "She's not even that pretty." I couldn't believe that she was dating Izuku. When I saw him walk into our class, my heart skipped a beat. He was so handsome and looked completely different from our first year. He had everything I could ever want. He was tall, had broad shoulders, was muscular and lean, and was powerful. I have to tell Lyra to back off of Izuku. I know he still has feelings for me. "Did you see how he looked at me?" I hissed quietly so only Momo and Mina could hear. She doesn't even know him from our first-year class. I know him better than she ever could. You guys saw her? She only won that battle because Izuku was there. But they're so cute together, Mina cooed. And she did take out Momo. Momo and I both glared at her, and she averted her eyes. I gritted my teeth as I remembered Izuku kissing her. Izuku belongs to me, not her. She's worthless compared to me, and Izuku will see that soon enough. Lyra's POV. Cyanide traced a knife along my bare stomach. A beautiful thing, aren't you? Goosebumps rose on my skin at the knife's scorching touch. She laughed as she moved the knife over my heart. Let's have some fun, shall we? I heard a distant voice yelling my name. Cyanide angled the knife and began to push down. I thrashed and screamed as I felt hands on my shoulders. Lyra! My eyes flew open and I gasped for breath. My throat was dry as I gazed into a pair of bright green eyes. Izuku. It was a dream, he murmured. Breathe. He rested his forehead against mine. I took a deep, shuddering breath and closed my eyes, gripping the bed sheets. I was at his home. I'm sorry, I rasped. You have nothing to apologize for. He rolled off me and pulled me closer. Rest, I'm right here. I leaned against his chest and listened to his beating heart, closing my eyes. It was the afternoon when I woke up. It was the weekend, so Izuku and I decided to stay with his mom. I rushed to the bathroom and quickly got dressed. I saw a little note and a coffee as I walked out of the bathroom. Made you a little something. I hope you're feeling better from last night. And remember, I'm always here if you want to talk about it. Izuku. I smiled as I took a sip. He's so sweet. I stumbled down the stairs to see Izuku helping his mom cook. His dark tattoo glimmered as the sun shined through the kitchen windows. He crossed his arms over his sculpted chest as he looked at his mom. Izuku smiled at me and gestured for me to sit down. The doorbell rang, and Mrs. Midoriya left to answer it. I raised my eyebrows as All Might strode through the door. Izuku sat down as his mother shooed him away from the kitchen. He glanced at All Might and snapped his fingers. I forgot to tell you, she knows about One for All. All Might sighed and disappeared in a cloud of smoke, and where there was a tall, buff man, a skinny, almost skeletal figure stood in his place. My jaw dropped in shock. All Might. He gave me a smile. This is my true form. He went on to explain what happened to him, and I nodded in understanding. We were talking about One for All when I thought of something. Your lightning, Izuku. Have you ever utilized it in battle? I know you can. At the attack at East Star, you manipulated it to cover me, kind of like a shield. Izuku hummed and tapped his fingers on the table. I remember that. All Might stroked his chin. She is right. When I use One for All, it gives me great strength, but that lightning is unique to you. Why don't you try it out? Izuku's mom suggested, sliding him a cup. Izuku powered up, vibrant green lightning dancing around him. He closed his eyes and held out his hand. The green lightning surged, shattering the cup and, unfortunately, our plates as well. Izuku opened his eyes and chuckled at the broken dishes. I guess I have to learn how to control it. But at least we know it works. Izuku's mom exclaimed, those were my favorite plates. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, Mom. All Might let out a hearty laugh. You keep getting stronger every day, young Midoriya. I laughed. Well, I'm going out with the girls. Thank you for letting me stay here, Mrs. Midoriya. I kissed Izuku on the cheek and left through the door. I met up with Scarlet, Kat, and Sue at the mall. Sue was surprisingly strict about shopping and stopped Kat and me from overspending. Kat and I grumbled but listened to her. I guess my rings and dresses would have to wait another day. Kat nudged me as we made our way back home. You look like you've got something on your mind. I glanced at Scarlet and Sue, who were ahead of us. I sighed. Am I a bad friend if I say I'm jealous of all you guys? What do you mean? Kat asked. You, Scarlet, North, Ollie, Izuku, and everyone are getting stronger, discovering new aspects of your quirks. I twisted my ring. I remember that feeling of wonder and awe when you find a new use for your quirk and realize you're growing stronger. I don't think I ever told you guys what my quirk was. I called it adaptive wings. It mutated from my mother's quirks. My wings transform and enhance an attribute of myself. I remember unlocking different wings. I had attack, defense, speed, stealth, and of course, my normal one. Every time I got a new set of wings, I felt so proud. I knew there was a realm of possibilities within my quirk, and I was excited to unlock all aspects. But now it feels like I'm stuck. Kat held my hand. Oh, Lyra. It's not that I don't want you guys to get stronger. In fact, I'm happy for you all. But I feel like I'm being left behind. I stammered, averting my gaze. Kat placed her hand on my shoulder. Lyra, you have every right to feel that way. And I'm glad you trusted me enough to tell me. You know I would never leave you behind. None of us would. You're part of the team, whether you like it or not. I hugged her tightly. I'm going to take off. I waved goodbye to the three of them and let myself wander the streets. After some time, I walked into a park and decided to rest. I sat down on the grass and took out my sketchbook. It had been a while since I drew, so I started with simple sketches. I drew the structures and the people at the park as I became more comfortable and remembered how to draw. I felt at peace, listening to the birds sing, feeling the grass beneath my legs, seeing people enjoy life. This is what I wanted to protect as a hero. Izuku's POV. I threw a punch at Kirishima, powering up to 25%, and he blocked it with his hardened hands. That tickled a bit, Kirishima smirked. The class was doing their usual training, trying new moves, building stamina, and sparring with others. Aizawa told us to work on what we needed, so Kirishima asked me to help him build up his strength. Cementos was there to create different environments for us. I smirked. You sure you're strong enough to handle more of my power? Kirishima tilted his head. More? Does that mean you held back against Shinso? It was my turn to smirk. I don't think you guys would be able to handle me at full power. You sure can try. When did you get so confident? Shiro asked, walking up beside Kirishima. The class had gotten more comfortable with me, and I with them. I hadn't forgiven them, but that didn't mean we couldn't be classmates. I shrugged. Wanna do a 2-on-1? The two of them looked at each other and nodded. I cracked my neck. This was going to be a breeze. Lyra's POV. I threw a weak punch at Kat, who didn't bother to dodge it. She looked just like me, huge dark circles under her eyes, slouched posture, and no desire to move. Kat groaned and slumped. I told you two to get some sleep, Scarlet said. Kat and I had stayed up all night doing silly things, and Scarlet was the one who found us and made us go to bed. We were both tired, to say the least. I glanced at Kat, who looked at me and giggled. I laughed but quickly quieted at the look Scarlet gave us. Scarlet sighed. Here you go. She pulled out 2 coffees from her dimension and handed them to us. Aw, you do care, Kat teased, hugging Scarlet. Scarlet turned red and pulled away, rushing over to Azui. I sipped my coffee and gave Kat a look. When are you going to tell her? Kat sighed. You know Scarlet doesn't do well with love and stuff. She'll probably laugh at me. I don't want to ruin our friendship. I internally groaned. Both of them were so blind. What are you two doing standing around? Mr. Aizawa asked. I choked on my coffee and hastily spun around, giving Mr. Aizawa a smile. We're just working on breathing techniques. Kat yelled. What kind of excuse was that? But I rolled with it, quickly nodding and taking deep breaths, Kat following my lead. Mr. Aizawa sighed. With coffee? It's just to help estimulate us? I glanced at Kat, who gave a wide smile. Mr. Aizawa shook his head and turned to leave the training room to talk with Cementos, who had called for him. Get back to work. Kat and I looked at each other and burst out laughing. I sighed. At least we're awake now. I'm surprised he didn't kick you out. Is this what East Star taught you guys? To not take class seriously? Uraraka questioned from behind us. I closed my eyes and sighed. Plastered a smile on my face and turned around, forcing my voice to sound upbeat. Uraraka, what are you doing here? I was just checking out everyone's quirks and how they're improving. Kat scoffed. What are you, the principal? I elbowed Kat while smiling at Uraraka. Be nice, I muttered. Uraraka looked me over as Momo came up beside her. What even is your quirk, Lyra? Her voice became louder. I haven't even seen you use it yet. You didn't even use it against Momo during the exam, when they made it clear it was to show our improvement over our quirks. Kat rolled her eyes. And she still beat you. Momo flushed with anger, but Uraraka held her back. The classmates around us paused their sparring and training, turning their attention to the unfolding drama. I closed my eyes in frustration. Look, Uraraka. Can we not do this right now? The whole class was watching, and I noticed Izuku, Scarlet, and the others pushing their way to the front, but they didn't intervene. I glanced at Izuku, who gave me a reassuring nod. They would support me if I needed it. Kat placed a hand on my shoulder. Uraraka scoffed. It's just a simple question, Lyra. Her eyes sparkled with what seemed like triumph as she stepped forward. The 2 scars on my back felt like they were burning, and a dark, uneasy feeling coiled in my stomach. But I took a deep breath. My quirk is adaptability. It's harder for me to be defeated. Uraraka laughed. So you're useless on the battlefield? But aren't you the daughter of a popular hero or something? Momo asked. I glanced at her. Yes, I am. Uraraka opened her mouth, but Mr. Aizawa interrupted. I don't recall there being a break. His eyes glowed red as his hair stood up. We have 20 more minutes in here, and if I see anybody not working, there will be consequences. Everyone scrambled away, but not before casting glances in my direction. Uraraka smirked as she walked off. You okay? Ali asked. I waved him off. Yeah, I'm fine. It was bound to come up sooner or later. Now go, Aizawa's watching us. Ollie, North, Scarlet, and Cat exchanged worried looks. Cat nodded at Izuku, and they all walked away. Izuku stayed beside me, and we began to spar hand to hand. He remained quiet as I punched out my frustration. He grunted when I managed to land a hit, then swept his leg under me, causing me to fall on my back. I instinctively grabbed his arm, pulling him down with me. I felt my cheeks heat up as he landed directly on top of me, his arms beside my head. He smirked, his eyes glancing over me. I quite like this position. I returned his smirk and flipped us over. Me too. His eyes widened in surprise, but he smiled. Forget it. He leaned in and pressed his lips against mine. I melted into the kiss, and then suddenly I was on my back again. I rolled my eyes. I walked right into that one, didn't I? Izuku laughed as he helped me up. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to me, rubbing his hands together. Watch, I've been practicing with my lightning. He powered up and green lightning danced around him, forming jagged shapes of flowers and hearts. It was mesmerizing. Flowers and hearts? I asked. He gave me a sheepish smile. I don't have any flowers on me to give to you right now, so here's the next best thing. I giggled. How long did this take you? He ran a hand through his hair. A couple of hours to control it. I stood on my toes and pecked his cheek. Thank you. That was the cutest thing ever, Oliver exclaimed, stepping between Izuku and me, throwing his arms over our shoulders. Why don't you make me flowers? I glanced back at North, who was quietly laughing, while Cat gave me a thumbs up. Scarlet appeared indifferent, but there was a softness in her gaze. Let's go. Class 3B has the room now, Mr. Aizawa called out. Fortunately, he ushered the class out, so no one asked me about my lack of a quirk. As we walked back to class, I pulled out my phone. My eyes widened at the number of missed calls from Ms. Ellis. I quickly dialed her number, and she picked up immediately. The group exchanged questioning glances but continued talking among themselves. Hello? Ms. Ellis? I asked. Lyra. Thank God you're okay. Ms. Ellis exclaimed. Why wouldn't I be okay? Is something wrong? I gestured for my friends to stop as the class walked ahead of us. I put the phone on speaker. You're on speaker, Ms. Ellis. What's wrong? It's cyanide. She escaped, and she knows you're in Japan. I'm so sorry. Everything went blank. My grip on the phone loosened, and it fell to the floor. I faintly heard Ms. Ellis calling my name as I stumbled back against the wall, fear gripping my heart. She couldn't have escaped. It wasn't possible. I didn't realize I was shaking until Izuku wrapped his arms around me. He was calling my name, but I couldn't respond. She's out. She's out. She's out. The walls began to close in around me. Ollie's POV. Lyra. Breathe, Izuku shouted, holding her trembling form. North was on the phone with Ms. Ellis while Scarlet explained the situation to Mr. Aizawa. Some classmates looked worried, while others seemed indifferent. Great, I muttered. Her golden eyes were distant as Izuku called for her. No reaction. Izuku scooped her up. She needs air. I'm taking her outside. He jumped away faster than I could follow, and I turned to Mr. Aizawa. Class, go to the dorms, he instructed. You four, come with me. We followed Mr. Aizawa and saw All Might. Mr. Aizawa explained what had happened, and All Might's expression turned serious. Do you four know what exactly happened to her? All Might asked. We know about her quirk being taken away and that she had to go through some terrible things, but we still don't know why Cyanide is so interested in her. We don't know the specifics of what she went through, Scarlet informed him. We all nodded. All Might's expression grew grim. Well, I think it's time you guys know. Some heroes work as double agents, infiltrating enemy bases to gather information. One such agent successfully infiltrated Cyanide's base in America and discovered details about a project she was working on. Project A. Lyra is the only sole survivor, making her valuable to them. Cat gasped while I clenched my fists. Both North and Scarlet wore hard expressions. Do you know the specifics of Project A? I asked. All Might nodded. It stands for Artificial Quirk, I believe. Cyanide was experimenting with the ability to create and insert a quirk into someone without them dying. She altered and isolated the genes related to quirks, and inserted them into different hosts. Like the Nomu? Scarlet questioned. I remembered Izuku telling us how one of them attacked his class during his first year at UA. Nomu are mindless creatures and stand out. They're not what you would call stealthy, Mr. Aizawa said, crossing his arms. Now imagine if you were a villain who held multiple quirks. You can walk and enter any place without raising an alarm. You would be able to remain inconspicuous. But wouldn't a Nomu be a better option since they're easier to control? Cyanide's main goal is to profit off her discoveries. And why would a villain give someone else another quirk when they can take it for themselves? Aizawa replied. And even if they decide to use someone else, villains have their own way of controlling people, All Might said. We have reason to believe that Cyanide will be working with the League of Villains. This day just keeps getting better and better, I muttered. I'll be staying with Lyra, protecting her, All Might declared. But we want you guys to stay vigilant and as her friends, take care of her. Scarlet stepped forward. So you're telling me Lyra has a secret quirk and that villains are after her for it? How come this quirk never activated? We're not entirely sure, Mr. Aizawa said. He gestured at the door. Let's head back. North walked beside me and clenched his fists. I can't believe she escaped. She'll pay for what she did to my mother. I squeezed his hand. She can't hide forever. Things had just gotten a lot more complicated. Lyra's POV. Days passed by in a blur. Wake up, eat, school, sleep. I barely remembered class. All I could think about was cyanide and what happened. Never again. I couldn't go through that again. Kat told me what All Might informed them of, and I was horrified that cyanide left something inside of me. Sure, it was another quirk, but she chose it. It's cyanide's. Mr. Aizawa didn't force me to do anything in class, which I was grateful for, but I knew he was worried about me. Most of the class ignored me, but some meaning Uraraka and Momo threw taunts about me being useless, but none of it affected me. I blinked as I saw a hand wave in front of me. I glanced over to see Izuku giving me a bright smile. I returned a small smile and followed him out to lunch. Ali was talking animatedly with Kat while North and Scarlet were discussing something as we all sat down. Izuku pushed some of his lunch towards me, and I murmured a thank you. I glanced around the table to see them staring at me. I raised my eyebrows in question. You doing all right? Kat asked. We left you alone these past few days, but we're worried about you. I fiddled with my ring. I just can't get her out of my mind. And nothing has been happening these past few days. I feel like I'm going to go crazy. Don't focus on the future, Lyra, Scarlet said. It's not doing you any good. Izuku held my hand. You're letting cyanide win if you let her control your life. I squeezed his hand and smiled. I should have told them what was bothering me sooner. You weren't ready for her last time, but now you are. So keep getting stronger. She'll have no chance against you, Ali exclaimed, a fire in his eyes. I sighed. I guess you guys are right. Has the quirk shown any presence yet? Scarlet asked quietly. I shook my head. There's no physical change, but I guess ever since I learned about it, there has been a slight feeling of power inside me, like it's awakening. It's like a small stinging. I don't even feel it at times. Ali's eyes shone with excitement. Try activating it. I don't think I want to. It'll probably be too much for me. As strong as my adaptability and healing are, no body is made to hold more than one quirk, I muttered. Why do you think it didn't show? Kat asked. Maybe you destroyed it, Izuku said, drumming his fingers on the table. Think about it. It's not too far-fetched to say your quirk attacked the foreign DNA to protect you. That would make sense. For the others, the quirk activated right away. Or it may still be assimilating, slowing it down so it can absorb it? Who knows? Ali mused. I shrugged as North stood up from his seat, cutting off the conversation. He glanced at me. Can I talk to you privately? I furrowed my eyebrows and followed him. I glanced back at the group, who had understanding faces. North led me to an empty hallway and let out a breath. Are you comfortable talking about what happened? I froze. What do you want to know? His eyes filled with concern. You don't. I put my hand up. It's okay. I want to help. My mother was kidnapped weeks before you were rescued. She was found dead 2 days after. I gasped, and my heart sank at the despair in North's eyes. My mind flashed back to the day I lost my wings, a beautiful woman with white hair. The same as North's. No. North gently held my hand. Her body matched Cyanide's signature. Cyanide killed her. I said in a breath as the world spun. North placed a hand on my shoulder. His voice was gentle when he spoke. I just want to know what happened to her. And based on your reaction, you know. It's my fault, I whispered. Cyanide brought in people to experiment on, some lasting longer than others. But after the quirk insertion, her mind and body couldn't handle it. I glanced at North but couldn't tell what he was thinking. Your mother was the last one. It didn't work. So cyanide. North put his hand up. Was it quick? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I cried. He closed his eyes, and I saw him clench his fists. A lone tear fell down his face, and he in a breath. I flinched as he hugged me. My eyes widened in shock. Let's not let cyanide win. I'm sure my mother would want us to keep on living, North said quietly. I pulled away as his hands fell to his side. He turned away and walked off. But I saw his tears. I bit my lip and closed my eyes. I couldn't remember her face. I'm sorry. I walked back to the group just in time to see lunch end. He talked to you about his mom? Ali asked. Do you know what happened to her? His usual smiling face was gone, replaced by a serious expression. I nodded my head. Izuku placed a gentle kiss on my forehead. Come on, let's get to class. I'm sure whatever happened, North doesn't blame you, Kat whispered. I smiled at her in thanks. Mr. Aizawa led us outside and paired us with random partners. He had a small smile on his face when I told him I would join in. Unfortunately, I was paired with Uraraka. I glanced at North from across the room. He was his usual stoic self, but his eyes seemed darker than usual. I focused back on my opponent and barely evaded her punch. It's so sad, Uraraka said. I raised my eyebrows in question. What happened to his mom? I frowned. You eavesdropped. You had no right. That was between me and him. She shrugged. I was just passing by. I threw a punch. Sure, passing by. The way you described it, it seems like his mother was quite weak, not even fighting back against cyanide, was it? Poor thing, Uraraka commented, smirking as she noticed my state. And you were too weak to stop her. Hot anger surged within me. I had been upset and annoyed before, but never truly angry. Hearing her insult North's mother was the last straw. I was done taking her nonsense. I wasn't weak anymore, and it was time she learned that. I closed in on her without holding back. From what Izuku had told me about her quirk, I needed to stay clear of her hands, which was manageable. I sidestepped her obvious feint before landing a punch square on her jaw, sweeping her off her feet. Uraraka glared at me as I stepped back with a smirk. She lunged at me again and again, but I simply dodged. Her attacks were clumsy and slow, as if she had practiced for a specific scenario rather than the basics. When she went for another punch, I grabbed her forearm and pushed her away. What exactly is your problem with me? Uraraka scoffed. Where do I even begin? The day I walked into that classroom, you had it out for me. If anything, I should be the one hating you for what you did to Izuku. But I did nothing to you. So I'm going to ask again, what's your problem? Uraraka stepped closer, jabbing a finger toward my chest. It's you. You're the problem. You and him. She pointed at Izuku, who was sparring with Bakugou nearby. He's mine. I tilted my head, confused by her outburst. It was me who was there when he shattered his arms. It was me with him when we won our first training exercise. It was me who was with him during the villain attack. What were you doing? Living your best life with a villain? I saw the news reports. There was no damage to your body after you needed to be rescued. You don't deserve to be here at UA. Unlike you, we actually put in the effort while you did nothing but complain. If anything, I'd say the kidnapping was a ruse to get you admitted into school. My eyes narrowed at her accusations. The mere thought of working with cyanide made my heart burn with anger. That's enough, Uraraka, Kirishima said quietly as he approached with Mina. You know what Mr. Aizawa said. Don't make another scene. Uraraka smirked. Was Izuku not enough? She turned to Mina, who stumbled over her words, glancing between us, but Uraraka didn't give her a chance to respond. I bet you get a thrill from all the people fawning over you, you manipulative person. You don't deserve Izuku or any of this. Her words struck home. What had I done for Izuku? He had done so much for me, and when it came down to it, I couldn't fend off a villain. The attack at East Star was a prime example. Something must have shown on my face, as Uraraka continued, victory glimmering in her eyes. I'll take care of him. Don't worry. A rescue hero with a top hero sounds much better than a sob story with one. I heard cyanide's back in town. Go back to her. My voice was deadly calm, surprising even myself, as a prickling sensation coursed through me. Go back to her? Do you know what it's like to freeze for days on end as frost creeps up your already broken body? To feel like you're being boiled alive while your mind screams for relief, only to be met with the blank stares of scientists watching you wither away? What about having your eyes taken from you, thinking they showed mercy, only to have them taken again to see if you would heal faster the second time? And the worst part is, even your quirk worked against you. It wouldn't let you end it, no matter how hard you tried to escape the never-ending torture. I paused. They shattered my wrists for that. I grabbed her wrists and squeezed. Would you like me to show you how they did it? You're crazy, Uraraka yelled, but her eyes darted to something beside me. Did you hear that? She threatened me. Green eyes filled with concern stared back at me. It was Kirishima who pulled me away from her as Izuku stumbled toward me. His trembling hands cupped my face as he frantically scanned my expression, searching for something. I wrapped my hand around his and gently squeezed. That prickling sensation surged through me again, causing a hiss to escape my lips. What was happening? I thought it was my emotions, but a sharp pang resonated in my head. Izuku's fingers brushed my jaw, and he pulled back, his fingers now stained red. Uraraka didn't hit me, I muttered. Izuku's mouth moved, but I couldn't hear him as another wave of pain hit me, causing my knees to buckle. I backed away, rubbing my upper arms as an unbearable itch began to spread. My hands met rough grooves cold to the touch. Scales, I realized. Scales that felt like sandpaper against my skin. The itch burrowed deeper, and a maddening urge to scratch overtook my senses. I gave in, clawing at them relentlessly, only for more pain to surge as blood seeped from where the scales had been. The relief was immediate, but they grew back seconds later. I clawed at the scales, decorating my collarbone, nearly harming myself in the process, but the relief was fleeting. A frustrated cry escaped me as hands wrapped around my own, preventing me from continuing my desperate attempts to ease the rising fire within me. It soon turned to cries as my body convulsed, pain erupting from my head and back. It felt as if the agony was coming from everywhere, and I couldn't discern where it began or ended. A roaring in my head urged me to lash out, drowning out all thoughts. This quirk felt foreign. Wrong. Was this what they all experienced too? Make it go away. I pleaded. Izuku's POV. Lyra thrashed against my hold, but I held firm. Her eyes were wild, pupils narrowing to slits as a snarl escaped her lips. Let me go. Her gaze flickered back to normal before shifting again. She was fighting it. The ground trembled as a thick forest of redwood trees isolated us from the rest of the class. Mr. Aizawa and Ali joined us moments later. Hold her down. Aizawa commanded as Lyra attempted to claw at her scales. Bakugou nodded, and we pinned her to the ground. Her strength seemed to have doubled, but we were quicker. I gritted my teeth as her cries reached my ears. There was blood. Everywhere, trickling from various wounds. The white scales were pressing against her skin, causing her distress. I racked my brain for a solution, but my mind was blank. I felt helpless and it tore at me. There had to be something I could do. Panic washed over me at my inability to act. Bakugou's loud voice snapped me back to reality. Oi, Deku Midoriya. Now is not the time. She needs you. He turned to Mr. Aizawa. She's heating up at a dangerous rate. Mr. Aizawa placed his hand against her forehead. Get Todoroki, Oliver. Ida is bringing Recovery Girl as we speak. He turned to the others. Get out of here now. Kirishima nodded and led a dazed Uraraka and Mina toward the tree line. Aizawa used his capture weapon to wrap her arms and applied gentle pressure. Lyra tried to pull away, but Aizawa held firm. Burns, she whispered, her voice barely audible. My heart ached at the fear in her eyes as she twisted, seeking relief from the heat. Bakugou's expression was a mix of anger and concern as he watched Lyra tremble. I brushed her hair away from her face and gently placed her head on my lap, using my quirk to hold her down instead. I know. We're getting help. Just look at me. I'm here. I stroked her hair. Fight, Lyra. For me. Her body seemed to respond to my words as more scales began to harden. I got him. Oliver shouted, with Todoroki close behind, along with Cat, Scarlet, and North. Aizawa glared, but the determination on their faces told him they weren't leaving. Use your ice, Todoroki. Cool her down. Be gentle, her skin is very sensitive right now. Todoroki nodded, taking a deep breath as he directed a light frost toward her. Lyra let out a relieved sigh, her body relaxing slightly. Though she trembled as the mutation progressed, she was no longer thrashing. You four, help me slow the bleeding, Mr. Aizawa instructed as he pulled his weapon away from her arms. Her scales are hardening, but they're still delicate. Scarlet quickly produced rolls of bandages from her dimension and passed them to North, Cat, and Ollie. Bakugou stepped back as they surged forward, and I deactivated my quirk. Stay with me, love. I gently held her hand as Lyra's breathing slowed. A soft whimper was her only response. I began to share stories from my past tales of adventures with Bakugou in the playground, memories of rushing out of class to catch a glimpse of heroes. Anything to distract her from the pain. A weak squeeze from her hand told me she was listening. But then her eyes fluttered closed. Izuku. Her hand slipped from mine. I couldn't breathe. Lyra, please. Out of my way. Move, a sharp voice commanded. I stayed put as everyone made space for the hero. Recovery Girl's eyes scanned Lyra's body with precision as she began to take vitals. Good, you slowed the blood loss. But we need to stop it as much as possible before moving her. Her scales are still growing. My quirk would only hinder it. You, she pointed at Todoroki, use your ice, solid ice. Not frost. Are you sure? Todoroki asked. Now, she snapped. I wouldn't ask you to do anything she couldn't handle. Todoroki nodded and staunched her wound. Lyra shivered but otherwise seemed stable. Recovery Girl nodded in approval. Quick, take us to the infirmary. I nodded, and using my quirk, sped to the infirmary. Recovery Girl wasted no time instructing the nurses to bring supplies and start treating Lyra. Give us the room, Recovery Girl said, turning to me with a stern look. I opened my mouth to protest, but she shook her head. You've done all you could. Now it's up to us. She's in safe hands. But, I know. Recovery Girl, who had saved many but had seen her share of loss, led me out of the infirmary. I staggered against the wall and slid down, simply waiting. It was all I could do. Everyone joined me a moment later, and we listened to the faint beeping of the heart monitor in silence. I don't know how much time passed, but Mr. Aizawa knelt in front of us, with Principal Nizu beside him, his capture weapon nowhere in sight. She's going to be moved to the hospital soon. Go home and clean up. I shook my head. Then we'll go to the hospital. Principal Nizu looked through the infirmary window with an unreadable expression. She's not waking up anytime soon. My eyes narrowed, but he continued, when she does, you all will be there with clear heads. Go take care of yourselves. As much as it pains me to say this, your lives won't stop because of this. One of our staff will be with her at all times. Go home. He left no room for argument as he walked away. They were right. Lyra's blood was still all over us. Let's go. We walked back in silence, our hearts heavy. Mom didn't say anything about our state. Her eyes searched for Lyra, and when they couldn't find her, she asked, what happened? Kat burst into tears, and Mom ushered us inside. She stopped me. Bakugou wanted to talk to you. At the playground. I sighed. He can wait a little longer. Let me clean up. Is she going to be okay? She asked, worry evident in her large eyes. I didn't answer as I walked up the stairs. The playground was the same as ever and empty at this time of night. I slid my East Star jacket over myself as the wind whipped around us. My heart squeezed. Her favorite jacket. I glanced at Bakugou, who was leaning on the play structure. Did you need something? Your quirk's not strengthened. I sighed, too tired to find an excuse. No, it's not. Those black whips you used to hold her down, is that another quirk? Did All Might give you that too? Sometimes, Bakugou was too smart for his own good. It was pointless to hide anything from him anymore. I had the feeling he had pieced everything together. I hastily explained one for all and the situation with All Might before turning to leave. If that's all, I need to go. His next words made me stop. I'm sorry, he said, crossing his arms. I'm sorry about everything I did to you in UA and when we were children. You didn't deserve any of it, and I wish I could take it back. Where is all this coming from? I asked quietly. From your childhood best friend. And brother who regrets everything, he said. I was always jealous of you, Izuku. You suddenly got a quirk and became so much stronger. I didn't want to confront that, so instead, I hurt you. I'm sorry. That's all I have to say. He turned and walked away. I could tell he was being honest. The little part of me that I had hidden away, the old Izuku, seemed to lighten up. I wasn't ready to forgive him yet, but I could sense his sincerity. Maybe in the future, I could have my brother back. Izuku's POV. Bakugou was back to his usual yelling self, but there was a lightness to it that hadn't been there before. After Bakugou apologized, many others did too, and I could tell they regretted their past actions. Is Lyra doing all right? Mina whispered, glancing at Uraraka. I raised my eyebrows at her behavior. She still hasn't woken up. Is everything all right with you? Yes, of course. Why wouldn't it be? She rushed out. Her body was stiff, and she kept glancing back at Uraraka, who was facing away from us, talking to Momo. She threw me a quick smile and walked away. I hope she gets better. What's up with her? Scarlet asked. I don't know, I muttered. Lyra's POV. I was weightless, simply floating in a dark abyss. I seemed to be transparent as my hand passed through the other, making it disappear into a mist before reforming. Voices echoed around me, but when I reached for them, they faded away into nothing before I could fully understand them. Stable. Awake. To her. I grasped for anything and lunged towards a familiar voice. East Star. Go back. Were they going back? I strained my ears for more information, but no other words were spoken. I reached one more time, but the voices got further and further away. Panic seized me as I began to fall. My arms flailed for something, anything, but I kept falling deeper and deeper. A surge of energy coursed through me. Then nothing. I blinked as a young girl with blonde hair and small white wings flew straight through me, as if I were a ghost. Her arms were spread out as she flapped them to gain more speed. I was simply a spectator as the young girl squealed in delight, a blur of white and gold speeding towards her. Towards a younger me. A soft cry escaped my lips as my mom, grabbed little me and spun around. Got you, little liar. Her bright white hair matched the clouds around her as her golden armor gleamed in the sun. I swiped at my tears as younger me giggled and kicked out of her arms. That's not fair. I wanted to yell at her to savor her moments in her mother's arms, but she couldn't hear me. The memory continued as if I wasn't there. My mom gasped, her golden eyes bright under the glare of the sun. Not fair? I gave you a 5-minute head start. You were supposed to give me 10. How are you going to get faster if I make it easy? Younger me flapped her arms. Like this. My mom let out her beautiful laugh that lit up everything around her. What are you? A chicken? No, I'm not, younger me pouted. My mom shook her head and gently adjusted younger me's stance. You have to let the wind flow through you, your arms and wings, everything. You have to allow yourself to fall into its embrace. Don't resist it. I don't understand. What if I get blown away? Don't worry, little liar. I'll be here to catch you. Promise. My mother nodded, interlocking her pinky with younger me's. Promise. I fell once more as dark clouds gathered, and the memory began to fade. Another voice echoed through the endless dark, clearer than before. She seemed to be laughing before it quieted. Ollie was being foolish again. But somehow, he got the internship. Scarlet was being Scarlet. She may not show it, but seeing you that day, Lyra, scared her. She was losing herself in research on genetics. And Izuku, he's just like Scarlet. Throwing himself into constant training. He doesn't talk about anything else. I'm worried. He's never been this closed off. We need you to wake up. I need you to wake up. I was suddenly pulled away, and a loud rumbling roar crashed through my ears before I landed in another memory. This time, it was my dad with his golden hair appearing before me. His eye bags were prominent as his blue eyes scanned the room for any danger, probably because younger me was standing on the bed, shrieking and pointing at something. What is it, Lyra? He asked. I don't see anything. Spider. There, she screamed again. It's moving. My dad squinted and then pinched his nose as he finally spotted the spider. That tiny thing is why you're screaming? It's not even the size of a quarter. Younger me threw a pillow at it and completely missed. Do something. Alright. Keep your eye on it, he instructed as he went over to her desk, cluttered with art supplies, and grabbed a piece of paper. He set the paper down, and the spider continued its path forward onto it. Dad's eyes grew mischievous as he spun around and got closer to younger me with the spider, pushing the paper closer to her. I think it wants to be your friend. Younger me ran to the other side of the room, screaming. Dad chased her, and with one last laugh, opened the window and gently tossed the spider outside. It scurried away, and younger me immediately shut the window, out of breath. What are you going to do when I'm not with you? Dad laughed. I'll call you and you'll come. Dad ruffled her hair. You have to figure it out on your own, little star. There's always a solution. Now, go do whatever it was you were doing. Are you going back to work? He gazed at her wide eyes, wanting him to stay, and grinned. What are you painting? I smiled as Dad gave younger me pointers, occasionally typing away at his phone before returning his attention to her. He was always like that, always working since he ran his own agency, but he made sure to give me time. Before he became a hero, he traveled the world, painting beautiful landscapes and drawing whatever he could. I hadn't touched a paintbrush since his death. It reminded me too much of him. My body jerked backward once more, towards another voice. My heart ached as I heard his familiar voice, Izuku. His voice was slow and rough, but completely clear. Today was something. I didn't think Sir Night Eye would be this difficult to work with. He had me do some sort of test to prove that I was worthy of one for all in order to partner up. I still don't know why All Might made me do this. I'm fine. The pause. Sir Night Eye's working on something. As serious as he is, I can tell he's worried about something big, and if I had to guess, it's his sidekick, Lemillion. I don't know how you'd feel about him. I don't know how I feel about him myself. Maybe we can figure that out together once you wake up. Another pause, this one longer than the previous one, as his voice broke. I wanted to throw my arms around him to chase away his worries, but I could only listen. Your birthday is today. Oh, couldn't be. It was still months away. I had to ask Ms. Ellis since you don't seem to talk about it very much. Now, I know why, but I still wanted to get you something. I'll give it to you when you wake up. I hope I'm not overstepping, and if I am, I'm sorry. I just miss you, my heart. Warmth enveloped my hand as I felt a soft pressure against my forehead. And then I felt the tug, taking me away from him. But this time I fought. I didn't want to leave him. I latched onto the warmth against my hand and his voice, pouring everything in me toward it as I stubbornly pulled against the tug. Lyra? Lyra. But I was wrenched away, and I grew heavier and heavier as if the string pulling me had developed into chains. His voice grew fainter and fainter until it was nothing. I crashed onto the rough pavement of the sidewalk, right behind younger me, who hummed gleefully as she walked back home with a bounce in her steps. Her black crossbody school bag, covered in pins of her favorite characters, hobbies, and heroes, hung neatly across her back and wings as she sported a brand new outfit consisting of a backless sage green cami dress and a pair of white flats to match the flowers scattered on the dress. The sun shone brightly as the gentle wind twirled around her. I knew what she was thinking, the perfect weather for her birthday and flying. She wanted to save her strength for her flight with Mom, so she weaved in and out of the steady stream of people on the street. She was so unaware. So at peace. Dread and fear overwhelmed my senses as my heart squeezed painfully at the sight of our house. I didn't want to be here. I tried to wrestle myself away from younger me, but to no avail. Today was the day, The anniversary of my parents' death and my birthday. She unlocked the door with 2 simple movements, and it opened with a weary groan as she yelled, "I'm home." She frowned when she heard no response but simply placed her bag on the kitchen table before heading upstairs. She didn't notice the figure lurking in the shadows. My heart thundered as I desperately tried to pull her back, but I couldn't as I was ripped away and pinned to the wall inside my parents' room. Everything in the room was shrouded in darkness except the door. Even when I closed my eyes, the memory didn't stop. I could hear Lyra opening and closing the study room doors, then her bedroom door, trying to find her parents as she called their names. And then her small footsteps reached the front door. She knocked. No response. When she pulled the door open, the room came into view, and all I could see was red. The walls were marred with stains, and the room was in disarray. My mom's large wings, the source of her healing, were torn, with trails of crimson weaving in and out of her white feathers as she curled protectively around something, her plucked feathers scattered across the floor. "Mom?" Younger me whimpered, trembling at the doorway, her eyes wide. No response. Only a small gesture as her mom waved a hand towards her. "Run away." I screamed at Lyra to listen, but it was no use as she stumbled toward her mother, seeking some sort of explanation or comfort for her confused and racing mind. "What's going on?" Mom's face contorted in pain as she tried to conceal whatever she was hiding, but Lyra was too quick. A strangled sound escaped her lips as she saw her father's lifeless body. Her skin turned pale as she fell to her knees, reaching for him. Marks covered his face and body, twisted in unnatural ways. She couldn't look away. Mom's pained gasps filled the room as she reached a trembling hand toward Lyra. Blood seeped from her wounds, and burns marred her entire body, evidence of a cruel attack. She couldn't speak and she couldn't move. It was later that I found out cyanide had broken her spine and damaged her vocal cords. Mom was mouthing the word, "run," over and over, but Lyra was frozen, her eyes distant as she looked at Dad. I screamed for Lyra to look behind her, to notice the shadow looming over them, but she couldn't hear me. Mom's eyes filled with panic and anguish as cyanide's arm wrapped around Lyra's waist and mouth, pulling her away. "You're finally here, just in time too," she purred as another villain, covered in my parents' blood, emerged from the doorway, with trinkets stuffed in his pockets. He had knives where his fingers should have been, and he liked them clean, delighting in Lyra's muffled cries. Lyra struggled in cyanide's grip, desperately activating her quirk as her wings transformed, trying to escape. Cyanide clicked her tongue in annoyance and activated her quirk on the hand holding Lyra, saying, "Be still and quiet, or I'll take your wings." Lyra stilled as tears streamed down her face, and Cyanide removed her hand from her mouth. Mom desperately dragged herself towards Cyanide, reaching for Lyra, but Cyanide merely laughed and kicked her away. I snarled at her, but I could only watch as the other villain grabbed my mom's throat and slammed her against the wall. Lyra flinched as Cyanide stroked her hair. "I heard it's your birthday today. Do you like my gift?" A choked sob escaped Lyra's lips, but she remained silent, her pained eyes fixed on her mother. Cyanide smiled at Mom with a wild glint in her eyes. She was lost in her victory as she spoke. "I told you, Charlotte. We could have been partners. We could have changed the world. A world where we were on top. But you had to choose being a hero. You had to choose him." Mom's eyes flared as Cyanide gripped Lyra's jaw. "She'll be the first. The first to ever hold 2 quirks and remain sane. She'll be mine." With a flick of her hand, she ordered, "Finish her and then leave. We're done here." Lyra couldn't suppress her scream of protest as she reached for her mom while Cyanide dragged her away. Mom gave her a small smile, her eyes filled with emotion as she mouthed, "Stay strong," knowing it was the end before the villain struck. Cyanide simply injected her with a needle, making Lyra go limp. They left, but I was stuck there, staring at my parents' lifeless bodies. Minutes passed, or hours. I didn't know. How long had they suffered? Right when I left? Or maybe during science class as I celebrated my perfect score, giddy at the thought of a reward? My lips quivered as they faded into dust, the memory slipping away, leaving my shaking body suspended once more. I wanted them back. My heart ached for their comforting hugs and words, for their laughter and even their anger. It was better than this emptiness. As I lay there, I felt that hot energy coursing through my veins. But this time it persisted. I writhed in pain at the shocks searing through my body and closed my eyes, biting back a scream as lightning coursed through me. My body jolted, and I gasped when gentle hands wrapped around me. I blinked, trying to focus my bleary eyes, and when I did, my heart stopped. Mom and Dad were before me, smiling, their bodies whole as they held me. I didn't care about the flashing pain as I hugged them. "Let it flow through you, little liar," Mom spoke, her voice soft but firm. A command my body immediately obeyed. Dad chuckled, "Don't be afraid, little star. We're here." A sob escaped my lips at his words as I gazed into their shining eyes full of love. I knew it wasn't real, but I didn't care. I squeezed them once more, never wanting to let go. I just wanted them. The heat flared once more and accumulated at my spine, where my wings once were. Let yourself fall, Lyra, my mother said, gently rubbing my back, soothing the pain before prying my arms off of them. I protested and grabbed them again. No, I don't want to leave you. Frantic voices fluttered around me. Flip her on her stomach. Now. What's happening? My heart? Lyra, stay with me. I shook my head, and Dad gave me a grin as he kissed my forehead. They're calling you. You have to go. They gave me a gentle push, and the wind whipped around me as I fell downwards. My arms reached for them, but they faded away, their voices merging as they called out to me, "Stay strong, Lyra." And with a crash, I slammed through glass, shattering it. I saw Ali, North, Cat, Scarlet, and Izuku on the floating shards, as we laughed, cried, and fought together. I saw Ms. Ellis. I saw the rooftop where Izuku took me after finals. I saw the stars. I saw my life. I may have lost everything, but I found something as well. Something important to me. So I let myself fall. A bright light enveloped my vision, and everything stilled. And I opened my eyes. Loud noises pounded through my head as nurses scurried around me, taking vitals. Everything was overwhelming. The splatter of the rain outside and the thunder accompanying it, the voices, the beeping, the light, the sterile smell, the slight grooves of the nurses' fingertips as they prodded me. Everything. A growl escaped me as I batted away their hands, but Recovery Girl leaned down and whispered, "Go to sleep, your wings are still growing. When you wake, you'll be okay." The energy drained out of me as my vision cleared, and I fell into a dreamless sleep, her words echoing in my mind. Wings? When I woke again, it was quiet. It took me a moment to remember where I was, the sterile scent of antiseptic and the sight of 4 bags grounding me in reality. The lights were dimmed, and there were no nurses, just the steady beat of the heart monitor punctuating the silence as my senses adjusted. I could see every slight dip and groove of the otherwise flat ceiling and even heard the muffled voices of nurses down the hallway as they talked to their patients. I turned my head slightly and saw him. Izuku was slumped in a small metal chair beside my bed, his tall frame contorted uncomfortably between the armrests. His head rested against his arm, his neck bent at an angle that would surely ache later. A faint line of worry creased his brow even in sleep. He wore his hero costume and seemed to be as healthy as a hero needed to be, but his face was drawn with dark circles and exhaustion. My heart squeezed at the sight of him. How long had he been here, unwilling to leave my side? The heart monitor's beeps wavered, and Izuku stirred awake, his eyes snapping open, alert and concerned as he scanned me. Lyra! I bit back a sob at the sight of his vibrant eyes. I missed him so much. My voice was hoarse as I whispered, "Hey." His eyes blazed with emotion as he heard my voice, his tense shoulders immediately relaxing, and then he was around me. My arms and legs instinctively wrapped around him as his gentle arms curled around my waist, careful not to hurt me as he picked me up and buried his face into the crook of my neck. We breathed each other in, locked in each other's embrace and oblivious to the world around us, as time ticked by. Everything that needed to be said was conveyed through our desperate touches. "Lyra," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. His hand moved to cradle my head, fingers threading through my hair as if to reassure himself that I was real. I pulled back slightly just enough to look at him, and a wave of emotion surged through me towards the man who was my everything. He held me tightly as if I might disappear if he let go. Black Whip gently pulled the 4-string out of my arm before turning off the flatlining monitor. I didn't realize I was crying until his thumbs wiped them away. "Izuku, I need water," I murmured after some time, my throat scratching painfully. Izuku pulled back but didn't let go as he grabbed the cup of water on the side table with Black Whip. I sat on his lap, my legs still around him, and his arm loosened but stayed on my waist as I drank and eased my parched throat. With a flick of his wrist, Black Whip set the cup aside, and Izuku rested his chin atop my head, drawing out a giggle from me. Izuku seemed to melt at the sound as he pulled me closer. It was my turn to bury my face inside the crook of his neck as he picked me up once more. I didn't want to be apart from him ever again. "Does anything hurt?" he whispered after a while. "No," I murmured. "Just feel a bit weak. We'll get you something to eat." But he squeezed me impossibly tighter. "I don't want to let go of you, my heart. Not yet." "Okay," I said softly. "I'm here." My nostrils flared as an unfamiliar scent entered the room. I glanced at the shut door and narrowed my eyes at the smiling face on it. What was that? My arms tightened around him, and I didn't notice my nails digging into Izuku's back as a wave of hostility and something primal flooded my senses. My wings flared in response to the unknown presence. "Protect, protect, protect." Izuku stiffened as he rubbed my back, careful not to touch my wings in an attempt to soothe me. It was well known that touching another's wings without their permission was a serious violation. What's wrong, my heart? My danger sense isn't going off. He couldn't see the face with his back to the door. There's a face, I said slowly, with blue jelly beans for eyes. Blue jelly beans? Izuku asked, confusion clear in his voice before he groaned. He's no threat. My wings snapped back. Close as I loosened my grip, the glare not leaving my face. I don't like him. Why was he just staring at us? Izuku's chest rumbled as he laughed before pulling away and getting off the bed, his face sobering as he glanced at the door. You should come in before she claws your face off. The face laughed as he phased through the door. You're funny as usual. His tall frame would have dwarfed me if I stood next to him. His red cape flapped around as he walked over and pointed towards the 1 million on his chest. I'm Lemillion, but you can call me Mirio. You must be Lyra. His whole stature screamed confidence from his spiky blonde hair to his white boots. I didn't reply as goosebumps racked my body at the unexpected chill. I didn't realize the hospital room was this cold, probably because my thin hospital gown did nothing to stop the cold air from flowing around me. I wanted Izuku's warmth around me again. I fought down the urge to pull him back to me. You're Sir Night Eye's sidekick. That I am. You're smart. I tilted my head. No, Izuku told me. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. You could hear me? I frowned. At times, yes. I turned to Mirio. I don't want to be rude, but why are you here? I don't know you. Mirio placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. As glad as I am to see you awake, I'm actually here for him. We need to go patrol. No, Izuku stated, his voice firm. Midoriya, Mirio started, but Izuku shook his head. Can't you do it yourself? I want to stay here. Izuku's eyes found mine, and my heart softened at the worry and weariness in them. I'll be all right, Izuku. You have a responsibility. But what if? I reached for his hand, and his fingers intertwined with mine. I'm okay now. The door creaked open slightly, and a familiar scent filled the room as Izuku's mom peeked in before he could say anything. Her eyes glistened with tears as she saw me awake, and she rushed over to embrace me. I laughed as she cupped my face, searching for any signs of pain. When she found none, she squeezed me tightly. Just like her son. You're awake. Izuku smiled softly, and I returned his grin. See, I'll be fine. Your mom's here now. Just go, I promise I'll be awake when you get back. He sighed, gently prying his mom off me. Let her breathe. His mom's eyes widened. Oh, are you all right? I playfully smacked Izuku's arm and stuck my tongue out at him. Don't listen to him, he did the same thing to me. It was her turn to scold him, and she hugged me again. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku smiled as he wrapped his arms around both of us. If anything happens, I smiled back. If anything happens, I'll call you. Now go. He pulled on his mask, and with one last look, he followed Mirio out. Ms. Midoriya helped me off the bed gently. I made sure to keep you clean all these months, but I'm sure you'd like to take a shower yourself. My knees buckled under the weight of my wings, but I pushed them up. I wouldn't let them drag on the floor. It was unbecoming. She led me to the bathroom, a compact room with a mirror above the sink reflecting the sterile ambience. I'll be right outside if you need me, and I'll call for some food. The door shut, and I locked it before sliding my gown off in one quick movement. I turned to the mirror and gasped lightly at my appearance. I hadn't realized how much I had changed. My scales were as white as freshly fallen snow, each one meticulously overlapping the next, creating an iridescent armor that shimmered like glitter under the room's light, reminiscent of warm drops of starlight. They trailed toward my now pointed ears and cheeks, fading at my neck before starting again around my shoulders, forearms, collarbones, hips, thighs, and legs. I shuddered, recalling the relentless itch when they began to grow. I gently picked at the cold scales with my slightly clawed fingers, feeling a sensation travel throughout my body. As hard and protective as they were, they still seemed sensitive. Yet, I knew they couldn't be easily torn off. My new wings were massive as I flared them out slightly, careful not to hit the walls. They glittered under the light, similar to my scales. The membrane felt solid, its firm muscles taut with restrained power. As white as they were a far cry from my previous wings, which had been feathered and delicate. I was me, but I didn't look like me. And what did Izuku think of this? He had known me when I looked like a regular human. Mutation quirks weren't uncommon, but they still set us apart from those who looked purely human. The hateful articles directed at my mom, criticizing her appearance when my parents announced their engagement, were a prime example. What if? No, Izuku was happy I woke up. But what if that was all? What if he wasn't attracted to me anymore? He hadn't kissed me once. A knock interrupted my spiraling thoughts as Ms. Midoriya called. Are you all right in there? The water isn't running. I cleared my throat. I'll be right out. I quickly turned on the shower and cleaned myself, shaking my head at my insecurities. I should be grateful to be alive, yet here I was worrying about how I looked. How pathetic could I be? Those poisonous thoughts lingered in the back of my mind like a persistent shadow as I threw on the hospital gown. Plastering a smile on my face, I walked outside to find Ms. Midoriya sitting beside a table filled with food. Sorry I took so long. My appearance was just a bit surprising. She handed me a pair of loungewear, a black tank and shorts which I quickly changed into before sitting on the bed. Ms. Midoriya pushed a plate of food toward me, and I began to eat. My new fangs easily tore through the food, and I tried to ignore Ms. Midoriya's watchful gaze. "What's wrong, Lyra?" she asked finally after I finished eating. Her voice was firm, and her eyes were knowing as she sat down beside me. "And don't lie to me. It's stupid. I still want to hear it. Like I said before, I look different. And I don't know. What if other people start seeing me differently too?" My voice quieted to a mumble. "By other people you mean Izuku? He didn't kiss me once," I whispered, flinching at how pathetic I sounded. "Oh, Lyra, honey," Ms. Midoriya stood up. "I'll be right back." Not even 5 minutes passed before she returned with a book in her hand. She handed it to me before sitting down beside me again. "Open it." My fingers brushed the cover and traced the title, Hero Analysis No. I flipped it open and became entranced by the sketches and writing. I didn't know he could draw this well. His dad was featured on the first page, followed by Kat. His thoughts, costume ideas, and support item modifications were unique as he jotted down their specific quirks. Then came Ms. Ellis, Ollie, Scarlet, and North. And then my mom and dad. I brushed my finger over their sketches, careful not to smudge them, and smiled. Then came me. I looked to Ms. Midoriya, who gestured for me to keep reading, and so I did. My smiling face filled the whole page, every little detail present, and my quirk description was beside it. Adaptive wings. Wings that could amplify Lyra's body as needed. Makes her durable, immune to most substances and weather conditions, and gives her regenerative properties, not dependent on wings. I gasped as I saw a sketch of how I would have looked with my previous wings right underneath the description. He kept my costume quite simple, with little arrows pointing to different parts. His drawings were remarkably close to what my different wings looked like, likely from his own analysis of bird wings. Paragraphs of analysis followed on the next pages, musing about my different capabilities and advantages during fights and rescues. I could only gape at it. I didn't think this highly of myself. Then came sketches of just me without my wings. When did he even do all this? She could tell one drawing was from her final evaluation with Ms. Ellis, and another was from their nighttime flights. Her hand was reaching towards the sky in that sketch. He even had one of her sleeping, which made her blush. She flipped the page and saw herself with her new quirk. Quirk name, unknown, something dragon-like. Durable scales that act as armor. Sharp fangs and clawed hands capable of tearing through objects. Large white wings, firm and heavy. Possibly has some sort of internal power. The drawings of her were stunning. He captured close-ups of her clawed hands, ears, and scales. She looked beautiful and strong in his book, depicted in various poses, both attacking and defending. He drew one eye normally and the other with her pupils narrowed into slits, and this continued for several pages. "He's quite literally obsessed with you, Lyra," Ms. Midoriya laughed. "You changing outwardly doesn't mean anything. You're still Lyra. I'm pretty sure what happened before was just him not wanting to overwhelm you. He heard what happened when you first woke up." Lyra nodded. "I guess I'm overthinking. And if I'm being honest, I don't really hate my new quirk." Her scales were quite pretty. Ms. Midoriya smiled. "We all have our insecurities. Sometimes, I look in the mirror and just see my overt roundness." Lyra frowned. "But you're beautiful, Ms. Midoriya." "Thanks, dear. Now, I don't want you thinking those thoughts again, alright? You have to stay strong." Lyra paused at her words. "Stay strong, little liar." Ms. Midoriya kissed her forehead. "I'm going to head back home. Hopefully, you'll be discharged soon." The door shut, and Lyra laid on her stomach, kicking her feet up. She flipped through Izuku's notebook again, and sighed. Her thoughts could be so annoying at times. Recovery Girl came in soon after and smiled. "Your vitals are all normal. I want you to stay here for another week at least, just in case anything else happens." Lyra frowned but saluted playfully. "Yes, ma'am." Recovery Girl handed her a lollipop before walking away, leaving Lyra alone. She took the pencil left on the stand and opened Izuku's notebook to a blank page. She drew lightly so if he ever wanted to erase it, the page would look new. She sketched him in his hero costume and wrote his name down. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk. Classified. Description. Classified but he's strong. And cute, smiley face. Can create lightning hearts and flowers, though. Then she drew a close-up image of his scarred hands before sketching his back. The scent of him filled the room, but she kept her eyes on the page. She scooted over to give him space as he plopped down next to her. She could smell his shampoo and peeked at him, seeing him in a simple white shirt and pants, his hero costume long gone. Can create lightning hearts and flowers, though, he said, what a solid description of the vast potential of my quirk. I wrote, strong and cute. What else do you want? She replied, drawing a heart next to his sketched face. Izuku laughed, you can darken them up, you're barely drawing. She hummed, didn't know if you were okay with it. Izuku gestured to the page, and she immediately added more detail. I didn't know you could draw. He shrugged, it naturally developed as I analyzed more and more heroes. You should see notebook no. Literally stick figures. She flipped the notebook to show him, Tada. He grabbed the notebook and shook his head, smiling at her antics, then placed it on the side table. She snuggled into his chest, and he began to play with her hair. Wanna tell me what happened with my mom? I was being an idiot. Izuku lifted her as if she weighed nothing and set her beneath him. Black Whip made sure the door was locked before snapping back to him. The only reason I didn't do this, he said, leaning in closer, was because I wanted to hold you first. Wanted to make sure it was real. Lyra looked away, I know. I was just being stupid. It won't happen again, I promise. Yes, it won't happen again because I'll show you how much you drive me crazy. He gripped her chin gently, can I touch you? A blush rose to her cheeks as she saw the warmth in his eyes. She felt the same warmth rising within her, and her wings snapped open, giving him complete access. Yes. His lips softly pressed against hers once more before trailing up her jaw. One hand held her waist while the other brushed down her arm. She smiled against his kiss, closing her eyes at the peaceful feeling of his arms around her. It didn't last long as she jerked at the tingling sensation that coursed through her. Did he just? Her eyes snapped open to see amusement in his gaze as he scratched her scales again, causing her body to quiver uncontrollably. So your scales are sensitive. She could barely form words as she wrapped her hands around his neck, pulling him closer. Are you seriously analyzing my quirk right now? You saw my notebook. I want to be thorough. He kissed her neck. Does anything happen if I do this? She bit back a sound and he smiled. No? Then what about if I do this? His hand lightly brushed her wing, and she couldn't stop a soft sound from escaping her lips. If her scales were sensitive, her wings were 10 times worse. She writhed beneath him as she felt electricity run through her. Her core throbbed at the sensation, and she saw stars as he rubbed circles in her inner wings, right on the most sensitive area where her nerves met. Of course, he knew where that spot was. He knew everything. And yet, he was still so gentle. His hands never strayed lower, and he was blushing as he witnessed her reaction. It was her turn as she kissed his nose, then his warm cheeks and every one of his freckles before moving to his lips once more. His hands lifted her against him, providing the support her weakened muscles needed, and she melted. He sighed in contentment as she moved towards his neck while her fingers ran through his hair. It was his turn to groan as her fangs grazed his skin. She gave him one last kiss before pulling away, panting. Lyra folded her wings closed, and Izuku rested his head on her chest, his arms curling beneath her while her fingers played with his hair. I still don't know how you can just pick me up like that. My wings feel so heavy. I understood why. His broad, muscular back and arms were clear signs of his strength. But still, Izuku hummed as he listened to my heartbeat. It's because you're so small. I need to start working out again. Izuku's voice was slow and heavy. We can start once you're out of here. Who knows I'm awake? Just the staff, your mom, and everyone at East Star. I guess Mirio knows too. I wanted to tell the class tonight. I wanted you all to myself today. I laughed as I gently began to massage his head. Alright, go to sleep. Izuku's eyes fluttered closed, his exhaustion finally catching up to him as his breathing slowed. I gazed at the ceiling, thinking of mom and dad. They would have loved him. I know I do. The realization hit me like a wave. I love Izuku Midoriya. Lyra's POV. I squealed in delight as Ollie handed me a round blue shark plushie. It's so cute. Thank you, Ollie. I love it. My birthday had passed 2 weeks ago, and everyone had just landed, immediately showering me with presents as soon as they said hi. Unfortunately, Scarlet and North couldn't escape from their hero internships. He smiled before giving me a hug. You scared me that day. I'm glad you're finally awake. I cooed at the plushie. I'll name him Jeff. My turn. My turn, Kat said as she handed me a tiny ring box. Are you really proposing to my girl in front of me? Izuku asked, peering at the box. My girl. I internally swooned. Kat tilted her head. Would you say yes? I giggled. Maybe, it depends on the ring. Izuku put a hand on his heart. You're killing me right now. Ollie patted him on the back as consolation. Kat handed me the box, and I popped it open to find a key, much to my confusion. It's because you're the key to my heart, Kat continued. I laughed. Thank you, Kat. I'll treasure it. Kat stared at me. You're okay with that? Why wouldn't I be? Sometimes, Lyra, you're too pure. This is the gift. That's for theatrics. Kat grabbed a big brown box from the corner of the room. Scarlet, North, and I combined our gifts once we realized they fit together. I set Jeff aside with a little pat as she handed me the box. I inserted the key, and the lid slid open to reveal a variety of stationery. I pulled out a soft yellow journal first. It had a blank cover and a magnetic latch. I realized the dotted paper was thicker than normal, perfect for various art mediums, and my excitement grew. I opened a skinny box next to it and gasped at the beautiful pens inside. They were gold with lovely beads and an L carved into them, adorned with flowers on top. The pens were all different sizes, and one was a calligraphy pen. There were refills and colored inks as well, much to my surprise. They thought of everything. There were stickers and stamps, which I left inside. I pulled out a smaller white box and my eyes widened at the Polaroid camera and extra film, with a little note attached, to new memories. You got me all this? Kat nodded. Scarlett saw you eyeing the stationery and bullet journals when we went shopping, so she got some things customized. I helped with her journal and bought the extra film. She wanted you to be able to do anything you want with it, so there you have it. It was North who bought the camera for you. I delicately put everything back and hugged Kat. Thank you. When I saw these, they reminded me of you, so I immediately got them even though your birthday wasn't for days, Kat explained. I got you the shark because it reminded me of you too, Ollie added quickly, glaring at Kat's reasoning for her gift. I looked at the shark on my lap. Really? Izuku smirked. Tiny but deadly. Even has the teeth too. Playing along, I bared my teeth, and Ollie's eyes widened. Whoa, you really do have fangs. He paused, holding up a hand, squinting at my fangs, then back to Izuku, and then back to me. He broke into a wide grin as he glanced between the two of us. Why are you looking at us like that? I asked. It was Kat's turn to peer at Izuku, and then she gasped too, looking at Ollie. I looked at Izuku, who shrugged. Nothing seemed off about his appearance. He stayed the night with me and was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. In fact, I was the one who changed into a skirt and shirt with an opening for my wings. Then I realized what they were looking at. There was a faint red mark on his neck, from my fangs. I went bright red as I remembered yesterday and lunged at Ollie. Don't say anything. Ollie laughed as he stepped back, and Kat wiggled her eyebrows. So tell me about yesterday. Izuku rubbed his neck, realization dawning on him as he felt the scratches. We talked about her new quirk. A small blush crept onto his cheeks as he cleared his throat. All right, my turn. He fished out a small box, similar to Kat's. Kat glared. Hey, I proposed first. You're stealing my thunder. Lyra, yell at him. I clicked my tongue. Izuku, you know better than that. Izuku rolled his eyes, using his black whip to help set Kat's gift aside, and handed me the flat box. Here. I lifted the lid and saw a beautiful bracelet with one round gold bead in the center, surrounded by two round viridian green beads, reminding me of Izuku's eyes. I brushed my finger over the beautiful, carved into the gold bead. Izuku gently took my wrist and fastened it. Do you like it? I love it, I said softly, not taking my eyes off of it. Izuku pulled out a similar bracelet, which was inverted to mine. His had one round green bead with an L carved into it, surrounded by round yellow beads instead, and had a thicker string. I blinked at the beads and their uncanny resemblance to my eyes. Can I put it on you? Izuku nodded, and I fastened it to his wrist, my heart melting at the sight of our matching bracelets. He was mine and I was his. His hands cupped my face, and my hands wrapped around his forearm as he kissed my forehead, making my stomach flutter. Happy birthday, my heart. I think we lost this one, Ollie, Kat muttered, wiping a fake tear. We owe North $50. Ollie shook his head. Nah, Jeff is superior. Izuku gave me a quick peck on the lips before heading to the door, casting a serious look at Kat and Ollie. You too, don't do anything stupid. Kat and Ollie both feigned offense as I waved at Izuku. Tell All Might I said hi. The door closed softly, and Ollie and Kat exchanged mischievous grins. I slowly backed up to the headrest of the bed, wondering if I should have asked Izuku to stay. Surely, All Might would understand. So yesterday, Ollie drawled. I let out an incomprehensible sound, hiding my face with Jeff. I woke up. That's it. Woke up and got busy, Kat corrected with a smirk. How'd it even happen? Ollie asked. I sighed. I was being stupid. Kat tilted her head, urging me to continue. In response, I traced the scales on my jaw. Kat gaped. But your scales are so pretty. I know. They're growing on me. Memories of Izuku's gentle touch on my scales flooded my mind, and I hid my face again. Like I said, I was being stupid. Ollie hummed. So did you guys? No, we didn't. Let's talk about something else. Ollie shrugged just as a knock echoed through the room. I blinked in confusion as Kat got up. Is anyone else coming today? I thought it was just us. Me too. Maybe it's Ms. Midoriya. Cat opened the door slightly, surprise evident on her face. What are you doing here? A rough voice shouted something unintelligible. Was that Bakugou? Only he could shout and still sound quiet. Ali mouthed, "What the heck?" as I gestured for Cat to let him in. I gave Ali a questioning look. Do we still hate him? He tilted his hand, indicating it was a 50-50 situation. What does that mean? Are you guys done? Bakugou asked, raising his brows as he shoved his hands into the pockets of his black pants, his shirt matching. I cleared my throat. If Bakugou was here, he probably had a reason. If you're looking for Izuku, he went with all might to patrol. Something flickered in Bakugou's eyes at the mention of all might, but he simply grunted. I'm actually here to see you. My eyes widened. Oh. I flashed him a bright grin. If he was being nice, I would be too. Thank you for coming. I gestured to the side table filled with food Ms. Midoriya had dropped off. You can help yourself if you'd like. Or not if you don't want to eat. I mean, you should eat if you're hungry, but even if you're not, I clamped my mouth shut at the look Cat gave me. Bakugou muttered something about there being two of them, which I could only hear because of my new ears, as he looked away and scanned the room. Happy birthday. Thanks, and since you're here, I wanted to say thank you for that day too. When I mutated, I couldn't stop the shudder that ran through me as I recalled the pain of transformation. I don't really remember what happened all too well, but I know you were there. So thank you. Bakugou nodded, his expression shifting as if he were recalling his own fears. Did he go through something similar? A faint screech pierced the air, causing my ear to twitch. Do you guys hear that? Cat frowned. I don't hear anything. The screech rose to an unbearable pitch, making me wince and cover my ears. My hearing was still sensitive. How did they not hear that? Everyone else exchanged confused glances. Cat formed a protective dome around us as Ollie placed his hands over mine to help block the sound. The world shook violently as multiple explosions erupted nearby. Smoke and ash darkened the sky, and screams filled the air. My eyes widened. Izuku was out there. Before I could process what was happening, a large creature with protruding eyes and exposed features crashed through the window and into Cat's shield. Its beak opened, releasing a cry that shattered the shield with its sound waves. I curled into myself as my head rang from the high-pitched assault. Ali pressed my hands harder as he activated his quirk, sending large roots toward it. Simultaneously, Bakugou let out an enraged yell as an explosion erupted from his hands, aimed at the creature's face. Move, Lyra. The roots barely scratched its reinforced body, and it took the explosion as if it were nothing. Another scent filled the room, and I pointed at the door. Ali, the door. His roots reacted instantly as they crashed into an invisible object. Cat grunted as she raised another shield. They're coordinating with each other. I writhed as another screech filled the room, and the creature lunged at me. Bakugou's eyes flashed before he came to my side. Sorry about this. He scooped me up and signaled to Ali and Cat, jumping out the shattered window as he blasted the creature away. Roots formed beneath us, and we slid to the ground as the world trembled once more. Bakugou set me down, and I swiped at my ears, my hands now smeared with blood. He scowled. They're after her. That quirk was chosen for her, not us. It didn't even affect us. I fell to my knees as the screech assaulted my ears again. They must have a tracking quirk too. Whatever you're thinking, Lyra. No, Cat said as she helped me stand. Something invisible slammed against Cat's shield once more. That must be the tracking creature. It began to flicker, becoming solid, probably running out of time. Unlike the first creature, this one had a lower jaw that was non-existent, leaving only bone as its nose took up most of its face. Its clawed hands cracked through the shield, and Ali was ready with a counterattack as thick roots and vines wrapped around it, effectively pinning it to the floor. Cat slammed her shield down on its head, but it simply roared. Damn it, how durable are they? Bakugou yelled, and with one powerful explosion, ripped half its head clean off. But the skin simply grew back, much to our horror. Not as durable as you, Lyra. I'm glad you survived. I froze at the sound of her voice, my mind going blank as I backed away. It's her, Cat. This. Cat glared at Cyanide as she squeezed my hand. Don't come any closer. Ali growled in frustration as the creature broke free, before immobilizing it once more. We need a more permanent solution now. I steeled myself as my mind raced. Stay strong. I took a deep breath and got into a fighting stance as I faced Cyanide. I felt stronger now, and I had to fight. My wings and muscles strained as I flared them out. Stay away from me, Cyanide. She pouted. I'm hurt. After all these years I took care of you. She clicked her tongue. It's time to come home. Cat, cover us, Ali instructed as he turned to me. Can I? Do whatever you have to do, Ali, I replied. Cat's shield wavered and cracked as both Cyanide and the Nomu attacked it from either side. The screeching Nomo found us as well, launching an assault on the shield. Cat gritted her teeth, but the shield held. Oliver's hand touched my spine and the base of my wings, and I felt rough vines wrap around them, alleviating their weight and reinforcing them. This'll help you for a while, maybe even let you fly. I nodded, and Cat dropped her shield. I immediately lunged at Cyanide, clawing at her. She tilted her head as she dodged me. Looks like you can't access the second part of my quirk. Come on, Lyra, you're smarter than that. Why wasn't she fighting back? It's my quirk now, I snarled before fainting and slicing her jaw. Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't seem deterred as she pulled out a knife. Good job. You've gotten faster. I'm proud of you. I didn't want her praise, but I had to back away as the bird Nomu intervened between us. To my surprise, it roared at Cyanide, no harm. They couldn't hurt me? Perfect. I lunged at the two of them again, and the Nomu screeched. I gritted my teeth at the sound but raised a claw towards Cyanide, only for it to be blocked by the Nomu's torso. I flared my wings and flew out of its reach, but it pursued me. I glanced back at Cyanide, who vanished into a mist of purple, and sped away. No. Come back, Lyra, Cat screamed, but I didn't listen. I needed to draw one of the Nomus away from them. The Nomu was slower than me with its heavy mass and feathered wings. That was one advantage I had. I flapped my wings and heard some of Ollie's vines tear as I dodged an incoming sound wave, swerving to the right. This Nomu was the perfect counter to me. It screeched again, and I fell slightly before leveling out. I couldn't take much more of this. I glanced at the ashy clouds forming in the sky as my skin buzzed. Maybe some cover would work. It couldn't track me anymore with the other Nomu. We were in the sky now. With one more flap of my wings, I shot towards the clouds. I was going to take this thing down. Bakugou's POV. Blondie shot into the sky at an incredible speed, higher than I could manage, disappearing behind the clouds. I had to admit that flower power was clever for helping her fly. As he pinned the Nomu down, I unleashed a powerful explosion, severing its head as it roared in pain before going limp. Pieces of it rained down, landing on a shield. You're the fastest here. Go follow her, Ollie said. I narrowed my eyes but said nothing. He was right. I could use my explosions to propel myself after her, but to what end? There's no point. That's her battle now. Please, Bakugou. If the League's after her, they have something else planned. They wouldn't rely on just this one attempt, Catherine replied, staring at the sky. Anger surged through me at the mention of the League. Those BSRDs. I wouldn't want anyone to fall into their hands like I did. I couldn't shake the flashes of torture from my kidnapping their last attempt to convert me. If they were that violent then, I didn't want to imagine how brutal they were now. I could only guess what Lyra had already endured with her kidnapping, the loss of her wings, and the trauma that came with her new quirk. Fine. I'll follow her as best as I can, but she's too high up. If the League's involved, that means all for one is two, I snapped as my mind raced. Which means they could be after one for all. You guys, find Midoriya. Oliver's eyes widened. You know. What do you mean do I know? Of course, I know. He made it so obvious. Without another word, I propelled myself into the air after Blondie. Izuku's POV. I punched a hole clean through the Nomu before kicking towards the ground. It let out a strangled sound and went limp. I gritted my teeth at the 3 spikes piercing my shoulder, its way of keeping me attached. Some sort of speed and spike quirk. The buildings beside me groaned as more explosions erupted, and I quickly used Black Whip to get people to safety. I couldn't even use my quirk at 60% due to the instability of the buildings and civilians around me. I still had a lot to learn. I lunged towards a Nomu towering over a defenseless family and, using 50%, obliterated it. How many had the League of Villains released? I helped them up and directed them to safety before heading back to All Might, who gave me a nod as we made our way toward the center of the city. The sky darkened as more clouds rolled in. All Might frowned as the wind picked up. That's not normal weather. Lightning flashed behind the dark clouds, revealing 2 silhouettes, both winged. Hawks landed beside us. Endeavor has the other side of town covered, but we need to find the League. Tokoyami and I will search that way. Tokoyami nodded, and they flew away. I looked to the sky again as the flashes of lightning became more frequent, revealing more silhouettes of the battle. The soft patter of rain began as a pained roar echoed in the sky from a Nomu. Then the Nomu fell with Lyra on top of it. What was she doing out here? Golden electricity crackled around her, her wings siphoning it as lightning followed her wake. She plunged the thunderbolt in her hands down the Nomu's throat, burning it from the inside out. Branched horns of pure energy crackled on her head as her eyes glowed golden. The Nomu and she crashed to the ground with a loud bang, miles away from us, on the far side of the city. Smaller explosions trailed behind them. Was that Bakugou? She was the cause of the storm. She was the storm. All Might nodded, and we both leaped toward her as the clouds above began to part. What happened once I left? Lyra's POV. The air shifted around me as I exhaled, feeling the sun warm my skin as the clouds broke away. My power had passed with the storm, and I released the crackling energy inside my lungs. The wind greeted me quickly, whistling as it blew away the remnants of the Nomu. Ali's vines were long gone, and I snapped my wings shut, fighting against the fatigue that threatened to overwhelm me. I stared at the shattered windows and crumbling buildings around me as I climbed up the crater. I did this? At least everyone was evacuated. What a destructive performance, a low, gruff voice mused. I couldn't even blink as a large hand wrapped around my throat and squeezed. I gasped for air, feeling the energy inside me surge awake once more, only to retreat as something snapped around my neck. The hand released me, and I clawed at the tight restraint that restricted my breathing. I paled at the man before me, his familiar scarred lips. His once light blue hair was now half white, as if he were undergoing some sort of transformation. He grinned widely before lunging at me. This was the man who had bought me from cyanide. I clawed at him, but he was quick, his hand wrapping around my wrist. I stifled a cry as I felt my skin begin to break down. He spun me around and pressed something against my back, and a metal bar immediately wrapped around my arms and wings. His wide eyes scanned me with something resembling awe. How did they know I was here so fast? Did the Nomu lead them here? It couldn't be that smart, could it? But he wasn't the one who spoke. It was the man behind him. I froze in place at the immense pressure. He exuded, a man with a black mask covering his entire face and head, waves of power rolling off him. Cyanide stood beside him, angled away, looking away in fear. He wore a lower metal mask to help him breathe. He approached me, buttoning the cuff of his suit. You're quite powerful. Not many can defeat my Nomu one-on-one. I dared not breathe as he reached me. Both his hands grabbed the sides of my head, and I snarled, trying to break free. Then I felt something being drawn from me. I need something of yours. My body went limp as my energy drained. My wings and scales retracted, and I screamed internally to escape. What was he doing to me? But just as he began, he stopped. Whatever he had taken rushed back into me, and I fell to my knees, gasping. What had he just done? His head snapped back to cyanide. I thought you told me she had 2 quirks. She does. I swear. Her first quirk is adaptive wings. I removed them, but I promise you the adaptability wasn't dependent on her wings. That quirk is the only reason she survived the mutation. His voice remained calm, which frightened me even more. The only has 1. I blinked, recalling my unhealed bleeding ears. My adaptability was gone. Something inside me shattered. My mom's quirk, and now my dad's gone forever. I blinked back, tears as my stomach churned. My father's last sacrifice, his final gift to keep me alive. I didn't realize I had spoken, and the man's attention turned back to me. Shigaraki, you know what to do. Shigaraki smiled before lunging at Cyanide, who activated her quirk. He cackled as she burned his flesh, a wild glint in his eyes, and with one touch, Cyanide disintegrated into dust, blood misting into the air. Just like that, I scrambled back at the display of his power, trying not to retch at the sight. He returned to the man's side and gripped my leg, pulling me back toward them. You're one-for-alls, right? The man asked. I feigned ignorance, immediately denying my connection to Izuku. Yes. I blinked, clamping my mouth shut. That wasn't what I was supposed to say. Izuku Midoriya, the next symbol of peace, the man mused. And the 9th holder of One for All. Thank you for confirming. I had my suspicions. I gritted my teeth. How did you do that? A simple truth quirk. Another quirk of mine. The man spun as he walked away. Shigaraki, what do you want to do with her? Shigaraki's grip tightened as he liked his lips. If she belongs to One for All, she belongs to me. I want her. His gaze sent a chill down my spine. She's capable of so much destruction. She's perfect. As you wish. Bring her along. A purple portal materialized as a man with purple smoke for a head bowed. Orange flashed in my vision as Shigaraki let go of me to block an incoming explosion. The air trembled at the sheer power behind Bakugou's punch. Die! Bakugou tore through my restraints, directing a deadly glare at the faceless man. Go to hell, all for one. The faceless man didn't turn back, as if he knew we couldn't touch him. As violent as ever, Bakugou. You would have fit right in with the league. Thunder rumbled as lightning coursed through my blood, and I powered up. Shigaraki recovered, his eyes filled with rage. This doesn't concern you. Sparks crackled in Bakugou's hand as he grinned wildly. I think it does. They lunged at each other. The ground splintered as Shigaraki activated his quirk, and I used the wind to help me hover, dodging the chaos. All for One used another quirk to propel himself toward the portal. I raised my hands, and lightning struck, barely missing All for One as he turned to me. If this truly was who Izuku had told me about, I couldn't let him leave. My nose started to bleed as my body heated from the energy expended. I was running on fumes. All for One clicked his tongue. You're done, Lyra. Stop before you burn from the inside out. I wouldn't want Shigaraki's woman to meet such an unfortunate end. I didn't like the smile that formed on his face or the way his voice dripped with feigned concern, as if he held some secret. I gritted my teeth. I'm not his anything. And you can't leave. As you wish. And then he was in front of me. I pulled back and swatted at the hand reaching for me before slamming him to the ground with a surge of wind and lightning. He got up and simply brushed the dirt off his suit. Interesting, show me more. The heat inside me simmered as I panted, my muscles giving out. I landed on the floor, my wings drooping behind me as a headache began to form. I still had power left, but my body was at its limit. That DM in coma. It was unnerving how calm All for One was. He lunged at me and I called down lightning strikes to keep him at bay. Just because I couldn't move didn't mean I was defenseless. All for One tilted his head, his mouth a tight line, and raised his hand as strips of red and black surged toward me. I shattered as many as I could with my lightning, but some were too fast. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the incoming attack, but nothing hit me. When I opened my eyes, green lightning wrapped around me as black whips disintegrated everything All for One had thrown at me. Izuku's eyes crackled with energy as he gave me a determined look, a silent command to keep fighting. I nodded, and Izuku lunged at Shigaraki as All Might landed next. To me, Izuku and Bakugou were like flashes of light as they fought together effortlessly. When one faltered, the other retaliated immediately, applying constant pressure to Shigaraki, who roared in frustration. It was as if they both knew each other's moves and fought to support one another. They were true rivals, and it was a spectacle to behold. All Might pushed me behind him. All for One, it ends here. All for One chuckled. Not today. We lost this round. Let's go. Shigaraki frowned, and with one last look, jumped away from Izuku and walked through the portal, which closed immediately after they stepped through. Izuku growled in frustration at their escape, but his eyes filled with relief when he saw me. All Might jumped away, signaling to Izuku as he left to find the League once more. If they were even still here. My stomach churned with the effort to stay upright, and my muscles finally gave out as the adrenaline left my body. I fell into Izuku's arms and smiled softly as I gripped a fistful of his hero costume, his arms wrapping around me. And to think I was going to pull an all-nighter with Cat. Izuku laughed as he scanned my body for any injuries. She'll be devastated. He frowned as he wiped the blood from my ears. You aren't healing. My throat felt dry. My previous quirk is fully gone. I don't know how. My dad's bright blue eyes flashed in my mind. I'm sorry, Dad. Izuku frowned and pulled me into a hug. What did he want from you? Bakugou asked. My adaptability quirk. He got angry when he realized it wasn't there. My mind flashed to cyanide. It had happened so quickly. I could see the gears turning in Izuku's mind. His quirk has the ability to transfer quirks, but it has a limit. Maybe your quirk was the answer to that limit. Still doesn't explain why they wanted you afterward, Bakugou said. I frowned at his injuries, but he didn't seem to mind them. Goosebumps rose on my skin as I remembered the glint in Shigaraki's eyes. Something about. I looked to Bakugou and back to Izuku, an unspoken question in my eyes. He knows, Izuku responded. Surprise filled me and I continued, something about one for all belonging to him, and since I belong to you, I poked Izuku's chest, I belong to him. But that look in Shigaraki's eyes, it was something else too. Izuku's eyes darkened, lightning sparking around him as he unconsciously powered up. It was my turn to hug him, and I buried my face into his chest. I'm here. With you. I couldn't see Izuku's expression, but his grip only tightened as he spoke to Bakugou. Thank you for being here. A grunt was Bakugou's only acknowledgement as All Might landed beside us, his face grim. No trace of them. But at least the attacks seemed to have ended. The remaining Nomo have retreated as well. I nudged Izuku, and he immediately helped me up while still listening to All Might's instructions. All Might sighed as he looked at the state of the three of us and seemed to change his mind. Never mind all that, you three get some rest. It's alright, All Might. I can, Izuku started, but All Might simply patted his shoulder. I got this. The worst is over. With one last grin, he took off, leaving the three of us alone. We all blinked at each other, no words spoken as the events of the day settled in. It was Izuku who spoke next, his eyes sparkling. So, lightning, huh? I grinned as I called upon my power, making golden lightning spark around me. What can I say? Lightning just loves me. That it does, Izuku said softly as he gazed up at the bright sky. That it does. Don't you dare. Oliver yelled. I glared at Oliver. Do it, Lyra. Cat smirked. Yeah, Lyra, do it. You better decide quickly, they're almost done, Kirishima muttered. Lyra groaned, crashing her car against the sidelines. Why did they even give me a blue shell? It's not like it's going to help me. I needed the rocket. I tilted my remote and threw a green shell at Oliver, who was in first place. I was right behind him while Lyra was in dead last. Bakugou glanced up from his phone. It's now or never, Blondie. Demon IT. Oliver yelled as Lyra released the blue shell. I began to overtake Oliver, his car right next to me, and grinned when I saw the finish line. I was so close. The blue shell flew downward, and both Oliver and I were knocked over. My jaw dropped. That's not how it's supposed to work. Kat laughed maniacally as she overtook both of us and crossed the finish line. Oliver finished in second, and I finished in third. Lyra, however, finished in 11th. Kat performed her victory dance while the end credits played out. Oliver glared at King Boo, who was awarded first place. That was supposed to be mine. Kat merely stuck her tongue out in response. Hey, at least you didn't get last. Lyra crossed her arms and scoffed. Don't worry. Toad won't fail me next time. Keep telling yourself that, Kat muttered. Lyra yelled and threw a pillow at Kat's face. Hey, without that shell, Oliver would have won. Kirishima interrupted, and I shot him a grateful look. Okay, so Oliver, Koopa, has 2 wins, Kat, King Boo, has 2 wins, Izuku, Yoshi, has 1 win and Lyra, Toad, has 0 wins. Oliver sat on the floor, leaning back against the couch. Let's do a tiebreaker match. Kat agreed enthusiastically. You're on. Lyra grumbled and sat next to me. We were having a Mario Kart tournament at my house with Kat, Ollie, Lyra, and me. I was surprised when Kirishima showed up with Bakugou, but I welcomed them. Bakugou was trying to change for the better, and I appreciated that effort. The class had been buzzing with questions about the recent attack, but thankfully, Mr. Aizawa was there to keep them calm. I felt the familiar warmth of one for all inside me as I recalled the event. I had also become the second most talked about topic in the news, with papers highlighting All Might's successor, Raiden. I snapped back to reality as Oliver cheered and Kat yelled in frustration. I guess that determined the winner. I stood up from the floor and brushed myself off. Are you ready, Lyra? She nodded. Let me get ready. Give me 5 minutes. Lyra left the living room, and the group turned to me with curious expressions. I put my hands in my pockets. I'm taking her on a date. Kat squealed and dashed after Lyra. Where are you taking her? Kirishima asked. Just a walk around the city. Grab some food and drinks, hang out, visit a couple of places. Treat her to whatever she wants. Oliver gave me a once-over. And you're wearing that? I looked down at my shirt and pants. What's wrong with this? Kirishima shook his head and, having grown closer to Oliver over the past few days, saluted. That was the wrong answer. I gave him a confused look and yelped as Oliver pulled me toward my room. Lyra said 5 minutes, so you have some time. With Kat there, we have at least 20 to 30 minutes, Oliver mumbled as he rummaged through my closet. I sighed. What had I gotten myself into? Lyra's POV. I jumped as my door was flung open. Why didn't you tell me? Kat exclaimed. I shrugged and continued to inspect my closet. It was a bit last minute. I tilted my head. I've never been on an actual date before. I've hung out with him and stuff. Should I wear what I wore then? Kat squealed in excitement and came up beside me. Do you know where you're going? I glanced at her. He said a walk around the city. Kat hummed thoughtfully. What about a dress? Wouldn't that be too much? Kat shook her head. I don't mean a super fancy one, but something nice. I nodded, considering her suggestion. My eyes landed on a beige crop pullover tucked away in the back of my closet. I pulled it out and Kat's eyes lit up. She handed me a simple black cami and gestured for me to wait as she dashed out, returning with a plaid skirt. Try it on. I slipped on the black top first, the back low enough for my wings to emerge, then added the cropped pullover that ended just above where my wings began. The elastic skirt fit perfectly. Yes, Kat exclaimed, giving me an approving once-over. Pair it with some white shoes and you're good to go. I nodded, my stomach fluttering with excitement as I slipped on some white sneakers. My first date. I fiddled with my ring, a golden arrow wrapping around my finger as I walked to the front door. I did a double take when I saw Izuku. He wore a white shirt with an olive green jacket and black jeans with a chain attached. He smiled at me and I returned the gesture. Wow, Lyra, you look amazing, Oliver said. Kat can make some good choices sometimes. Kat gritted her teeth. Why you? But I shot them a stern look and turned to Kirishima. You're in charge. Izuku's POV. She was beautiful. When I saw her walk in, my heart the whole world stopped. She was absolutely mesmerizing. Her yellow eyes shone. I feel a bit overdressed. I kissed her forehead. Nah, you look beautiful. I smirked at her reaction and pulled the door open. She held my hand as we walked together. So what's up first? Lyra's POV. The cold, sweet taste of vanilla exploded in my mouth as I liked the delicious ice cream off my spoon. No way. I don't believe you. Izuku smirked. It's the truth. So you're telling me you didn't use your quirk at all and still won the obstacle race during the sports festival? Basically catapulted over them using the mines that were laid out. I threw my bowl away and turned towards him. How'd you even do that? Izuku shrugged. Everything had to be timed perfectly, when to actually catapult off the mines, the landing, getting through Bakugou and Todoroki. He trailed off and gave me a sheepish smile. I'm surprised agencies didn't call you after that. Well, to be fair, I couldn't really control my quirk. I shrugged. I don't know. If I were the head of an agency, I would choose a smart hero over a powerful one who can't think. He smiled. Fair point. He led me to the park, and we had a small picnic, talking about random things. It felt nice to relax and not worry about anything. I hadn't had a day like this since the hospital. It was all just giving statements and working out to Izuku's intense drills that left me sore everywhere. I still don't know how he did those, but they were working. My wings felt much lighter to carry. Not to mention the hours Izuku and I poured into figuring out the limits of my quirk. I couldn't thank him enough as my quirk became second nature to me. Time flew by and I was happy. Really happy. Izuku laid down with his head resting on my lap as I leaned against a tree with my wings tucked in. His eyes were closed, and I simply gazed at him, wondering what I did to deserve this. I traced my finger along his jaw, then his cheek, his nose, his mouth. His hand shot out and grabbed my wrist as he opened his eyes. What are you doing, Lyra? I blushed at the way he said my name, like he cherished it, and gave him an innocent smile. Nothing. His eyes glowed as he pressed a soft kiss to my wrist, igniting a warmth within me. I couldn't look away from his blazing eyes, holding my gaze captive with the sheer power behind them. This was the man who had the power to change the world. The man who had the weight of the world on his shoulders and yet smiled so beautifully as he strived to save it to make it better. The confident hero with a gentle heart. And he was all mine. "Wanna head home?" he asked with a promising smile, his eyes matching the fire in mine. I nodded, and he pulled me up, his hand resting on my waist as we walked back when a flash of white barreled into him. I let out a small cry of surprise as he bumped into me. He gave me a quick glance, and when he saw I was okay, he kneeled down. Izuku reached for the figure. "I'm sorry. You really took a tumble there. Are you okay?" I saw the figure flinch and quickly knelt down beside Izuku. A little girl with long white hair was breathing harshly as she flinched away from us. She had a little horn on the right side of her head and large red eyes filled with fear as she trembled. "You should be more careful. We don't want to cause trouble for the heroes. Let's go home, Eri," a raspy voice drawled from behind her. Eri froze in Izuku's arms, while my palms grew sweaty at her reaction. It was just like mine when Cyanide spoke to me. We looked up to see a tall man with dark yellow eyes and a bird mask on. His gloved hands stayed limp at his sides. "I hope you'll forgive my daughter, Raiden. I don't know what to do with her. Always playing rough and bumping into things." I froze, and by the way Izuku stiffened, I knew he could tell. This man was dangerous. My eyes glanced at Eri's bandaged hands, and I clenched my fists. The man studied the two of us, and I shivered as I met his gaze. He didn't break eye contact with me until I glanced at his mask. He seemed to find what he was looking for and gestured to the mask. "Keeps the filth out," he rasped. "Let's go, Eri." "Please don't leave me," Eri whimpered. My heart broke at her small voice. Izuku wrapped his arms around her as a tear fell from Eri's eyes. "Your daughter seems scared." A gentle hand on her trembling figure. "She's got bandages all over? And that's just from playing rough." Izuku's eyes hardened. "Does that seem normal to you?" His eyes narrowed. "It's rude to make assumptions about what's normal for other people." "Yeah, everybody's different. Am I right?" a bright voice interjected. I snapped my gaze to Mirio. He glanced at the two of us, and his eyes flashed with warning. What was he doing? Izuku ignored him. "What are you doing to this girl?" Lemillion stiffened beside us as the masked man flicked his arms out. He sighed as he turned around. "You heroes really pick up on the subtlest things, don't you? This situation is embarrassing, so I prefer to discuss it where we won't be overheard." He walked into the alleyway. I glanced at Izuku, who nodded at me. I picked up Eri's trembling form and hugged her close. We followed closely behind as the masked man began to talk about Eri. I caught Eri's gaze and squeezed her. "I know." Her red eyes flashed and she gripped me tighter. I glanced at the masked man's back but froze as I saw Cyanide's back. I blinked, and it was the masked man again. Cyanide was gone. I stroked Eri's hair. I will not let her go with him. I will not let what happened to me happen to her. The man began to take one of his gloves off, and Eri froze in my arms. She kicked away but I held firm. "I'm not going to let you go." Eri's wide eyes flashed with fear as she whispered, "He'll hurt you." I gave her a bright smile. He can try. Lemillion placed a hand on my shoulder, his voice a harsh whisper. Don't start a fight you can't finish. That's Overhaul, a top villain. I shrugged his hand off and flared my wings, powering up as Izuku did the same, both of us in sync as Overhaul dropped his glove, looking back with a dark glare. Not long after, his subordinates appeared. Izuku activated Black Whip. Get her out of here. Overhaul's arms morphed into a large grotesque mass, springing towards me with surprising speed. But I was already in the sky. Eri wrapped her arms tightly around me, a squeak of surprise escaping her lips at our height as I sped away. Overhaul roared in anger, but Izuku was there, throwing punch after punch. Screams erupted from the surrounding area, and I was relieved to see Mirio working quickly to get everyone to safety. Eri, another person is going to die because of you. Be a good girl and come back. Overhaul yelled, his voice carrying ominously. Eri kicked as she fought against my hold. I gently landed on a building and grabbed her flailing arms. If I go back, he'll turn people back to normal. They won't get hurt anymore. I pulled her into my arms as tears shook her body. He's lying. If you go back, he'll hurt you. Eri sniffled. That's okay. I'm used to it. As long as it isn't others. No, it's not okay. Just because you're used to it, doesn't mean it's all right for you to get hurt. You're a person too. My voice was firm, and she looked up at me, seeing my determination. You ran to us for help. So let us help you. But, that hero you bumped into? He's going to be the future #1 hero, and he'll do anything to save you, Eri. Trust him and me. Let us be your heroes. Eri nodded, and I took to the skies once more, flying towards a certain apartment. She would be safe there. I landed and gently placed Eri down, but she didn't let go of my hand. I squeezed her hand reassuringly as I banged on the door, not bothering with gentleness. The door swung open, revealing a red-eyed Aizawa with a menacing look. But as he recognized me, his expression softened. He blinked, his gaze shifting to Eri beside me, before letting out a sigh. What did you do? I nodded at Eri as we entered, gesturing for her to sit on the couch, which she did tentatively. There's a villain after Eri, and I thought she'd be safest with you. I didn't give him a chance to respond as I knelt in front of Eri. You can trust him, all right? And if you can't, trust me. He may look scary, but he's a big softy. Aizawa growled. And where are you going? To help Izuku deal with the villain who interrupted our date. And I flew off. Aizawa gaped at Lyra's retreating figure before turning to the little girl sitting on his couch. Her eyes were wide as she stared at him with uncertainty, but she stayed put. He ran a hand down his face. Why did he always get stuck with the problem children? First Midoriya and now Lyra. Loud roars and explosions echoed in the distance. But he couldn't be bothered. Knowing Midoriya was there, the villain stood no chance. And if Lyra was with Midoriya, no one would touch him. He'd stay here and look after the child. That problem was immediately solved when the cat he took care of jumped up next to Eri, who tensed up. The cat gently nudged her cheek, and Eri seemed to melt with wonder as she hesitantly patted the cat. Aizawa went to the kitchen and quickly whipped up a sandwich before setting it in front of Eri. As soon as everything settles, we'll get you treated at the hospital. I'll do my best here. Eri nodded, and Aizawa sat on the couch beside her, vowing to keep her safe. Using the wind to propel her forward, Lyra hurtled towards the battle and gasped at Overhaul's new form. Four large, fleshy arms made up his lower body, and he towered over the buildings beside him. She sprang into action, dipping down to grab as many civilians as she could before placing them somewhere safe. Multiple heroes assisted on the scene, helping with the rescue efforts, but the sheer power being exchanged by Overhaul and Raiden prevented them from intervening. The only reason she wasn't blown away was the underlying strength of her wings. Raiden's usual green lightning now crackled with a variety of colors as he landed a solid punch to Overhaul's outstretched arm. His eyes glimmered with the power of One for All, making him nearly untouchable. He was at full power. Overhaul's arm misted into nothing, but in an instant, it reformed, and Raiden quickly dodged, giving Lyra an opening. She inhaled deeply, diving deeper into her quirk, sharing the energy stored in her lungs, causing the sky to darken. Thunder rumbled in the distance as her own golden lightnings surged around her. With a raise of her hand, Lyra directed a barrage of lightning and rain towards Overhaul with precision honed from hours of practice. Overhaul roared in pain and narrowed his eyes at her, preparing to retaliate, but Raiden followed up immediately, landing a powerful punch aimed at his head. They needed to knock him out. Overhaul's arm took the hit. And like before, reformed as if nothing had happened, but it was slower this time. Raiden noticed. Activating Black Whip, Raiden landed critical blows to Overhaul's body while restraining his arms. Lyra supported him from behind, careful not to get in Raiden's way as she destroyed Overhaul's arms, causing him to recover more slowly. But Raiden was also hurt. It was slight, but Lyra noticed because it was him. His arms weren't ready for the full force of One for All. But that didn't deter Raiden. Overhaul screeched as he was thrown into the air. You don't know what Eri is worth. What she's capable of. She could rebuild this world and rid it of all curses. Overhaul roared and sent hundreds of spikes towards them, but Raiden and Lyra swiftly dodged, closing in. Rainbow-hued lightning snaked up his body as he prepared one final blow. Overhaul was getting desperate. This fight was over. With Lyra creating an opening and delivering a kick so powerful, perhaps even more than All Might's signature move, Raiden incapacitated Overhaul, causing him, Nemoto, and the other villain to plummet from the sky. In one fluid motion, Raiden caught them with his black whip and secured quirk-canceling cuffs on them as they landed. Raiden stepped back, feeling the weight of his power diminish, as Lyra landed beside him, catching him before he could fall. Panting, Raiden asked, Eri? Lyra smiled brightly, trying to soothe his trembling arms. Safe. The clouds parted to reveal the brilliant light of the sun as she powered down. You did it. You saved her. Izuku smiled in response as the loud sirens of the ambulance surrounded them, accompanied by the buzz of reporters, which Mirio and the other heroes managed with ease. The medics quickly led them to the truck, taking vitals and momentarily pulling Izuku away from Lyra when they deemed her free of injury. Izuku frowned, but Lyra shook her head and mouthed, rest. Without saying anything further, Lyra took to the skies towards Eri. She didn't notice the pair of blue eyes watching her with interest as his flames extinguished, nor the two villains lurking in the shadows, clutching a box of drags they had stolen from Overhaul. One, masked and shifting between two personalities, observed Lyra flying away, while the other, a blonde, giggled as she liked her knife, watching the departing ambulance. He'd look much better in red, she mused. Once Lyra landed, Eri was waiting for her and immediately tackled her into a hug as Aizawa switched off the TV broadcasting the battle and its aftermath. I want to see him, Eri whispered softly. Lyra glanced at Aizawa, who nodded. Go, I'll handle everything else and meet you at the hospital. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa, Lyra replied, picking up Eri. Close your eyes. They sped towards the hospital. I'm looking for Izuku Midoriya, Lyra said as they approached the receptionist, who blushed upon hearing the name. Only family members can visit Raiden, the receptionist said dismissively. Lyra shot her a withering glare at the way she referred to Raiden, feeling a surge of anger rise within her. Eri, too short to see the receptionist, tilted her head as she noticed Lyra clenching her fist. Was she upset? Eri gently squeezed Lyra's hand with both of hers, hoping to provide comfort. Lyra blinked at the soft pressure and sighed, seeing Eri's wide eyes. She reined in her anger. I am family. Now where is he? Doesn't look like it. Before Lyra could respond, All Might, in his powered-up form, patted her shoulder. She's with me. Now can you tell us what room he's in? The receptionist's jaw dropped at All Might's presence, and she stuttered, Floor 4, Room 2. Lyra smiled, her expression sharp, and Eri moved to hide behind her as they headed to the elevator. This is All Might, the #1 hero. He won't hurt you. All Might, this is Eri. Eri peeked at him from behind Lyra's figure and gave him a tiny wave, which All Might returned with an energetic one. He's Izuku's teacher, Lyra continued. Eri nodded as the elevator dinged, signaling their arrival at the floor. The three of them joined Ms. Midoriya and looked through the window to see Izuku talking with his doctor. Once the doctor left, they rushed into the room, with Ms. Midoriya immediately squeezing her son. Izuku laughed, unable to do much with his bandaged arms and slings, but he greeted his visitors with a bright smile. Lyra moved closer to him as Ms. Midoriya and All Might stepped aside to give them some privacy after checking on him. It's nothing serious, right? Lyra asked. Izuku shook his head. Nothing life-altering. But if I had to execute a couple more punches at full power, that may have changed. So I have you to thank, Lyra. Lyra pressed a gentle kiss to his lips before stepping aside for Eri. Eri slid out from behind Lyra, and with her help, climbed onto the bed, staring at Izuku with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry. You got hurt because of me. Hey, don't think like that. You know what I'm thinking right now. Izuku smiled softly, and Eri shook her head. I'm just glad Eri's safe. That's it. Eri blinked, forcing a smile, but it quickly faded. I want to smile with you. But I don't know how. Both Izuku's and Lyra's expressions softened as Lyra hugged her. It'll come, don't worry. Let's get you checked out, alright? See, Mr. Aizawa is waiting for you outside. You'll be right next to Izuku. Eri nodded and jumped down, whispering a thank you to Izuku, who returned her bright smile. Eri seemed comfortable with Mr. Aizawa as she took his hand, allowing him to lead her to a different room. Ms. Midoriya squeezed Lyra's hand before bidding farewell as she left with All Might, giving Izuku some rest. Lyra hummed as she returned inside, ensuring the temperature was comfortable for Izuku. She slid a chair next to him as he yawned. You should rest. Izuku was about to protest, but a stern glare from his girlfriend made him sink back into the bed. Then something dawned on him. Wait, what's your hero name? Did you figure one out? Lyra blinked. I didn't even think about it. I mean, it makes sense that the tabloids didn't focus on you when the league attacked. There were bigger players, but you played a significant role this time. We can brainstorm tomorrow. Now sleep. Izuku's eyes fluttered closed at Lyra's command, and exhaustion quickly overtook him. He felt soft lips press against his forehead and hands drape a blanket over him before he succumbed to sleep. Lyra's POV. Ollie and Kat blinked at me as they tossed out potential hero. Storm. Stormy. That's just my recommendation but worse. Hey, it's different. What about Thundress? I simply shook my head and rested my chin on Aries' head, who looked at my two friends bickering with wide eyes as she sat on my lap. I tapped Aerie. What do you think, Aerie? This silenced Ollie and Kat, who adored Aerie, as she fiddled with her fingers. I'm not sure. Why can't you just be Lyra? I giggled. Well, a hero's name symbolizes what they want to protect or be in the hero's world. Think of it as another way to scare away villains or a way to comfort others. Oh. Kat glanced at her phone and groaned, we have to go. Ollie frowned, imagine all the homework we have to catch up on. Don't even mention that, Kat muttered as she gathered her bags. Bye, man, Ollie said, waving enthusiastically at Aerie. Bye, Izuku. And for the next couple of days, I better not hear any news of either of you in the hospital, Kat said. Bye, guys. Have a safe flight, Izuku replied, his mind clearly elsewhere. I nudged Aerie, and she got off me as I turned to help Kat with one of her bags. I'll be back after I drop them off at the airport. Aerie, take good care of Izuku. Aerie nodded, her eyes filled with determination as she struggled to get on the bed. Izuku used his quirk to help her up, and when Aerie plopped onto the bed, the three of us left. We all squeezed into the back of the cab and sighed in unison. Ollie was about to say something, but Kat beat him to it. Did something happen with Izuku, Lyra? I let out a bigger sigh as I slid the window between the driver and us shut. I don't know. We were fine last night, but when I woke up, he just felt so distant. Ollie frowned. You think it's because of his injuries? It's been a while since Izuku was badly hurt. Kat shook her head. It was just a couple of broken bones. It can't be that. I just don't understand what could happen in the span of a morning. If I did something wrong, I thought our relationship was strong enough for him to bring it up with me. I don't think it's you, Lyra. He literally took you out on a date yesterday, Ollie said. The three of us sighed once more. Well, if anything, Lyra, I'm proud of you for not ruining my outfit in that fight yesterday, Kat said, tugging on my sleeves. I gaped at her as Ollie nodded in agreement. Yes, you looked amazing while fighting. Every hero's dream. Unlike Izuku, who ruined my jacket. I rolled my eyes at the two of them. You guys are so strange. Our laughter soon faded into silence as we reached the airport. Kat gave me one last hug. Come visit us? I nodded. Of course, guys. Have a safe flight and text the group when you land. The two of them walked inside while I flew back to the hospital, stretching my wings. With the wind whistling around me, I racked my brain for anything I might have done to upset him. But everything seemed fine. Frustration bubbled within me as I searched for answers. I twirled through the window I had left open on the 4th floor and landed in the hallway, surprising the people scurrying by. I didn't want to deal with the receptionist again, especially in my current mood. I headed to the cafeteria and loaded a tray with various foods before making my way to Izuku's room. I didn't think he had eaten since I woke up, and Aerie had probably left for her training session with Mr. Aizawa. I was about to pull the door open when I froze. I can't be with her all might. That was Izuku's voice. The world spun as I swiveled around to avoid being seen through the window, snapping my wings tightly shut. What did he mean? Maybe he was talking about someone else. All Might sighed. Are you sure about this, young Midoriya? Lyra will be heartbroken. And it may be for nothing. Once Shigaraki is fixated on something, he won't let it go. He might if I do this. My heart stopped. This can't be real. Ivy in a frantic breath as the words sank in. He was leaving me. Just like Mom. Just like Dad. I stopped listening after that as white-hot anger flared through me. The League. That's why he was leaving me? I snarled as I kicked the door open and slammed the tray of food on the table beside him, giving Izuku a withering glare. So that's it? After everything? Izuku's eyes widened as All Might, in his slimmer form, frowned. You're back early. I flew, I bit out. Can you give us the room, All Might? All Might opened his mouth to say something, but meeting my gaze, he chose otherwise and left. Talk. Izuku's POV. I flinched at the venom in her voice. My heart. Just don't. Talk. She was trembling with anger, but her golden eyes were filled with fear and panic. Some part of me broke as I stared into them. She growled at my lack of response before turning away, tears glistening in her eyes. I ran after her. Lyra, please. But she ignored me, making her way to an open window before flying away. I powered up slightly, barely at 5%, and propelled myself toward her. She let me wrap my quirk around her, and I pulled her toward me, landing on the top of a tall building. She broke free from my grip and stepped back. If you don't want me to leave, then talk. But how could I explain to her that I was terrified of losing her? That this was the only way I knew to protect her? The League attacked Overhaul, and Lyra, what they did to him. The images were seared into my mind as All Might quietly explained what happened that morning. Shigaraki didn't just take his arms, he destroyed everything about him before letting him go. Overhaul was now a living ghost, devoid of all emotion and soul in just one night. One night. And if he got his hands on Lyra, it happened right near the hospital. Next to us. And you are on their list because of me. Because of One for All. So what, you're just going to give up on us? The Izuku I know wouldn't let a villain dictate his actions. The Izuku I know has fire in his heart and would fight. What happened to that? I stepped closer to her. Lyra, you don't understand, my voice broke, I am terrified. Terrified of losing you again. She swiped at her tears as I continued, when you slipped into a coma, I didn't the terror I felt. You were fading away, and I couldn't do anything but wait. It was torture. All this power, and I couldn't save the girl who brought so much light into my life. Before you, it was nothing but training to become stronger. Being a hero is important to me, but Lyra, you reminded me that life isn't just about fighting. It's about living too. And I can't live without you. Then why are you doing this? My voice rose, because I want you to be safe. Once Shigaraki sees you aren't with me, he'll leave you alone. You think I want to do this? It's my only choice. And what about my choice? She asked as she closed the distance between us. Because I choose you, Izuku Midoriya. And everything that comes with it, the good and the bad. I choose the man whose golden heart beats only for others. You don't think I'm terrified? I know you, Izuku. You will give everything, sacrifice everything, to protect those you care about. Even yourself. Because that's who you are, a selfless, kind, gentle soul who has the fate of the world resting on his shoulders. She took a deep breath, resting a hand on my racing heart. But I'm not you. I'm selfish. So I'll say it again. You're mine, Izuku Midoriya. And nothing will take that away from me. Not a villain. Not even you. But, she cupped my face, holding my gaze with her own. Do you love me? My heart stuttered, the words caught in my throat as her unwavering golden eyes glowed with determination. Her voice rose as she spoke again, me. Her words held strength and intensity that pierced through me, and I raised my hands to hers, cupping them gently. Just, I love you. Her golden eyes flickered with emotion. Then I will fight. I will fight every day to come back to you. With everything inside of me, I will fight for us. Because I love you, Izuku Midoriya. You are my hero, and I will not let you falter. I didn't realize I was crying until she wiped my tears and whispered, let me be your strength as you are for me. I rested my forehead against hers, closing my eyes and savoring her words. We will not falter. She repeated it, squeezing my hands, cementing it deep into our souls. We will not falter. Then I kissed her, pouring everything inside me into that moment, my love, my fear, everything. Her soft lips moved with mine, matching my fervor. It was a vow, a promise to never give up, to fight for each other. I wrapped one arm around her waist, lifting her effortlessly, and flew back home. We were simply a streak in the air as Lyra's wind propelled us forward. Once we arrived, I powered down completely, holding Lyra with one arm as I opened the door to my home and then my room with the other. Her face flushed as I gently placed her on my bed and crawled on top of her, capturing her lips once more. She smiled against my lips, her hands running up my arms and into my hair. I was a coward for trying to take the easy way out. Lyra Solitaire was mine. And no one was going to take her away from me. Lyra's POV. I could only stare at the neat and precise letters drawn on the board, creating a bold title that spurred the class into chaos as they searched for their names on one of the two lists below it. Groans of disappointment and shouts of excitement filled the room as time ticked by, the absence of Mr. Aizawa and the fact that it was Sunday not even mentioned. 3. A civil war. But for me, that wasn't the issue. Nor was the fact that I had been placed under Bakugou's leadership. No, the problem was that the other team's leader was Izuku. There wasn't going to be a war, just a desperate attempt at survival for the other team. The glint in Izuku's eyes as he leaned back in his chair with his feet kicked up did not help my worries at all. My team was done for. As if he knew the direction of my thoughts. Who were we kidding? He probably did. Izuku gave me a cheeky smile, to which I returned a fierce glare. If he said one word, to Kogo leader, Ida, Vajur, Todoroki, Mineta, for Ishido, Kurishima, Sir, Chu, Soldier, villains, Midoriya leader, Ajui, Uraraka, Kuda, Kaminari, Tokoimi. Hagikure. Yairozu. Sadat. Dima. Tinsa. The seats were rearranged, and I was assigned to sit next to Shuji, much to my relief. The looks Mineta gave me were unsettling. Shuji had a look of indifference as he stared at the board, but I chose to ask anyway, would you have been upset if you were put on the villain team? Shuji glanced at me. Not really. At the end of the day, both teams have their own challenges to overcome. It wouldn't be weird, I would certainly look the part. I blinked. You're so sweet though. I could never imagine you as a villain. And I really couldn't, no matter how much I tried. Shuji was never aggressive in any of the exercises we've done in class, usually playing the role of mediator and taking care of everyone. He was the literal definition of a gentle giant. I liked him more than the other classmates, and Izuku agreed. After all, he wasn't part of the bullying Izuku experienced, unlike some of the others. Speaking of which, Uraraka, much to my annoyance, sat next to Izuku, chatting excitedly about the next couple of days. She was wasting her energy. Shuji dipped his head in thanks, not having the chance to reply as Aizawa walked in with Shinso. I gave him an energetic wave, and the purple-haired boy nodded as he slid into his seat behind Izuku. Aizawa quieted the class with a stern glare. You all probably heard about this training exercise from previous third years. It'll serve as a final exam of sorts, so do treat it seriously. Confusion must have shown on my face, and not a second later, I heard a soft, almost inaudible whisper in my ear. Shuji's quirk. During random times of the year, the third years would disappear from the campus for about a week. Whenever they would come back, it was either unconscious or, on the very last day, victorious. Rumors spread, and soon it became known as the class civil war. No one knows the fine details, though. The teachers keep that under lock and key and threaten expulsion for spilled secrets. I nodded in thanks. Was it that brutal? You'll be briefed 1 week from today. Nizu will be overseeing most of it, and I will be in charge of the hero team, while Ectoplasm will lead the villain team. Use this time to prepare with your teams. There will be no direct help from the teachers, but you can ask us for any clarifications regarding the rules of the game. And before you ask, we have support item engineers on standby. You'll get more details later. I recommend saying your goodbyes to your friends because you won't be seeing them for a week. You all will be living at your respective base with your team members. And yes, we have the permission of your parents. Start your preparations for the next couple of days. It will test your resolve to its limits. What about Class 3B, Mr. Aizawa? Tsu asked. They won't be joining us this year. Both Vlad King and I decided to keep it a bit more contained so we can focus on every individual more closely. Can we change teams if both people agree? A tentative voice asked. I turned to see Hagikure fiddling with her fingers. No. Your teams are final. The class murmured as Aizawa started towards the door, and I frantically scrambled after him with Izuku in tow. Wait, Mr. Aizawa. He turned, and seeing the two of us, answered our unspoken question. Eri is doing all right. She can't control her rewind quirk, but she's working hard. He explained her progress, and we both smiled at her improvement. Are you going to see her right now? I asked. Later. I'll be sure to tell you guys. Now, go back to class and talk with your teams. Our teacher walked away, leaving me alone with Izuku, who interlocked his hand with mine and pulled me into an empty, dimly lit hallway. I gazed up at him and internally sighed. I didn't think I'd ever get used to how tall he was. Stealing me away in the shadows. Very villain-like, Izuku. Izuku grinned. How could I resist? I traced his broad shoulders with my finger, feeling comforted by his presence. How are you feeling about this civil war thing? He hummed. I knew it was coming, but not this quickly. That wasn't my question. Is it bad I'm kind of excited about it? I shook my head as I wrapped my wings around us both, creating a small barrier from the outside world. Revenge. His thumbs rubbed gentle circles on the outside of my thighs. Partially. I thought of cyanide and my lack of closure with her. It had happened so fast, and I was too shocked to feel anything else at the time. But now, I was angry that she escaped punishment for her actions. It felt as if she didn't exist, and what she did to me was merely a figment of my imagination. Maybe this would bring closure for him. Well, whatever the case, I won't make it easy for you. Izuku captured my lips in a soft kiss. I'd be disappointed if you did. Come on, we have to head back to class before Aizawa comes back. He set me down. Whatever happens in the Civil War, you know it's all pretend, right? I know. I love you, Izuku, and you acting like whatever villain persona you decide to adopt during this exercise won't change that. Izuku chuckled. I love you too, my heart. And if anything happens, you know I'm here for you, right? He kissed my forehead as we entered the classroom. I know. And I for you. I gasped at the sight of our classmates unconscious, some on their desks or on the floor. The door shut behind us, and everything became a blur before my head felt light and my body heavy as my legs gave out. Waff. But I couldn't get the words out as the world spun, and I staggered towards Izuku. His arms quickly wrapped around me, spinning us around so his back hit the wall as we fell. His eyes were unfocused and he desperately tried to stay upright, but it was futile and we both collapsed. "It's alright, dearies. Take a good rest," a sultry voice purred. Both of us tightened our hold on each other before everything went dark. The next day, Ectoplasm waited patiently as the villains all woke up from Midnight's quirk, a safety measure to protect the location of the test. He wasn't surprised to see Midoriya pop up first, his eyes wide as he surveyed the room. Understanding dawned on the young boy as he sat back down, rubbing a bracelet on his wrist, quietly waiting for his team to wake up, his mind already racing through different scenarios. Ectoplasm hummed at the boy's demeanor. This might just be the villain's year. On the other end, Aizawa was holding down Bakugou, who wanted to confront Midnight for what she did to him. Midnight simply blew him a kiss, which only fueled his anger further. Aizawa shot Midnight a glare, to which she shrugged, her smirk never leaving her face. Aizawa sighed. This might just be the villain's year. Izuku's POV. Our base wasn't too shabby. It was a bit rundown but technologically sound. It resembled an empty warehouse with a good number of rooms and cardboard boxes scattered everywhere. However, there was furniture, a computer system, and a makeshift kitchen. Groans and mumbles were heard as my teammates awakened around the large circular table in the middle. Uraraka, who was unfortunately placed beside me, reached for my hand. "Are you okay?" I pushed her away gently. "Focus." She didn't seem deterred, but Ectoplasm began speaking, much to my relief. "I know this might be a bit jarring, but the test began the minute you all read your names on the board. And as such, we had to separate you all immediately." He paused, signaling for the chatter to stop. Heroes and villains are two sides of the same coin. It may not seem like it, but villains have the same drive as heroes. They too need to adapt, train, and have the determination to reach their end goal. You will need to adopt a new mindset and challenge yourselves in order to succeed, and hopefully, you can gain a better understanding of a villain's mindset and motive. He handed me a stack of folders, which I distributed to my team using Black Whip. These files contain all the current information you have on the hero's objective, your objective, and the rules of the trial. The situation is as follows. The heroes have currently made a base, protecting a database filled with priceless information regarding missions, safe houses, heroes, villains, quirks, and more. However, in a recent battle, the heroes were able to infiltrate your base and steal vital information from your network, which could bring about the downfall of the villain's underworld and operations, destroying your plans completely. You have two objectives. First and foremost, you must retrieve the stolen hard drive at whatever cost, before the heroes are able to hack it. Secondly, and this is not needed for your victory, you need to hack the hero's system and steal their information, giving you the upper hand. I internally groaned. A break-in was the last thing I wanted. My team was severely lacking in ranged fighters, with Tokoyami, Kuda, Aoyama, and Kaminari being the only ones with a wider attack radius. But from past sessions, it was clear Aoyama struggled with his quirk, and Kuda's power depended on the animals in the area. Not to mention, Bakugou, Todoroki, and Lyra had evidently better stamina and reach than them. Who knows how long the three of them could keep us at bay with just themselves? At least, it would be a challenge. If you guys need anything from your belongings, just let me know, and I'll get them for you if it is within reason. Now as villains, you are allowed to use your quirks however you see fit. However, no serious harm or major crimes will be tolerated. You are still heroes at the end of the day. You can choose to take out a hero by fastening this collar around their neck. He placed a white metal collar on the table. It will keep them unconscious for the rest of the trial. More information is in the files, which you can now open. If you have any questions, I'll answer to the best of my ability. You have 1 week to prepare and train before the hacking begins. Flipping the file open, I skimmed through the papers and was shocked at the sheer amount of information they provided about the heroes and their objectives. It was too detailed. Ectoplasm, the heroes' files, there. Ectoplasm's mouth widened into a cruel grin. Good, I didn't have to spell it out for you. Here is your final bit of information. There is a traitor among the heroes. The whole table looked at each other as the air buzzed uncomfortably. Yaoyorozu asked the question on the tip of all our tongues, who is it? Ectoplasm unfolded a piece of paper and slid it to the center of the table, revealing the smiling face of our classmate. It was my turn to grin. I can definitely work with that. On the other side, Lyra's POV. I flipped through the file given to us and bit my lip in frustration at the complete lack of information. One thing was obvious. The villains needed to retrieve the flash drive currently in the hands of Jairu, but what else? No information about their base location or anything was provided. Our own base was so far away from the makeshift town, meaning supplies would be difficult to get. And the existence of the town meant civilians who needed protecting. My only solace was that our base was fortified and that the villains had the same amount of information as us. Mr. Aizawa pointed at the huge map on the table. You will need to protect as many civilians as you can while also trying to capture the villain's leader and his subordinates. 3 objectives. Protect the database and hard drive, protect the civilians, and capture the villains. Easy peasy. We can do this. Get the layout of the territory and make a plan of action. You have a week. Talk to me if you have any questions or need anything from back home. Within reason. Your access to the town begins once the trial starts. Midnight left while Aizawa moved towards the back, giving us the room. The heroes looked at Bakugou, who surprisingly was serious as he analyzed the map. Let's focus on training for now and find a way to get proper food and water from the town. Ida, you're with me? We nodded and got to work. I gazed at the clock and fiddled with my bracelet, steeling myself for the coming days, somewhat glad for my extra training without Izuku. That gave me an advantage over him, even if it was just by a little bit. It would definitely be unexpected. Jairu gave me a determined smile, which I returned. We got this. Chapter end. 5 days before the test. Izuku Midoriya watched his team train from above with cold, calculating eyes. His quirk analysis notebooks were splayed out behind him as his mind ran through millions of possibilities while observing different moves being executed by his team. Extra papers were taped to the notebook pages, highlighting new strengths and weaknesses and improving upon his past analysis, with many more papers littered around, outlining possible strategies and win conditions. Some villains fell to the floor with exhaustion, but with a simple tilt of Midoriya's head, they went back to work. His team might hate him, but they would win. After all, villains don't show mercy. They only aim for victory. 4 days before the test. Lyra panted, her eyes glowing with energy, as she aimed a precise slash of lightning towards one of the targets she had assembled miles away. Wide craters were scattered around it, some with remnants of targets and others without. She needed to be better. With a flick of her hand, lightning seamlessly twisted into snow and ice, freezing the remaining targets while leaving the grass around them unharmed. Her core trembled as she remained in the air. It had been hours, but she still had much work to do. Nonetheless, she smiled at her improvement. During the League's attack, she had only channeled her lightning and wind due to both her anger and fear, but she discovered she could do much more as she trained with Izuku and herself. And thank goodness she took the time for herself. Izuku wasn't the only one determined to improve. Her ultimate moves were still a bit uncontrolled, but it was a secret known only to her. With the wind swirling around her, Lyra looked to the horizon. She had the heavens and skies at her fingertips. And she was not afraid of it. Not anymore. 3 days until the exam. Bakugou growled as he crumpled a useless plan of attack in his palm and blew it up in an instant. How was he going to win? It seemed simple enough. He would station a group here while the rest protected the civilians and gathered food and other resources. But what was the catch? There had to be one. Even if his mind thought the scenario would be easy, his gut said otherwise. Maybe he was overthinking it. Based on the given map, the villain's hideout was unknown, meaning the villain didn't know their location either. He had time. He exited the office to check up on his team. They had to win. 2 days until the exam. With their hands around their stomachs, they anxiously paced inside the bathroom, the one place without cameras. How did the teachers know? They made sure to be careful and not draw too much attention. Their friends remained oblivious. Why would they include someone untrustworthy in this test? They bit their fingernails, wondering if the teachers were unaware and this was a tactic to reveal the true traitor. They felt a flicker of hope perhaps they were safe. Just act normal. They hadn't caught on, right? They glanced at their reflection in the mirror, fear evident on their face, before forcing a smile. They weren't compromised. 1 day until the exam. Mr. Aizawa monitored Class 3A through various screens, already deducting points from students who weren't taking the exam seriously. All Might sat beside him, his expression thoughtful. Do you really think we have a traitor within UA? From Class 3A? Remember the first USJ incident? The villains had information they shouldn't have had. All Might frowned at the thought of a young hero losing their way or feeling unsafe to approach the staff for help. If Principal Nizu suspected a traitor, then it was likely true. His gaze remained fixed on the screen showing Midoriya, who was powered up to at least 50% as he went through his training routine. Next to him, Bakugou was doing the same, both displaying determination. Mr. Aizawa closed his binder filled with notes and simply observed, hoping this would prompt the traitor to make a mistake. The day of the exam. Mr. Aizawa's voice echoed through the grounds from the speakers. The hacking has begun. I repeat, the hacking has begun. Dressed in black suits and dresses, the villains split into their respective groups. With a nod, Midoriya initiated the attack. Just like we planned. They scattered. Some heroes rushed toward the civilian city, while others stayed behind to guard the chip. The screen served as their timer, currently at 0%, as the heroes prepared for the challenges ahead. Bakugou and Shuji would keep a close watch on the chip during their shifts. Unbeknownst to them, the traitors slipped into the back of the group, stealthily placing a small note in their costume's pocket, waiting for the right moment to escape. They had awakened before the other heroes due to midnight's lesser dose and could only watch as the teachers explained their roles before being put back to sleep. It would be a challenge, but they were determined to follow through, even if it conflicted with their values. Bakugou and Midoriya both looked up at the sky. Let the war commence. Chapter End. Lyra's POV. Using the clouds as cover, I raced through the sky, searching for the villain's base. Kirishima's grip around my hands tightened as I swerved, and I chuckled at his wide eyes. Have you never been this high up before? Not like this. Kirishima exclaimed. Usually, it involves seats and a nice view with a tiny TV. Isn't your whole thing being manly? Come on now. He rolled his eyes, a smile forming on his lips. Yeah. Don't worry, if you fall, I'll catch you. I loosened my grip just enough to tease him. Do. Me. He insisted. I echoed his words playfully. Yeah. He rolled his eyes again, and we focused on our mission. If we could locate the villain's base, we might be able to thwart their plan before it fully unfolded, nip it in the bud, as Jiru had suggested. Surprisingly, Bakugou leaned toward a more defensive strategy, but it was the most straightforward option. Why complicate things? Should we land? We won't see anything past those trees. I pointed toward the green tree line of the forest. How did the professors manage to set up such a vast wilderness area for the exam? Sure. Let's do it. I dipped down and landed smoothly, allowing Kirishima to find his footing first. I shook out my tired arms and rolled my shoulders as we both stared at the dense forest, preparing ourselves for any potential encounters. The thick trees filtered out most of the sunlight, casting shadows over our path. It would have been beautiful with its deep green hues and colorful flowers if it weren't for the dark, towering trees that loomed over us, creating a sense of confinement. What troubled me most was the eerie silence. Perhaps the teachers hadn't included any animals. But what if they had? Kirishima frowned. Looks like we lost the element of surprise. He pointed to a branch overhead where a small metal object glinted. A camera. Probably Yaoyorozu, I muttered. But that means we're heading in the right direction. Looks like you were right. Kirishima decided which way to scout first. He activated his quirk just enough to protect himself without draining too much stamina. Good thing I called heads. Following his lead, I directed streams of air around myself, creating a barrier of wind. With a focused thought, I broke the camera with a precise slash, and we ventured deeper, keeping an eye out for both villains and any additional cameras. The further we went, the more uneasy I felt about the lack of natural sounds. All I could hear was the crunch of leaves beneath our feet. I took a deep breath. It's just a scouting mission, get eyes on the base and leave. Simple. I shuddered as a strange sensation crawled up my arm and froze when it happened again. It wasn't my imagination. Slowly, I looked down and gasped silently as I spotted two hairy spiders chittering on my arm and leg. Then that means. I lifted my foot to see the remains of other insects, and that's when Kirishima and I realized the ground wasn't just dirt, but a writhing mass of insects. Nope. The spiders hissed, and more insects crawled up my boots. I let out a shrill scream that echoed through the forest as I swatted them away, not caring if I had given away our position. The villains probably knew where we were anyway. What was Kirishima doing? He rushed over and pulled me back. We gotta go. I paled at the sight behind him. Spiders, centipedes, ants, and more intertwined, creating a horrifying wave of writhing creatures heading toward us. But my focus remained on the eight-legged horrors. Panic surged through me, clouding my mind. Get it together, Kirishima urged as I stumbled at his pull, my limbs frozen in fear. I directed a surge of energy towards the wave, but more insects simply filled the gap left by their fallen comrades. It felt never-ending. The trees were too close, preventing my wings from fully extending, and so we could only run. I was filled with a fierce determination. I could only imagine his green eyes glinting with amusement. It could have just been the insects from underground causing this chaos. But spiders? I was determined to confront him. Izuku's POV. She was going to confront me. Uraraka, Tsu, Tokoyami, and I watched the heroes scramble for the forest's exit through the hidden cameras. Skyrus looked as pale as snow as Red Riot pulled her forward. Setting aside the exam, it was my first time seeing her in her hero costume. She wore a white top that split into long blue sections, accented with gold along the edges. A white skirt adorned with blue gems rested on her hips, complemented by a small pair of white wings on her back, a nod to her old quirk. Her gloved hands pushed aside foliage with ease. Scarlet had done well in keeping the design light and airy, and with the addition of her scales, it was also protective. It suited Skyrus and her soft yet sharp image. Skyrus. I smiled internally as I recalled how the name came to be. At Aizawa's place, Lyra and Eri exchanged determined nods as they faced me. Lyra wore a toy gauntlet, her wings folded inwards, while Eri sported a tiara atop her. Don't worry, Empress Eri, I'll protect you from the evil villain. Lyra declared, pointing a finger in my direction. From the far side of the room, Kat's cheering voice rang out from the computer as she, Ollie, North, and Scarlet joined us on the video call. Scarlet was doing her nails while North focused on his homework. Kat and Ollie were too invested in our little battle to do anything else but watch. Yeah, Eri exclaimed, but then frowned as she made a T with her hands. Wait, time out. Lyra followed suit, making a T with her hands as she nodded at Eri to continue. I changed my mind. I want to save you. Can I be the hero? Lyra grinned as she knelt down. Of course. She lowered her head, and Eri placed the tiara on her head before Lyra fastened the plastic gauntlet on Eri's hand. It was Eri's turn to step in front of Lyra. Alright, don't worry, Empress Lyra, I'll save you. I couldn't help but laugh at Eri's tiny but proud form. Her red eyes sparkled with determination as I raised my hands, wiggling my fingers. You can't win, hero. We'll see about that. Eri dashed towards me and lightly swung at me. It was more of a playful poke, but I pretended to fall. Oh no, I'm hit. But it's not over yet. I scooped up Eri, who squealed as I gently tossed her onto the bed. Eri laughed as she tried to maintain a serious expression. Oh no, what will I do? Lyra smiled. Don't worry. I'll support you with my sky powers. I'll make you jump super high. Lyra picked her up and ran towards me, acting out Eri's flying jump, and together they tackled me to the floor. I let out a dramatic groan. I'm defeated. You're too strong. The two of them giggled as we all cheered for Eri's victory. I was glad to see Lyra and Eri so carefree and happy. Both their childhoods had been taken from them, but they were healing together and smiling. I was proud of them. They scrambled off me and rushed over to the computer, and I followed closely behind. Eri basked in the group's praises when Scarlet spoke up. Did you ever figure out your hero name, Lyra? Kat and Ollie mentioned you were trying to come up with one. I can help with your costume materials and design whenever you want, but it needs to be soon. Eri tilted her head, recalling her time at the hospital. Oh yeah. Lyra sighed. I don't know. I have some ideas, but they just don't feel right. Plus, I need to tell Aizawa by tomorrow. Ollie immediately began throwing out names at lightning speed, causing Eri to laugh as Kat joined in, both of them eager to claim credit for deciding Lyra's hero name. Scarlet scoffed. Cyclone? Really? I don't see you suggesting anything, Ollie retorted, crossing his arms. North's voice cut through the budding argument. It was the first time he spoke up other than cheering for Eri. What about Skyrus? Lyra blinked, and Eri nodded excitedly. I like that one, Lyra. Ollie's and Kat's jaws dropped as their favorite small person praised North instead of them, devastation clear in their eyes. North continued, think about it. You have the literal sky at your command. You hold a lot of power, like an empress, Lyra finished, holding the plastic tiara in her hand. Her eyes lit up as a wide grin spread across her face. It's perfect. I could hug you right now. Ollie and I exchanged a look. Please don't do that. Lyra rolled her eyes as North chuckled. You're welcome. Give Empress Eri some credit too. Eri's eyes widened in disbelief. I helped. Lyra set down the tiara and picked Eri up, spinning her around in a hug. Yes, you did. Come on, let's go tell Mr. Aizawa. They dashed out of the room while Ollie and Kat pretended to cry. Scarlet glared at their antics before logging off without another word, and North followed suit with a quick goodbye. She's that afraid of spiders? Uraraka asked, a teasing tone in her voice. We all have our fears and weaknesses, Tokoyami replied, his voice steady as always. Like the light for dark shadow and the cold for me, Sue added. Uraraka rolled her eyes. That's a liability. What if she sees one in the field? Uraraka wasn't entirely wrong, but Lyra was improving. At least she used her quirk this time and wasn't completely frozen, unlike that one time in her room. Shinzo walked in with his hands in his pockets. Careful, or we might actually think you care about her. Uraraka glared at him, but he remained indifferent, simply nodding at me to signal his mission was complete. I shot Uraraka a serious look. I'd focus on your area of effect instead of worrying about the heroes. You're highly environment-based as well. Her finger twitched in annoyance, but she didn't argue. Turning back to the heroes, they managed to break through the tree line, the wave of insects halting at the edge of the forest at Anima's command. Skyrus grabbed Red Riot's hand and, with a powerful flap of her wings, soared into the sky. It didn't matter, they had what they needed. Shinzo? The town is very secluded from the outside. The townspeople don't know our true identities, and they're robots with their own personalities and somewhat advanced intelligence. That meant they could turn the townspeople against the heroes without compromising themselves. Thanks to Yayorozu, they had all the food, water, and supplies they needed. Even if the civilians discovered their roles, Shinshu's voice modulator would still allow them to manipulate the situation. This made things easier, but they had to act quickly. Create chaos in the town as fast as you can. We need to shape the townspeople's perception of the heroes before the real ones arrive. He gestured to his team. You three go with Shinzo. I'll head to Anima. They would shatter both the town's spirit and the hero's reputation in one swift move. Shinzo and his team blended into the shadows with the help of Dark Shadow. The heroes Ingenium and Cellophane were busy speaking with the townspeople, gathering information on both the villains and scouting the area. With a nod to his group, Shinzo slipped away to the other side of town and began using his voice modulator to insult the town as if he were one of the heroes, turning the townspeople against them. The rest of the team hoped to sway the village in their favor. Shinzo had never been particularly imposing, so this was the perfect opportunity for him. It was easy to linger in alleyways, impersonate the heroes, and escape before the robots could recognize him. The heroes would definitely struggle to negotiate with the civilians after this. They're what? Bakugou yelled, clearly taken. But they're refusing to sell to us, Ida repeated. And if they do, it's at an exorbitant price. We won't be able to buy enough to last us. Bakugou gritted his teeth. Midoriya was always one step ahead of him. What were they going to do now? Lyra's POV. Bakugou's hands slammed onto the table, a burst of sparks flying off from his palm, silencing their arguments as all eyes turned to him. Everyone shut up. This isn't working. We all look like a bunch of extras. He muttered quietly, let me think. Lyra took a deep breath, trying to ignore her growling stomach. Food was a problem, especially with their limited funds and the townspeople refusing to sell to them. They needed to shift the town's loyalty as soon as possible. Not to mention, the hacking was only 20% complete. Jaira tapped her earphone jacks against the table. I've been picking up strange frequencies around the town. Distorted signals. Maybe it's Shinzo. Todoroki crossed his arms. If we can locate Shinzo, we can regain control of the town, or at least try to. 3 teams then. 1 for the town, 1 to launch a counterattack, and 1 to protect the base, Bakugou ordered. We can't keep playing defensively. It's not my style anyway. Lyra stepped forward. I'll help with the counterattack, covering the team from the air. Bakugou simply nodded as they split off. It was their turn to take the upper hand. The forest was alive with tension as the heroes advanced. Bakugou blasted through the trees, leading the charge with Ida and Ishido following closely. Shoji brought up the rear, his multiple arms scouting their surroundings and shielding the group as they moved. Lyra hovered above, her wings catching the light as she scanned for traps among the destroyed trees. After what happened with Kirishima, she preferred to take her chances from above, though she didn't think Izuku would repeat his traps. Stay sharp, Shoji whispered. I'm picking up movement ahead. Could be 2 no, 3 of them. Great, Bakugou smirked, his explosions growing in anticipation. We should be a bit more cautious, Ida said, his voice calm but firm. But hearing Shoji's next words, Bakugou shook his head and sped up. Looks like Tokoyami and Hagakure. Lyra frowned as she dipped lower. That's too easy. They're baiting us. It doesn't matter, Bakugou snapped. If we take them out, we weaken their team. His red eyes burned with determination. This would be the hero's victory. Keep formation. Tokoyami stepped out from the shadows, dark shadow extending protectively around him, larger than ever, even in the sunlight. I see you've come to meet your end, heroes, Tokoyami intoned, his eyes sharpening with focus. But before anyone could make the first move, a burst of light flared from the side as Hagakure shifted, revealing her position to Shoji. The sudden light forced the heroes to shut their eyes. Now! Tokoyami commanded, and dark shadows surged forward, aiming to scatter the heroes. Shoji reacted first, using his multiple arms to shield Ida and Ishido, while Bakugou unleashed explosions to dodge Dark Shadow's attack. The heroes quickly counterattacked, Ishido aiming acid toward Tokoyami while Ida's engines roared to life as he aimed for Tokoyami's back. Lyra directed air currents throughout the area, trying to sense where Hagakure was. If it were a one-on-one, she might have opted to send lightning crashing down, but Bakugou was working with her. An air current collided with a solid but invisible barrier, prompting Lyra to send a small lightning strike at it. Bakugou followed up immediately, his explosion covering a wider radius. A small cry of pain was the only sign Hagakure had been hit, and the light attacks ceased shortly after. Lyra scanned the trees, searching for the third villain Shoji mentioned and Hagakure while Bakugou focused on fighting Dark Shadow, which had only grown larger since the beginning of the battle. Hagakure might be offensively weaker, but she was much more stealthy. With the game Izuku was playing, eliminating Hagakure could be crucial. But who was the third person? The all-too-familiar skittering of insects answered Lyra's question right away. We need to take Anima out. Ida called, trying to eject the insects now creeping into his engines. But the command was lost in the chaos. Dark Shadow landed a few solid hits on Bakugou, but he still had the upper hand, even as a swarm of insects restricted everyone's movements. Shoji couldn't pinpoint anyone's location with the constant noise from the insects. Ashido tried her best to disperse them with her acid, but it was never-ending. Lyra wasn't safe either. Crows pecked and clawed at her from every direction, scratching her face and body. She whipped up air currents to push them into the trees, startling the birds into flight. Her eyes widened in alarm as she noticed Hagakure sneaking up behind Ashido with a collar in hand. "Careful, Pinky." She dove down, and with a powerful flap of her wings, knocked Hagakure away. Ashido lunged at the invisible girl before she could retreat, quickly snapping a pair of HNDCFFS on her, rendering her unconscious and captured. "Got one. Thanks, Skyrus." Tokoyami and Anima looked surprised and began to retreat, but Bakugou wasn't going to let them escape so easily. He unloaded one of his gauntlets and aimed a powerful explosion toward them, separating the two villains. Ida seized the opportunity to tackle Anima and handcuff him. "Two down." "Wait, Ingenium!" Lyra yelled. "Dark Shadow is still active." Anima was captured, but Dark Shadow, though heavily injured from Bakugou's attack, quickly snapped a collar around Ida's neck before retreating. Bakugou growled as Ida's body fell. "This isn't over." The insects and animals scattered as Tokoyami made to run. Shoji turned toward the town. "Wait, Dynamite. The town's in trouble. We need to help our team." Pillars of smoke rose into the sky in the distance, and Shoji could hear distant screams. Lyra made the decision for him. "You need to regain the town's trust, so go. I'll follow Tokoyami. This wasn't their main force, and our main force is here." Bakugou frowned. He didn't think Midoriya would attack the town. Not to mention, Todoroki was back at the base for defense, meaning the town's offense relied on Jairu and Siro. And if Midoriya was there? "Fine. Let's go. You're with me. And Tentacles, head back to base. Give them support." He grabbed a startled Ashido and flew toward the town. Lyra's POV. I launched upward into the sky and flew toward Tokoyami, who was slowed down by his injuries. Bakugou did well, but I was impressed with Dark Shadow's resilience. Whatever Izuku did during training worked. I let out a lightning strike, which he barely dodged. But before I could follow up, a beam of light shot toward me at incredible speed. I swerved out of the way, but not before getting pelted with rocks. "Uraraka and Aoyama?" I smiled as I sped toward them, creating an air sphere around me for protection. I would finally be able to finish my battle with her. They were easy to spot in their hero costumes glinting under the sunlight, undoubtedly confident in their numbers. But they seemed to forget that I controlled the skies. Siphoning all my power, I commanded the air to spin. Clouds formed and churned around my focus point, and I willed the winds to move faster and faster. I took a deep breath and let it loose. "Dimen it, Aoyama, quick, hold on to something." Uraraka yelled as the forming tornado intensified. Trees were ripped from the ground, and the two villains desperately sought shelter behind a rock, finding a momentary respite. I grinned as I directed the tornado around the obstacle. This was going to be fun. Uraraka's POV. When did Lyra gain such power? She should be spiraling out of control. I peeked around our shelter only to see her smirking. I gritted my teeth. Izuku would be furious if we lost, especially since I disobeyed his orders. "Quick, you have to hit her with your laser beam, Aoyama. It's the only way." I yelled over the roaring wind. At least Tokoyami managed to escape due to their distraction. But Aoyama was ineffective. He simply nodded and fired a beam that completely missed. Lyra seemed to be tiring, but it didn't matter. We were doomed. Aoyama gave me a determined nod, and reminiscent of our first-year exam, let himself be swept up by the tornado. What the heck? I peeked over to see Aoyama sending out a continuous beam of light that went in every direction as he was tossed around. Lyra dodged, but the tornado's unpredictable nature finally caught her. The wind seemed to falter as she held her stomach, but Aoyama was out of commission. Her golden eyes glowed with power as she turned to me, fury in her gaze. "You can't win by hiding." I narrowed my eyes, but what could I do? The ground shifted beneath me, and I felt myself being pulled closer to the tornado. I clawed at the ground for anything to hold on to, but there was nothing. I was sent flying into the air but was tackled by Lyra before I could be SEK'd in. My back hit the ground, and a groan escaped my lips at the impact. The tornado vanished in an instant, and Lyra caught an unconscious Aoyama from hitting the ground while shielding us from the falling debris. I pushed against her, trying to throw her off me, but she simply used her wings and air control to steady herself. "You know, you just gave me a lot of ammunition." She tilted her head, unimpressed. I yelled at myself to calm down, but my heart raced. Was I scared of her? I couldn't be. I clenched my fists, willing them to stop shaking. I needed to win. I needed to show her and Izuku my power. I ran and tapped the fallen branches, But it was over in an instant as Lyra tackled me. Her hands wrapped around my neck, and I froze at the electricity crackling around her. I punched her injured side, and she flinched, but she tightened her grip and leaned down. I feel sorry for you. You act so high and mighty for this to be your final stand. And to think he respected you once. This isn't even your quirk. You just got lucky. If it was any other quirk, I would have one. I spat. I hated her. Why did she have to be so strong? Why did Izuku have to meet her? My life was perfect when Izuku was with me. My heart squeezed. I wanted my life back. Lyra simply shook her head. You're weak, Uravity. And with one last punch, everything went black. Lyra's POV. I pulled the two unconscious villains together before handcuffing their arms, officially eliminating them. I didn't linger and flew toward the town, ignoring the throbbing in my stomach. The tornado had taken more out of me than expected. I coughed as smoke rose from all sides. I quickly dispersed it, but my heart sank. The town bore the scars of battle, its once peaceful streets now filled with debris. Some buildings stood at awkward angles, their walls riddled with cracks and scorch marks. Several storefronts were reduced to skeletal frames, their windows shattered and contents strewn across the ground. The town residents wandered in fear and confusion. Ashido directed them toward the more intact buildings. Some worked to salvage whatever they could while others looked to the heroes for guidance. Bakugou's fists were clenched, his eyes darkening with frustration. I dropped down next to him and noticed a message scrawled on the town center building, "Your move." That's when I saw Jiru, Wajiro, and Siro lying unconscious, collars around their necks. At least Shinzo and Azui were out of the picture as well. Damn it. Bakugou yelled. Why would he attack the town after trying to win them over? It makes everything he did before pointless. Maybe that was his intention to confuse us, I suggested, but Bakugou's anger only seemed to intensify. He's playing with us. I sighed, surveying the town. The damage was significant, but it was reparable. There was still hope. We need to rebuild. Bakugou nodded. I sent Shoji back to the base. I don't think it was attacked. I frowned, but for now, the citizens were our priority. Let's go help. Back at the base, Bakugou paced around the kitchen, muttering to himself while everyone discussed the town's attack. The hacking was 70% complete, but we were also running low on supplies. My mind raced as I replayed the day's events. Bakugou was right, it made no sense for the town to be attacked after all the effort we had put into swaying their opinions. So why? Unless Izuku went himself, but the townspeople said there were only Shinzo, Azui, Momo, and Kaminari. How did Tokoyami even know we were going to attack from that direction, or that we would attack it all today? I could chalk it up to coincidence, but with Izuku, there were no coincidences. We had been defensive this whole time. Unless. A tap on my shoulder pulled me from my thoughts, and Kirishima gave me a concerned look. You okay? You've been quiet since you got back. Is it the injury? Does it need to be rewrapped? I shook my head. It's a minor wound. I hesitated before pulling Kirishima aside. I need to talk to you in private. Sure. It was easy to step away from the loud discussion, and we walked toward the edge of the base, away from prying ears, mainly Shoji, into the chilly night. I started to pace as I dove back into my thoughts. After a minute or two, I finally spoke. I need you to listen to me carefully. Worry was evident on Kirishima's face. Is everything all right? Before I could change my mind, I blurted it out. I think there's a traitor. I whispered. His eyes widened. What? I quickly explained my thoughts. Bakugou is too focused on Izuku to fully consider our team. According to the citizens, it was like the villains were prepared. They had a counter for all of the heroes' quirks. We were expecting to find the base or just one or two scouts, not a well-coordinated team of villains. It was a setup. Hagakure is one of the best at sneaking up on people, and with Kuda, her location was hidden from Shoji. It was like Kuda was there to disrupt Shoji and me, and Tokoyami, arguably their second strongest fighter, was there to buy time. Kirishima fidgeted with his belt. But he was there before when we went to scout. He was probably just protecting the base. It's a coincidence. But Kuda showed up afterward, right when the villains were backed into a corner. Don't you think it's strange how easily they found us? I took care of most of the cameras on a second pass with my lightning before we initiated our plan. Kirishima thought for a moment before nodding, much to my relief. And Uraraka and Oyama were there too. Yes, exactly. The traitor must have told them where and when we planned to attack. We need to tell Bakugou discreetly. The last thing I want is for distrust to weaken our team even more. I suddenly froze. I hadn't told anyone about Uraraka and Aoyama. I hadn't had the chance. Of course. Kirishima had access to everything and mostly stayed at the base, where he could easily access our plans. Bakugou would never suspect Kirishima, the one who would never go against his ideals. When we went to scout that first day, he could have easily slipped a note or something to Kuda. I needed to warn my team, but it was too late. I had underestimated Kirishima's perceptiveness. Kirishima seemed to realize his mistake and sighed before tackling me to the ground. He activated his quirk, rendering my punches and kicks ineffective. I'm sorry, Lyra. He pressed his elbow into my injured side and covered my mouth, muffling my protests. I thrashed beneath him, trying to strike his face, but he easily caught my arms, pinning me down with his knees. You can't win against me, I said, electricity sparking around me as my body prepared to unleash lightning. The downside of my quirk was that it needed time to build up. But once it did, Kirishima didn't have the same offensive power as me. I slashed at his eyes with my wings, giving me a chance to push him away. Yeah, I could never beat you or Midoriya. But it's not me you're fighting. I just needed to buy time. And then there was lightning. Green lightning. Izuku appeared in front of me, his green eyes glowing with power as he leaned in, his posture deceptively relaxed. I'm afraid Kirishima still needs to be a hero for a bit longer. A small gasp escaped Lyra's lips as she stepped back. Her golden eyes flicked to Kirishima and then fixed on me, filled with challenge and hesitation. When her wings flexed, I knew she had made her choice. And I had made mine. In an instant, I called upon Black Whip and pushed her away from the hero's base. Stall the other heroes. I didn't wait for Kirishima to respond and, with a burst of one for all, launched myself into the air after Lyra as she retreated into the skies. She tried to reach her base, but I wouldn't allow it. She would have to defeat me if she wanted any chance to expose Kirishima. I shot Black Whip at her once more, but she easily swerved before retaliating with a burst of wind. I countered with my own punch, and we both stumbled back, giving each other a moment to catch our breath. Lyra hovered gracefully, her wings shimmering like spun glass under the moonlight as golden sparks danced around her. You're holding back, Lyra called, her voice sharp yet softened by an underlying challenge. Don't underestimate me, Raiden. A faint smile crossed my lips, though I knew the intensity of our clash was about to escalate. I don't want to hurt you, Skyrus. But if you stand in my way. I let my words linger, the unspoken promise of my strength crackling in the air between us. But I knew she wouldn't back down. She offered me a sad smile, her eyes glowing with energy as rain began to fall. Then you better stop hesitating. Because I won't. With that she surged forward, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades as dark clouds gathered overhead, signaling an impending storm. I dodged her attack just in time, feeling a jolt of electricity graze my cheek. Fascinating, her air currents subtly altered Float's trajectory. I amplified my one-for-all output and sent a surge of electricity her way. Green met gold, creating shockwaves that shook the ground and illuminated the sky. Our movements mirrored a dance we had performed countless times during our training, each of us learning from and supporting the other. We were well aware of each other's fighting styles, and this would be a battle of endurance. With a swift kick, I closed the distance and unleashed a barrage of punches. She managed to block most with air shields, but a few slipped through, causing her to stagger. Quickly regaining her balance with a powerful flap of her wings, she ascended higher into the sky, her wings slicing through the air like blades. With a mighty gust, she conjured a spiraling tornado, trapping me in its center and forcing me to shield myself from debris flying in all directions. I extended my Black Whip to anchor myself against the tornado's force before using FA Gene to propel myself out with explosive power. But she wasn't finished. Lyra conjured a lightning bolt in her hand and hurled it at me, followed by a series of precise strikes. I know how you think. I barely regained control before the lightning struck my stomach and arms, sending me crashing back to the ground. I shook off the lingering pain and wiped the blood from my lips, grinning at her impressive combination. And I know how you fight. Activating Iphigene once more, I propelled myself upward toward her and unleashed Smokescreen, enveloping the sky in thick, opaque mist. Lyra slowed, her wings flapping cautiously as she tried to sense my presence through the shifting currents. I darted toward her with a speed rivaling All Might's and drew back my arm. One for all 60%. Her eyes widened in alarm, but it was too late. She could only spin and cross her arms to brace for the impact as my punch broke through her defenses. The force knocked the breath from her and she coughed, but she quickly adjusted to counterattack. With lightning, ice, and wind enhancing her physical strength, we collided midair, our fists meeting with a resounding crack. Shockwaves of energy rippled through the atmosphere as we clashed repeatedly, both determined to emerge victorious. However, her injuries were beginning to take their toll, slowing her down. It only took one mistake for me to launch the final attack. Her body trembled as exhaustion began to overwhelm her, causing her strikes to falter and the storm around us to calm. I surged forward with a final burst of power, my green lightning blazing. She attempted to counter with a powerful gust, but it was in vain. For a brief moment, the fight, the exam, everything seemed to fade away. Our eyes locked, conveying everything we needed to say. She smiled at me, and I returned the gesture before she closed her eyes. And then my attack connected. When the dust settled, Lyra was falling, her wings and body battered as she lost consciousness. I caught her instantly, cradling her close as I used Black Whip to gently fold her wings in as we descended. If I were truly a villain, I would let her hit the ground. But I could never allow that to happen. Her uniform was torn in places where my attacks had landed, revealing the extent of her injuries. I carefully rested her against a tree and scanned her wounds. Some were deep, but nothing Recovery Girl couldn't handle. I tore off parts of my sleeves to bandage her more serious injuries, particularly her stomach, before retrieving a small cube from my belt. With a tap of a button, the collar expanded and beeped, signaling its activation. Pride surged through me as my body throbbed where her lightning had struck. I hadn't anticipated her precision improving so quickly. You were incredible, Skyrus. With a click of the collar, she was eliminated just in time. I hadn't realized how far we had strayed from the hero's base. The sounds of explosions and crackling ice grew louder, signaling the arrival of Bakugou and Todoroki. They were finally joining the fight, and I was now on the ground. An interesting choice. They had left their base nearly defenseless. Mineta posed no threat, and Kirishima could hold his own against Ishido and Shoji. I tapped my belt, which had a communication device courtesy of Yaoyorozu. Kirishima's voice came through, a whisper in the chaos. I'm here. Take out Shoji, Ishido, and Mineta. Do as much damage as you can. Have you figured out the code to the database? I'm close, but I've covered most of the base. Bakugou hit it well, but it's only a matter of time. If I can't relay it to you directly, it'll be in my suit pocket. The air around him cooled as the ground trembled slightly. Good, I took out Skyrus. You're safe for now. I turned off the device and activated One for All, glancing back at Lyra's sleeping figure. I needed to move this battle far away from her. She had no means to defend herself from stray attacks. The two of them broke through the treeline, their eyes blazing with fury and determination. Bakugou's hands crackled with explosions, while Todoroki's gaze was icy, his left side engulfed in flames while the right side froze the air around him. He immediately spotted Lyra, his expression hardening at the team's loss, but his focus quickly shifted back to me as I rolled my shoulders back, letting my lightning surge around me, showcasing my power. Look who finally showed up, I said with a smirk. I could say the same to you, Bakugou shot back, his face twisting into a scowl. What brings you out of hiding? I shrugged. I guess I got bored. I flashed them a taunting smile. Entertain me, would you? In an instant, I launched off the ground, darting towards the town. Bakugou's shouts were the only sounds I heard as the trees blurred around me. This was going to be fun. Izuku's POV. The wind roared past me as I weaved through the ruined town, dodging ice and fire. Their teamwork was impressive, landing attacks in perfect sync. Using the air pressure generated by my quirk, I shattered the buildings around me, forcing Todoroki, on Bakugou's command, to rescue the survivors, which slowed him down significantly. You can't keep running, Raiden. Bakugou yelled as he activated his gauntlet, unleashing a powerful explosion that engulfed the alley. Todoroki immediately reacted, shielding anyone in range. It was clear they had sparred together enough to predict each other's moves. I activated Float and jumped to evade his attack, the ground beneath me crumbling under the sheer force of One for All. I spun around and delivered a powerful punch that sent both of them staggering back. I didn't give them a moment to recover. Tendrils of black energy shot towards Bakugou, who expertly maneuvered out of the way using his explosions. But I wasn't aiming for him. There was a moment of silence as Black Whip securely wrapped around its target, followed by a low groan as the water tank's metal creaked under the strain. I pulled. For a heartbeat, it seemed to resist, trembling as if clinging to its perch, before a deafening boom echoed through the air. The screech of tearing metal filled the space as water erupted from the tank in a powerful torrent, cascading down towards a wide-eyed Todoroki and the adjacent building. The civilians screamed, and Bakugou, clearly furious, turned to help his partner and the civilians. I think you're forgetting something, I shouted, using Fa Jean and Black Whip to swing the crushed, now empty water tank at him with a force and speed that even he couldn't dodge. He was sent flying away from the fight, leaving only Todoroki to face me. I gave him a challenging grin. Your move. Todoroki unleashed his fire, steam rising as it met the remnants of water, directing it towards me to herd me away from the civilians. You won't win, he shouted, following up with ice to cage me in. But it was futile. With a flick of my wrist, I shattered the ice, and Black Whip surged towards Todoroki as I dissipated the fire by changing the air pressure. I closed in quickly, and as Todoroki attempted to burn away Black Whip, he could only brace himself for my incoming punch. There was no time to dodge. Todoroki was quick, though. Ice enveloped his right side, absorbing some of the impact, but it wasn't enough. Powering up to 50%, I unleashed my energy, my green lightning crackling with intensity as I landed a kick to his stomach. The force knocked the air out of him, sending him crashing through nearby buildings. A jolt shot through my brain as danger sense warned me of incoming danger, and I barely dodged Bakugou's attack, which instead connected with my arm. A grunt escaped my lips as the force of his strike, combined with Lyra's previous blows, sent a throbbing ache through my limb. "Throw another tank at me again and I'll make you regret it." Bakugou growled, his eyes dark with fury. If I thought he was angry before, I was mistaken. His breathing was heavy, hints of his quirk sparking from his bruised arms, promising pain and revenge. I could see the gears turning in his mind, strategizing how to defeat me. But there was also a different fire in his eyes, one of enjoyment. "Show me your true power, Raiden. Not that 50% you were told to use." Of course, he knew about that. "I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." I powered up to my maximum 80%, causing the air around us to bend and warp. The ground cracked beneath my feet, veins of raw energy spreading outward as my green lightning surged violently, making my body thrum with energy. Bakugou crossed his arms, the air whipping towards him, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Let's do this." He shot towards me with newfound confidence, and we clashed midair as I met him with my own punch. The impact shook the earth, rattling the buildings around us, but Bakugou was pushed back by my power. His eyes widened as he gritted his teeth before trying to maneuver behind me, but I unleashed a smokescreen and jumped away. He was relentless in his pursuit. I kicked his hands away, redirecting his explosions, but I couldn't escape the burns from the sheer radius of his attacks. Punch after punch. Kick after kick. Bakugou met each of my strikes with determination, but I was stronger. I had trained relentlessly for the past 3 years, pushing past the limits they set for me during our first year together in Class 1A. I had thrown myself into training, breaking my body to grow stronger, to silence the doubts that had crept in since that fateful day, to break free from every expectation, every fear, every moment of hesitation. I let out a breath as we clashed once more, an involuntary grin on my face. This final attack would be the culmination of everything: our childhood, rivalry, and friendship. One for all, full cowling, Detroit smash. Howitzer impact. The air itself seemed to shatter as our two forces collided, a thunderous crack echoing through the town. For a moment, everything was still, as if the world was holding its breath, before the shockwave erupted, a wave of raw power blasting outward in every direction. A resounding boom followed as Bakugou crashed to the ground, smoke rising from his unconscious and bruised body. His hands twitched from overexertion, but he didn't get back up. I didn't waste any time fastening collars on both of them before collapsing to the ground myself, my body finally feeling the effects of my quirk overuse and the injuries sustained from these battles. First, it was my teammates at our base. It had been simple enough to eliminate them after I got what I needed. They weren't expecting me to attack them, and by the time they realized it, it was too late. My small revenge was complete. Then, Lyra caught onto Kirishima. And now this. I cracked my neck, my energy waning, but the exam wasn't over. This would be my win and my win only. Small beeping was the only sound heard in the otherwise quiet town. I sighed, looking towards the night sky, and tapped the device. Kirishima sounded out of breath as he spoke. "You finally picked up." I didn't reply, simply waiting for him to continue. I could hear the smile in his voice. "I found it." Lyra's POV. I stirred awake slowly, a soft groan escaping my lips as I tried to sit up, my body still feeling the effects of my quirk overuse. Gentle hands steadied me. All Might's slender figure sat beside me, much to my surprise. "Take it slow, Lyra. You earned the rest." Or should I say, Skyrus? That was quite the display of power. He laughed heartily as I looked down, heat rising to my cheeks. "Just call me Lyra." I was still not used to the name, and for the #1 hero to be saying it. It hit me, the power of a hero name. I stretched a bit, flexing my wings as I surveyed the room. "I'm the only one here?" I looked down to see my hero costume, still ripped, with what looked like parts of Midoriya's costume, which I untied. The faint smell of soap came from my body, probably cleaned by the nurse beside me, who gave me a small smile before giving us our privacy. How long was I out? Barely any time. It was easy for us to get to you quickly since Midoriya moved the fight away immediately. You gave him quite the challenge. I squeezed his hero costume, remembering how overwhelming his power was. I couldn't beat him. It was unstoppable. But my voice was light as I continued, "But it was fun." I tilted my head, curious as to why All Might was here. "Aren't you supposed to be watching the remaining students?" My time with the remnants of One for All ran out for today. All Might's eyes seemed to fog up as he worked through his thoughts. I can feel it. It's ready to move on to Midoriya. My eyes widened at the implication. "You mean?" All Might let out a breath, his thin body seeming all the more frail at the heaviness of his decision, the weight of leaving behind something so important to him. "It's not my time anymore. And with the coming threat, he'll need all the power he can get. I think it's time for me to retire. His brows creased with worry as he looked outside the room's window, searching for the words to say, but he didn't need to. I slid off the hospital bed and hugged the #1 hero. His eyes widened, but I didn't let him speak. Thank you for everything. You've done so much for this world and sacrificed everything for it. If you believe this is what you need to do, so be it. You'll always be our hero, All Might. This won't change anything. What if? I shook my head and gave him a bright smile. We'll be alright. I promise. I pulled away. Izuku will still need you. You're his mentor, his father even. We all still need you. Something inside All Might wavered. You think so? I nodded before hooking my arm through his, a flutter in my steps as I pulled him outside. Come on, let's go watch the rest of the battle. If anyone asks, you're my uncle. Alright, Uncle Might? He smiled, not his usual blazing grin, but something softer, more human. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. Alright. Izuku's POV. I sped towards the hero's base, easily prying the door open with Black Whip. The inside of the base was in ruins. Broken lights dangled from frayed wires in the ceiling, flickering weakly. I followed the cracked walls, stepping over shattered glass, splintered wood, and other scattered debris, finally making it to the center. Purple Ball, Minatta's quirk, were scattered around the hallways as if he threw them in a frenzy. Kirishima wordlessly gave me a slip of paper with Bakugou's scribbles revealing the code to the database's room. I unlocked the door with the code and stopped the hacking at 97%, while also downloading the hero's information, completing both our objectives. And it was over. Just like that. A bell resounded throughout the room before Mr. Aizawa spoke. The exam is now over. The villains have secured their objectives. Well done. Kirishima punched out his arm in victory, doing a little dance. Alright. We did it. I couldn't help but laugh. We did it. Izuku's POV. The sun hung high over the UA dorms, its golden rays stretching across the campus, painting the sky in its brilliant blue. A gentle breeze swept through the air, carrying a hint of warmth. Lyra would probably want to fly later. The rooftop of the UA dorm was quiet, a place of silence compared to the lively chatter downstairs where Class 3A was buzzing over their exam results. Some were celebrating, their chatter echoing down the hallways, while others were dreading the grueling week ahead with Mr. Aizawa. But Lyra had seen something in my face that I failed to hide. Without hesitation, she told me to go to the rooftop, a knowing look clear in her eyes. I leaned back against one of the walls, resting my arm on one knee, a heavy sigh escaping my lips at the thought of the past weeks. It was a routine patrol, nothing extraordinary, other than the small villain attacks. We took care of it easily, but the weight of All Might's words had clung to me like a shadow. We'd been preparing for this moment, his retirement, but hearing him say it out loud made it all too real. The sun was setting over the city, painting the hues orange and pink. All Might stood on the rooftop where I first met him all those years ago, overlooking the buildings, his slender frame silhouetted against the fiery sky, a stark contrast to the figure that once saved my life. It's been a long time since we met, hasn't it? All Might smiled fondly at the memory, his voice warm with nostalgia. I nodded, a faint smile tugging at my lips. Only you can trap a villain in a water bottle. We both chuckled, but the laughter quickly faded into silence as we tumbled into our own thoughts. He stared at the darkening horizon, gathering his thoughts before he spoke, his voice soft but resolute. It's time for me to retire. The word struck me like a blow. Did something happen? Are you okay? He turned, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. I'm alright, but my body can't keep up anymore. I've given everything I have, and now it's time for you to step forward. I've reached my limit as the symbol of peace. You know this. I took a deep breath, nodding. I know, but I still need you. My mind raced, memories flashing like fragments of light, his guidance, his strength, his unwavering belief in me. I'm not ready yet. I still have so much to learn as your successor and as a hero. What if I can't live up to? You already have. I am very proud of the hero you've become and will become. He interrupted, his tone firm yet kind. Straightening, he clenched his hands into a proud fist as he bulked up one last time. Listen to me. You will stumble. You will doubt yourself. But remember this, a hero isn't defined by never failing, they're defined by always getting back up. He raised his fist to the skies, holding it there for a moment as if grasping the sun itself, before gently lowering it against my heart. His hand was warm, steady, and reassuring as he smiled, a big, proud All Might smile. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city in a cool twilight as if it too was saying goodbye to an era. We stood there in silence, the air heavy with the weight of the words and the promise of what lay ahead. A new dawn, a new day, a new beginning. But the world didn't stop moving. Chaos followed All Might's announcement. Newsletters, cameras, and reporters hounded me every day, eager to capture All Might's successor. I had no answers to their questions, no profound words to offer. I'd simply jump away from them, avoiding the clamor, but their persistence never wavered. It was exhausting. Worse, it was isolating. Looks filled with both hope and judgment drilled into me wherever I went. I didn't mind it. Not at all. Heroes would always have the public eye on them. We all knew that. But it was all too real. All Might was still here, but at the same time, he wasn't. And I had to keep going. I needed to save and protect everyone. So much so, I had been sleeping at All Might's agency. Her humming broke me from the fog of my thoughts. She pushed the door open gently, a stack of notebooks and files wobbling precariously in her arms, blocking her from view. She peeked out from behind the stack, the tension in my chest slightly easing at the sight of her. I got our test scores. I smiled before helping her with my quirk from my place against the wall. There's something called a backpack. It'd ruin the fit. I set the books down as I looked at her. Going out. Blue jeans flared out generously from her hips, resting on her waist with a subtle fade along the thighs, covering the top of her brown platform boots. A simple white tank top hugged her upper half, highlighting her figure, with a striking red knee-length top tied over it. The garment was sleeveless, adorned with sewn-in flowers and leaves lining the inner edge where it was tied, cascading in long ruffles over the jeans. A smaller brown bag hung on her shoulder, tying the outfit together. She nodded excitedly, doing a small twirl, clearly over the moon with the outfit. The girls invited me to go to the mall. Her eyes sparkled. Do you like it? I nodded, gesturing for her to come sit. You look lovely, my heart. She smiled, that warm, lovely smile that never failed to brighten her surroundings. Dropping her bag to the side, she folded her wings neatly behind her back before easing herself onto the floor in front of me. Instinctively spread my legs to give her space, wrapping my arms around her waist and pulling her closer. She fit perfectly, as if this was where she was always meant to be. The scent of strawberries filled the air, and I found myself leaning forward, pressing a gentle kiss to her shoulder. A soft giggle bubbled up from her lips as I trailed up her neck, her scales a cool contrast to her skin. Tilting her head up, she met my gaze, filled with warmth and concern. Her fingers lightly brushed against the tired skin under my eyes before she pressed a soft kiss of her own to my neck. You need to rest, my love. Patrolling all day and training all night. You'll burn out. I stiffened slightly, my throat tightening as the words cut through the haze of comfort. I wanted to argue, but the look in her eyes made the words stick. I forced a small smile. I can handle it. Her eyes, so full of understanding and concern, didn't waver. You always say that, she murmured. I know you can handle it. It's whether you can handle tomorrow. I can see it, Izuku. The way you're running yourself to the ground. You barely sleep. You push yourself like you think it'll all fall apart if you stop for even a moment. No one is asking you to save the world by yourself. You don't have to destroy yourself to prove your worth. The words hung in the air between us, striking a nerve, not because they were harsh, but because they were true. The ache in my muscles, the haze of exhaustion clouding my thoughts, it was catching up to me. But admitting it felt like giving up, like letting everyone down. It was my job to protect them, to protect her, and that's what I would do. My jaw tightened, frustration bubbling up and spilling over as the tension in my chest coiled tighter. Enough, Lyra. I know I'm not All Might, I said sharply, my tone harsher than I intended, the words spilling out before I could stop them. But I can do it. I'm capable. I didn't know if I was saying it to her or to myself. The air became heavy as Lyra flinched, her voice barely a whisper laced with hurt. I didn't say that. You know I believe in you. Kirishima's POV. Did they just fight? Kaminari asked as he, Ida, Satu, Bakugou, Mineta, Aoyama, Siro, and I listened to Lyra and Izuku. We peered over the window, overlooking the rooftop. What was I doing here? And why did Bakugou follow me? It all started with Lyra sneaking off to the rooftop after breakfast. The class knew who she was going to, but not why. And with the staple of our class being our meddling nature, some of us couldn't help but want to listen in on whatever they were doing. It didn't help that they were the only couple in the class, which was probably the real reason Kaminari and Mineta wanted to go to see how Midoriya landed someone. The girls were busy getting ready, and Shoji was too polite to eavesdrop on their conversation, with Kuda and Tokoyami agreeing. Come on, man, you know how insightful Midoriya is about these things, Kaminari exclaimed. We're just listening in to learn. I shot Mineta a skeptical look, clearly not convinced. Really? It's not like it's any different from when we do it in class. It's not manly. He groaned and snapped his fingers. You owe me for betraying me during the exam. I was literally on your side. Kaminari grabbed Bakugou as he passed by. You owe him. Bakugou scowled and pulled away. What are you guys up to? I knew they wanted me there so Izuku wouldn't get mad at them if they were caught, but Kaminari wasn't taking no for an answer as he pulled me toward the rooftop. Come on man, it'll be fine. It's harmless. Ida mentioned something about making sure they weren't breaking any rules as the class sneaked up the stairs, leaving the replay of the exam running on the TV. Bakugou begrudgingly followed us, his hand wrapping around mine and pulling me away from Kaminari. Idiots. The lot of them. I couldn't disagree. Everyone exchanged glances, clearly uncomfortable yet curious about how things would unfold. Yes, they just fought. We should probably go. This is clearly meant to be a private conversation, I whispered urgently. Mineta shook his head. It's just getting good. I glanced at Bakugou, who had a hard look in his eyes as he stared at the two of them, probably thinking about All Might. He hadn't taken the news of his retirement well and had been avoiding the former #1 hero at all costs, despite All Might's attempts to talk to him. I wished I knew what was going on in his head. His eyes found mine. What? I shook my head and looked back to see Midoriya glaring at us. Yeah, we were in trouble. Thin tendrils of energy shot out from Midoriya's hands, causing Lyra to perk up, her wings slightly opening. Midoriya whispered something in her ear, making her relax, and then he threw the door open with a bang. His quirk crept up the walls like a spiderweb, blocking our escape. We all paled at the sight, and with a flick of Midoriya's wrist, it wrapped around all of us and pulled us outside. Izuku's POV. They all fell in a heap in front of us. Lyra's eyes were more curious than angry, though I couldn't say the same for myself. With the way they were glancing at each other, I quickly connected the dots. They had seen and heard everything. A small sound escaped her lips as she covered her face, heat rising to her cheeks as the realization set in, making me even angrier that she was in a situation where she felt embarrassed. What do you guys want? I snapped. They all looked to Kaminari, whose eyes went wide. We wanted to reflect a bit on our exams. You got the highest grade, so we thought he stammered, looking to Kirishima for help. Kirishima looked away, crossing his arms. This was all you and Mineta. Bakugou gave me a hard look, clearly deep in thought. Lyra sighed, her cheeks still red as she gently tried to unhook herself from my arms. I didn't let her go. She lightly pinched my arm, her eyes sharp as she looked at me, silently asking to be released. I held her gaze, silently pleading for her to stay. I didn't want her to leave, not with the tension hanging between us. Lyra, are you done? Mina called out from below. I reluctantly loosened my grip, and Lyra twisted away, heading to the edge of the roof to wave at Mina. I'll be there in a minute. They all sighed in relief as my attention shifted away from them, except for Mineta, who unapologetically scanned Lyra up and down. That was my breaking point. Ignoring the consequences, I slammed Mineta against the ground, causing him to gape in. I suggest you look somewhere else. Midoriya. Let him go, Ida said. You'll get in trouble. I don't care. Mineta smirked. This isn't how All Might's successor should act. How disappointing. My eyes hardened, the knot in my chest tightening at his words. The newsletter and now him. Small hands wrapped around me from behind, pulling me away. Bakugou scoffed at Mineta, who was about to speak, but it was Lyra who stepped in front of me, turning to Mineta. Her golden eyes were furious, the wind picking up around us. Who are you to say that to him? Mineta narrowed his eyes. I'm his classmate. We're both on the same level. I made it here too. No. You're not on the same level, not even close. Unlike you, Izuku fights because he cares. While you're nothing but a coward. You only watch when villains attack, fleeing at the hint of danger. You watch me and other girls with a twisted sense of possession and entitlement. But let's be clear, you'll never have what you want. You'll never find someone who cares about you, not with the way you treat people. So keep looking if that makes you feel powerful, but know this: what you think you want, what you think you deserve, will always be beyond your reach. You'll never be a hero. Not one that matters anyway. She shot a hard look at Kaminari, who looked away in shame for participating in the same behaviors. Mineta couldn't respond, fumbling for words to defend himself. She turned to me. And you. The group waited for her to find her words. You dummy. Everyone blinked, Bakugou clearly disappointed with her lack of an insult. Lyra turned away to grab her bag and threw a wrapped box at me, which I easily caught. Eat that before you pass out. She made to fly down, but I grabbed her hand, making her hover above me. She nodded, knowing what I was about to say, her eyes somewhat glassy. We're okay, right? We're okay, my heart, I whispered. She squeezed my hand before flying down, leaving us in silence. Kirishima couldn't help but laugh as Mineta still tried to defend himself, with Bakugou smirking alongside him. Aoyama, Satu, and Siro went down with Ida, who confirmed the situation was under control. Kaminari pulled a teary-eyed Mineta away, leaving me with Bakugou and Kirishima. I collected the files and notebooks with my quirk, silently cursing how thin the tendrils were. My energy was waning. Why are you guys still here? Stop being an idiot, Bakugou snapped, making me freeze. All Might chose you for a reason. Bakugou. Kirishima started. Bakugou stepped forward. I promised you I was going to be the one who surpassed all might. He clenched his fists. And now I'm going to surpass you. But not like this. Listen to Blondie and get a grip on yourself, Bakugou said, frustration evident in his tone. Blondie? I raised an eyebrow at the nickname. Are you worried about us? No. I'm worried about my kitchen being taken over. She was up all night making that. He pointed to the box I was holding. And let me tell you, she can do a lot of things, but baking is not one of them. Kirishima stifled a laugh. It's true. Bakugou had to step in. We all did except for Mineta. But maybe that's a good thing. I looked down at the wrapped parcel, warmth filling my chest. I didn't know the class cared that much. Oh. Kirishima patted my shoulder. We're all rooting for you, especially Lyra. Don't doubt that for a second. She almost went after Minoma for insulting you. Shoji had to stop her. That made sense. Shoji and Lyra had grown closer after the final exam, and she valued his opinion greatly. Minoma. He nodded. Wanted to get his remarks in before the dance. Dance? I blinked in surprise. Lyra's POV. Dance? I asked, trailing behind the group with Azui and Mina. Mina nodded excitedly. This will be your first UA dance, right? Probably Midoriya's too. It's a recent change, especially after the League of Villains' first attack to foster community and all that. The realization struck me. First one ever. The whole group turned to me, and I gave them a sheepish smile. I couldn't really attend a dance when I had been kidnapped for most of my life, and we didn't really have any at East Star. Instead, we opted to celebrate inside one of our apartments. Tell me more. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Shiketsu is hosting this year, and every year has a class to organize their dance, Jiro explained. So technically, there are 4 dances. Shiketsu? Shiketsu High, Uraraka interjected. If any of them talk to you, they're up to no good. I raised an eyebrow at her, the irony not lost on the group, but she crossed her arms. I may not like you, but I dislike them more. Nobody messes with you. The girls cheered, causing me to laugh. It's that bad. It's worse. It was fine the first year. We had a friendly rivalry with them. But now it's developed into sabotage and pure hatred, Azui said, her tone serious. So much so that the biases extend even outside of school events. They're bad news. They may be good people, but not to us. And vice versa. I frowned. That's a bad cycle to be trapped in. It can't be helped. Jiro sighed. Anyways, usually some pro heroes are invited to talk, and there may be games which you have to be careful about. But it's more of a formal event to socialize and dance, celebrate another year complete. The victory ball. The group decided to split up, with Mina, Tsu, and me in one team and Uraraka, Hagakure, Jiro, and Yaoyorozu in the other to avoid crowding the stores. I glanced at my friends, wiggling my eyebrows as we entered a store. So, if this is a dance, that means there are dates, right? Mina blushed furiously while Azui remained her calm, stoic self. I don't have a date. Mina? I prodded, combing through different dress racks. I don't know. I'd like to ask Kirishima, but I think he likes Bakugou. They were pretty close in the first year. But after Midoriya, they distanced themselves. Now it's reigniting, especially since Midoriya's getting along with everyone. I hummed. I'm sure it'll work out. You can always bring a friend as your date. Mina giggled, smiling, before she took Tsu's hands. Would you want to go with me if no one asks us? Of course, Tsu responded. I wiped a fake tear. Glad to know I'm the second choice. Well, obviously you're going with Midoriya, Mina said, peeking over the clothing rack to meet my eyes. I frowned. If he stops being stubborn. So that was what the commotion upstairs was about? Tsu asked, pulling out a green dress reminiscent of her hero. Costume? No, that was Mineta. The two of them blinked at each other, and I recounted what happened, leaving out my fight with Izuku. Come on, let's focus. I'm going to head deeper into the store. Mina gave me a thumbs up as she pushed Tsu toward the dressing rooms, dresses in hand. I sighed, fiddling with the bracelet he gave me, the carved design glittering brightly as I gazed at it thoughtfully. Izuku Midoriya and his stubbornness, that's what I loved about him too, his drive to keep going. But he needed to rest, and I had to find a way to make him see that. Maybe it was time to call for help. I clicked the number and waited. Bring. Aries POV. I stared at the ringing phone, my hands fidgeting against the hem of my hoodie. The sound echoed in the empty room, and I glanced at the slightly open door before looking back at the phone. Lyra was calling. I knew I wasn't supposed to pick it up, but this was okay, right? Kitty stretched on the couch beside me, letting out a tiny meow that made my heart race. I pressed my finger to my lips, whispering, "Shoo." My eyes darted to the door once more, as if Dad might appear at any moment. I slowly took the phone in my hands and clicked the green button, remembering how Dad did it. Hello. I whispered, clutching the phone tightly. Eri? Lyra's warm voice asked, and my heart leapt. I nodded, waiting for her to continue before I remembered she couldn't see me. Hi. I said quickly, my voice much brighter this time. Lyra's soft giggles reached my ears, wrapping around me like a hug. You're just the person I needed. I have a very important mission for you. Excitement bubbled up inside me, and I clambered up the couch, gripping the phone tighter. I can do it, I declared, bouncing slightly. Her voice turned playful, like we were sharing a big secret. Alright, hero Eri. Your mission is to spend time with Izuku and make sure he rests. Can you handle that? I nodded again. Yes, I shouted, but then remembered to lower my voice. I'll even get him to sleep. Good, but it's very important you keep this mission a secret, alright? If you need any help you can ask Shoji. He's the nice man with a black mask. I paused, the weight of her words sinking in. A secret mission. My chest swelled with determination. Okay. I whispered fiercely, like a true hero. There was a click and I squealed. Kitty rubbed against my leg, purring softly, and I smiled down at him. My first mission as a hero. I wouldn't let her down. Eri, Dad said, his voice flat as ever. He stepped fully into the room, arms crossed, his scarf hanging loosely from his neck. His tired eyes flicked to the phone in my hands and back to me. Are you using my phone? I squeaked, gripping the phone tightly. Lyra called. I whispered, sitting down on the couch in defeat. Kitty meowed again before padding toward Dad, seemingly unaware of my predicament. Dad's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't yell. He rubbed a hand down his face. Of course, she called. He walked over, crouching beside the couch, his gaze locking onto mine. Eri, you're not supposed to mess with other people's phones. My heart sank, and I nodded quickly. I'm sorry, I mumbled, my voice trembling. His eyes softened instantly, letting out a quieter sigh. Just tell me next time, alright? Phones aren't toys, even if it's for a mission. I blinked at him. You heard? I gasped. I mean, what mission? He stood up. Eri, you're not exactly quiet. But if this mission is to keep Midoriya from burning out, I'll allow it. Relief filled my chest as I grabbed his hand. Thank you, Dad. Just make sure Midoriya actually listens for once. That kid's worse than me. I beamed, my confidence growing. The mission was still intact. I wouldn't fail. The mission was a go. I peeked into the backyard, clutching the edge of the sliding door as Izuku practiced his hero skills. Notebooks were scattered around him, and his breathing came quick and heavy. He looked so tired. I pressed my hands to my chest, feeling the quick thump of my heartbeat. If heroes don't back down, then neither would I. With all the bravery I could muster, I marched forward. Izuku! He froze mid-punch, spinning around to face me, his focused expression softening instantly. Eri? What are you doing here? For a moment, my mind went blank. Then, an idea burst to life like a spark catching fire. I want to watch a movie with you. He blinked, his mouth opening to respond before he sighed a deep, familiar sound that reminded me of Dad when he was about to say no. But I wouldn't take no for an answer. If words wouldn't work, I'd need a new plan. I'd need supplies. I'll be right back. I spun on my heels and bolted toward the house. Wait, Eri? He called after me, but I was already inside. I shuffled through the living room like a pro hero on patrol. I needed help. Big help. My eyes landed on the kitchen, where a towering figure stood in front of the open fridge, his many arms shifting like branches in the wind. And he had a black mask. Just like Lyra said. Peeking cautiously from behind the corner, I watched as he closed the fridge door and turned, spotting me instantly. I stepped back, clutching the doorframe. Hello. He tilted his head, crouching down to my level, though he still looked enormous. Hi Eri. What can I do for you? His voice was gentle, not scary at all. He reminded me of the big tree outside the dorm, sturdy and strong. You're like a big tree, I whispered before I could stop myself. He let out a quiet chuckle. A tree, huh? I think I like that. Trees are nice. They are, he agreed, his gaze steady but kind. What do you need? I straightened up, hands on my hips. I need your help with a secret mission. His voice dropped conspiratorially. The mission from Lyra? You know. Don't worry, I'm in, he said, a smile behind his mask. Together, we transformed the living room into a perfect theater. Dim lights, blankets, and snacks. Time for round 2. Izuku! I called out once more. He stopped mid-punch, his confused gaze flickering between me and Shoji. What's all this? Before he could say anything else, I grabbed his hand with both of mine and tugged with all my might. Come on, you're going to rest and I'm going to make sure you do. Rest? He raised a brow, not moving an inch. Eri, I'm fine. No, you're not. Shoji stepped behind me, and with his help, ushered Izuku inside and guided him onto the couch. I scrambled up onto the couch, quickly grabbing a blanket and tossing it over his lap. I have to stay. Izuku laughed softly. Eri, what's this really about? I crossed my arms just like Dad does when he's being serious. It's my hero mission. His gaze softened, realization filling his eyes. Lyra put you up to this, didn't she? Panic shot through me. This was supposed to be a secret. Thinking fast, I launched myself at him, wrapping my arms around him. You can't leave. He laughed again, leaning back into the couch, his weariness finally showing. Alright, I'll rest for a while. Promise? I asked, raising my pinky. Promise, he said, linking his pinky with mine. What movie are we watching? Satisfied, I nodded to Shoji, who pressed play on a superhero movie. Settling in beside Izuku, I pulled the blanket over both of us. Mission accomplished. The night air was crisp as I stepped outside the mall, the stars glittering like jewels, a reminder of how much time had passed. The boutique I'd visited earlier had been a perfect little escape, small, cozy, and tucked away from the bustling crowd where Mina and Sue ventured. I'd made the right choice, giddy with excitement over the dress I'd found, the perfect balance of softness and elegance. A notification from a couple of hours ago snagged my attention, a message from Shoji. I opened it and immediately laughed. It was a selfie. Shoji stood with Eri perched happily on his shoulder, a wide grin lighting up her face. Behind them, Izuku lay stretched out on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, fast asleep. In the background, Mr. Aizawa could be seen with a faint, rare smile. Mission accomplished. The girls came out soon afterward, and we made our way back to the dorms. The common room was dimly lit, with Eri and Mr. Aizawa nowhere to be found. I'd have to thank her later. Deciding to take a quick shower, I dropped my dress on the bed before freshening up, the tiredness catching up to me. By the time I returned, the common room was lively with quiet chatter as everyone ate dinner. I knelt beside the couch, resting my arms against the edge and leaning closer to him, his peaceful expression tugging at my heart. Gently I shook him. Izuku. He didn't stir. I shook him again, my voice louder this time. Izuku love. It's time to wake up. His eyes fluttered open, his voice still heavy with sleep. Lyra. Hi. He slowly sat up, blinking as he tried to process his surroundings. He mumbled something incoherent, and I placed a gentle kiss on his forehead. I'll get us some food. The noise in the room grew as Izuku gradually woke up, his gaze softening but becoming more alert. The light returned to his eyes as he absorbed the lively atmosphere and followed me to the kitchen. My house. Mom's not at home. I hummed in agreement. Eat first. We joined the others briefly, sharing quiet conversations, before Izuku pulled me outside. We took to the sky together, the cool wind brushing against my face. With a playful nudge, I launched ahead, creating a small rush of air. Izuku narrowed his eyes in mock determination, quickly closing the gap. He passed me just as we reached the house, both of us landing gracefully. So close, I huffed as we walked inside. He smirked, pulling me into his room and onto the bed beside him. I did just sleep for 8 hours. It was quiet after that, both of us lost in our thoughts, trying to find the right words about the fight from the morning. The only sound was the rhythmic ticking of the all-night clock as we lay there, gazing at each other with silent understanding. I'm sorry, I finally said, my voice quiet. I know how much this means to you. I wasn't trying to undermine you. If anyone can do it, it's you, Izuku. His eyes softened as he pulled me closer, his hand resting on my waist. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have snapped at you. You were just trying to help. And you were right. I need to find a balance. What I'm doing right now won't help in the long run. I didn't realize how heavy everything would be, the pressure, the expectations. I don't want to let anyone down. You won't, I said firmly. It's not luck or fate that got you here. It's you, your determination, your kindness, your love, your stubbornness. That's why All Might chose you. I've seen your strength, Izuku Midoriya. Now, it's time for you to show everyone else. He closed his eyes, a deep sigh escaping him. If you ever stumble, I tapped his heart, I'll be right here. Boys. You'll never be alone. Thank you, my heart. I squeezed him tighter before nuzzling my head into his chest. You're perfect, Izuku. I felt his arms leave me, and I peeked up to see him covering his flushed face. I giggled as I moved his hands away, revealing the deep blush spreading across his cheeks. Was calling you perfect too much? He groaned. When you say things like that, what am I going to do with you? I kissed the faded scars on his hands, marks of everything he's been through. You can take me to a dance. His eyes filled with emotion, and he dipped his head down to kiss me softly. He pulled back, resting his forehead against mine as we breathed each other in. Will you go to the dance with me? Officially? I hummed. You know I'll always choose you. And me. Always. Izuku's POV. Mom's eyes teared up as she looked at the both of us before pulling Lyra into a fierce hug. Lyra's eyes softened, glowing with affection as she hugged my mother, gently patting her back. My green hoodie hung loosely on Lyra's shoulders, completely engulfing her figure in a way that was almost unfairly cute, her fingertips just peeking out at the end of the sleeves. She claimed it as hers the minute she saw it. I couldn't resist when she looked at me with those pleading eyes. After cutting small slits in the back to make room for her wings, she made it her own and she's been wearing it ever since. She was positively glowing, her face slightly flushing as we gazed at each other, recounting the events of our special night. "Mom, it's just a dance," I said, trying to pry her away from Lyra. Currently in my hero costume, I had just told Mom about the dance when she returned from Bakugou's house, before I had to go out on patrol with Night Eye, whose internship was slowly coming to an end. That was the wrong thing to say as she gave me a harsh glare. "Just a dance?" she cried again. "It's my two babies' first dance. Do you even have a suit? Your old one is definitely not going to fit. You two need to look absolutely perfect. Have you even practiced dancing?" Lyra stifled her laugh behind her hand as Mom placed her hands on her hips, gearing up for a lecture at my lack of a response. Her golden eyes glittered with amusement, clearly enjoying my predicament. "That's what I thought." Mom huffed. "How are you going to sweep her off her feet if you don't know what you're doing?" "I'd actually like to know too. How are you going to sweep me off my feet?" Lyra teased, hooking her purse on her shoulder. "Not you too," I muttered, pushing them out the door. "I promise I'll be on time." Mom swiveled around. "Izuku Midoriya," but I was already jumping away. I was definitely in trouble later. The Victory Ball, a grand celebration of another year's accomplishments, victories, and hard-earned progress, was held in the towering Crystal Hall. The venue shimmered with brilliance, golden chandeliers reflected rainbow prisms across the polished marble floors, and cascading fabrics of black, red, and gold shiketsu's colors decorated the expansive room. A live orchestra played elegant music that drifted softly over the hum of conversations. Students from UA, Shiketsu, and other schools gathered, dressed in their finest from short to long dresses and a wide range of colorful suits, trying in their own way to stand out to the pro heroes present, who were their own pillars of inspiration. The staff, teachers, and heroes were scattered throughout, sharing laughter and stories of battles won, as reporters slyly took notes. All Might, no longer in his prime, but still radiating his signature charisma, was a beacon of pride and humility. His presence, though no longer a fighter, remained a powerful symbol for everyone in the room. Despite the celebration, the underlying rivalry between UA and Shiketsu was palpable. Subtle glances, smug smirks, and unspoken challenges passed between the cluster of students. The tension simmered beneath the glittering surface like lightning waiting for a storm. And lightning struck. Raiden entered the hall, letting his power exude outward in waves of overwhelming, raw energy, a show for the reporters whose cunning eyes greedily watched his first public event. His green eyes glowed, a steady reminder of the power that bent to his will, their intensity sharp enough to silence even the most seasoned reporters in the crowd. Gold buttons gleamed against his dark green waistcoat, and a striking gold ornament fastened on his lapel stood out boldly against the raven fabric. His gloved hand adjusted the cuff of his tailored black suit, sleek and commanding, letting the crackling energy around him speak for itself and the hero he was. Raiden, the god of thunder and lightning. Beside him, Skyrus emanated a softer aura, a low rumble of a distant storm complementing his sharp presence. Her golden eyes burned with quiet ferocity, a storm barely restrained behind them. She wore a gown of pure white, the fabric shimmering with a subtle star-like iridescence. It flowed elegantly around her knees, like a gentle breeze dancing through the skies, trailing behind her in a delicate cascade, reminiscent of the softest clouds stretching across the horizon. Her scales glinted with frosty starlit brilliance, capturing the room's light like rainwater under a full moon. Her wings unfurled behind her, exposing the sheen of her dress, mirroring the calm before the storm. Skyrus, the ruler of the skies. Their outfits were not only complementary but declarations of who they were and the balance they struck. Raiden's dark suit embodied the storm's fury, brimming with power and intensity, while Skyrus's white gown reflected the calm that followed. His gold accents found their counterpart in emeralds adorning her, an intricate heart necklace that rested just above her chest, earrings that gently swayed with each step, and jewels woven through her golden hair, like droplets of rain caught in sunlight. The deep green of the gems mirrored the vitality of his lightning, while their placement emphasized her role as a force of nature, ever connected to the storms she summoned. Together, they were the personification of the harmony between lightning and storm. Rumors of their relationship had swirled like whispers in the wind, their battle against overhaul, civilian sightings, and more, but it was never confirmed. Tonight there was no need for words. It was in the way his hand extended towards her, steady and unyielding, and the way she took it, her touch light but firm, letting him lead her. His expression softened considerably as he gazed at her. The Raiden's heart. Standing near the entrance, All Might beamed at the sight of Izuku and Lyra twirling around the dance floor. He had warned Izuku about the importance of his first public appearance as his official successor and the tone it would set for his future career. This was a brilliant display of power and love. Beside him, Endeavor loomed, his fiery beard trimmed neatly, his stance as stiff and commanding as ever. Hawks was nearby, casually leaning against a pillar, wings folded behind him, his keen eyes surveying the dance, easily noting the growing tension between the schools. And now for Shiketsu's move. Ms. Joke approached Endeavor with a mischievous smile on her face. Come on, Endeavor. How about we show these kids how the real pros dance? Put this rivalry to bed. He crossed his arms. I don't dance. Lame, Hawks drawled before taking her hand instead. Ms. Joke laughed as they entered the dance floor. Maybe you should ask All Might for a dance, Endeavor. Endeavor growled, his flames flickering slightly as All Might laughed. Izuku's POV. I couldn't take my eyes off her. Her movements were as fluid as the winds she commanded. She was radiant. Her face was slightly flushed, and I pulled her in closer, my gaze never leaving her face. Did I do okay? She asked, echoes of All Might's talk clear in her mind. They're staring. You were perfect, my heart, I replied, my tone warm but firm, leaving no room for argument. My voice dropped to a whisper. I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. The press will not let you go for some time. She hummed, her eyes sparkling with joy as I spun her dress following her movements. She took a quick step back as my feet moved slightly too forward. Amusement danced on her lips. Make it up to me by not stepping on my feet, love. It was my turn to blush, but Lyra took it in stride, matching my rhythm as she always did. A comfortable quiet settled over us as Lyra drifted into her thoughts. What's going on in that head of yours? I murmured. Her voice was soft. I'm just really happy. I rested my forehead against hers as we swayed, the world fading around us. Me too. The dance continued, with more pairs joining us on the floor, before Lyra tilted her head towards the sidelines, towards All Might. I pulled her in once more, pressing my lips against her forehead. Her eyes fluttered closed in response before I let her go. Mina whisked her away almost immediately. That was quite the entrance, All Might mused, handing me a drink. You did say to make a statement. He laughed heartily. I'm proud of you, Midoriya. Don't ever forget that. I nodded, grateful for the words as All Might continued. However, Shiketsu doesn't seem deterred. Shiketsu High students glowered at me, their disdain on full display. Typical UA, always stealing the spotlight. Another added, they think they're untouchable. Inesa, Shiketsu's powerhouse, gave me a challenging grin, his gaze sharp and full of malice, before it locked onto something else. I followed Inesa's heated gaze, my eyes hardening as Lyra came into view, my quirk instinctively activating. All Might placed a hand on my shoulder. He's probably curious about her quirk. They're both wind manipulators, and you know how competitive he is. My jaw clenched as his gaze lingered a bit too long. I know. I still don't like it. All Might's voice was filled with amusement. Don't worry. I've got her. He crossed the room towards Lyra, who was laughing and talking with Jiraiya. Her smile brightened as All Might pulled her to the dance floor. I shook my head, heading over to Kirishima and Bakugou. This was a night for celebration, not competition. Lyra's POV. Uncle Might. I didn't know you danced. All Might chuckled. You've got to stop calling me that, young lady. The secret is out. My grin was unapologetic as he rolled his eyes, before his voice turned more serious. Thank you for tonight. I know how nervous it can be up there. I shook my head. Anything for Izuku. Thank you, Lyra. You've done more for him than you know. I'm glad you came into his life and mine for that matter. I smiled, gratitude filling my heart, when Aoyama cut in with his usual flair. Lyra, my beautiful friend. He bowed slightly. May I steal her for just a moment? I nodded to All Might, who returned to join the other pro heroes. Aoyama grasped my hand, pulling me off the dance floor before I could say anything. You look magnificent tonight. Truly a star among stars. I smiled politely, though surprise rolled through me. Aoyama never talked to Izuku or me directly, more content to observe from the sidelines. Thank you, Aoyama. Are you having fun? Oh yes, absolutely, he replied casually, pulling my arm through his. But I must confess, there's something even more dazzling I'd like to show you. A surprise. His grip was firm as we made our way to one of the side exits. I scanned the room for Izuku, spotting him chatting with Hawks and the other pro heroes. I decided to let him be. My curiosity was piqued, though I hesitated. A surprise? What kind of surprise? It's a small gift, he said, his tone growing oddly insistent. We put it in a quieter place so Shiketsu couldn't find it. We know you're newer to the class, and we didn't want you to feel left out. So we all got you a gift. I smiled, touched by the gesture. Alright, lead the way. He guided me through the side door into the hallways of Shiketsu, his steps unusually brisk. The lively sounds of the dance faded behind us, replaced by an unsettling silence. I gently tried to pull my arm away, but he held firm. Aoyama? I frowned at his lack of response as we turned a corner, far from the grandeur of the hall. Where exactly are we going? He turned to face me, his eyes glistening as he gestured to a doorway leading to a smaller classroom. His usual flamboyance was replaced by something heavier. It's right through here, safe and far away from Shiketsu students. The room was dimly lit, with only the faint hum of fluorescent lights overhead. Desks were stacked neatly against the walls, and the air felt thick with an eerie silence. Aoyama, I said softly, unease creeping over me. The laughter and music of the dance felt like distant echoes. My wings twitched, sensing something was off. Why did you lie? What's going on? I'm so sorry. His voice broke. I blinked, stepping closer as his words hit me. Sorry? Whatever for? I instinctively reached out, brushing his trembling arm. You're scaring me. What's wrong? Is someone at the dance bothering you? Is that why you brought me all the way here? He nodded, closing the distance between us, his hand brushing the pocket of his coat before wrapping his arms around me tightly. You're so kind. Too kind. I felt his pain, raw and palpable, radiating from him. I gently patted his back. It's okay, I murmured, my voice soothing. We'll find a way to fix things. No, it's too late. I didn't notice the glint of silver until I felt a sharp prick in my neck. I stiffened as a cold sensation spread through my veins. My wings shuddered violently before dropping, their strength slipping away. My legs buckled, a small gasp escaping my lips. Aoyama? My voice wavered as I clutched at his arms, trying to steady myself. The world around me seemed to tilt, my limbs growing heavier with each passing second. He eased me onto the ground, cradling me like a fragile doll. Forgive me. Forgive me, he whispered repeatedly. I didn't want this. They'll hurt my family. My throat tightened painfully, the paralysis taking hold. My body refused to move, no matter how much I struggled. Despite the betrayal, my heart ached for him and the pain he carried. My mind raced, desperate for answers. The door creaked open behind us, causing Aoyama to stiffen, his tear-streaked face snapping toward the intruder. A voice, light and cheerful yet filled with malice, cut through the air. Good work, Sparkles. My heart skipped a beat as I called for my electricity to shield me. Toga's twisted smile widened as she stepped into view, her face lit up like a child seeing a new toy. You're such a good little helper. She crouched down, snapping a white cuff over my wrist. The storm inside me stilled, my electricity dimming a cork dampener. Oh, little bird, you're even prettier up close. Like a perfect little doll. She shot Aoyama a hard look, and he let me go, backing away. I wanted to scream, to fight, but I could only stare, trapped in my own rigid body. I felt like a marionette whose strings were cut, left vulnerable in her hands. Her fingers traced my jawline and my scales with wicked fascination. Look at her, Toga said with a dreamy sigh, her yellow eyes sparkling with delight. So delicate, so beautiful. I've always wanted a doll like you. Her face drew closer. You've got such beautiful eyes. Just like mine. Isn't that funny? Get her on a chair, Sparkles, Toga ordered. The screech of a chair moving assaulted my ears. His hands pulled me up and gently pushed me onto it, blocking Toga from view. The armrests were pushed back, leaving space for my wings, and my head rested against a backrest. This was a more comfortable chair. Aoyama gave me a sorrowful look, the only thing he could do to help me. He was pushed aside as Toga bounded over once more. She frowned. Oh, this is all wrong. Her brow furrowed in deep concentration as she smoothed down my hair, her hands running through my delicate curls. Her fingers worked deftly and quickly, adjusting my necklace to sit perfectly at the center and then my earrings and wings. Chills ran down my spine. She was playing with me. Her attention shifted to my dress, her fingers smoothing out wrinkles and puffing out the skirt to ensure it sat just right over my slender legs. She reached out one last time, her thumb brushing my cheek. There, now you're ready. Her tone was final, as if I had passed some sort of test. Seeing the fight in my eyes, Toga's own eyes brightened with glee as she climbed onto my lap, leaning in until her breath fanned my ear. It's over. A beat of silence passed. Then she bit down on my neck, her hand spinning a knife into my thigh. Tears rolled down my cheek as my scream of pain died in my paralyzed throat. Her tongue trailed downwards, following the blood trickling down, before returning to my neck. She pulled back, her teeth stained red, wiping my tears away. You taste good, little bird. Dizziness washed over me in waves as Toga slid off me, finished with her meal, her face flushed as she savored the blood. Don't worry. I'll take good care of your life. I'll dance with Izuku, smile with him, make him mine. He'll look at me the same way he looks at you. And you? You'll stay here, just like this? Isn't it wonderful? Dabi and Twice entered, Dabi immediately assessing me. The dance won't stay loud enough to cover her much longer. Go now. Relax, Toga said, her voice sing-song. Liking her lips, her body began to shift, her features morphing into an uncanny mirror image of my own. Even the subtle glow of my storm dragon quirk seemed to radiate from her skin. Toga flexed her stolen wings experimentally, a wicked grin spreading across her now identical face. A perfect fit. Even the voice was exactly the same. Time to move our little prize. Together, Twice and Dabi lifted me effortlessly. As they carried me out of the room, Toga I skipped ahead with Aoyama, practicing my smile. This will be fun. Izuku's POV. Something was wrong. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but my danger sense was tingling at the edge of my mind, faint yet persistent. It wasn't anything immediate, at least, not yet. I leaned against a column, my eyes scanning the crowd for Lyra, wanting her close. Where was she? I hadn't seen her since Hawks pulled me aside. The memory of our earlier dance brought me a moment of comfort, her golden eyes gazing up at me with warmth and pride. But she had been gone for too long. It wasn't like Lyra to vanish without letting me know. Relief washed over me when I finally spotted her near the edge of the dance floor. She was standing with Aoyama, but something seemed off. His usually curious eyes were dull and glassy, and he appeared uncomfortable, almost. My feet carried me toward them, ignoring the quick offers to dance as I passed. Aoyama turned toward me as I approached, his gaze dropping almost immediately, as if he couldn't bear to meet my eyes. Lyra! I called, my tone light but edged with concern. Lyra beamed up at me, Izuku! Her arms wrapped around mine, her eyes sparkling. But there was something unsettling about the way they bore into mine. It wasn't her usual gaze, warm and soft like sunshine, but something sharper, more intense. Is everything all right? Aoyama seemed. She waved me off. He's fine. Forget about him. Her grip tightened on my suit. This night is about us. I masked my surprise with a smile as I let her lead me to the dance floor. Lyra was never dismissive. She would have been the first to notice Aoyama's strange behavior and ask if he needed help. Her hands gripped my shoulders as mine held her waist, guiding her into a slower rhythm as the music shifted. I studied her closely, her movements, tone, the way her eyes scanned the crowd with a cold, calculating gaze. Something was off. Are you all right, Lyra? I searched her eyes, keeping my voice gentle. You're acting different. Different. Her voice pitched upward, almost teasing. Don't be silly. She pressed herself closer to me, her hand trailing down my chest before wrapping her arms around me, slipping beneath my blazer. I'm just glad to be here with you. This wasn't Lyra, not my Lyra. My mind raced with different possibilities as I led her away. Let's go somewhere more private. I didn't want to involve anyone else just yet. Her eyes glinted with a strange intensity as she let me guide her through the side exit. When could they have switched? She had been with Aoyama the whole time, Aoyama, who seemed terrified. Not of me, but of her. A traitor. And the teachers suspected it, weaving it into our final exam. I activated One for All, my hand wrapping around her throat, pinning her against the wall. Toga, where is she? She frowned, confusion lacing her voice as her hands wrapped around my arm, trying to push me off. Izuku, what are you doing? It's me. Where? She. I demanded, squeezing harder. She gasped for air, her feet kicking out as her face contorted. My heart ached at the sight of Lyra struggling. I wanted to let go, but she wasn't her. She must have seen my hesitation, her eyes flickering with twisted amusement as she purred, dropping her disguise. Wasn't this fun? For just a little while, I was your sweet little Lyra. I released her, my energy growing more frantic. What did you do to her? Her grin twisted into something sinister as she rubbed her neck, a dreamy look crossing her face. I was so careful with her. I made my little doll look perfect. And soon, she'll be placed in a glass box for all of us to admire. Her new home. She liked her lips, savoring the moment. She just needed a splash of red. My vision blurred with anger, the raw energy of One for All crackling through the air. As Black Whip immediately wrapped around her. Enough. Tell me where she is. You don't need to worry about her. She's ours now. She tilted her head, her golden hair and eyes a cruel mockery of Lyra's. You should probably focus on someone else. Poor All Might is all alone, and my friends don't play as nice as I do. My heart raced, danger sense pounding in my head as the pieces fell into place. She had been stalling me while the league moved into position. A chilling laugh escaped her lips as screams erupted from the dance. Choose, Raiden. All Might or Lyra. The security room was chaos, a symphony of fear and desperation, just the way I liked it. The metallic scent of fresh wounds hung heavy in the air. But my focus wasn't on the room anymore. No, something far more captivating had caught my attention. Lyra, the golden-haired girl, bound and immobile on the floor, glared at me defiantly. Her paralysis is starting to wear off, Dobby said, his voice dull. Almost bit Twice's ear off. Twice muttered incomprehensibly behind him, brushing his torn mask. I don't forgive her. No, I do. It's fine. Toga stalled long enough. Kurogyri is ready. I tilted my head, studying her still figure, the slow rise and fall of her chest, the blood trickling from her neck and thigh, staining her heels and wings. She wasn't just a hero, another obstacle to be crushed. She was his. Izuku Midoriya's. The thought made my lips curl into a smirk. That self-righteous brat always had everything handed to him: power, friends, admiration. Even Toga couldn't stop obsessing over him, clinging to her naive fantasy by walking around in Lyra's skin. Pathetic, yes. But not entirely without purpose. It was amusing, really. She thought her precious Raiden would save her. But she didn't understand. None of them did. This wasn't just about destroying heroes or All Might. This was about taking everything One for All held dear and breaking him piece by piece until there was nothing left but despair. Why should I be the only one to feel it? She was just another thing to strip away from Midoriya, another thread to unravel until his world collapsed. I chuckled, leaning in closer as her eyes flared. Midoriya won't be able to save you. There'll be nothing left of him when I'm finished. The faint crackle of Nomu tearing through obstacles signaled the start of the attack. Dobby's hands flickered with blue fire as Twice duplicated. You're his weakness, I said softly, disintegrating her Jiji with a slight touch. And I'm going to use you to destroy him. I'll never join you, she growled, baring her teeth, rage simmering beneath the surface. She wasn't broken yet, but she would be. I'm afraid you don't have any choice. Tendrils of black and red slithered toward her, creeping up her legs and stomach, before piercing the area around her heart. A strangled gasp escaped her as I unfastened her quirk dampener and flexed my fingers, seizing complete control of her quirk. Her eyes flickered, just for a moment, as understanding dawned on her. I grinned. It was time for a new world. My world. Toga's grin widened, seeing the decision in my eyes. Poor Lyra. Always second. She giggled as a portal opened behind her, a Nomu stepping forward. What a wonderful game the three of us are playing. The Nomu screeched before lunging, and my hands quickly shot up to block the attack. In one swift motion, I knocked it back, only for it to retreat into the portal as it closed shut, much to my annoyance. Toga was gone. I gritted my teeth, running back toward the dance, only to enter into chaos. Nomu and villains surged towards the students in a coordinated attack. Black Whip wrapped around a nearby Nomu's beak, and I kicked it away from the injured students. Not letting it recover, I unleashed my anger, taking down Nomu after Nomu, villain after villain, fueled by my frustration at being too slow to catch on to the League's plans. I landed next to Mina, helping her pull students out from under the rubble. Rescue everyone you can and get a team to the first and second year dances. Her response faltered the moment she saw my face, but she nodded, pulling Uraraka with her while signaling other classmates to follow. My eyes scanned the crowd. The Bakugou was locked in battle with All Might, whose one arm held the remaining 10% of One for All. All for One towered above them, his grand presence unsettling everyone in the room, a sharp contrast to All Might's lean frame. I wasted no time and shot quick bursts of green lightning towards him before following up with a powerful punch, sending him flying. My chest burned with every breath I took. It wasn't nearly enough to calm the storm raging inside me. I glanced at All Might. They have Lyra. Toga was here. All Might placed a comforting hand on my shoulder, his eyes determined as he looked towards All for One, who was rising from the ground, bleeding yet undeterred. All for One's chilling laugh sliced through the air. I was waiting for you to join the battle. His arms stretched outward, taunting us. Taunting me. I powered up fully to 90%, the ground cracking beneath the pressure as One for All surged through my veins, lighting them a brilliant red, ready to be unleashed. Beside me, Bakugou's eyes held their own promise of a fight as his lips curled into a challenging grin. But before any of us could attack, lightning struck down between us. Golden lightning. My hands touched the remnant energy, weakly sparking around my hand before dissipating. My heart skipped a beat. Lyra. But it didn't stop. Lightning bolts rained down, and I quickly pulled people out of their path using Black Whip, my eyes locked on All for One, who merely seemed amused. What is Blondie doing? Bakugou growled. It's not her, All Might whispered, his face grim as the dust settled. I turned, and the sight made my heart stop. Red and black tendrils pierced Lyra's chest, rendering her motionless as she knelt, blood pooling beneath her. At the other end of it was Shigaraki, laughing maniacally at the destruction around him. The floor turned to ash beneath his touch, preventing students from escaping and harming those it made contact with. With a twitch of his finger, Lyra's body arched as he forced another quirk activation. Tears mixed with blood fell from her energy-filled eyes as she looked to the sky, excess electricity sparking around her. Her pained cries echoed, and thunder boomed before a downpour of rain, hail, whirlwinds, and lightning tore the building apart. Shigaraki now controlled the skies and the ground. Behind him stood the League, their eyes reflecting the same joy as Shigaraki. Students shielded those they could with their quirks as they frantically tried to make their way outside. It was Hawks who got most of them out. Villains followed their lead once they realized the storm didn't care if they were on the League's side. Lyra's precision was all but gone. Damn it. Forceful quirk activation, Bakugou muttered, recalling his own encounter with it. I thought. He looked to All for One, shaking his head. That didn't matter anymore. Dabi's blue fire met Endeavor's orange fire and Todoroki's ice, creating a suffocating heat as Kurogyri and Toga distracted Mr. Aizawa from canceling out Shigaraki's quirk. Most students were thankfully evacuated, but some stayed to fight, including what was left of Class 3A. Danger sense prickled, and I pulled Bakugou out of the way as I countered All for One's attack with my own punch. The impact shook the room, but All Might jumped in, executing a smash of his own, forcing All for One back once more with our combined power. I got Blondie! Bakugou yelled, using the momentum to launch himself straight towards Shigaraki. We all do. You and All Might take care of that faceless beastie. Shoji, Kirishima, Tsu, and Tokoyami all nodded in confirmation. I nodded to All Might, our shared determination mirrored in his steely gaze. Side by side, we surged towards All for One, All Might matching my stride, letting me take the lead. All for One's arms swelled with the accumulation of different quirks, though it seemed to tremble from the power. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a torrent of destruction, followed by multiple shockwaves. All Might and I swiftly dodged, weaving through each attack. I directed my green lightning towards him, hurting him towards All Might's punch, which he spun away from, only to be thrown back by Black Whip. The sparks of One for All thrummed with power as All Might and I fought in tandem. I knew all his moves and he knew all of mine, but All Might was waning. I had to finish this fast. Kirishima dove in front of me, tanking the hail Lyra threw at us while I stockpiled sweat in preparation for a larger blast. He frowned. Why isn't she moving? I'm sure her claws can break through easily. He punched a clone of twice away while I kicked another clone out of our way. Shigaraki's attention was focused on Hawks, whose feathers swarmed him from all sides, every cut healing in an instant. Tokoyami supported him from the air, and with the dark look in Shigaraki's eyes, I knew he was losing his patience. Paralysis, a quiet voice said. My eyes snapped to Aoyama, hidden in the shadows. Twice's clones completely ignored him. In fact, they seemed to protect him. It all clicked immediately, the certainty in his voice, the way his glassy, guilty eyes stared at Lyra. It was you. The events of the past years, the USJ attack, training camp, everything, it was all his doing. I shook the flashbacks, the pain from my kidnapping away. I'm sorry. Save it, I snarled, blasting away another twice with my left hand. Just get out of the way. Aoyama flinched but didn't reply. Shoji and Azui helped clear a path, and I nodded to Kirishima. My right hand was ready. Hardening completely, Kirishima barreled through twice, dodging Lyra's attacks as I catapulted myself behind him. In one swift motion, his hand pushed against my back, and with one last explosion from my left hand, I flew towards Shigaraki, aiming my right hand at him. Take this. I ignited my right hand, unleashing a devastating explosion at him. His red eyes found mine, and he grinned as wind swirled around him, easily dodging my attack. After hours of practice, the reach of my explosions was easy to estimate. And Shigaraki greatly overestimated my arrogance. If he had battled me months earlier, I would have gone straight for him. But not anymore. My explosion surged forward, slightly to the right of him. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed at my widening grin, but it was too late. The tendrils connecting him and Lyra shattered as my explosion reached them. Shoji, with Tokoyami's support, quickly grabbed Lyra, who slumped forward. Hawks sent a flurry of feathers at Shigaraki, forcing him back, but decay spread from him. I quickly grabbed Kirishima, launching us upward, while Tokoyami caught Tsu. I reached for Shoji, but he was too far away. He jumped back but stumbled as wind swirled around him, lifting him and Lyra off the floor. With a twitch of her finger, she raised everyone touching the ground into the air just as the wave of decay passed beneath us. Her body trembled as blood trickled from her nose, the wind slowing almost immediately as her body rejected her quirk's use. I dropped down next to Shoji, who set her against the wall before tearing parts of his suit to press against her wounds and gently wiped the blood from her face. You look like a scene from a horror movie, I muttered as our classmates joined us, the splotches of red stark against her skin and dress. She let out a breathy laugh before flinching in pain. The paralysis was gone, but she was out of commission. Her eyes were unfocused as she looked around, searching. He's fighting with all might, Azui said softly, holding her hand. Rest, your body can't handle more of your quirk. A towering wall of ice surrounded us, protecting us from the League and giving us a moment of relief. Todoroki. I couldn't see him, but the clash of orange and blue was evident. Give her back, a high-pitched voice said. The screech of a knife against ice followed. We're not done playing with her. The pause. Or you can give us the redhead. I wonder how many times I'd have to stab him before he breaks. I gritted my teeth, my hands crackling with small explosions as Kirishima hardened, while dark shadow wrapped around us protectively. The ice glowed a bright blue before steam rose, melting it completely. Dabi stood next to Toga, victory clear in his eyes as he scanned us. I searched for Todoroki and clenched my fists at the sight. Endeavor was unconscious, severe burns covering both of them as Todoroki tried to shake him awake. Hawks was pinned down by a mountain of twice clones, one of them slamming Hawk's head against the floor, knocking him out. Towering pillars of flame rose around us, blocking our view while trapping us. Mr. Aizawa was nowhere to be found. The shockwaves of Midoriya's fight rippled through the air, drawing everyone's attention. We could only catch glimpses of his battle through the flickering of Dabi's fire. All Might was slumped against the wall, the last embers of his power gone, his body unable to move anymore. But Midoriya was winning. Pure energy sparked in his eyes as his punch, strengthened by green electricity, slammed All for One to the ground, kicking up wind and dust. We all covered our eyes as the heat of Dabi's flames brushed against our skin. The dust settled, revealing Midoriya standing over All for One, who was unconscious, his slow breathing the only sign he was alive. Midoriya wiped at his mouth, his eyes finding Lyra immediately through the fire. But no one could have guessed what happened next. It happened all at once. Midoriya's eyes flicked towards All for One, his quirk sparking once more, defending himself at Danger Sense's insistence, as a jagged spike of earth pierced through All for One's chest. But it didn't stop there. At blinding speed, it continued upwards, impaling Midoriya's chest. Or perhaps his heart. I couldn't tell. A beat of silence. An exhale as red pooled around his chest, trickling down the spike. And Midoriya's power flickered out. A scream, a horrible, devastating scream ripped through the air. Izuku! Lyra stumbled forward, her legs trembling with the effort to stay upright as she reached for him. Red tears streamed down her face as she screamed his name over and over, but Shoji pulled her back before the flames could reach her. Pity. I'm sad to see All for One go, Shigaraki said, his tone anything but sad, as he stepped out from Kurogiri's portal towards Midoriya. Even the League seemed surprised, clearly in shock at the death of their mentor. Shigaraki? What? Toga started, but stopped as Shigaraki's wrathful gaze silenced her. Dabi's flames flared in warning, growing impossibly hotter as I stepped forward. Don't interfere. I growled, my mind racing as I desperately tried to think of something. Shigaraki was whispering something in Midoriya's ear as Kurogiri opened a portal behind his limp body. My eyes met Lyra's, filled with fury and panic, as she struggled against Shoji, trying to get through the fire to Midoriya despite her current state, her arms stretched out. Let me go. I need to get to him. Please. She sobbed, please. Izuku. Shoji held firm even as she tried to flare her wings to escape, murmuring apologies to her. Her knees buckled, her eyes cloudy as tears rolled down her cheeks. I can't let it happen again. Shoji, please. I couldn't let this happen. Kirishima, knowing exactly what I was thinking, tried to grab me, but he was too slow. No. Bakugou. My hand sparked, and I flew towards Midoriya. I gritted my teeth as pain racked my body, my skin what was left of it blistering and bubbling from Dabi's fire, but I didn't stop. Faster. Faster. Shigaraki's smile widened as he pushed Midoriya through the portal, which began to close. I was too far. And Shigaraki knew it too. He stepped back, happy to let me try, his red eyes lit with amusement. Demon IT. I reached for Midoriya, his green eyes flickering. But then there was wind. It swirled around me before pushing me forward, giving me the boost I needed. I glanced back to see Lyra, coughing up blood, as her body paid the price for her quirk's overuse. Her eyes fluttered shut as her energy gave out, but not before giving me a determined look and an order. Save him. I clasped his wrist, falling through the portal with him just as it closed, cutting off Shigaraki's roar of anger. We crashed onto a stone floor, my harsh breathing and Midoriya's slow ones the only sounds. I scrambled up, quickly tearing my jacket to tie around his wound before helping him up. My eyes searched the room, not a room, a cell. Dried blood stained the stone walls, with unfastened cuffs attached to the wall opposite the iron bars. Where were we? I must have said it out loud, as Midoriya murmured one word, Lyra. And then I saw it. A feather, covered with dirt and grime. His eyes never left it. Was this? Great, I muttered, realizing where we were. Midoriya's eyes closed, and panic squeezed my chest. Stay with me. I shook him gently, his eyes fluttering open weakly. Keep your eyes open. I burst through the door, desperately searching for an escape. I passed various rooms, most filled with chairs and tables stained with dried remnants of past horrors, a boiler room, and a tightly shut room with a hint of frost peeking out from beneath the door. Lyra's words from the day she discovered her new quirk echoed in my mind. Do you know what it's like to freeze for days as frost creeps up your already broken body? To feel as if you're being boiled alive while your mind screams for water and relief, only to be met with the cold, emotionless stares of those who observe as you suffer. Of all the places to teleport us to, Shigaraki was truly twisted. A faint voice pulled me from my thoughts. Were people still studying this place? That would explain the active freezer room. A pained groan escaped Midoriya's lips as I followed the voice, his breathing growing slower. Where was? I turned the corner and saw an entrance to what appeared to be an office. Multiple voices echoed from inside. Papers were scattered at the entrance, and a familiar face emerged, her nose buried in a report as she adjusted her glasses. Izuku! Scarlet called, disbelief lacing her voice. Her eyes widened in alarm as she took in our battered state. She shouted for a medic and rushed toward us, concern etched across her features. What happened? But Midoriya's eyes closed again, and this time, they didn't reopen. I gently set him down, allowing a man with fingers interwoven with golden threads to assess him. He tore away the fabric of his suit, and the threads immediately entered the wound. It missed his heart. There's a chance, but he's lost too much blood. The threads tightened, and Izuku's eyes flew open as he gasped for air, but only for a moment before they closed again. Relief washed over me as his breathing stabilized, and I stepped back to let the team work on him. Scarlet rattled off everything about Midoriya at a rapid pace. Blood type, quirk, everything that could be useful. Her intense gaze turned to me. The ambulance is on its way. Can you tell me what happened? Concern filled her eyes again as she realized something. And where's Lyra? I shook my head, and she inhaled sharply, both of us focused on Midoriya. Save him. Save him. Save him. The air felt heavy and suffocating, my silence speaking volumes as the adrenaline drained from my body. Scarlet cursed under her breath as she caught me, my own eyes closing as pain surged through me from Dabi's flames. I lost. We lost. Once a school filled with hope, determination, and dreams, UA now stood silent, looming over the ruined city, no longer a symbol of peace but a reminder of how far one can fall. With its ideal defenses and lockdown capabilities, it had become the perfect prison for aspiring heroes and rebels, while the pro-heroes were trapped in the very facility they had created, Tartarus. Society teetered on the brink of collapse. Citizens cowered in fear, serving the villains, unaware that each day could be their last. Whether it was a villain's whim or a small mistake, every moment alive was a reminder to remain silent. Be quiet. Be invisible. But the villains, intoxicated by their victory, forgot. Forget that heroes are stubborn to a fault. Especially Izuku Midoriya. It played on repeat, all for one defeated on the ground, a ring of blue flame, Lyra's golden eyes, danger sense flooding my mind, a black spike piercing through All for One's chest and mine, then a pair of cruel red eyes. All for One. Blue flame. Golden eyes. Black spike. Red eyes. All for One. Golden eyes. Golden eyes. Golden eyes. Golden eyes. It brings me great joy to know that you'll die knowing you failed. Failed all might, failed the world. Failed her. His lips curved into a wicked smile. Can you hear her screams? It's a beautiful sound. I couldn't. Maybe that was a good thing. Thump. And I was falling. Thump. And I couldn't breathe. My mind screamed for air as my body shut down. Breathe, breathe, breathe. A hand wrapped around my wrist as a gentle, loving wind swirled around me before flowing into me, helping me breathe, but it vanished just as quickly. All for One. Golden eyes. All for One. Golden eyes. I woke with a gasp, the frantic beeping of the heart monitor drowning out my harsh breaths. My hand instinctively went to my chest, meeting rough bandages. One for all surged within me as I seized, still feeling the spike. Breathe. The world came into focus as the pounding in my head dulled. The ceiling stretched high above me, its orderly panels casting a soft warm glow around the room. The walls were a muted brown, stylish yet impersonal, the kind of expensive minimalism that whispered wealth. The bed beneath me was enormous, draped in soft sheets that felt pleasant against my skin, while thick curtains blocked any external light. Where was I? I pushed myself up, ignoring the ache in my body as One for All quieted to a soft, comforting thrum, the endurance and determination of all 8 users washing through me. 8. My heart raced as the fog in my head cleared. The first, second, fifth. The vibrant yellow spark, knowing and steady, glowed brighter than ever before. One for All was 100% complete. I ripped the monitor's cord from my arm, scrambling off the bed as my mind raced. How long? How long had I been gone? Oh my gosh. You're awake. An unfamiliar voice gasped. Hands pressed against my shoulders, trying to guide me back onto the bed. My eyes snapped to a girl with long red hair, her keen gaze scanning me with practiced precision. But something else flickered in her eyes, something heated. Take it easy, Izuku. My sister. Golden eyes flashed in my mind. I pushed her hands away, undeterred. Don't touch me, I said as a familiar voice cut through the air from the doorway. Let him be. Scarlet's blue eyes narrowed, silencing any protest from the girl, who stepped back, muttering something under her breath. I glanced between the two of them, their features strikingly similar. Sisters Scarlet appeared to be the older one. She never spoke about her family. How long? I asked. Months. My heart sank. I need to get back, need to. Scarlet shook her head. You don't need to do anything. At least, not right now. You can't expect me to just sit here. All Might is gone. My home. I bit my tongue, unable to say her name. I felt like I had failed her. I was here while she. And what about Mom? Her eyes flashed, revealing a hint of shared worry and anger. I'll tell you everything, but you need to rest. Don't worry. You're almost healed. A week or two at most, her sister chirped brightly, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Scarlet rolled her eyes. Sarah, leave. She pouted, stomping toward the door, but not before giving me a wink. If your wound acts up, I'll be here. I glanced at Scarlet. She develops a crush on everyone who has abs, even if you have a girlfriend. Try to avoid her. Once she fixates on something, she doesn't give up. That's why she's good at what she does. She's been treating you for the past couple of weeks, along with the family doctor. For the sake of secrecy. She paused. To the world, Raiden is dead. What? When we rescued you, we planned to take you to the hospital, but I had a gut feeling something was off. A flicker of guilt passed through her eyes as her eyebrows narrowed at my questioning look. My family has been trying to understand cyanide's work. My jaw clenched at the mention of cyanide. Why? Not to continue it, but to see if anyone else can be saved. Some people are still missing. She paused. And to potentially create a cure if anything like what happened to Lyra happens again. I remained silent, waiting for her to continue. I was right. The ambulance held villains, probably sent by Shigaraki to confirm your death. So we took everything we could and set fire to the compound, covering our tracks to make it seem like an accident from a frayed cord. The only thing they found were the remains of cyanide's victims. They took one look and left immediately, thinking one of those was yours. And now you're here. At my home. Who else knows I'm alive? My family, your family, Kat, Ali, North, and Bakugou. It's bad, Izuku. We were able to make contact with some heroes in Japan. They're rotating through safe houses, evacuating civilians as fast as they can, but the League's influence is spreading. We don't know who we can trust. Heroes have been defecting to the other side all around the world while villain attacks are increasing by the day. I gritted my teeth. This was my fault. If only I had been faster. You were fast enough. A voice cracked from the doorway. I hadn't realized I spoke out loud. Relief washed over me as my mother stood in the doorway, the doorframe the only thing holding her up. Her watery eyes, my eyes scanned me as if not fully believing I was awake. You were fast enough, she whispered again, because we all knew that Shigaraki aimed for my heart. Mom. Scarlet excused herself, and then my mom was hugging me, tears flowing down her cheeks. I squeezed her back, closing my eyes and sinking into the comfort and safety of her arms. And I let myself cry. For my loss. For my failure. For All Might, my mentor who inspired hope in so many, saved so many, and who cared for me. My heart stuttered. I didn't even get to say goodbye. Mom, All Might. I know, she murmured, her voice low with grief. I don't know what to do, I whispered as the truth and weight of everything settled in, along with the fear. She pulled back. If I had it my way, I'd ask you to stay with me, but we both know you won't. Her eyes sparked as she held my hands. You'll do what you always do. You'll get up and fight. Because that's who you are, son. You adapt. You learn. And then you strike. Her voice quieted. And you won't stop, not until everyone's safe. Not until Lyra is safely back in your arms. I looked away, unable to meet her gaze. I broke my promise to her. I couldn't protect her. She's strong. Mom squeezed my hand once more, drawing my gaze back to her. And she's angry. She gave me a small smile. You know how she gets when someone takes what's hers. She's fierce. And the League stole you from her. She's hurting. She's grieving, but she's angry. You shouldn't underestimate that. My mom nodded in approval as I wiped my tears, my determination and resolve returning. Can we go in now? Ollie whispered. A smack. Hey! A tiny gasp. Can't you see they're having a moment? Kat whispered harshly. I couldn't stop my eyes from rolling as my mom's expression lightened with amusement. She kissed my forehead. The heroes will fill you in on everything after you rest. I hugged her once more, her eyes widening in surprise, before she gently patted my back. I'm right down the hall. She waved as North's, Kat's, Scarlet's, Ollie's, Aries, and Bakugou's heads popped into view before leaving. Bakugou and Scarlet stayed behind as the rest crowded around me. Burn scars crept up Bakugou's neck and arms, but he still stood with his usual confidence. I nodded in thanks. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him. It was hazy, but I remembered his voice at Cyanide's base. He shook his head, muttering something about Blondie, before giving me a determined nod. We'll fight. Weeks later, All Might's final words echoed in my head as I punched the sandbag in front of me. Lyra's POV. I hated him. I hated the way his cruel red eyes delighted in others' misery, the way he genuinely smiled when screams echoed through the air. The same smile he wore when Izuku. My throat closed, trying to erase the image from my mind. So much blood pooled out of his chest, staining his suit a horrible red. My heart squeezed. He's alive. He has to be. The shattering of glass beside me made me flinch involuntarily, not because of the shards cutting my skin, my scales blocking most of it, but because of the angry voice behind it. Shigaraki's seething form paced around the principal's office, his hands frantically scratching at his neck, muttering to himself, before he angrily slammed a pin on Principal Nizu's desk. He lost whatever battle he came from, but that also meant I was in for a world of pain. I glanced at the desk to see Principal Nizu's cage rise up from what once was a safe for UA's information. But under the threat of his students' lives, Principal Nizu had given it up. And now he was caged like an animal, trapped in the dark until Shigaraki wanted to speak to him, his mind a valuable piece in this game. His black eyes found mine, a question in them when he noticed the new cuts. I nodded, giving him a small smile through my muzzle, a horrible pretty white thing adorned with blood-red jewels that pressed uncomfortably around the lower half of my face, a new addition after I almost bit Shigaraki's ear off for mocking Izuku. I could speak, but I couldn't bite. I'm okay, you? His ears twitched, a gesture I recognized after days of being trapped together. Yes, I'm fine. Shigaraki hit the cage, a resounding bang echoing through the room. Your information was wrong. I hated the way my body jumped, but being here made my mind anxious, especially since Shigaraki kept me fed, even as his prisoner. The smallest sounds would make my body tense. I couldn't understand what he was planning. The principal didn't flinch, his eyes glinting with promised retribution. I gave you the most probable outcome. Nothing is ever guaranteed. Not even your victory. The words were unsaid, but Shigaraki picked up on it immediately. Do not mock me, animal. Principal Nizu's eyes darkened, but Shigaraki's hand shifted, his anger still rising. Tendrils of black spidered towards me, slow and taunting. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the pain. I pulled at the chains hooked to the wall and binding my arms in front of me, trying to get as far away from the decay as I could. Shigaraki's control over it was alarming, a far cry from his uncontrolled destruction. She is not a part of this, Principal Nizu hissed. You lost. Regroup, reanalyze, and then attack again. Shigaraki tilted his head, as if pondering his words. And then he prowled towards me. I bit back a cry as his decay spread up my leg, cutting through my flesh. Breathe. As long as I keep breathing. The decay slowly became more vicious, and I felt a sharp pain as my leg disintegrated. I gasped, my body jerking as an unbearable bolt of pain struck me. A snap of his fingers, and my leg was back, reformed, but the pain remained as I fought for air. Overhaul's quirk. Shigaraki grinned, his hand trailing up my bare leg, his finger disturbingly close to my core as his rough hand settled on my thigh, lost in his own thoughts. I shifted slightly, trying to push down the tattered shirt that barely covered me. A knock. Shigaraki growled in frustration as he opened the door, revealing Dabi. Dabi whispered something, and Shigaraki slammed the door behind him. A sigh left my lips as my body slumped, both from exhaustion and relief. Principal Nizu's voice was soft. Are you all right? I nodded and then fluttered my wings, as if simply adjusting my position, to quickly give him a view of the hook chaining me to the wall. The slightly looser hook. His eyes flared with both victory and guilt. As horrible as it was, we needed to do this. Shigaraki monitored us closely, and my constant tugging on the chains would raise his suspicion. But when I was screaming, he wouldn't notice my purposeful jarkus as my body convulsed and thrashed. He'd be too busy relishing my pain and his control. So the principal lied. And I was punished. But I was close. So close to making Shigaraki pay for hurting him. For his arrogance that left us alive and healthy, wanting me to observe his victory up close, as he described. A glint entered Principal Nizu's eyes as he mirrored my resolve. After everything he's done, to All Might, to Innocence, to Izuku, I would make him pay. Days later, I fought to keep my drooping eyes open. Toga blurred out of focus as she left, dark spots dancing in my vision. My back was sliced open repeatedly and meticulously, and she finally got bored as my cries died down, my back barely covered by what remained of the t-shirt. My arms were sprawled in front of me, unable to lift against the weight of the cuffs. Shigaraki was gone, following through Principal Nizu's attack on the next city, and Toga took the opportunity to come to me. Patience. 1, 2, 3. I mustered up the last of my strength and got up, pulling against my chains after confirming she was gone. Come on, come on, come on. I fell backward as the hook clattered to the floor. The world spun, but this was our chance. They wouldn't be back for a while. I stumbled towards the desk, my head pounding as my back throbbed. Quickly, Lyra. The keypad was easy to find. 2.3.0. With a beep, the desk shifted as the platform inside rose up. The principal's nose twitched as he smelled my blood, his eyes widening at my state. Solitaire, I'm okay. I'm okay. I interrupted him, closing my eyes as I pushed down my dizziness. You are not, Key. Principal Nizu frowned but directed me, second drawer. I scoffed. Shigaraki didn't even try to hide it. My hands fumbled around before I found the small metal key and passed it to the principal. My legs shook with the effort of keeping me upright. One more step. My eyes fluttered closed as I collapsed onto my usual place on the floor. So tired. Stay with me. A small clatter beside me signaled Principal Nizu's escape. If anyone knew the inner walls of the school, it would be him. He'd locate the other students, the keys to our restraints, and note any behaviors that could help us. Minutes ticked by, or hours I couldn't tell. I slipped in and out of consciousness, my mind traveling to all my memories with Izuku, his smile the only thing keeping me from slipping. I made a promise to him, to keep fighting. And that's what I'll do. My body immediately tensed as shuffling broke the silence, before relaxing once the principal tapped my hands again. He screwed the air vent back into place before tapping my hand. I got everything I need. Principal Nizu pushed the hook back into place, firmly but a bit loose, before quickly pressing the button to lower his cage, zipping inside right as it closed. I curled my wings around myself and let myself dream of beautiful viridian eyes. It was a slow process, repeatedly opening and closing the cage, making sure everything was in the exact state it was left in, day after day. But when Shigaraki planned to hit one of the last remaining major cities, we knew it was time. He'd be outside for longer, maybe even a week. Shigaraki's red eyes found mine as he finished strategizing with the principal, his fingers crumpling around a newspaper as Principal Nizu was lowered. He must have gotten it from the town he recently attacked. After days of ignoring me, being the focus of his attention was alarming. What was on that newspaper? My wings curled around me, a futile but comforting shield. My back was still healing from Toga's assault, but I steeled myself. I pulled my bound hands to my chest, the quirt-canceling cuffs cold against my warm skin, trying to calm my racing heart. His nails grazed my wings. Remove these before I turn them to dust. Stay strong. I unfurled them, and Shigaraki's hand gripped my jaw, pulling me closer. Good girl. I narrowed my eyes as my hands wrapped around his arm, trying to pull away. I glanced down at his other hand, and the sight made my breath hitch. Izuku and I. He was smiling as a little girl, held by me, placed a flower crown on his head. I remembered the moment clearly. It was an older newspaper, when he was just announced as All Might's successor. The two of us were out on patrol, Night Eye surprisingly agreeing for me to join. It was a slow day, so I pulled him down to a flower stand filled with a variety of blooms, wanting to get him one. The woman behind the stall recognized Izuku immediately, not because of the recent announcement, but because he had saved her and her daughter during the Nomu attack when I woke up after my mutation. The woman's young daughter, probably 5 or 6 years old, was awestruck and, as a token of her gratitude, wanted to give Izuku a flower crown. It was a beautiful dainty wreath intertwined with little white daisies. I picked her up, helping her place it on Izuku's head, who didn't protest. In fact, his eyes sparkled with joy as he gave us a bright smile. There was a click of a camera, capturing the moment, but Izuku didn't mind. The girl smiled shyly before running back to her mother as I set her down. It was a good article, praising him rather than criticizing him. He wore it proudly until we returned home, placing it on my head as we shared a kiss. Nails and metal bit into my cheeks, pulling me out of the memory as Shigaraki destroyed the paper with his quirk, Izuku's smiling face slowly turning to dust. Such loyalty. He sneered, his eyes darkening at my reaction. But there was something else: jealousy. My mind raced back to his interactions with the rest of the league, or lack thereof. He was always alone in the office with me, only talking to them to execute orders. All for One's death must have broken the trust between them, leaving him truly alone. Why? He asked. I love him, I whispered. It was as simple as that. But he's dead. Why don't you understand that? Love. I pulled my chin out of his grip. I always will. He growled in annoyance, unsatisfied with my answer, but he didn't push further. He seemed oddly contemplative as his eyes grew distant. He shook his head, pulling away, muttering to himself before grabbing the papers the principal worked on and leaving. I pulled at the hook, freeing myself, and went to the window, waiting until the villains left and taking in the warmth of the sun. It took time, but they finally left UA, the core team of the league all departing. Twice might have been annoying to get rid of, due to his multiple duplicates constantly patrolling. Them a day to organize and leave, but finally, it was time for us to escape. I quickly released Principal Nizu, around the time he specified, 10 minutes before 2 p.m. It's almost lunchtime. Toga, twice, Kurogyri, everyone went with Shigaraki. He nodded. Just as I advised. I'll get the keys and I already stashed the sleeping pills. Just need to mix them to make them more potent. A crazy glint entered his eyes. They'll be out for hours. A smile graced my lips. Give them hell, Principal. He took one of my hands in between his paws. Be alert. Shigaraki may be gone, but that doesn't mean no one will enter. As Principal Nizu undid the air vent, hopefully one last time, I looked down at my t-shirt, tearing away the section that wasn't stained with blood with my claws. Most of the damage was at the back, leaving the front relatively intact. Wait, Principal Nizu. Before he could say anything, I wrapped the cloth around him, covering his exposed body. His eyes flared with emotion and gratitude. Thank you. I smiled, nodding for him to get going. Minutes passed as I waited, my mind racing. Every noise from outside made me tense in preparation, but they would simply pass the office, heading to the dining hall. The soft jingle of keys broke the silence as Principal Nizu popped back in. I knelt, and he immediately tried unlocking my restraints and muzzle. I frowned when he arrived at the last key. It failed as well. He must have given you a different type of restraint. I shook my head. No time. We can get these off later. Let's get everyone else. The principal nodded, unhooked my cuffs from the chain that once connected me to the wall, and darted away, unlocking the office door from the outside. He climbed onto my shoulder, guiding me. They should be asleep, but stay vigilant. For the most part, every villain ate, but for the bigger ones it may take a couple of minutes for it to kick in. As we traversed the halls, I realized where we were going. He used our classroom as their prison. A grumble made me slink into the side hallway. Why do I have to guard these losers? Mineta whined. And why are you asleep? He kicked the villain beside him, but the other villain simply flopped over, his snores echoing through the hallway. My eyes flared as the principal gave me a grim nod. Traitor. Did he eat? I whispered. He was there, but maybe he didn't eat. It's a possibility. I rolled my shoulders back, ignoring the ache of my tired body. He seemed to be the only one there. I can take him. Principal Nizu jumped off, ready to support me. 1, 2, 3. I barreled into Mineta, his eyes widening as I pinned him to the wall. Using the weight of my cuffs, I pressed down on his neck. What the heck? His eyes widened as I pushed harder, causing him to gasp as his arms scratched mine. Get off me! Principal Nizu gave Mineta a terrifying glare that made him pale. He unlocked the door to Class 3A, and a minute later, Shoji, Kirishima, and Todoroki were outside. Lyra, you're... Kirishima trailed off as he saw my restraints and my condition. I scanned their forms, ignoring the pity in their eyes. They were starved but unharmed. Toga left them alone. I let Mineta fall to the ground, him immediately coughing as he gasped for air. I'm okay. I promise, I said, but they didn't look convinced. Where are Azui and Tokoyami? Todoroki asked, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. The principal shook his head, returning to his place beside me. They're not here. But right now, our objective is for all of us to get out. Mineta's hand wrapped around my ankle. How did? Kirishima knocked Mineta unconscious with a swift kick. BS sturdy. Shoji took the lead, using his quirk to listen for villains as we made our way through the hallways. The students and heroes were all weak, but thankfully, they managed to keep up as we unlocked door after door. Wait! Shoji commanded, his voice carrying over the hushed crowd. His eyes met mine. Shigaraki's back. My heart dropped as I looked to Principal Nizu, who was deep in thought. This couldn't be happening. Why is he back so early? My voice was barely a whisper. He shouldn't have returned for another couple of days. I don't know, Principal Nizu murmured. Everyone, get down. I knelt, peeking over the windowsill to see Shigaraki heading toward the building, his eyes focused on the principal's office window before he stepped inside. My decision was made. Get everyone out, principal. Shoji shook his head while Kirishima's hand gripped my forearm. No, I won't. Yes, you will. There's no other way, I whispered harshly, wrenching away from his grip. We didn't stand a chance against Shigaraki. If he found us, we were done for. The moment he noticed I was missing from the office, he would start hunting. But right now, he wouldn't notice anything amiss. The villains were still mostly in the dining hall, and he had one thing on his mind. He wouldn't take any detours. If he encountered a stray villain, he'd probably eliminate them without a second thought. Tell me there's another way, and I'll do it. Their eyes held defeat as they frantically searched for a way for all of us to escape. You will survive, Lyra. Understand? The principal said, his voice wavering, his eyes soft as he looked at me, his partner throughout this ordeal. That is an order. We will come back for you. I nodded as the principal dropped from my shoulder. Before I could change my mind, I ran. I sprinted toward the principal's office. Shigaraki had to come up to the upper floor, while I had to take a couple of turns. I was closer. I threw the office door open, locking it behind me, and scrambled to hook my cuffs back into the chain. The sound of footsteps grew louder, and I frantically pushed the other end of the chain into the hole, letting my body go limp as I turned away from the door, trying to calm my breathing. The hook clattered to the floor. The door swung open with a creak, and I tensed, taking a sharp breath to let him hear my surprise. I slowly turned around, letting my wings cover the hook, and spoke first. Why? I needed to buy time. Why what? He drawled, clearly surprised I had spoken first. My breath hitched as he approached the desk. If he wanted to talk to the principal. Why are you doing this? Because I can. His voice was sharp, final. The minute I took out All Might, society collapsed, just as I knew it would. And now it's mine. Everything's mine. He traced his jaw, mocking me. My eyes flared as I made the connection. Red jewels, the color of his eyes. How dare he? The metal seemed to bite into my jaw even more. I will never be yours, I snarled. Such heart, even when you're clearly afraid. He gestured to my wings, which were unconsciously curling around me. That's why I came back. He stalked closer, his hands brushing against my muzzle. I want you to see the city crumble around you. You'll fight, I know you will, but it will be futile. Maybe then you'll finally break. His eyes flickered behind me as his hands unhooked me from the chain. My heart stopped as his gaze narrowed on the fallen hook. A sharp intake of breath. And I moved. My wings flared, pushing him away as I pulled away from his grip and ran toward the door, barreling through it and sprinting away from the principal's escape route. I glanced back to see tendrils of black, his decay, snaking toward me, Shigaraki's red eyes predatory as he prowled after me. The decay surged forward, forcing me to turn right. He was hurting me. But I didn't know. I urged my body to move faster, but his quirk was quicker, wrapping around my foot and leaving a trail of agonizing pain. Keep moving. I stumbled through a door, only to be met with purple mist. The school faded away before I crashed into a white table, where gloved hands were waiting, ready. Let me go. I snarled as I was thrown onto the table, masked scientists pinning down my flailing wings and body, fastening my legs to the table with cold metal clamps. Shigaraki stepped through the portal, Kurogyri following him silently, and he disintegrated my cuffs. My power surged, but Shigaraki was ready, clasping a collar around my neck, a matching set to my muzzle. The scientists wasted no time locking in my arms, leaving me panting and defenseless on the table. Where was I? Large circular tanks filled with purple liquid lined the walls around me, figures floating inside them, unconscious but breathing. They were in some sort of vegetative state, resting. I couldn't stop the strangled sound from escaping my lips when I recognized some of them. Azui. Tokoyami. Something was different about them, but before I could find out, Shigaraki pushed my face toward him, his eyes analyzing. Why did you run this way? What did you do to them? The same thing I'm going to do to you, a voice said, cold and deranged. A man with glasses appeared in my vision. Evolution. Goosebumps rose on my skin at the gleam in his eyes, my mind racing back to cyanide as fear overtook my senses. Survive. I'll survive. Shigaraki tilted his head, a taunting smile spreading across his face as he studied my reaction. Scared of scientists, are you? I glared at him, recoiling when gloved hands ripped my shirt, leaving me vulnerable, and began to touch and prod my wings, scales. Everything. But she's healthy, the scientist murmured. But she's lost a lot of blood. We told you to be careful. Is this why Shigaraki kept me fed? He ignored the scientist, his gaze locked onto me. Shigaraki's grip on my jaw tightened. The quiet hall's why I moved away from the exit. Kurogyri, check on that subject. I forced myself to breathe. They had enough time to get out. I'm sure of it. Shigaraki let out a laugh of disbelief when Kurogyri returned, whispering to him, did they get away? Kurogyri nodded. The villains were all unconscious. You heroes. Stubborn till the end. He ran a hand down his face. And that stupid animal knows everything. I tried to pull my face away from Shigaraki's hold, but he merely smiled as he leaned down. Your little stunt won't amount to anything. I'll simply find them again, and this time, I'll make sure they don't escape. A sudden panic seized me as I felt a prick in my neck. A slow heat began to rise within me, my cheeks flushing as my scales skittered uncomfortably, something primal clawing its way to the surface. Then everything turned to chaos as fire consumed my senses, my body trying to reject whatever was coursing through me. I arched my back, trying to escape the overwhelming heat. The last thing I saw were his cruel red eyes, alight with satisfaction, before everything went dark. Raiden prowled through the streets like a tempest-given form, his dark green bodysuit gleaming as lightning crackled around him, his dark disguise gone. White enhancements and armored boots only heightened his intimidating presence, his golden cape billowing behind him, edges crackling with static. Each step sent arcs of lightning snapping from the pavement, fueled by his determination and rage for his mentor, his love, his people. Raiden was here, and he would win this time. Behind him followed a wave of heroes, former pros, classmates, and everyone in between. Having successfully hit Tartarus, the top heroes held captive were now free and seeking revenge. Some were still missing, but there was one objective now: capture the League and win. The civilians, eyes wide with hope, followed the heroes out of the city and away from the crossfire. But with the warpath Raiden traversed, it might have been unnecessary. His metal mask concealed the lower half of his face, but his eyes, glowing unnaturally with power, made it clear to anyone who met his gaze. He was not someone to mess with. Villains cowered away from him, one for all exuding an energy no one dared to contest. But for those foolish enough to attack, one hit from Black Whip sent them flying. No one could stop him, not until the threat was eliminated and he had Skyrus back in his arms. But. One after another, villains were thrown aside, unable to withstand his precise lightning bullets and Black Whip. Endeavor split off with Oliver, North, Todoroki, Shoji, and Kirishima to locate the missing heroes and students, his flames bright with rage towards the League and the principal who forced him to lead this seemingly pointless mission. The number one hero should easily be able to find and protect those in need. A challenging stare from the principal had made Endeavor concede in the end. If he retaliated, what message would he send to the other heroes in attendance, especially when they were all still recovering from Tartarus? Yet, none of the heroes seemed to care about ranks anymore, not when they chose a boy to lead them, a boy Endeavor had to admit was strong. The air stilled, the wind hushed to a low hum as the heroes approached the gates of UA. Shigaraki sat lazily atop the steel walls, staring out at the wave of heroes approaching, his army of villains waiting behind the gates. Red eyes met green ones. Shigaraki's eyes widened slightly. Before he scratched at his neck. For the first time in months, nervousness flared within him. Why can't you heroes just stay dead? He let out an annoyed breath. At least he had All for One's quirk, his final unwilling gift to his mentee. Now, Shigaraki was limitless, his body molded to hold many quirks. But that green-haired brat, his only contender, was back from the dead. Golden eyes alight with defiance flashed in his mind. She never once thought he was dead. Maybe he should have brought her his head to confirm the kill. He cracked his neck, readying himself for battle. He had won once, he would do it again. The familiar thrill of destruction and the hunt erased any previous nerves. Yes, this would be fun. He gave Raiden a taunting grin, his fingers rubbing a familiar glittering white scale, splotched with remnants of a past confrontation, a souvenir he took when Skyrus was first brought to his office. He had torn it right from her neck. Raiden's power flared, his electricity barely contained as it cracked the ground beneath him, his eyes narrowing on the scale. Any ounce of empathy for the villain vanished as the scale turned to ash. A beat of silence as the world itself held its breath. And then heroes and villains clashed. Raiden didn't let Shigaraki's decay spread, immediately throwing him into the air with Black Whip before following up with a powerful punch. He intended to end this fight as quickly as possible. Shigaraki laughed as he reinforced his arm with a multitude of quirks, countering the attack as grotesque wings began to form from his back. His arms stung with discomfort as they collided again and again. The brat had grown stronger. Raiden was a whirlwind of power and fury, his thoughts a storm in themselves. How dare he? One for All's power leaked from his eyes as he pushed beyond 100%, his green lightning transforming into a beautiful stream of colors. He didn't give Shigaraki a chance to recover, executing a precise and fierce assault of kicks and punches. Smoke screens spilled from his fingers, blotting out the sun as it expanded to cover the city's perimeter. Raiden easily predicted Shigaraki's line of attack. Victory made him confident in the pure power of his accumulated quirks. As fast as Shigaraki's regeneration was, Raiden would take a page from All Might's book, simply attack at a speed so fast he wouldn't be able to recover. With a final hit, reinforced with full force, Shigaraki would lose. Danger sense prickled, and amidst the fog, Raiden dodged before countering with Black Whip, which Shigaraki broke free from. Raiden sunk back into the smokescreen, repositioning. Come out, hero, Shigaraki yelled, his voice dripping with mockery. I'm sure you're wondering how my little dragon is doing. She was great company these past months. Raiden's jaw clenched at his words, at the possessive tone. He had to remain calm. He was stronger. He just needed to catch Shigaraki off guard without letting the villain touch him. One touch from him, and he would be ash. Shigaraki chuckled, staring right at Raiden through the dissipating fog as sharp black tendrils crept out from his back, mimicking those of an arachnid, before he surged towards him. But Raiden was ready. Augmented with gear shift, he was in front of Shigaraki in an instant. With a second activation, the black appendages poised to strike were slowed with a single touch, rendering them ineffective. Shigaraki's eyes widened as Raiden's incoming punch approached at blinding speed, illuminated by the power of Fa Gene. A powerful shockwave rippled through the skies, slicing through clouds and air alike, as Shigaraki was sent flying back, his regeneration desperately attempting to mend his damaged stomach. But Raiden's Black Whip prevented any chance of escape. Punch after punch, Raiden exacted revenge for everyone Shigaraki had hurt and killed. The surge of power, fueled by the previous holder's desires, overwhelmed Shigaraki. He unleashed every quirk and attack at Raiden, but Raiden was an unstoppable force, skillfully dodging and weaving while delivering precise strikes meant to inflict pain. There was no point in saving someone who had fallen so far. He disregarded One for All's power tearing at his own body. Eliminate the threat. One for All 120%, Lightning's Judgment. Letting his energy explode outward, Raiden unleashed a torrent of glowing green lightning upon Shigaraki. The bolts struck him relentlessly, his regeneration quirk struggling to keep pace with Raiden's overwhelming might. Despair and panic gripped Shigaraki's chest, a new sensation for him, as pain coursed through his entire body. He realized this was not a fight, it was punishment, and he could do nothing against the hero's wrath. A complete and utter defeat. There was a moment when Raiden could have ended him for good. An opening where a strike to Shigaraki's heart would ensure his regeneration failed to heal in time, too preoccupied with his other injuries. He would never be able to hurt anyone again. Hurt him again. Hurt Lyra again. The past holders remained silent in his thoughts. Every holder experienced their defining moment. If the ninth user deemed a more forceful approach necessary, they would not oppose him. The ninth had already proven himself worthy countless times. Except for one. All might recognize that his protégé was lost in rage, driven by a desire for vengeance for both himself and the golden girl he swore to protect. But within that rage was fear that obscured Raiden's true self. All Might understood his pain. Lyra had also carved her own place in his heart, and he too had failed to protect her as her assigned guardian. Still, this wasn't right. All Might allowed his pride and trust to wash over the young hero. Remember who you are. Raiden's chest swelled with his mentor's warmth as clarity returned to his mind, and he made his decision. Shigaraki slammed onto the floor, the impact kicking up dust around him. His wings crumpled painfully against his back, white-hot pain searing through him as a groan escaped his lips. Was this how she felt when he crushed her wings? Anger surged within him, but his quirks were failing him. His stomach constricted painfully, and he looked down in horror at the blood seeping from it. An identical injury to the man he despised most, All Might. As the dust settled, Eraserhead's hard red eyes locked onto the fallen villain. Raiden dropped down beside him, his own body trembling from the aftershocks of his quirk, but he stood upright, visibly unhurt except for his quaking palms. Shigaraki glared at them, realizing he hadn't even landed a hit on Raiden. Heroes he didn't recognize approached quickly, swiftly restraining him with the same cuffs he had used on many other students and heroes. Eraserhead deactivated his quirk, turning to his student as the chaos around them calmed once the villains realized their leader was defeated. Can you go on? Raiden rolled his arm, wincing slightly but nodding, his green eyes flaring. The battle was nothing. Shigaraki grinned at the deliberate jab, ignoring the heroes holding him down and the pain of his injuries. You think you've won? One word from me and they're all dead. She's dead. Raiden tilted his head, his hand going to his ear, listening intently, completely disregarding Shigaraki. But Shigaraki noticed the slight twitch of Raiden's fingers. He would have laughed at the hero's attempt at indifference, but then Raiden let out a shaky breath, filled with relief. They found them. Shigaraki didn't notice Black Whip trailing toward him until it wrapped tightly around his neck. Black spots danced in his vision as he slowly lost consciousness. Raiden's eyes glowed as he activated One for All. It brings me great joy to know that you'll live the rest of your days in prison, knowing everything you've built will crumble as easily as you did today. And Shigaraki went limp, his own words from that fateful night thrown back at him. The air lightened, the sun shining brightly on the heroes as they overwhelmed the remaining villains. Bakugou and Hawks exchanged nods, their teamwork surprisingly efficient yet brutal. Twice lay knocked out beneath them, with Cat and Scarlet beside him, a shield encasing a livid and screaming Toga. Scarlet twirled Toga's knife in her fingers, a taunting smile on her face. When she transformed into Lyra, Scarlet's demeanor shifted. Scarlet wasn't kind, anyone could tell by her cold exterior. Hearing how Lyra, with her bright and kind soul the clear opposite of her, had to endure such suffering made her reconsider her no-killing rule. No one got away with hurting her friends. Cat, the more grounded of the two, gave Scarlet a knowing but commanding look. "Control yourself." Scarlet grumbled, relenting under Cat's gaze as she dropped the knife. On to the next villain. Izuku's POV. I burst through the hospital doors, following the destruction and plants as Ollie instructed. Fallen Nomu and villains were ensnared in thick, unyielding roots, though somewhat burned, likely due to Endeavor's fiery arrogance. Turning the corner of the hall, a gaping hole yawned in the hallway, jagged edges curling inward, ice littering the ends. Chunks of stone lay scattered across the ground, some no larger than pebbles, others the size of my hand. Dust hung heavy in the air, catching the dim light in a hazy shimmer. I didn't hesitate to jump through it. I used Black Whip to descend down the narrow, heading deep beneath the hospital's ground floor. I entered a large laboratory filled with tubes containing limp heroes, civilians, and students, floating in bubbling purple liquid with thick black wires injected into various parts of their bodies. It was easy to identify why they were all chosen: mutant quirks. Gang Orca, Mirko, and my heart clenched as I stumbled toward the tank, ignoring the scientists huddled in one corner, the threat of Endeavor's fire keeping them silent. She appeared to be sleeping, worry etched on her features, her wings bigger and sturdier curled protectively around her as if she were still trying to shield herself from her captors. Her knees were drawn close to her chest, arms like black wires wrapped around her legs in a protective embrace, while her golden hair floated gently, swaying with the movement of the liquid. A white-scaled tail coiled around her, thick at the base and tapering to a pointed tip. My jaw clenched at the metal restraint locking her jaw shut, its red jewels glinting cruelly in the light, accompanied by a matching collar. Anger surged through me as I noticed the scars on her wrists, likely from cuffs. She wasn't the only one who had changed. Sue's arms appeared more frog-like, her hands now webbed and rounded, while others exhibited similar transformations reflecting their animal counterparts. However, Tokoyami seemed unaffected, likely due to his quirk not being a mutant one. The pro-heroes showed no physical differences from before their capture. "Is it safe to get them out?" I asked, pressing my hand against the glass, ignoring the ache in my arms. The scientists remained silent, following the lead of the head scientist, a burly man with round glasses who seemed to think himself superior. I exhaled slowly, trying to keep my frustration in check. "We have the best healers on standby, and we're prepared to do what's necessary to get them out. You can help us now and ensure your work yields results, or you can stand back and risk everything you've worked for being destroyed." I tore my gaze from Lyra and locked eyes with them. "Your choice." Oliver glanced at North, who gave me an approving nod. I decided to appeal to their greed. They clearly viewed the trapped heroes as nothing more than test subjects. "Yes, they should be ready." A small voice squeaked from behind the team of scientists. The lead scientist shot her a glare, but Todoroki quickly intervened, using his ice to separate her from the group. The scientist hurried toward the panel at the center, typing and clicking buttons with frantic speed. She avoided my gaze as she pressed a button, and the tanks began to drain with a loud hum that reverberated through the room. I flinched at the sound of Lyra's knees hitting the floor, her arms pulled wide above her like a marionette as the black wires embedded in them contracted. "Be careful!" I shouted, my voice sharp. The scientist cowered away from me but continued her work, her fingers trembling as she typed and pressed buttons. A hiss sounded as two chambers opened, releasing a burst of hot air that spilled out like steam from a furnace. The pros stirred in response. Mirko's eyes shot open, her sharp gaze scanning the room before she snarled, tearing off the wires that had been piercing her. "Where is that man?" Mirko growled, stepping out of the glass chamber with a fluid, predatory grace. "Seems like he's been dealt with," Gang Orca said, his voice low and steady. His calculating eyes locked with mine, assessing the situation with cold precision. Mirko huffed, rolling her shoulders with a dismissive glance as she surveyed the room. Hardened as she took in the other individuals still trapped in their chambers, before looking at herself and then at Gang Orca. "Looks like nothing happened to us," she muttered, confirming her own sense of invulnerability. "At least we're dry now." Gang Orca's brow furrowed slightly, a rare sign of concern in his otherwise composed demeanor. "The only thing that differentiates us from those who changed," he said, his voice dropping to a more serious tone, "is our age." I glanced at Lyra and the younger individuals still restrained in the tanks. Unlike the pros, who had already matured, the younger subjects must have been more susceptible to the process due to their developing bodies. Their growth wasn't finished, and that made all the difference in this horrible experiment. I cursed under my breath, the weight of it all sinking in. With another press of a button, the remaining chambers filled with air, swirling inside before opening, releasing a blast of hot, suffocating air that engulfed us all. I didn't waste a second. I surged toward Lyra, my breath quickening as I dropped to my knees in front of her. Her eyes were still closed, her face ghostly pale beneath the harsh, unrelenting lights that amplified the coldness of the room. I cupped her face gently, her skin dry and warm from the previous assault of air, my fingers brushing against the cold metal of the muzzle strapped tightly across her mouth. There was no easy way to take it off. The lock's incision was barely the size of a needle. Maybe Black Whip could work, but the pressure it would exert might be painful. The chill of the metal bit into my skin, a sharp reminder of how fragile she looked in this moment. "Can you hear me, Lyra?" My voice was low, urgent, filled with a desperation I couldn't hide. Nothing. No flicker of recognition, no reassuring sound. My heart stuttered, a sharp, painful beat echoing in my ears. I swallowed hard, forcing down the rising tide of panic clawing at my chest. She had to be okay. She had to be. My thumb traced the line of her cheek as if touch alone could pull her back to me, but her stillness gnawed at the edges of my composure. I carefully began to unhook her from the wires, each motion slow and deliberate. When I finally freed her, her limp body fell against me, and I pulled her close, pressing her to my chest, my heart racing as I tried to steady my breath. My heart, I tried again, my voice cracking as fear dug deeper into my ribs. "Please, come back to me." For an agonizing moment, there was nothing, only the cold weight of her against me and the sterile hum of the machines around us. Then, a soft, deep inhale broke the stillness. Her chest swelled against my arms, her body shuddering to life. Relief surged through me, sharp and sudden, but it didn't last. Her eyes snapped open. Gone was the warmth I knew, the soft, familiar gold that had always felt like sunshine breaking through cloudy skies. Instead, her pupils narrowed to slits, feral and gleaming, like a wild creature caught between fight and flight. A low, guttural growl slipped from her throat, vibrating against my chest. "Lyra," I whispered, holding her tighter as her muscles tensed. "It's me. You're safe now." Her head jerked up, and before I could react, her hand shot forward, claws extending as she pushed me down and through the chamber. She bared her teeth, sharp and unfamiliar, and for a heartbeat, I thought she didn't recognize me. My heart raced, but I held on tightly. I couldn't let go. Around us, startled yells echoed as the others began to wake, their panic reverberating off the cold walls. Heat flared dangerously close, a pulse of flame flickering in the air, but I kept my gaze locked on Lyra's eyes. "Enough, Endeavor." "They're children," Mirko growled, her voice taut with fury. "They're out of control. We can deal with them later," Endeavor spat, his flames flaring brighter with frustration. Gang Orca's voice cut through the rising tension, calm but edged with warning. "Your flames are making things worse, Endeavor. Whatever the serum did to them, their instincts are overtaking their logic right now." I barely heard them. "You're okay," I murmured, leaning closer, letting my forehead touch hers despite the danger. "I've got you. I'm here, my heart." Her breath came fast and ragged, her body trembling against mine, still trapped in whatever nightmare they had forced her through, a nightmare that, for her, probably felt like it had just happened. Was still happening. The weight of that realization struck me hard. Whatever they had done, whatever pain they had inflicted, she was still fighting her way out of it. And she was fighting me. She twisted in my arms, muscles coiling with raw, animalistic strength, a strength that wasn't hers before. Her claws flexed against my shoulder, drawing a small amount of blood. Each breath she took passed through her frame as if she were teetering on the edge of losing herself again. I felt her panic like a living thing, hot, wild, and desperate, but I didn't flinch. "You're not there anymore," I said softly. "You're here with me. I've got you, my heart. I've always got you." A flicker of something familiar beneath the wildness. Hesitation flashed in her eyes, her narrow pupils wavering as if part of her was trying to break through the haze. Her claws, still digging into my shoulder, faltered, and her grip loosened. It wasn't much, but it was enough. I held her tighter, my fingers tracing soothing circles against her back, before I froze. Deep, angry marks slashed across her back, cruel reminders of what they had done. The sight of them burned like acid in my chest, rage curling tight beneath my ribs. But I forced it down. She didn't need my anger right now. She needed me. Steady. "You're safe," I whispered, even as my throat tightened against the rising tears. "I love you, Lyra. He can't hurt you anymore. No one can." Her breath hitched. The growl trembling on her lips softened into something else. Something broken. Her claws retracted, trembling fingers curling against my chest instead of tearing into it. The sharpness faded from her gaze, her pupils dilating back to their normal, warm shape. She was coming back to me. Izuku. Her voice cracked, but it was her. My Lyra. A sob tore free from my chest before I could stop it. I pulled her closer as I sat up, my arms wrapping around her as if I could shield her from everything that had ever hurt her, grounding myself in the simple truth that she was alive. That I hadn't lost her. I'm here, I choked out the words. Barely above a whisper but fierce with everything I felt. I'm here, my heart. I'm right here. For a moment, she just trembled in my arms, her body fragile against mine. But then, slowly, her arms came up, wrapping around me in return. Weak but desperate. She clung to me as if I were the only thing keeping her from falling apart. And maybe I was. Her nostrils flared as she pulled away in alarm, the wildness flickering back to life in her gaze as everything came rushing back to her. Did they? I nodded. You bought them enough time. They were able to get to us. They're right there, see? She let out a breath of relief, but her gaze didn't move from me, her eyes scanning my form. Your arms, she whispered, her voice tight with panic as she realized the extent of my current injuries. Her eyes darted down to my shoulder, frantic and wide. You're bleeding. Her hands trembled as they brushed against my chest, desperate and disbelieving. You were bleeding. The scar on my chest burned, a phantom ache, a reminder of how close I'd come to losing everything. I caught her hand in mine, gently pressing it against the center of my chest. Do you feel that? Thump, thump, thump. The steady beat of my heart pulsed against her palm, grounding us both in the chaos around us. I'm here, I whispered again, squeezing her hand tighter, feeling the tremor in her fingers as her watery eyes searched mine. I'm alive. I managed a small, lopsided grin, one that didn't quite reach the weight of my heart but still carried that familiar, reassuring warmth. Don't cry, my heart. Or else you'll make me cry. Her lips twitched upward into a tired smile, like she wanted to laugh but couldn't quite manage it. Liar, she smiled, her voice thick with emotion. You're crying already, she whispered, leaning her forehead against mine. I didn't try to hide the tears then, letting them fall freely. Her words, her presence were more than enough to break the dam I'd been holding back. My arm cupped her waist, pulling her onto my lap as if that could anchor us both to this moment. Her tail curled tighter, a subconscious gesture that made my heart ache with something too fierce, too tender to name. She inhaled deeply, her breath steadying as she let the sound of my heartbeat lull her into some semblance of peace, the both of us wiping each other's tears as our hearts calmed together. Her body shivered as the cold air bit at our skin, the heat of Endeavor's fire all but dissipating. Lyra? Her voice still quiet from the strain she'd been through. The second the weight of her head lifted, I moved quickly, pulling my green shirt off, leaving me in nothing but the black undershirt. Without hesitation, I made a cut down the back of the shirt, knowing exactly where her wings would emerge. Arms up. She didn't question me. She raised her arms, allowing me to carefully slip the shirt over her. The fabric stretched slightly as I guided her through, her wings bursting through the incisions where I knew they would, the familiar weight of it falling around her shoulders as her wings adjusted. She melted into it, the sleeves longer than her own arms, but she didn't seem to mind. Lyra brought her hands to her chest, the cloth covering her skin like a shield, a tangible comfort in the midst of everything. I pushed her chin up, gentle but firm, as I inspected her restraints. Her eyes darkened as I touched it, the realization of her situation sinking in once again. The pressure of the metal pressing against her mouth was a constant reminder of the control they had tried to strip from her. Her gaze met mine, eyes flickering between determination and pain. I nodded, my own frustration simmering beneath the surface. We'll get it off, I assured her, my voice firm with the promise. I think I can help with that, Ollie murmured, his voice soft and steady as he knelt beside us, his usual playful grin softened by the seriousness of the situation. North, always steady and reliable, stood next to him, his presence a quiet reassurance. Ollie leaned in closer, his eyes scanning the restraint with a focused glance. Are you all right with me touching you for a moment, sunshine? His voice held the familiar warmth, but there was also a gentleness that acknowledged how fragile things were, how thin the line could be between a safe touch and one that might send her spiraling again. Lyra blinked. Oliver? Ollie's nose scrunched at the sound of his full name. Ollie, he corrected with a playful smile, as if the formality of his full name was something he could never quite get used to. But yes, your favorite person is here. The giggle that escaped her was a soft, breathless sound. You know North is my favorite. Ollie's face morphed into a dramatic expression of mock offense, his hand pressed dramatically to his chest. North? My favorite. He gasped, looking at her with exaggerated shock. I thought we had something special, sunshine. North, standing by with his usual stoic calm, nudged Ollie's shoulder with a sigh, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Get back to work, Ollie, he said softly but firmly, his tone both gentle and amused. He was always the steady one, grounding Ollie's more chaotic energy with quiet assurance. Ollie rolled his eyes, but the smile never left his face. Fine, I'll stop teasing. He looked back at Lyra, the playful energy replaced with sincere concern. But just so you know, North is my favorite too, he added, winking at her. He was always the same, his easygoing attitude never too far from the surface, even when the world around us threatened to break apart. It was why I trusted him, his way of making people feel like everything would be okay, no matter how hard things seemed. He moved closer, a small shimmer of roots gathering around his feet as he summoned them with practiced ease. The thin tendrils reached out, wrapping around the muzzle's lock, slipping into the mechanism. Can you tilt your head, Lyra? He asked, his voice more an invitation than a command. Lyra hummed in response, her head pressing deeper into my chest, her body seeking comfort. I gently tilted her head, giving Ollie the access he needed to work. I ran my fingers through her hair, giving her a reassuring squeeze as Ollie's roots continued their delicate work. The others began to stir, their minds slowly returning to a semblance of clarity. Mirko and Gang Orca had worked quickly, their efficient, no-nonsense approach ensuring that those still under the influence of the serum were subdued with minimal damage. The way they moved was almost second nature, no unnecessary force, just well-practiced precision that left the room nearly as calm as it had been before everything had fallen apart. The chaos had subsided, and in the quiet aftermath, it was as if the room had exhaled a collective breath. The tension that had held us all in its grip was slowly dissipating, replaced by a new sense of unity. Ollie finally finished with the muzzle, the lock clicking free. There you go, he said, stepping back and letting his roots retract into the ground. One less thing to worry about. Lyra blinked, her gaze flickering toward the now loose muzzle. Her hands hovered near it, a slow realization dawning in her eyes. She didn't immediately remove it, but there was a shift in her expression, an almost imperceptible release of some tension. I gently slid it off, giving her the space to breathe. With one smooth motion, I crushed the muzzle beneath Black Whip, the snap of it breaking echoing through the room like a final, triumphant release. I never wanted to see that thing again. But there was still the collar. My gaze shifted to the cold band wrapped around her neck, its presence like a physical manifestation of everything she'd endured. This I could get rid of. I wasn't going to let them leave that mark on her any longer. With a flick of my wrist, I extended Black Whip, the tendrils wrapping around the collar with precision. The metal gave way with a sharp, satisfying snap, breaking apart as if it had never been meant to hold her. The moment the sound echoed through the room, I could see the tension melting from her body. Her shoulders, once tense and stiff, relaxed as the weight lifted from her. Her breath steadied, finding its natural rhythm again, and the energy that had once been stifled inside her surged back. Her golden eyes flared with a sudden spark of electricity, the telltale sign of her quirk awakening once more. It flickered for a heartbeat, vibrant and intense, before it calmed, settling into the soft, steady glow that I knew so well. The raw power was still there, but it was hers to control once again. Slowly, she took my hand in both of hers, her grip firm but gentle. She pressed my palm against her cheek, her skin warm and soft beneath my touch. There was a sense of relief in the gesture, a quiet understanding passing between us that words could never capture. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she could feel my touch, my warmth no longer blocked by metal or restraint. And I could feel hers. "Thank you," she whispered. "You don't need to thank us, my heart," I murmured, my thumb brushing softly against her cheek before I nuzzled my head into the curve of her neck. Her arms and legs wrapped around me without hesitation, as if letting go wasn't an option. I held her just as tightly, my hands gently rubbing her back, unwilling to loosen my grip. "Not yet." I lied. "You're my favorite," her voice hushed as if revealing a big secret. "You have the best clothes." I grinned. "Glad to know that's all I'm good for." My fingers gently tickled her back. "But good, since you're my favorite too." She shifted slightly, a small huff of laughter escaping her as she squirmed against me. I didn't know how long we stayed like that, silent and tangled together in the quiet aftermath. For the first time in what felt like forever, there was no urgency. No battle to fight. Just us. After a while, I spoke softly, "Can you stand?" Silence. No reply. I tilted my head to check on her, only to feel the soft rise and fall of her chest against mine. A quiet smile tugged at my lips as I realized she had fallen asleep. Her breath was warm and even against my skin, her body no longer tense with fear or pain. Just the quiet, vulnerable heaviness of someone who finally felt safe enough to let go, trusting that I'd keep her protected. I brushed a stray strand of hair from her face, my fingers lingering there. After everything she had endured, everything she had survived, she deserved this peace. I shifted slightly, adjusting her more comfortably in my arms. She's out. I'm right there with her, Ollie muttered, finally feeling the effects of his quirk. North stepped closer, his voice soft as he held Ollie. Let's get her home. She's had enough of this place. The words settled in my chest, warm and certain. Whatever came next, whatever battles still awaited us, I would ensure she had that a place to rest, to heal, to feel safe. Boys. I looked around, meeting Gang Orca's eyes. He didn't hesitate, reading the unspoken question in my gaze. His face softened just slightly, and he gave me a reassuring nod. Get some rest. All of you. It was simple, but his words carried a weight that lifted something in all the students and civilians around him. They followed Kirishima, Todoroki, and Shoji out, helping to bring the other unconscious individuals outside, moving with purpose and determination despite their exhaustion. The pros continued their questioning, their voices steady and focused as they directed their attention toward the one scientist willing to provide information. The tension in the air was palpable as they worked to piece together the full extent of what had happened, what had been done to them, to the people they had tried to protect. Even in the aftermath of chaos, there was still work to be done, and they handled it with the efficiency of those who had faced battles before. But for now, the sense of calm that had fallen over our group, after everything, after the pain and the chaos, was enough. I shifted her weight, letting my arm hook under her knees and wings, lifting her as easily as if she were made of air. She stirred slightly at the movement but only curled deeper into me, her trust pressing against my heart in a way that left it swelling. Her tail coiled around my waist, an unconscious tether keeping us together. It was over. It was finally over. Izuku's POV. The rhythmic clatter of tools and the hum of heavy machinery echoed through the city streets as I stood atop a half-repaired building, scanning the reconstruction efforts below. Cranes twisted against the skyline, hoisting steel beams into place while workers, pro-heroes, and volunteers moved in synchronized chaos to piece everything back together. My agency, previously All Might's, was stationed on the edge of the city's main rebuilding zone. It wasn't as flashy as Endeavor's, but it was a beacon of progress for those who had lost everything. And for me, it meant more than just patrolling. It meant proving that the city still had a future. A gust of wind stirred my golden cape as I crouched down, raising my bandaged arms to my ear, trying not to flinch. Status check, are we clear in Sector 5? I had only felt how deep my injuries went after I had set Lyra down on my bed following the fight, the adrenaline finally leaving, knowing that we were all safe. They weren't fully broken, but as the pain washed over me, I knew it was more serious than I had previously thought. With recovery girl needed for more serious injuries, I consulted another doctor who helped determine the extent of my injuries. My arms weren't healed, but Black Whip helped with any heavy lifting. Clear, Raiden, Kat's voice came through, bright and steady. We just wrapped up reinforcing the foundations. Cementos says they'll hold through. But move to Sector 6 when you're ready, there's still debris blocking emergency routes. North's voice cut in next. I've coordinated with Ingenium's team. We're expediting supply deliveries to the Eastern Quarter. Perfect, I said, already updating the logistics in my notebook. Even now, the habit never left me organizing everything into scribbled observations and action plans. Danger sense hummed faintly at the edges of my mind, a soft buzz, too light to be a real warning, before fading away just as quickly. Whatever was coming wasn't a threat. It would barely scratch me. Still, my head tilted on instinct, just in time to catch a flash of red slicing past where my head had been. A red feather. It shot past, quick and precise, before looping back in a smooth, controlled arc returning to its master. Sharp reflexes, a smooth voice drawled. I turned toward the sound just as Hawk stepped into view, an easygoing smile curving his lips. His wings flicked once behind him, the red feathers rustling softly, like they had a mind of their own. A moment later, Tokoyami landed with a muted thud, his dark cloak billowing slightly around him as he touched down. In his arms, Azui shifted, her posture easy but alert. He set her down gently, his movements careful. Azui blinked slowly, her new rectangular pupils shrinking slightly as the sunlight hit them. Her eyes, wide and glossy, swept the area once before settling on me. Both Lyra and Azui had grown more in tune with their instincts. The slow, steady way they observed their surroundings. The way their limbs seemed just a little stronger, their balance more fluid. Even the way they held themselves coiled, like they were always prepared to move. It was as if they had learned to trust those instincts more, letting them guide them. Not to mention their physical changes. Where's Skyrus? I heard she's finally decided to come out of her den. Hawk's eyes were warm as Azui's arms wrapped around Tokoyami's. Tokoyami didn't seem to mind. If anything, dark shadow instinctively curled around Azui, shrouding her in its protective embrace. They had grown infinitely closer, especially after surviving the league together. Tokoyami had been the only one able to snap Azui out of her feral state when it overtook her. I snapped my small notebook shut and tucked it securely into my belt. Skyris is on the ground. She's on a different communication line with Mirko, so you're going to have to find her. Hawks smirked, his golden eyes flashing with his usual confidence, though his voice was light. Any tips on how to charm your girlfriend into being my intern? Unfortunately for me, the whole world's savior thing is trademarked by you. Hawks snapped his fingers. Oh, I hear dragons like gold. I rolled my eyes as I adjusted my gloves. It wouldn't be too hard for him to convince Lyra she held a deep admiration for Hawks, always talking about how she wanted to match his agility, his battle instincts, his intelligence. He was, after all, one of the top winged heroes in the world, currently holding the number 2 position. But he didn't need to know that. She's more into emeralds. Hawks smiled knowingly, giving me a playful salute. You 3 get to your Eraserhead wanted to talk to you, Raiden. With that, he took to the skies. We'll meet you there, Ollie said through the comms. You know the comms are for updates, not eavesdropping, I muttered. And besides, he said me. Which means all of us, Ollie shot back, unapologetic. Anyways, I call not it for getting Lyra. The line went silent. I felt a headache forming before Kat even spoke. Wanna explain that before Izuku gets angry? She asked, her tone half curious, half exasperated. It's probably because of something silly, Scarlet scoffed, and I could already picture her rolling her eyes. Then, Ollie's voice came through again, quieter this time. Hey, you guys know I love Lyra, but Mirko is intimidating. I closed my eyes in either disappointment or annoyance, I couldn't tell. I could feel Tokoyami's and Azui's stares. That's actually kinda valid, Kat admitted after a beat. Well, for the love of... Before I could respond, North's voice cut in, ever the reliable one. I got her, Raiden. Go ahead. I'm sure Eraserhead is waiting for you. Thank you, I muttered, relieved that at least one person was handling things like an adult. Wait, I do call first hug. You, Raiden, are mean for not letting us see her, Ollie said. Hey, no fair. Kat called out indignantly. Scarlet snorted. Seriously? We're calling dibs on hugs now. Yes, Ollie said, completely serious. Absolutely, Kat added. Maybe, North mumbled. I let out a slow, measured exhale and pinched the bridge of my nose, already moving toward my next objective. Behind me, Tokoyami let out a low hum, and Azui ribbited in what sounded like amusement. They are quite the unit, Tokoyami observed. Ribbit? At least they seem to care about each other, Azui added, eyes glinting with something suspiciously close to mischief. I huffed. Unfortunately. Activating One for All, I jumped away while turning off my comms, Tokoyami and Azui following my lead. We took small stops wherever we were needed, but everything was going smoothly for the most part. There was a buzz in the air, filling me with renewed energy. The wind shifted as we made our way toward Yua, the towering silhouette of the campus rising in the distance. From afar, it looked the same strong and unyielding, but as we drew closer, the truth revealed itself in jagged edges and half-collapsed walls. I thought UA had made it out of most of the destruction. I blinked, slowing midair. Is UA supposed to be half demolished? Tokoyami finished, his usual calm cracking just slightly. No. We landed just beyond the main gate, where piles of rubble lay scattered across the grounds. The once pristine campus was now a battlefield of debris. Towering cranes stood alongside hero personnel as workers hauled broken pieces of the school into transport vehicles. And in the middle of the chaos, directing it all with unnerving cheer, stood Principal Nizu. Ah, you're here. Principal Nizu's bright voice rang out as we approached. He stood on a stack of broken cement like it was a stage, paws clasped behind his back. Principal, Azui said, tilting her head. What exactly happened? He beamed, as if the crumbled mess surrounding us were a personal victory. Oh, don't look so distressed. I ordered the demolition myself. His voice was bright, as if the destruction of UA was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. I simply realized that if UA is to remain a symbol of hope, we cannot settle for patchwork repairs. No. Why rebuild what was when we can make something greater? His eyes gleamed with ambition, but beneath the usual mischief, there was something else, sorrow, deep and heavy, buried beneath the surface of his cheerful facade. This wasn't just a reconstruction, it was a way to move forward while leaving behind memories too painful to carry. His office was gone without a trace. This will be UA plus Ultra, if you will, he added, as though the words could soften the weight of what had been lost. Still, in true Principal fashion, he recovered instantly, his grin widening as though he couldn't afford to let us see anything else. Tokoyami shifted beside me, his feathers ruffling slightly in the breeze. Your commitment is thorough, he said carefully. Principal Nizu laughed. Ah, Tokoyami. Thoroughness is a virtue. And the new UA will not only be stronger, it will be smarter, more adaptable. His gaze sharpened with quiet resolve. And I will not allow what happened here to happen again. Principal Nizu clapped his paws together, the sound startlingly loud. Eraserhead and your classmates are in the West Wing. And do be careful, some of the support beams have been rather dramatic about their departure. With a cheerful hum, he scurried off to oversee a group of engineers. Principal Nizu, Tokoyami murmured after a beat, remains unique. Yeah, I agreed, stepping over a crack tile as we moved toward the West Wing. But I get it. He's trying to protect us in his own way. Azui was quiet for a moment. Do you think it will work? I didn't answer right away. I think, I said finally, he's not the type to give up on anything, including UA. So maybe that's enough. I ducked down under a stray support beam before danger sense crackled once more, causing me to step to the right just as a stray lightning bolt zipped toward us. Kaminari's quirk. Azui quickly jumped onto the wall beside her, pulling Tokoyami with her. Midoriya, you have to help me. Kaminari's voice was frantic. He's crazy. I barely had time to process what he meant before Bakugou stormed into view. His crimson eyes blazed with fury, his usual spiky hair darkened and matted with was that paint? Get back here. Bakugou snarled, an explosion crackling in his palm as he zeroed in on Kaminari. I blinked, then let out a quiet chuckle. Seriously, Kaminari? What did you do? Nothing. Kaminari insisted, though the sheer panic in his voice told me otherwise. It was Siro and Kirishima's idea, but I was the distraction. I didn't think he'd actually try to get me. Unfortunately, Mr. Aizawa is looking for me. Good luck. Kaminari's eyes widened in betrayal. Dude. Before I could hear any more protests, I turned on my heel, letting Tokoyami and Azui take over. Bakugou, calm down, Tokoyami said, though the sharp gleam in his eyes suggested he, too, was amused. Shut up, birdbrain. That idiot turned me into a walking art project. Bakugou growled, gesturing furiously at the paint splattered across his uniform. Swirls of blue and white streaked across his usual black and orange ensemble, like someone had gone wild with a paintbrush. While that was happening, the whole class was hard at work outside, rebuilding UA. Large blueprints were spread out on the floor as the teams worked together, measuring, cutting, and assembling pieces for the new and improved campus. The reconstruction effort felt fresh, with the chaos reflecting Class 3A's spirit. Kirishima rushed by, carrying a massive steel support over his shoulder, while others followed closely behind, aided by Uraraka's quirk. Nearby, Ida directed the efforts with a clipboard in hand, his movements sharp and precise. I spotted Mr. Aizawa at the edge of the field where we had taken our first quirk apprehension test, surrounded by piles of metal pipes and wood, with a new building beginning to take shape. Workers and students moved about, but Mr. Aizawa's intense gaze was fixed on one individual. A smirk crept onto my face. I was wondering where you disappeared to. Mineta narrowed his eyes, clenching his bound fists, the restraints preventing him from using his quirk to help with construction. He looked worn out, as if he had been working since morning on the very school he had betrayed. Kicking someone when they're down. Not very heroic. I think the world will forgive me. You should have just stayed gone. Everything was perfect. The scar on my chest tingled, but I couldn't respond before Mr. Aizawa's capture tape wrapped around Mineta, pushing him away toward Hound Dog. Mineta's eyes widened in fear. Wait. Hold on. I'm sorry about him, I said. I shrugged, not wanting to say more. Mr. Aizawa sighed and turned back to me. What are your plans after all this? I blinked, my fingers tugging at the frayed edges of the loose bandages around my wrist. Plans? I echoed, my voice quieter than I intended. What do you mean? I still have another year here. Mr. Aizawa didn't look away. His next words were steady. The teachers and I all agree. You're already a pro, Midoriya. You don't need UA anymore. For a moment, the world around me seemed to freeze. My breath caught in my throat as his words sank in. The pro? My heart squeezed, caught between disbelief and a sense of pride. I shook my head. No. I can still learn a lot from everyone. I can't just leave. His expression softened, but his voice remained firm. Don't flatter us. After a pause, he added quietly, you need to focus on yourself, on your agency, on being the hero you want to be, without us holding you back. I met his unwavering stare with one of my own, feeling the tightness rising in my throat, emotion creeping up with every breath. My heart was a knot of memories and moments, sleepless nights of training, battles fought and barely survived, friendships forged. Every lesson, every scar, every time I had fallen and been helped back up, it all flooded me at once. I was proud of how far I had come, proud to be seen like this. But still it didn't feel real. Maybe it never would. Thank you. I wouldn't be standing here if it weren't for you. You would, he countered without hesitation, nodding toward my team waiting for me on the opposite end of the field in a more private area. Your friends are waiting for you. Go relax. For today at least. That's my last assignment for you. I chuckled, dipping my head in thanks as I walked back toward the class. Yes, sir. A smile bloomed on my face as Lyra's laughter reached my ears. My wings. Be careful. Kat had tackled her to the floor, while Ollie checked on a slightly pale North. Lyra's eyes immediately found mine, and she gave me a small smile. The sunlight caught her scales, making them glitter like twinkling stars, while the reinforced fabric of her hero costume hugged her form beautifully. Something inside me lifted at the sight of her healthy and strong. What happened to him? I asked Scarlet. She gestured to the red blur flying away. Hawks. That's when Ollie seemed to remember something, though most of his attention was still on North. Hey, I called dibs first. You got to save her. I got first hug, Kat replied, her focus locked on Lyra as she grasped her arm and helped her up. But instead of letting go, she pulled her into another tight hug. When I heard, her voice wavered and she hesitated, the words catching in her throat. A long pause stretched between them. Finally she whispered, "Don't scare me like that again." Lyra's eyes widened slightly, then without hesitation, she hugged back with equal intensity. "I won't," she murmured. "I promise." Then the others joined in. Ollie was the first, stepping in with a relieved grin before wrapping his arms around them both, his usual easygoing demeanor cracking just enough to show how much he had been holding back. North followed, still looking slightly pale but determined, his grip strong. Scarlet hesitated for only a moment before finally sighing and stepping forward to join the embrace. "Ah, good, you're still here, Midoriya," Principal Nizu called out, scurrying over. His eyes were warm as he looked at my team, nodding once to Lyra, who gave him a little wave. She mouthed, "How are you?" His ears flicked once, and she smiled, understanding clear in her eyes at his gesture. I sat down against a tree, letting them do what they needed to do, and leaned back as the principal sat beside me, poised and straight. Just as he seemed on the verge of speaking, he hesitated. His eyes flickered downward, lingering on my arms for a fraction of a second before darting to my friends. Perhaps he thought I had enough to carry already and was second-guessing his decision. I shifted slightly. "What do you need, Principal Nizu?" He sighed, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Have you been to the hospital?" I stiffened. There could only be one reason he was asking me that, and it wasn't because of my arms. "Shigaraki." "No," I bit out, picking at my bandages once more, needing my hands to do something. "I have nothing to say to him, and I don't particularly care about whatever he has to say." His gaze turned thoughtful. "He's going to prison. For life." "Good. But the question is, should he go with or without his quirk?" The frayed ends of my bandages ripped at my harsh pull. "What?" He searched my eyes, his ears flicking once, twice. "When you and Lyra fought and defeated Overhaul, we stormed his hideout. There, we found a tray protected by too many gang members. A tray which we later discovered held quirk deleters. A product of Ares' quirk, no doubt. Luckily, we found them in the very beginnings of their operation. If we had made contact any later than when you and Lyra did, no use thinking about that. We confirmed with Overhaul himself. Those are the only ones in existence." He folded his paws together. "And now we have a choice." Lyra had lost her angel wings. Her quirk, and with that, a part of herself. I understood the struggles of being quirkless. Always looked down upon. Powerless. Helpless. No matter how hard I tried to fight it, the world had always reminded me where I stood, until a hand stretched out towards me, giving me hope. I felt his spark pulse within me. I knew what he would do. But I didn't think I was strong enough to help Shigaraki. Not after what he did to my friends. Not after what he's done to Lyra. How heroic of me. Warm hands cupped my face, snapping me out of my thoughts, and I was met with golden eyes filled with worry as she kneeled beside me. "Lost you there for a moment. What's wrong?" The class had found us, with Kirishima talking to Ollie and North while Tokoyami and Azui spoke to Kat and Scarlet. I glanced at the principal, who stood up, dusting himself off, staring down Lyra, though his words were directed at me. "If you need to confide in someone else, be careful. There will be consequences if this gets out. Ones that you won't be able to escape. Am I clear?" Lyra nodded quickly. Like a flick of a switch, he smiled, but there was something mischievous in his gaze as he gently patted Lyra's shoulder before projecting his voice. "And congratulations on becoming a pro hero, Raiden. I look forward to our future collaborations, #1 hero." He walked away, his paws behind his back, clearly enjoying the chaos about to unfold in his wake. My ears rang. One beat. Then snap. Everyone's heads turned to me in unison, jaws practically hitting the floor. I could feel their eyes wide, disbelieving, some amused, others downright stunned. Heat surged to my cheeks before I could stop it. I tried to keep my expression neutral, tried to play it cool, but I could feel the flush creeping up my neck, betraying me completely. I wasn't exactly new to attention, but this was different. This wasn't about what I did. It was about who I was now. Did I hear that correctly? Kirishima asked. Cat clutched Scarlet's arm, and Scarlet was too surprised to even notice. North was grinning as Ali seemed to be somewhere else, unable to form coherent words. Lyra let out a tiny gasp before she laughed in delight, her lips brushing against mine as she surged toward me. You did it, Izuku. Another brief kiss. Congratulations, my love. I gave her a lopsided smile, my own. Heart racing in response to hers. Thank you, my heart. We need to celebrate. Ali exclaimed. Make sure he doesn't escape, Lyra. You three follow me. We have a job to do. He hooked his arms into North's and Cat's and rushed off, with Scarlet being pulled along by Cat, but not before throwing Lyra a roll of white bandages. Kirishima, Tokoyami, and Azui exchanged glances before following Ali, both intrigued and confused. Lyra smiled softly, tugging at the ruined bandages, her touch light but insistent. We need to rewrap these, Mr. Hero. Her voice was gentle, yet there was no room for argument in it. As you wish, Ms. Intern. I crossed my legs as I fully turned towards her, unclasping my cape before sliding off the top half of my hero costume, leaving me in my black tank. Her warm fingers brushed the edges of the bandages on my upper arm before gently peeling them off, immediately frowning at the rough purple bruises underneath. You knew about Hawks? She asked, tilting her head. Wait, don't answer that. Of course, you knew about Hawks. I grinned, pecking her lips. Congratulations, but I have to say, I feel quite betrayed. What about my agency? She scooted closer as she stretched out the bandages from their roll. Might start a lot of workplace drama. Her eyes glimmered. What if we have a fight? Her touch was feather-light as she looped the bandage around once before pulling, increasing the pressure until I nodded once, and she continued, her eyes narrowing with focus as she kept the same pressure down my arm. I gave her a teasing smile. If we have a fight, everyone in the city will already know. They may have to brace for a storm, regardless of what agency you're in. Lyra glared at me, electricity flickering in her eyes. I hate you. Hey, I'm just saying there's no reason you can't join my agency. Though I do have to warn you, I'm a harsh critic. Really? She leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper as her lips brushed my ear. Even for me? My mind went blank before the sound of ripping bandages pulled me back. She retreated, an amused smile on her lips as I cleared my throat. Even for you. She fastened the end of the bandage to my wrist before gesturing for my other arm. All right, Mr. Hero. Whatever you say. There was a small beat of silence before she sighed, her eyes searching mine. Do you want to talk about what happened with the principal? I was calling your name, and you weren't responding. I didn't reply right away, and Lyra let me take my time with my thoughts, staying quiet as she finished wrapping my arm and let her fingers fiddle with my own. It's about Shigaraki, I finally said. I hated the way her body stilled, the way her breath hitched, but she interlocked our fingers, urging me to continue. I squeezed her hand, letting Black Whip loose to check for any eavesdroppers before whispering what Principal Nizu told me into her ear. What? I know. I didn't know either. Her brows furrowed. He has so many quirks piled up. Will 1 or even 5 be enough? Ares' quirk is powerful. I wouldn't underestimate it. True, she said, her gaze focused on our interlocked hands. And you're probably feeling guilty about wanting to say yes? I nodded, tracing soft circles on the back of her hand. He's hurt so many. He hurt you, but it's scary how easy it is for me to say yes. What does that say about me? I exhaled slowly, the weight of it pressing against my chest. Her touch was gentle as she cupped my cheek, her eyes piercing through me. Your answer is right there, love, she said softly, her voice a tender murmur in the hush between us. Even now, even after everything, it's not about what he did to you. Not even the fact that he nearly hurt you. Her thumb brushed against my skin slow, comforting. It's about the others. Your friends. People you've never even met. That's who you are. You carry this incredible weight, and yet somehow, you never stop caring. Even when it costs you. She leaned in, slow and close, until our foreheads touched. Her breath mingled with mine. Whatever you choose, I know it'll come from that same goodness. I swallowed, my decision made. Thank you, Lyra. I won't let him hurt anyone else. I won't let him hurt the girl in front of me ever again. Her lips brushed against mine, a gentle connection. Snap. Of course, someone had to disturb us now. It was faint, but the yelling following it was anything but. Lyra pulled back as I threw my hero costume back on. Seems like Bakugou found out. I sighed, standing up and offering her my hand. Home. She giggled, her hand finding mine as her wings flared. Home. And we took to the sky, just barely escaping a fuming Bakugou. I don't know when we both had fallen asleep. One moment, the room was softly humming with the rustle of pages turning, the scratch of her pencil against paper, the faint breeze drifting in through the cracked window. We'd cleaned up and showered, shedding the weight of the day with the hot water. Afterward, Lyra had curled up cross-legged at the edge of the bed, her sketchbook balanced on her knees, a pen in her hand. She looked so focused, so calm, her brows furrowed slightly in concentration as she brought her thoughts to life in soft graphite lines. Meanwhile, I'd been propped against the headboard, trying to concentrate on the strategy book North had recommended, dense and detailed, filled with pages of calculated decisions and battlefield psychology. I'd highlighted a few sections, trying to make sense of the mind games between power and restraint, victory and survival. But eventually, my eyes had started to blur the words together, my body sinking deeper into the warmth of the blankets and her nearness. Now, the doorbell was ringing. A sharp buzz, then again. And again. And again. I blinked myself awake, confusion laced with an edge of irritation. My limbs were slow, heavy with sleep. Lyra groaned softly beside me and instinctively nuzzled closer, her head finding its resting place against my bare chest, her arms curling around my waist. Maybe she had looked up from her sketchbook, seen me slipping under, and slept too. Our books and pens were now neatly stacked on the desk, her sketchbook closed beside them, as if she'd taken the time to tidy up before giving in to sleep. I must have dozed off first. Either way, we had somehow ended up here. Buzz. The warmth we'd built around ourselves was still lingering. Buzz. 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 Evening. It was evening. Who was at the door? My hand brushed her shoulder gently, then moved to cradle the back of her head, careful not to wake her too abruptly. But she stirred anyway, frowning in her sleep. What's that? She murmured against my skin, her voice rough with drowsiness. I pressed a soft kiss to the top of her head before I moved, whispering, "It's the door." I sat up, gently guiding her head to the pillow as I slid out from beneath her. Her fingers clung to mine for half a second before letting go, eyes fluttering open just enough to track my movement. Buzz. My eyes twitched. I stormed down the stairs, 2 at a time, still thick with sleep and a headache blooming behind my eyes. Whoever was behind this better have a good reason. I yanked the door open hard enough that it rebounded slightly on its hinges. "What do you?" My voice caught mid-snap. Of course. There, on the porch, in varying degrees of smugness, awkwardness, and misplaced cheer, stood my team in Class 3. Some held food containers. Others had drinks or napkins. They all stared up at me like this was completely normal. I narrowed my eyes at them. "You have 5 seconds. Ali, unfazed as ever, arched an eyebrow and tilted his head. "Do you always open the door looking like that?" I blinked. "Like what?" He gestured lazily to my bare chest and sweatpants. "Like you just rolled out of bed in the middle of a romance novel." There was an awkward chorus of squeaks and coughs from those behind him. Yayorozu immediately turned around, shielding her eyes like she'd just witnessed something unholy. Others looked anywhere but at me, up at the sky, at their shoes, Gyru even pretending to read the nutritional label on a juice bottle. And some blatantly stared, their eyes focusing on either the striking scar on my chest or my tattoos. I rolled my eyes and crossed my bandaged arms over my chest. I did just roll out of bed. Someone wouldn't stop ringing the doorbell. Ali grinned like he'd just won a game. "Well, it worked. You're awake. And you're welcome." "For what?" "Your celebration party, of course." Which Mama Midoriya approved, by the way. I stared at him. Then at the rest of them. Then slowly, very slowly, leaned against the doorframe inside. Behind me, I heard the soft creak of the stairs, Lyra's footsteps, and a sleepy voice call out, "Is someone dying or just incredibly stupid?" "Stupid as usual," Scarlet replied. I turned slightly as Lyra descended the last step, blinking against the hallway light, her shorts brushing her calves, one strap of her tank slightly askew on her shoulder. Without thinking, I caught her by the waist, gently pulling her behind me. She draped a shirt over my shoulders, and I quickly pulled it on. Ali raised both eyebrows now, amused. "Oh, that's why you're grumpy. You were mid-snuggle." "All right." Kat interrupted. "Before Ali gets us killed, can we come in?" "Fine," I muttered, running a hand through my hair. "Get in here, all of you. But keep the noise down. And for the love of all things sacred, no karaoke." Ali grinned and practically skipped past me, giving Lyra a playful wink as he entered. The others followed in a more subdued manner, all shifting around the cramped doorway, apologizing in their own ways for showing up uninvited. Lyra sighed from behind me as I shut the door. "I'm surprised the whole class showed up." I turned around, hooking my finger under her strap and slowly dragging it into place, smiling as her wings twitched when my knuckle brushed her collarbone. "Me too. As long as they don't break anything, it'll be." Lyra let out a laugh as we moved towards the sound. "You were saying?" To our surprise, it wasn't Ali or anyone else from Class 3A causing the disaster. It was North. He stood frozen in the middle of the kitchen, a broken bowl at his feet, a sheepish smile plastered across his face as he glanced at us. Lyra stepped closer, still grinning. Maybe we should start a collection of broken things. So far, you've got a pretty good start. North raised an eyebrow as he began sweeping up the smaller fragments. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure everyone will catch up. Can't let me steal the spotlight. The rest of the group was sitting on the couch, some huddled around the snacks, others silently watching the small disaster unfold in the kitchen. Ali was already in the corner, grinning at the whole scene, while Kat tried to suppress her laughter at North's disheveled state. Lyra settled herself on the floor as Kirishima swung an arm around my shoulder, raising a glass. To the #1 hero who saved the world. Ali handed me a glass and Kat gave one to Lyra. Everyone raised their glasses, to Izuku Midoriya. I lifted my own glass, unable to hide the smile on my face, my earlier annoyance fading away. Thanks guys. Laughter erupted around the room as everyone took a sip. Kirishima squeezed my shoulder before letting go. You deserve it, man. After everything? This night is yours. You won this time. But next time, I'll be the one who comes out on top, Bakugou said, though his tone held no real hostility. I sat down beside Lyra. I'll be looking forward to it. Others offered their congratulations as everyone got comfortable. Kat sat beside Lyra, chatting animatedly, and Lyra laughed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ali was already digging into the snacks, dragging North along with him toward the kitchen like a chaotic duo. We brought 7 different bags of chips, and not a single one matches, Ali announced. This is either a culinary breakthrough or a grave mistake. Grave mistake, North replied dryly, though he was already munching on something spicy. I hadn't realized how much I needed this, not just the food or the noise, but the reminder that we had made it. That these people, my friends, were still here. Still breathing. Still laughing. The night rolled on with the hum of music, clinking glasses, and soft bursts of laughter. Someone had dimmed the lights just enough to create a warm, cozy atmosphere. Blankets were spread across the floor, pillows stolen from couches and beds, as the group settled into a wide, comfortable circle, some sober, some a little tipsy, including Lyra. She wasn't used to drinking. Back at East Star, she had always been the one with water in hand. But tonight? Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her wings drooped lazily behind her, their usual tension melted away. Though she seemed to be sobering up quickly as she drank water. She rested her head against my shoulder, her eyes scanning my cards as she tried to understand my strategy. Why do you have? I gently placed my free hand over her mouth. These are supposed to be secret. Man, you're winning 2-0. Ali groaned from across the circle, flopping back dramatically. Let Lyra help us. Bakugou looked up from his cards. Just play the game, flower power. I tapped Lyra's cheek. Where did Kat go? She gasped excitedly, her voice dropping to a whisper. She's on the stairs with Scarlet. Alone. They left to talk. Ali and North both turned their attention to the staircase, but Lyra jumped up. Nope, not happening. Give them their privacy. She then sat down, blocking their view of the staircase as she flared her wings. Bakugou grumbled, realizing the game was never going to finish. I had a good hand this time too. I shrugged, laying down my cards, causing Bakugou's eyes to narrow. How do you keep doing that? Before I could reply, another voice interrupted. Izuku, can we talk? I looked up into the familiar brown eyes I used to adore. She didn't seem drunk. In fact, she appeared more sober than most of whom were passed out in my living room. What do you want, Uraraka? Can we go somewhere more private? She asked quietly, glancing around at everyone. I raised an eyebrow, but she seemed to realize how that sounded and frantically shook her arms. Not like that. I promise I'm not trying to start something. I just need 2 minutes. Just over there. She pointed to a corner out of everyone's way, but not entirely hidden. Most importantly, it was in Lyra's line of sight. Lyra, whose pupils were now pinpoints as she watched us, her body tense. She made no move to stop me. Uraraka's eyes, for the first time in a long time, seemed genuine, so I stood. Fine. 2 minutes. I followed her through the chaos of the room, stepping around Kaminari curled up with Jairu and dodging a half-full cup that threatened to tip with every beat of the music. Uraraka didn't speak until we reached the wall. She turned to face me, her voice barely audible over the music. I shouldn't be here. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Then why are you? She looked down, twisting her fingers together like she used to when she was nervous. I don't know. Uraraka, I said, feeling tired already. You said 2 minutes. She flinched slightly, as if my words had struck harder than intended. I'm not here to ruin anything. I swear. I need to say it. And then I'll leave. I stared at her, unsure of what to expect. She took a shaky breath. I'm sorry. For everything. For how I left, for how I made you feel like you weren't enough. She shook her head. There's no excuse for what I've done. I'm just sorry. I didn't respond immediately. I'm not asking you for anything, she continued, her voice tight as she stepped closer. I just wanted you to know. I'm sorry really. And I'm glad you found her. Her eyes narrowed. Even though I still don't like her. I exhaled slowly, letting the silence hang between us. Then I nodded. I accept your apology. Her face fell, but only for a moment. She gave me a small, bittersweet smile and stepped back. I'll go now, she said. Take care of yourself, okay? Before I could say anything else, she turned and melted back into the party, sitting next to Yaoyorozu, who gave her a nod of approval. I'm surprised Lyra didn't lunge, Azui murmured, curled up in a blanket, stopping me from leaving. Tokoyami was fast asleep beside her, dark shadow resting on her lap. I would have immediately if someone I know liked Tokoyami pulled him aside. I did when Hagakure touched him. The serum? She nodded, gazing fondly at Dark Shadow and Tokoyami, her face turning pink. I recognize him as my mate in a way. And for Lyra, well that's you. Protective instincts like those are always present in animal quirks, but now they're heightened. I thought back to the day she woke up. She had tensed up when Miria walked in, hugging me protectively. I'll make it up to her. She tilted her head. It's not about making it up to her. She trusts you. It's clear as day, and it's why Uraraka isn't injured. It's more like if you go to her now, she may not entirely be there. I know I wasn't. My eyes searched for Lyra, my heart sinking when I didn't see her. But I knew where she would be. She'd be near the thing that always calms her. Azui's voice turned soft but protective of Lyra, understanding what she was going through. Midoriya, you need to either give her some space to push whatever awakened within her down, or be ready to do whatever she needs. It was easy to decide. No part of me wanted to leave her alone right now. Azui didn't stop me, she just gave me a small nod, something like solidarity in her expression. Maybe even relief. I think she knew what this meant for Lyra more than I did. I slipped past the half-asleep bodies scattered across the floor, past the kitchen with its sticky counters and forgotten snacks, and up the stairs. Scarlet jumped away from Kat's embrace once she heard me, but I merely pushed her back into Kat. Kat laughed softly as Scarlet turned red, her eyes finding mine as she glanced behind me. Lyra seemed. I got her, I said. I smiled at them and their blushing faces. Finally, the rooftop door let out a soft groan as I opened it. The cold bit at my skin immediately, and the wind tugged at my shirt. I stepped out. She was there, of course. Curled into herself at the edge of the rooftop, arms wrapped around her knees, eyes lost in the stars like she was trying to memorize them. Her silhouette was calm. Too calm. I didn't speak at first, just walked toward her slowly enough that she'd hear me coming. I thought you might be here, I said gently. She didn't look at me, her pupils still narrowed. I sat beside her, careful not to touch her yet. Azui told me. About the instincts. Her voice was rough. I knew you weren't doing anything wrong. I knew she didn't even touch you. But my body didn't care. It was like. I glanced at her, at the rigid line of her shoulders, the tension in her jaw. She blinked fast, avoiding my gaze as she fought herself. Something in her stilled as I cupped her cheeks. She pried my hands away from her, shaking her head. You need to leave, love. Before I do something. I didn't let her run, instead letting my hand thread through her hair and find the back of her neck. What do you need? Her slitted eyes heated. Izukuxoc, you don't. I pressed my lips against hers. What? Need. Her scales bristled before she let out a soft growl, returning the kiss with more fervor. I used my quirk to pull us up before hooking my hands underneath her thighs, pressing her against me as I took her inside, towards my room. She squirmed, and I let her down, quickly locking the door behind me. She didn't break the kiss as her hands found the edge of my shirt. I tore it off, and she pushed me onto my back before straddling me. I gripped her waist, steadying her atop me as she kissed down the side of my neck. I closed my eyes as her lips found the spot where my collarbone met my neck, lingering there. Lyra. Her knees squeezed my sides as one hand gently pushed my head aside, locking me in place. Then a small rush of discomfort came from where her lips once were. A pinch. My eyes snapped open as her fangs grazed my skin, a groan escaping me from the sensation. She was marking me, I realized. I squeezed her waist and she liked the mark before pulling back. Her golden gaze found mine, and whatever was inside her settled as her eyes returned to normal. She blinked as if awakening from a haze, before gasping, realizing what she had done. I'm sorry. Her eyes widened as she saw the mark. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Hey, it's okay. I'm okay, I whispered to her as I hugged her. I gave you permission, my heart. Fine. I hurt you. Her eyes found her mark again. I'm sorry. It was my choice too. And you're calm now? We can go downstairs. She nodded. But we can finally go tease Cat and Scarlet. Her eyes widened slightly. They confessed? I didn't even notice. I hummed, grabbing my shirt before pulling it over myself again as Lyra grabbed a clean cloth, pressing it against my neck. She bit her lips. We need to get it healed. It might scar. I shrugged, pushing the cloth away before grabbing her hand and pulling her out the door. Let it. Izuku Midoriya. I kissed her once more. I love you, Lyra Solitaire. Her eyes widened slightly before sparkling like the stars overhead. I love you too, Izuku Midoriya. We broke apart, lingering for just one more breath before we rushed down the stairs. Cat and Scarlet were both red as Ollie, North, and Mina circled them. Did you kiss her first or? Mina pressed, her eyes bouncing between the two of them. We were just talking, Cat cried, her voice higher than usual. Lyra squeezed my hand, then let go with a grin, launching herself into the chaos. We can finally go on double dates. Triple. Ollie corrected. Lyra furrowed her brows. That's just all of us hanging out then. Tell us. Tell us everything. Mina squealed. More of Class 3A wandered over. I just stood there for a moment, watching as the voices seemed to fade away. My heart squeezed. I don't know why, but it felt like something was ending. This chapter in our lives, at least. Lyra smiled at me over her shoulder, patting the space beside her. Kiss. 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 The room chanted. They weren't going to give up. Scarlet glared at everybody, and before she could wipe everyone off the face of the map, I took my seat next to Lyra, making eye contact with North, who shrugged, thinking the same thing. And we both kissed our partners. Ollie laughed as Lyra smiled against my lips, the room erupting in cheers. Her hands found mine. What's next, my hero? It was my turn to smile. We'll figure it out tomorrow. The end. Charlotte held her textbooks close to her chest as she leaned against the lockers, wings tucked in tight, their white feathers catching the morning sunlight filtering in from the windows above. Her long white hair was braided over one shoulder, golden eyes bright despite the early hour. She shifted slightly. Did you hear? Our school is getting a transfer. Next to her, Faven didn't bother looking up as she fiddled with her bag, her sharp brown eyes staying on the screen of her tablet, which was displaying notes from their bioengineered quark theory seminar. Don't really care, she muttered. We have one job, and that's to graduate. Together. Charlotte looked over at her best friend. Her black hair was pulled back into a ponytail, every strand perfectly in place. She spoke with authority, each word carrying weight, even if it was a simple sentence. Charlotte nudged her. Aren't you even a little curious? They must be something special to join our third year. It's East Star. Faven sighed, finally looking up. All I know is whoever they are, they're not going to change anything for us. Our research project is on schedule, and if we stay focused, we'll graduate early and at the top of our class. No distractions and no hero nonsense. Just us. I know. I know. Her tone was light, but there was a distance in it, as if her heart wasn't fully in the conversation. Faven narrowed her eyes slightly, noticing the subtle shift, but before she could press further, Charlotte smiled, and the warmth in her expression smoothed over the moment. Faven nodded in approval, linking her arm through Charlotte's. Good. Charlotte hummed thoughtfully, nudging her shoulder. Come on then. Let's get to class. As they walked, the noise of the hallway shifted, rippling with murmurs and excitement focused on someone new. Charlotte slowed, turning her head, and her hand slipped from Faven's. At the end of the hallway stood a boy with a sketchbook under his arm, blonde hair and sky-blue eyes scanning the crowd as if he were already capturing them in his mind. Golden eyes met blue ones. And he smiled. Charlotte blinked. Faven noticed, and her hand curled into a quiet, controlled fist, her irritation barely contained. No distractions. Charlotte slid into her seat, stretching her arms above her head like a cat before settling down, the feathers on her wings rustling slightly from the breeze coming in through the open window. Faven took the seat beside her without a word, already pulling out her notes and stylus. Charlotte leaned back in her chair, and that's when she felt it a hesitant presence. She tipped her head back, surprised to see an upside-down face looking at her. No one usually approached her to talk. The transfer student. He blinked down at her, momentarily thrown off by the unexpected eye contact. Hi. Charlotte smiled before popping back up and turning around to fully face him. Hi yourself. Up close, he looked even more out of place in the best way. Tousled blonde hair, a few strands curling at his temple, and curious sky-blue eyes that seemed to take in every detail. His shirt was wrinkled, as if he had just pulled it from a suitcase, and there was a smudge of charcoal on his cheek. Hi, he said, a little breathless, as if he were still processing everything. Charlotte raised a brow, amused. He ran a hand through his hair, his eyes closing in embarrassment. But I already said that. He shook his head before giving her a charming, crooked smile. I'm Elias Soltaire. Eli. Is this Mr. Trend's class? Charlotte Evers. And yes, you found the right place. Eli exhaled in relief. Thank the stars. Charlotte perked up at that. Astronomy guy? Big, looking up and dreaming guy. But I'm guessing you are. He glanced at the open seat beside her. Mind if I? Before she could answer, Faven spoke without looking up. She prefers to sit alone. Charlotte blinked, surprised. Actually, it's fine. Faven's pen paused, and Charlotte gave her a tiny shake of her head before patting the seat beside her with a welcoming grin. Eli slipped into it gratefully. Thanks. I promise I'm quiet. Well, I'm not. So what made you transfer here so late? Eli chuckled. Travel. I was abroad for a while studying different hero systems. Observing people. Their quirks. Their choices. Then I figured it was time to come back and finish what I started. She tilted her head, curiosity blooming. Wow, you must have seen so many different places. You study people? I draw them. He showed her a rough sketch of the hallway students moving, blurred by motion lines. But the focal point was unmistakable. Her wings, delicate and detailed. Her wings twitched in response, a little caught off guard. I saw you earlier, Elias said, a sheepish smile on his face. Yeah. I saw you too, she whispered, her eyes never leaving the page before meeting his gaze. They were the color of the skies she loved so much. She narrowed her eyes playfully. If you ever draw my bad side, I'll throw you off a roof. So I have your permission to stare, Stargirl? He smiled, resting his head on his hand, elbow propped on the desk. She couldn't help but notice the way her gaze flicked to his arm before darting back to his eyes. She swiveled around as Faven nudged her. Eli slid his sketchbook over as the teacher lectured, with a note written on it. You didn't say no. She fought back a grin as she scribbled on the very edge of the page, not wanting to ruin his artwork. All right, golden boy. You have my permission. On one condition. I get to see them. Deal? So what brings a researcher to these hero courses? Eli asked, his arms up in a loose but alert guard as he and Charlotte circled each other on the sparring mat. His smile was teasing, but the curiosity behind it was genuine as he bounced on his feet. Charlotte's wing fluttered slightly as she assessed his stance, breathing, shoulders, and the coil in his arms. Boxing? He rolled back his shoulders with practiced ease, giving her an easy grin that made her heart skip a beat. My dad was one. Guess it rubbed off on me. But she didn't pry. An artist, boxer, and a hero? What else are you, golden boy? She sidestepped smoothly as he shifted his weight. A guy waiting for an answer to his brilliant, thought-provoking, very simple question, Stargirl. I could ask the same of you. What makes an artist choose the hero path? Charlotte quipped. It was a graceful dodge to the question not because she didn't want to answer, but because she didn't have one. Lyra's footsteps tapped against the concrete, a light rhythm of excitement and barely contained energy. I tilted my head, grinning. Where are we, Lyra? She nudged me to the right, and her hands slipped again, pulling a small sound of surprise from her lips. Not telling, she said through a huff. It's a surprise. All right, come on. I lowered myself just enough to offer my back, still keeping my eyes closed. She didn't hesitate not even a second before jumping onto me with a squeal of delight. Her arms wrapped around my shoulders, and her hands gently covered my eyes, as if they belonged there. This is much nicer, she said, her voice muffled slightly against my ear. I laughed. Lead the way, Captain. She hummed, playful and thoughtful. A little bit to the right and then straight. Oh wait, no left. If I trip, you're going down with me. You realize that, right? I turned opposite her command just to tease. I have wings, she replied smugly. I tightened my grip around her thighs, locking her in place. And I have you. I don't think your wings will help you much. Is this a kidnapping now? She giggled. My heart, you're the one taking me somewhere. Oh right. I could hear the smile in her voice, radiant even without seeing her face. Small right and be careful, there's a puppy beside us. I stepped carefully, guided by her voice, feeling the brush of wind and the warmth of the sun starting to dip behind the clouds. The world around me was a blur of sound and sensation, but Lyra's presence was grounding, constant. After another minute, she gasped in excitement. We're here. We're here. Eyes closed, love. They are. I insisted, chuckling. I felt her breath fan against my cheek as she leaned forward, spreading her fingers just enough to check. Her hair tickled my ear as it fell forward. Once satisfied, she slipped from my back with a soft thump. Her fingers laced between mine, warm and gentle as she pulled me forward a step or two. Then came the spark. A soft sound, like a match being struck or a lighter being flicked, and then, the unmistakable flicker of fire. You can open your eyes now, she whispered. I blinked slowly, and when my eyes adjusted, the sight in front of me hit like a wave. Lyra stood there, her face glowing in the soft golden hue of the candlelight. She was holding out a small cake, lit with flickering candles that danced in the breeze. Her sundress fluttered around her like leaves in the wind, the green fabric catching the light of the sun behind her. "Happy birthday, Izuku," she said softly, her voice barely above the wind. My heart surged, emotion catching in my chest as I looked past her. There, under the soft shade of a tree, was a picnic blanket woven in warm hues of red and gold spread out carefully with a small feast of our favorite snacks. A thermos. 2 cups. A folded note resting beside a bouquet of sunflowers. Everything about it was gentle, thoughtful. I looked back at her. "You did all this? For me?" She shrugged, smiling wider. "Of course. Your mom helped too. You deserve something beautiful. Just like you've made life feel for me." The candles flickered again, and for a moment, everything stood still. "Make a wish," she whispered. Her wings curled around us and the flickering candles, protecting it from the wind. I didn't need to. Everything I wanted was already right here. But still I closed my eyes and blew the candles out. North's POV. I could feel him staring at me. He always did when he thought I wasn't paying attention. His gaze had a weight to it, warm and deliberate. My eyes moved mechanically across the small print of the book cradled in my lap, but my mind couldn't absorb a single word. It was now too occupied with the man peeking around the kitchen door, barely visible behind the wooden frame like some shy forest creature peering through trees. I snapped the book shut and tilted my head toward him, my lips already tugging upward in a smile I couldn't suppress as our eyes met. His green and clear reminded me of the forests I've always loved. "So what's for lunch?" I asked. Ollie gave me a sheepish smile, the kind that made the corners of his eyes crinkle in the most endearing way. "We have ashes and water." I stood, stretching as I walked toward him, leaving the book behind. "Ashes and water. Sounds delicious," I murmured, pressing a quick kiss to his cheek. "I told you to let me cook," I whispered against his skin. He pouted, lips pushing out slightly in protest. "You always cook." I opened the fridge, already cataloging the odds and ends: half a red pepper, a few wilting herbs, some eggs, maybe enough rice for something comforting. "Because I like to," I said softly, more to myself than to him, but I knew he heard. A quiet hum filled the space as I reached for ingredients, the silence between us never awkward, always humming with shared thoughts left unspoken. "Then what?" His arms slipped around my waist, drawing me back gently until his chest pressed against my spine. A small weight his head rested between my shoulder blades, like he was trying to melt into me. Maybe," I said, a half-thought forming in the space between us. He didn't ask what I meant. He just held me tighter. "You know," he murmured into my back, "if I stand here long enough, you won't be able to cook, and then we'll have to eat ashes and water." I laughed, the sound bouncing off the fridge door as I leaned slightly into him. Devious plan. Very subtle. "I try," he said, with a dramatic sigh that made his breath tickle against my shirt. I wriggled a bit in his grip, reaching for an egg carton. "You're in the way, forest boy. Be my hero." Izuku Midoriya was determined to become a hero. Even when his classmates bullied him throughout middle and high school, it didn't deter him from applying to UA, the best hero school in Japan. He was going to show them all just how strong he was. He was given a second chance, and he would use it for good, no matter the obstacles in his way. But life never turns out like you expect it to. Noelle Ray didn't think that her past actions would lead her to UA, but here she was. Aizawa seemed to see something in her, so she decided to go along for the ride. It was better than being trapped in her previous life. She would simply bide her time and find a way to escape both UA and her past. After all, there was no way she would actually become a hero. She had lost that dream a long time ago, right?